It's tough. It's a tough battle, dude. Sometimes I pray about it. I'm like, God, can I just like stop saying this? Because here's the thing: you can say fuck, cunt, bitch, shit, and nobody cares. They see what they've done is they've effectively made there only be one. There's literally only one curse word in the world now, just one. But there's one word you can't say. It's crazy.
There's a bunch, bro. But not honestly, bro. I don't swear at all. Like, especially if you call yourself a believer, bro. If you follow Christ, bro, you shouldn't be swearing at all. I'm
Well,
not
yeah, I
judging you.
mean,
I'm just saying, like, I don't.
obviously.
Since we're on topic, right? But there's a lot of people in the server that call themselves believers, and they constantly swear, bro. It's like, well, where's your faith at, bro? James says that if you can't control your tongue, your whole faith is basically in vain. All of it.
Well, I got this philosophy, like, there's a difference between saying, in the middle of Easter, like, brother, whatever, Pastor Smith, don't step in that dog shit. Like, to me, that's acceptable, right? But if I say, Brother Smith, you're a shithead, like, that's totally unacceptable. So for me, it's all about intent.
Shit's not really a swear, bro. Like, I use shit all the time, but I'm talking about like the F word, or you know, I guess it's subjective, but shit's just poop, bro. Like, you know what I mean? It's not really a swear. Hell's not a
You're
swear.
absolutely
People
right.
when we
It's
were
not a
younger,
swear
people were
word.
like, "Hell, that's a swear." It's like, what? But it's in the
It's in
Bible.
the Bible, right? Yeah, that's what I was going to say. But yeah, the word shit. So when you're shipping manure in a ship, you can't store it below decks, or if somebody lights a match, they'll blow the fucking ship up, right? So they would stamp on it, store high in transit. Well, instead of writing that all out, they just write SHIT. So that's why you got the poop deck. Scrub the poop deck, right? Because that's where the shit is. It's on the top of the boat, right? Where there's lots of air and no methane to, destroy the ship with. It's crazy, right? But people see it as a bad word. And it's like the word fuck for unlawful carnal knowledge, or fornication under consent of the king. Like, it's not a bad word. So if you were in the Puritan days, like, what is he in the stockade for? Oh, they got caught fucking so and so. It's like the etymology of the words and how they mutate and change over time. Sometimes they are weaponized, and there's words like assault rifle, whatever the fuck that means, or conspiracy theorist. What you mean, like a detective? It's like these words that they weaponize and double speak against us, right? And instead of saying kill the baby, they call it healthcare. Like, holy shit, the double speaking.
Um,
They do weaponize it.
Once you have like the anointing that occurs when you are born again, and you have this epiphany in your life, there's a Hebrew concept of this, actually. Even in the Hebrew, they distinguish between a regular human being, a nefesh, and then nefesh yahad. I think it's what it is. I gotta look it up. But like, you have this transformation that occurs within the spirit, um, where you have a heightened sense of awareness, where you can sense like evil or negative. And this happened to me, and now I'm sensitive to cuss words. Like, I look past it. I don't tell people not to cuss, but it does cringe my spirit. Like, it makes me cringe in my spirit when I hear swear words. And maybe that's just me, but I know other people that are in the same movement that I'm in, that feel the same way. They just don't. I cringe when I hear like people swearing all the time. Like, it does bother me, but I just don't say nothing about it.
Well, you said like shit's not a cuss word. And, like,
Even
it's different for everybody. So how do you
yeah,
know, like, who offends what? Like,
I
we're
don't
not
know,
supposed to
man.
try to intentionally offend people. Like, we're not supposed to be trolling people on the internet. But how do you know what offends people, and how could you possibly ever make that happen? I think it's all about the intent, right? We're not supposed to intentionally try to offend people. So I don't use the word cunt because apparently a lot of women have told me it's extremely offensive. So I say Karen, right? That's a white one. There's also Darren. That's the other white one. And then there's a Keisha, right? And there's probably a Kashan or something that I haven't figured out yet, but I'm trying to get that, that fourth name in. And then I'm gonna do the Mexican or Latinos next, right? But to
Yeah, I
me,
guess
like none of
it's
that is
subjective, bro.
offensive. Like that's all funny to me, right?
But even the word shit, it does. Even though I use it, I actually heard a sister of mine who I've never heard swear my whole life. So since I've known her, who's a believer, right? And I heard her say shit for the first time, and it made me cringe, bro. Only because I'm not used to her ever cussing. Like even though shit's not necessarily a cuss, it did affect me because I was like, it was unexpected. I'm like, whoa, like I've never heard you say that. In my head, I didn't say it, I didn't tell her that, but in my head, I was like, whoa, I've never heard her say that. And it did make me cringe. So like, but other people like you say the S word, it doesn't really make me cringe. Um, it's weird, bro. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Maybe it's just me. Who knows?
What don't you remember? Like George W. Warbush was like the first president to really like drop some cuss words. Am I correct about that? Does anybody remember anything different? Anybody? Like to me, that was cringe. Like to see someone who's supposed to be like professional, like he's allegedly the leader of the free world, yeah, whatever. He's the president of a corporation, but like when he was cussing on camera, like publicly, I was like, what is going on here? Because back then, like I thought there was like a bit of sanctity, or you know, before I knew what he did, right? Because I heard him cussing before I knew what he did about 9/11 and stuff. So at the time, like I thought there was, a little reverence to show toward the position of president, not necessarily the man. And I thought he was disgracing the position of president by cussing. So yeah, if you're the president, you probably shouldn't cuss publicly a whole lot, but keep it limited to like hell and damn, right? Um, but like me, like I'm I'm just an idiot, right? I'm not a trained person. I'm not an author, a lawyer, a doctor, or anything like that. I'm just an idiot. So I'm gonna have layman speech. Obviously, I'm gonna use the F word. But what you don't hear me say is curse words directed towards others. You like every once in a while I might say you're an imbecile, right? That's about the extent of me, unless I'm like really emotional. That's pretty much the extent of me directing derogatory terms towards another man or woman. But fuck, I smashed my thumb with a hammer. I don't think that's wrong. And if other people are offended by that, well, their thumb's not smashed. So it's just me expressing myself. Now, obviously, if I'm at work in a professional position, I'm gonna have to show a little bit of reverence towards the people around me. And I want to make sure that no one else is around before I start speaking freely. Keep it professional, right? But in my free time in my house, on the internet, I try to keep my censoring down to a minimum and only censor myself in this fact that, I don't want to intentionally offend people. I want to say what I'm thinking and be able to speak freely. But it's not my intention to like piss you the fuck off and, ruin your day. Like that's not what I'm trying to do. So the whole political correctness, man, I think they went too far. But I think there should be a little bit of decorum, right? I mean,
Yeah,
in
absolutely.
real life,
Freedom of expression.
go ahead.
You should have your own discretion and your own freedom of expression regarding your what you choose to use in your vocabulary, and the government shouldn't like enforce laws against speech. That's a fact.
I think society should, reinforce, not enforce, but reinforce. But that's different from enforcing, right? It's totally different. Like if you call a woman a C word, right? And then another woman overhears it and she's like, you shouldn't call her that. No matter what she's done, no matter what she said, you shouldn't call her that. Like, okay, I'll call her Karen. How about that? Or Linda, right? Sure, Linda, whatever, Linda. Go ahead and call the manager, Linda. I don't talk to the manager. Like, if society demands it, that's one thing, right? But like the government, like, who the fuck are you to tell me what I can and can't say? Didn't the people appoint you and we're governed by consent of the governed? It's like, I totally get that argument, but yeah, I just like a little bit of decorum. And to me, like, foul language is all about intent. That's all I got.
Well, check that second one, Larry, and it's about the revocation without due process of law. So some chap had an accident with a horse, and the wording of the statute was woefully bad. It suggested that any time a report is received about any accident, whether true or false, regardless of whether it comes from either of the parties, the person must already have deposited an amount of money sufficient to remedy that accident. Otherwise, they summarily had their license taken off them. And so that was a stupid law, and they found it was unconstitutional because it didn't give them right of reply.
And that was from what I quoted earlier. The one that you said that we need to look at. Talked about license.
Yeah, from Not House
Yeah.
or Not House.
Damn, I just realized that I'm drunk and I'm probably hogging the mic. Am I hogging the mic?
Nobody else is talking.
I do a lot of self-reflecting on alcohol. Yeah, I guess this is a topic that I need to look further into, and obviously I'm not that interested in it, because if I was, I would have better stuff to show you, and I would be more read up on it. But I drive for a living, so guess what I got? Make a decker license, opera registration, got all that shit. I'm a legal beagle, and I don't even speed. Try not to anyway.
Well, obviously, I can't say it doesn't exist because that's a sort of argument from absence. But what I can tell you is I've done a lot of looking and a lot of asking, because this is such an easy one to check, right? As you've done, you can just drop the who v who and then dig up the case. And I'm virtually always find that this is the case, that it is something about somebody operating a car and sometimes having their license taken off them. But never anywhere have I yet seen one that says they do not need a license to operate. Like, this whole case would be null and void if they didn't need a license to operate. Then it wouldn't infringe upon their constitutional rights to take the license away from them, because it wouldn't be removing their constitutional right to travel, because they would retain their right to travel because they didn't need a license.
There are videos of people who are national citizens or state nationals, and they've been pulled over on video with no licenses, no registration, nothing, and they've been able to defend themselves against the state. And yeah, I don't know enough about it to elaborate on it, but it's on video, bro. You can look these videos up. They're popping up by the hundreds on TikTok and all over the place of people claiming that they're state nationals. And
yeah, I've probably
only have
watched
a
more than
passport.
1,000. Yeah, and usually the passport's like some self-issued thing that they've paid $500 to some sovereign citizen group to get. I've watched thousands of
like
hours of
official
videos.
passports.
I do think it Well, they think it's official. Yeah, Moorish citizens quite often, the Moorish nationals quite often issue their own passports. I'm sure other people are in on the game too.
I seen
I
American
think it
passports.
does work sometimes with cops at the side of the road because, I remember like one quote that I thought was really funny from a body worn camera from an officer was, he's like, you know the law, but then when these guys start talking, they sound so confident and they start stating so and so v so and so, and like I know they're wrong, but then I always have this moment where I'm like, hang on, maybe they're right. And I think that speaks to a lot of what works at the side of the road. Like Issa's got a few good examples of that, where he says, he just remains calm, he's really polite, he agrees to whatever they want, and he just says, sure, you can do that, as long as you're willing to pay a lien according to so-and-so v so-and-so commercial law. Because you've got a cop's not bound to precedent, right? A cop's just sort of bumbling through as best they can with, from what I hear in America, like a sum total of 2 weeks training. That's not, to me, a good test if the sovereign citizen stuff or the pseudo-legal arguments are real. That's a test of like Jedi mind tricks with a cop. The real test to me is, does somebody go to court, then use these legal arguments about precedent to successfully win a case and say, I got busted without having a license, but I don't need a license, and win that case? Because that would prove it.
To add to that, even foreigners. There's a lot of people that travel to the States from like Dubai, like these rich billionaires, right? And cops will pull them over in these exotic sports cars, and they have no registration, they have no license, but the cops aren't aware of like the totality of the law, like, and these things aren't taught to the average person. If you know the law, there's loopholes, there's ways around the system, and in order for you to actually take advantage of that, you have to know the law extremely well. And there's ways to get off the system. Like the thing is, since we have a birth certificate, since we have a social security card, we're like, we're cattle property, and you can't not go without a license. Even if you do refer to yourself as a sovereign citizen, there's a process where you have to forfeit your citizenship. And once you do that, they have no legal rights over you. But that's a whole process in its own right. And most people don't understand that. First, you have to forfeit your citizenship and become a national citizen. And these little ordinances that you're referring to, where you need a license, you need this and that, it no longer applies. Same way that these rich billionaires can come over from Dubai and circumvent the law that we all have to abide. Like, are they above the law? Apparently, they are.
Well, I'm doing that. I'm not a billionaire, but I'm currently in Italy on an Australian license on a bike plated in New South Wales, Australia. It's not circumventing the law, though. It is usually down to wording in the local laws that says, or by a recognised authority. And then they usually give you a list of recognised authorities, and pretty much every Western democracy is all on that list. And the only ones that are left off are places that are shady or have bad driving records. Like China was off our list for many years because nobody drove in China. In the 80s, 90s, Chinese people started coming to Australia, and the Chinese government would just give them a license, and they were terrible drivers. And so Australia said, we no longer recognise that, you need to get licensed here. So that's, I think, a different scenario. The idea of this, you've got to renounce your citizenship. I've seen a lot of those things, and I think I know some of them are scams. I think all of them are scams, because usually what it is some guy who's like, I've got the secret formula to do this, and you need to sign up to my system, and you need to send me, and it's usually like $100 for the first packet, and then 200 packet, and then $1,000 for the next, and 5 to 10 grand. And they send you photocopies of like, a form that they get from the tax department that you might use to change your name. And, many of them include just the Constitution, like a photocopy of the Constitution, and tell you, once you've completed this whole process perfectly without skipping a step, you'll have done it correctly. You get to see any successfully done that.
I've seen U.S. National recognized somewhere, I can't remember where, but there's different ways, because, some people identify as women, some people identify as men, right? So if that's a legitimate thing, then if I identify as a Texan, who can tell me that I'm identifying as the wrong whatever, right? If people can, be a double-spirited penguin, then I'm pretty sure I could be a Texan because my birth certificate says Texas, my driver's license says Texas, all the paperwork says Texas. None of it says U.S. citizen unless I check it. So if I don't check it, am I a U.S. citizen? I don't think U.S. citizen actually exists because I don't know what that means. Like
Yeah, there's a lot
U.S.
of
citizen,
legalism,
what does that mean? U.S. citizen?
legalese.
Well, U.S. is dog Latin because it's not a word, right? It's a debased language, right? And what is a citizen? Well, city, municipality, right? And Zen, servant. So, servant of the municipality. Like, I don't think that's what I am. I think I'm
Well,
a
no, and the
man.
citizen use.
I identify as a man. So, if some people can identify as a double-spirited penguin, I'm pretty sure that I can identify as a fucking man, right?
I don't think anybody's saying you're not a man. I mean, citizen, I think, first came about with Rome,
There are
and it
there are
is
people
city,
that'll say
as in
that
the
you're a
city of
U.S.
Rome.
citizen. You're not a man.
Wrong. I think U.S. citizen. But I think it's that's just a natural function of language evolving. Right, citizen just used to mean you had the right to be in that city, and I think free of taxation. I think it had something to do with taxation and voting. But then it gets expanded because it wasn't just Romans from Rome who were allowed in, but like if you were from Alexandria and other places, you could be a citizen and be afforded the same privileges.
I think it's also about how you appear in court. Like, if you take the plea deal, that's your right. You can, contract unlimited. You can contract your rights away. If you show up as you know, the plaintiff, right? That's one thing. If you make a claim, you can show up as the prosecutor. That's another thing. You can show up as the power of attorney. That's another capacity, like not a lot of people know about, right? You can show up as the surety
The
for the
power,
bond, right? You don't know what the power of attorney is?
yeah, but I'm not sure you can turn up to court as the power. Maybe you can, but yeah, power of attorney is essentially when somebody's deemed incompetent to make their own important decisions. You give somebody power of attorney to make decisions for them.
Right. So if your straw man can't, present himself, then you would be the authorized power of attorney for that straw man, right? Because you're not your name, right?
Straw
Like,
man thing. Well, no, I think you are. I don't think the straw man thing
or you,
exists or
you
is
think
recognised in any meaningful legal sense.
you think I am John Smith, hypothetically, that's not my name. Like, you think
Yeah,
that's
I
who
think
I am?
yeah, I think our name is a useful identifier. Sometimes also it gives an address or a date of birth, and that's used to identify the individual, the person, the man, the woman, the
Person.
whoever,
That's
the
right. What's a
citizen, if you
person?
want.
A persona, right?
Well, no, but this is the thing. This is just gets into to sort of playing sort of word association games and reimagining what word definitions might mean. If this was true, and it might be, there would be examples of it being used successfully. If it's true and cannot be used successfully and never has been, is it true?
Well, my thing is that, Larry is just what people call me. So like my son asked me once, and my son, man, he has these long, drawn out, grueling conversation, philosophical, deep fucking guys. If you think I'm bad, fuck, next generation, you're in for it. Okay, so this dude asked me. He said, "Who are you?" I was like, "Dad." He's like, "That's an archetype." I was like, "That's right." Okay, so I'm Larry. He's like, "Well, that's just what they call you." And he's not law. He's not into law. Like, I mean, a little bit, but he's not really coming at this from that perspective, right? He's talking about something completely different than court. But he kept asking me, "Well, I'm your father." He's like, "That's an archetype." I'm like, "Well, I'm a brother. That's an archetype. I'm a husband. That's an archetype. Who are you really?" And I was like, "That's a good question. Like, who am I?" And my answer, after I thought about it for a couple minutes, I was like, "I am the I that exists in here between my eyes, that will exist after my body has perished. I am the I that I mean when I say I am coming for you." Right? And he was like, that's a good answer, right? And then he started talking about the emergent entity and how my body is just, a series of molecules stacked up in a certain way to where I have a meat suit that my emergent entity can drive around, like an avatar or an automobile, right? This is my vessel. Like, he's like, "But you're not your body." I was like, "That's right. Yeah, I'm not my body." It's like, so for you to say that I am John Smith or Larry Blank, you blank blank, that's not who the fuck I am. Like, that's just what people call me. Like, I am the emergent entity. I am the light being driving this vessel. And for anyone to say that I'm anything other than that, I think they have a fundamental misunderstanding of who they are, and a serious, severe, even worse misunderstanding of who I am, because I am the emergent entity, the light being made in the image of the Most High God. And for you to
So
just label me as Larry, no.
so you believe in common law, right? I'm not allowed to steal your possessions.
Even if you got a shiny badge.
Okay. So what's the recourse then? Let's say I do that. Your back's turned and I grab your wallet off your table and walk away and you're like, "Hey, Harry stole my wallet." What's your recourse then?
Make a claim.
Say again?
Make a claim.
Okay. And what is that claim going to say?
I, a man, was trespassed and the
By?
taking and carrying away of my property by this
By?
man, see Exhibit A. And I would show them a
Which
picture
man?
of you this man walking away, and I took a snapshot of you, and I would present the evidence.
Okay.
This man,
But
see Exhibit
is
A,
not
the
man an
picture of,
archetype?
well, you don't understand, I got a photograph of you
Right.
walking away with my wallet. That's all the
Right.
evidence I need.
Okay. But who is that? That is a photograph. That is photons captured onto a sheet of paper of somebody who is the walking embodiment of the atoms or whatever the other thing is. Don't you think you would need to, when you get to court, say, "I, Larry, possessed a wallet that man Harry stole from me"?
So you're thinking you can only be summoned if I know your name, right? Like demonology?
No.
What are you saying?
I'm saying what you're suggesting would end up with nobody having any names and devolve into meaninglessness, that even common law couldn't be meaningfully um, adjudicated or enforced. Sorry, is the word I'm looking for. It's sort of it's I forget who came up with this term. I really liked it. It's essentially what whoever they were calls kamikaze epistemology, which is we get to the point where we end up denying so many things that we can't make any claims at all ever. Because whether I have a name would defeat the entire question of whether I need a license or whether I've got the right to property and happiness. Because whose property is it? it's a bunch of molecules property. Well, I'm a bunch of molecules, therefore it's my property. Like the whole thing just collapses and there's suddenly nothing's anything anymore.
I don't think you understood what I said. I didn't say I'm a bunch of molecules. Like, that's what I'm not. I'm not the body. I'm the
What are
emergent
you?
entity.
Emergent. Okay. So I too am an emergent entity, devoid of names. How can we distinguish between these two emergent entities?
Well, you're driving that avatar that looks like what they call Harry, and I'm driving this avatar which looks like what they call Larry.
Right.
But that's not who you are.
So
You're not Harry. That's just what I call you, right?
sure. But I mean, I think we all get that, but it's still Harry that gets sent to prison for theft.
If Harry
And we
says,
do
"Yeah,
that by
that's
having
me. That's my name. That's my address. I'm a resident. I'm a person. I'm a citizen." Yeah, I agree. Your body goes to the dungeon if you give somebody power of attorney over you and claim those names, because a resident is an enemy of the state. So you probably don't want to claim that. You probably don't want to claim to be a municipal servant either, right? And you probably don't want to use your all caps name and say that that's you, because your last name is not your name. That's your family name. Is it not?
well, again, it could be, but the rubber meets the road, which is what I'm about to do in just a moment. I'm standing next to the bike again. The rubber meets the road for me when this enters into reality, because at the moment it sounds poetic, it sounds beautiful, and it even sounds possibly true. But the test for whether it's true is if somebody has stood up in court and said, I am not that all caps straw man. I am an emergent entity and one. Because I can show you everything up until the word one. I can show you people standing up in court denying being the all caps name of so and so. I could probably, I've got a playlist of them I could send to you, but I could probably.
Yeah, the judge gets really angry and starts threatening,
If you're willing to wait until this afternoon,
Oh,
doing
I'm sorry.
virtually
You
exactly
cut
that
out.
and ending up in
You cut
county
out.
jail.
You cut out, and I talked over you because you cut out.
Oh, sorry. What I'm saying is the rubber meets the road when this, and I can show you somebody using it in court and failing. And I cannot find any, as hard as I look, I cannot find anybody using this in court and winning. And so if being an emergent entity is something meaningful in a legal sense, why is it never used in a legal sense? Successfully.
Well,
Why is it never used successfully in a legal sense?
I haven't been to court yet, so I haven't got to try it. But have you ever heard of someone saying, Your Honor, I do not wish to be held in contempt of court, and I do not wish you to put a warrant out for this person that you're looking for. And then you hand it to the bailiff, your birth certificate, and say, this is the person you're looking for.
Yeah, I've seen people do very similar stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, what happened?
They usually end up in county jail. Like sometimes just held in contempt of court. Sometimes end up there for longer, because often contempt of court lasts a couple of days or a matter of hours, or they don't even get sent to the county jail. They just go to the court lockup, and then it's cut out again, hasn't it?
Well, no, you're good. Well, I think that's to be expected, because we're expected to go through trials and tribulations, and they're not going to make it easy, right? Because they want you under the authority of the Pope. And if you're not willing to stand under the authority of the Pope, they're probably going to, use threat, duress, and coercion to coerce you into signing a contract with them. But what happens when they get out of jail after 10 days? The lawyer comes along and says, look, we're thinking about, letting you out of here. Or the judge comes and says, hey, we'll give you, bail bonds, and you sign this agreement and wear this ankle bracelet. But it's always a signature. They always want a fucking signature. And they will hold you in there until they get your signature. Doesn't that seem a little weird? If it's all like you say, and it's just the judge's order, why do they need your fucking signature so bad?
It just seems like the legal system at work. And as I'm saying, like if that's if that's what happens, but it's false, like if you're right, but it still ends up as if none of this is real, then it ends up looking like it's not real. Like this system, this whole you aren't your straw man all caps identity, and that's a government loan that's been taken out against your name, and you've actually got $1 trillion in a bank account, and all of these kind of things that other people say. I know you haven't said that. But all of it looks as exactly as if it isn't true, and there is no way to capitalize on it. What difference does it make? If nobody's ever won, like the first person to win with this will prove it, but that'll be great. But it hasn't happened yet, I don't think.
So the conviction rate is 96%. Do you think 96% of people that are arrested and kidnapped and thrown into the dungeon by people who had 2 to 6 weeks, maybe 9 weeks worth of training about policy, that's why they're policy enforcers, do you think they know the law? Like, do you think they're like 96% accurate? Because when I watch those videos of the auditors, the cops do not know the fucking law, or they're really good at playing these aren't the droids you're looking for. I can't tell which one. Sometimes they say certain things that makes me think that they fucking understand. Like they'll say something like, yeah, you upload this to YouTube, right? You make money, right? And the guy's like, yeah, so does every other news agency in America. They like have advertising by Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson and, all these get your jabby jabs, jab right up, brought to you by Pfizer. Right? So it's like when the cop says that, he's telling me that he knows it's all commercial and that he's offering you a contract and he's using threat, duress, and coercion to get you to sign that contract on the side of the road, or he's going to take you downtown. Look, you don't have to sign it. I can take your body and kidnap you and, steal your car, right? Or you can just sign it. Like, if that's not coercion and coercing you into a contract, what is it called when, I always forget what this is called. Pay me and I'll protect your shop. If you don't pay me, I'd hate to see, somebody come and burn it down. What's that called? You do this or I'll do that. Extortion? I mean, is that not the definition of extortion? Either you sign this contract or I'm going to kidnap you. Is extortion legal if you got a badge? Or is it always illegal? I want to know. Does the law apply to people who wear badges? Tell me, eggshells, does it? Does the law apply to cops, or are they above the law? Because if they're above the law, hey, I might agree with you 100%. If you're above the law, shit, let me sign that, please. Yes, I will sign that. I do not want to go downtown. I do not want you to kidnap me and steal my car and throw me in torture cuffs in the back of your tiny little car, and I'm a big man, and then take me to the dungeon where you keep the rapist. Because I'll fucking sign it. So tell me right now, is a cop lawful when he uses, what is it called? I just forgot it again. What is the word that I just used? Extortion. Coercion, extortion, threat, and duress. Is it lawful for that man to do that? Eggshells? I want to know. Because if it's lawful, I mean, maybe I need to rethink philosophy
Arguably,
altogether.
maybe. Is my mic not working?
It is now. You're kind of choppy.
Probably choppy. All good. I'm just, I should have. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to work. Like some of what you're talking about is like
Yeah, I can't hear you, dude. You're breaking up in and out.
Don't worry, then I'll just mute.
Anybody else answer that question? Is it extortion if a man comes up to you and says, if you don't sign this contract that I've completely written, it's a one-sided contract. If you don't sign it saying that you're going to come to this place and negotiate into another contract, then I'm going to put you in handcuffs, torture cuffs, and throw you in the back of my car and kidnap you and take you to the dungeon. And you can wait to see a magistrate, and he'll force you to contract under threat, duress, coercion, and extortion. Is that what's legal? Like, is that what's
No.
lawful?
A contract is only binding if it is voluntarily entered by both parts. And oh god, I haven't done law, but I should be able to remember it. And yeah, what
Full
is it? Entered
disclosure,
voluntarily.
something given, something received. Right, you know contract
Yeah.
law.
Or,
So how
the
then?
question is
If,
what you're talking about a
go ahead.
contract?
Dude, if you sign
Is
it
what you're talking about
saying
really
that
a
you're going to
contract?
show up to court, it's not a plea of guilt or innocence. It's just saying that you'll show up to court. That's a fucking contract, dude.
Well,
You're signing a piece of paper saying that you will go to court, where they are going to continue to try to contract with you and get you to sign a plea deal. Are you going to plead guilty? No contest? Because they won't go any further. Like, they will not let you go. Like, when I went in there and was like, don't plead guilty. Don't plead no contest. You know what happened? We went to talk to the DA and he dropped it. So for you to say that it doesn't work, sure, bud, whatever you believe, it doesn't work. But she didn't plea, she didn't sign anything, and he fucking dropped it. Weird, right? Because if she would have signed something or made a plea, there's no fucking way it would have got dropped. Because she signed a contract. She made a plea. So if you don't sign the contract and they take you to jail and they use threat, duress, coercion, I don't think that's legal. Like, if you haven't harmed anybody and the cop is the victim, like the state is the victim, how is that fucking possible? How could the state testify against you? Do you have the right to subpoena your accuser? And if the accuser is Mr. or Mrs. State of Texas, how is the state of Texas going to testify against you, bro? Does any of that make sense?
I mean, like I said, it just ends up being too many questions a bit, Larry. Just quite common.
Yeah, what are you non-lawyers arguing about?
I'm just asking a question.
What's the
Is it
question?
legal for someone to put you in torture cuffs, kidnap you in the back of their car, and take you to the dungeon if you don't sign the contract? Like, is that legal? Is that what legal means?
Dude, the killers and rapists.
I've never heard being arrested described that way. That was
Or is it wrong?
I killed a
Do
man.
you know?
I killed a man, so I was kidnapped by the cops.
Wait a minute. Killing a man is totally different. You was lawfully
How?
arrested. You were lawfully arrested if you killed him.
No, but
So
the
how
laws
do you
don't
tell the
apply to me
difference
because
between
I'm
a
a
lawful
sovereign
arrest?
citizen.
That's
torture
what the
cuffs.
court decides, right? That's what the court decides. If it's a lawful arrest, then there's going to be a trial by jury, right? But what if it's an unlawful arrest? What if you took this
Then
person downtown
then
and
the
there
court
was
and
no...
the
Go ahead.
jury will but the court and the jury will decide that after the fact.
Yeah.
If it was a lawful arrest and you have evidence that you were unlawfully arrested, the court and the jury will make sure that you get your day in court, your case is heard, and you get the compensation you deserve, and that officer that arrested you unlawfully will be punished for it, right? Unless you don't believe in the legal system, I don't know.
Well, does the officer have qualified immunity?
What do you
What
mean?
do you mean?
Qualified
You don't know what qualified
qualified
immunity is?
immunity?
It's case
Yeah,
law.
But
You can look it up.
with regards to what? Like qualified immunity to shoot you, to arrest you.
So basically, how qualified immunity works is you can't knowingly violate someone's rights. So if there's a law like Turner versus Driver, and it's already been through the courts, and the Fifth Circuit judge says you have the right to record your government officials in the course of their duties in public places, and then a cop arrests you for recording him in public, right? He loses his qualified immunity, meaning you can sue him personally, like the man, not the
Yeah,
badge,
because
but the man.
he's done something unlawful.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And you know, if you actually look at the punishment for deprivation of rights under color law and conspiracy to deprive of rights under color law, you know the penalty on the law book actually says death. Did you know that?
Could you need to show me that? But definitely, if a cop breaks a law, he doesn't, or any official, any government official breaks the law, they don't have qualified immunity. You can sue them. You can demand damages from them. But if a cop arrests you when he caught you with your hand in the cookie jar, I don't, you know. I mean,
Yeah,
the
I mean
law
it's
is
one
pretty
thing
clear.
if he has probable cause. If he
difference
if
is
he has probable cause of
difference
a
is
crime and he
chirality.
arrests you, sorry, go ahead.
Difference is chirality that he's talking about with qualified immunity is what they claim is you're a man, I am a man, you deprive me of liberty. I should be able to charge you as if another human had done that to me, another citizen had done that to me. Whereas what you can absolutely have recourse that they will hold the individually responsible. Usually it will be you suing the department, not you suing the cop individually, or for criminal charges.
Yeah.
And that's their only qualified immunity.
But you was breaking up a bit, Harry. But I think I caught the gist of what you were saying. Yeah, like, you know, when you have an indication with the cop isn't on the same, you know, legal standing as you, for lack of a better word. They aren't seen as an ordinary citizen the way you are because of their position, you know, their official post. They have certain rights that come along with their duties that you don't have because you don't have those duties as a normal citizen. As a normal citizen, it is not your duty to protect and uphold the law. You cannot take the law into your own hand as a citizen.
Those two things are different. Why are you trying to equate them?
What's different?
Upholding and protecting the law is different from taking the law into your own hands. Why did you equate them?
Because it is the same thing. If you uphold or
No,
protect the law,
I just
then
said they're different.
that is something. But I'm telling you, they're not different.
But it doesn't
If
matter what
uphold
you're
or
saying. They are
it
fundamentally
doesn't matter
different.
what you say either. So if you uphold or
Upholding
protect the law
and protecting the law is your duty as a citizen.
no, it's not.
Yes,
As
it
a
is.
citizen, you do not have that duty.
A
As a citizen,
law-abiding
you are
citizen,
not
his
allowed.
duty is to uphold the laws.
No, your duty is to follow the law as a citizen. Follow it,
It's the
obey
same
it, not
difference.
uphold.
What are you
No,
doing?
uphold the law
Semantic
means
bullshit.
to enforce it. No, to uphold the law means to enforce it. I mean, upholding doesn't
No, it
mean
doesn't.
following.
You keep
Yes, it
equating things that aren't equivalent. What's wrong with you?
does. You just don't know what you're saying. To uphold the law is to
I can
enforce,
speak
to
the language.
defend
You
it.
seem to be abusing the language.
I'm speaking the language as well. And
You're
you are
abusing the
out of the
language.
blue redefining what uphold the law
No,
means.
you're abusing the language.
No, that is exactly what it means. To uphold the law means to
You're
defend it, to
abusing the
enforce it.
language. Abnormal
Yeah,
use
you
of the
can
language.
keep saying that. You can keep saying that.
As a
But
citizen, it's your duty
you
to
Google
uphold
it.
the law.
No, it's
Otherwise,
not.
you're not being
No
a citizen.
citizen has
Because as
that
a
duty.
citizen, you come
That's
under the rules
You're
of
making
that citizenship, right? And part of
Here,
that is to abide by the law.
I have the
So
yeah,
legal
but you're
decision.
making
The legal definition of to uphold is to judge to be correct or to decide not to change, i.e., a verdict. Used in
no.
a sentence,
Look up
every
uphold the law.
This
Look
is
up uphold the law.
That sounds more to me like a cop than a citizen.
Yeah, definitely. As a citizen, you follow and obey the law. You don't uphold it. You don't protect it or enforce it on people.
No, you're
Yeah, and you don't make
trying
any
to make a
decisions
point by
about it.
equating things together that aren't together. You were saying that taking
you
law
are
into
just
their own
saying
hands is
things.
this.
You
Yeah,
just
stop
saying
talking
things.
through me. It's stupid. You're equating
Yeah,
saying taking the
you
law
talking
into
through me as
your
well. So
own
I'm going to
hands.
give
You're doing it
you
again.
what
You're doing it again.
you give me because you've
Control
been
yourself.
doing it to me. You've been doing
No,
it to me, bro.
I'm
Like
making points and you're
you should
not
practice what
addressing
you
them.
preach. I am
I'm
addressing your points,
making
but
points and
practice
you're
what
not even
you
listening
preach.
to them.
You can't complain about me over talking you when you do the same to me. You know,
Yeah,
that's
I
just silly.
can, and I'm not doing the same thing because I still haven't finished my sentence.
All right, go for it.
So you can't equate them because they're not the same, right? So upholding the law is not the same as taking the law into your own hands, and that's the point that you're trying to squeeze past.
That isn't the
But
point I was making. That's a straw man.
It's disingenuous.
Well, you can say whatever you want, but that is a straw man because you are lying about the position I took. I said an officer upholds the law. As a citizen, you cannot do that. You cannot want to take the law into your own hands by upholding it or enforcing
That's
it
not what you
on
said.
people.
And again,
So
you're
that is
trying to
not
equate.
me.
You're trying to
You
equate
see,
it
now you go and interrupt me. That's why I'm saying you cannot complain about me over talking to you when you do exactly the same thing.
because you're twisting. You're
That's just
twisting my
being.
words and your own
I'm
words.
not twisting anything. I'm not twisting
Yes, you
your
are.
words. I'm restating my position because you straw man me.
You're
I
editing
wasn't
your
trying to
position.
say, I wasn't trying to cause any or insinuate that there's some similarity between the two. I was saying police officers uphold the law. Citizens don't. As a citizen, you cannot take the law into your own hands. To uphold the
Yes,
law
there you
is
go
not what
again.
it is. It's not.
You're
There you go, interrupting
equating
me again.
upholding
There
the
you go,
law as
interrupting
to
me again.
taking the law
You
into
should
your own
let me finish.
hands.
You should let me finish. I am saying that a
What do
citizen
you mean
cannot
finish? You've said the
uphold the
same
law.
thing like
Because if a
5
citizen
times, dude.
upholds the law, all right, cool. If you're going to interrupt me, I'm going to keep repeating myself.
No,
If
you've
you
said the
just let me
5
finish.
thing uninterrupted
Just
multiple
let me
times,
finish.
and you don't seem to
Just
understand that
let me
it's
finish.
false.
Just let me finish, bro. Otherwise, we're just going to be interrupting each other. And this is going to go nowhere.
I
You know,
heard
but
you the
this is what
first
you
5
want.
times, dude. Are you going to change
And
what
I
you're going to
heard you the
say? Are you
first
going to
6 times
concede
as
that what
well.
you're doing is
Repeated yourself
disingenuous?
just as much. No,
What
you're the
he
one
would,
being disingenuous and straw
what
man.
Clarity, Celerity was saying. Sorry, I don't know how to say your name. But he's basically meaning you can't be a vigilante. You have to let the people who have the rights to
Exactly.
uphold. Yeah, I don't think he
You
in
can't do that.
America.
What rights do they have?
No. But in America,
Thank you, Paulo.
American English is much different than English, and uphold the law in America means taking the law into your own hands.
Exactly. That's how we
That's
define it.
not
To
true.
defend
Simplify it.
or keep a
Because
principle
if the
or
cop takes
law.
the law into his own hands, he's going outside of his remit. So it's obviously
No,
not
he's not.
equivalent. Yes,
No,
he
he's not.
is.
A
No, I'd
cop
say that.
is
That's
That
allowed
it
to
is
take the
exactly
equivalent.
law
what you
into
and
his own
Larry were
hands.
just talking about. And that in that
That's
circumstance,
not
those
what we were
cops should be
talking
held
about.
liable, which you agreed to.
No, that's not
They sometimes are. They sometimes are. That's why. That's why the immunity.
What,
Is,
like,
that's why the
what
immunity.
is it?
That's why the immunity is not absolute. It's qualified. So an example is,
exactly.
although he didn't get convicted, was a cop in Australia who was running a meth ring, and an informant against him, and so he got his girlfriend, who was the guy's barrister, and he went and whacked him. He didn't have doing something well outside his remit as an officer, and so he was charged but not convicted of murder. Whereas usually a cop in a heat of the moment and pops off on a guy who turned out to only be holding, his mail, gets qualified immunity because we know, or we put them in situations where they might make the wrong decision, and if we don't give them this qualified immunity, none of them will do their job. They'll choose which calls they want to go to. They'll make worse decisions.
Yeah, they need wiggle rooms because there are
Yeah, but
situations where things
we're
get
not
out of hand.
arguing wiggle room, right? Somebody making an error, like whatever. I couldn't quite hear everything you said, Eggshells, because your mic's off. But something to the effect of someone sees somebody holding something, thinks it's a dangerous situation, reacts in error in his position as a cop. Yeah, I understand that. Here at the moment, whatever example you want to grab. But we're not talking about that. We were very specifically talking about taking law into your own hands. That's it. That is a thoughtful action. That's a deliberate action, right? And the whole
Can you
thing is
give
that
an example?
hold on. Hold. The whole point is that in that instance, which you lot were all in agreement with when Larry was making his point earlier, that when a cop does that under those circumstances, right? Obviously, you talked about it in a longer way, but the summarized version is taking the law into their own hands. That's wrong, and they should be dealt with that. Sometimes they somehow get away with it, but that's a whole different story that you can go and have fun with later if you wish. But that's not the same as upholding the law, and that's the point that I was making earlier. The way you're speaking is you're making those two things the same when they're fundamentally not the same.
Could you give me an example
don't think
of a cop taking the law into their own hands?
But it's not. Why is an example necessary when you've just discussed this and agreed this?
Because I'm just asking you for an example. If you don't want to give one, just say you don't
Whatever
want to
example Larry gave earlier that you agreed with, that's fine.
What was the example he gave? Because I didn't agree to anything Larry said, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't understand why you're trying to change your position now. This is strange.
I'm not changing anything. I'm just asking you to give me an example. If you don't want to give one, it's cool.
You and Eggshells have been having a conversation with Larry.
Never mind. Harry, you wanted to say something?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I'm on my bike. Tell me if the outside noise gets too annoying.
Why are you on your bike and on Discord?
Because I like to listen and ride, talk and ride.
You're on a push bike or an actual bike?
Sorry.
Right, is it
your motorbike? Is it the one that you took around the world?
Well, I'm still going around the world. I'm only in Italy so far.
Oh, Jesus, you're taking your time. I thought it was around the world in 80 days.
That'd be a little bit optimistic.
With a bike.
What are you doing in Italy now?
People that own a car. So I'm going to go see them, but I shouldn't be there till this afternoon. So I'm going to go find some off-road tracks and get some drone shots. Because I replaced my Smash drone, and this one's cool, and it follows me. So I want to find some dirt roads and try and get some cool-looking shots.
So you still on the same trip you started last year, right? When you went through Asia and whatnot.
Yeah.
Jeez, how are you paying for all this, Harry? Like, it's like a year now.
Because he spends all his time. He spends his time in backpackers.
Ah, true. Yeah. That makes sense.
Petrol's not expensive, and I saved up for like all of COVID. You know, I don't think there was certainly no holidays, but there's very little to do during COVID except put my money aside for the trip. And I already had the bike, I already had all the gear because I'd planned the trip from right before COVID. So.
And you don't have to pay for travel because you've got it.
Exactly, just petrol.
So I just posted deprivation of rights under color of law, 18 U.S. Code 242. There's also conspiracy of deprivation of rights under color of law. It's right next to it. I think it's 241 or 243. Anyway, yeah, if you read these, it basically says that if you fuck up a little bit, you can be held accountable and put in prison for a year. If you fuck up a little bit more, it could be 10 years. If you fuck up a whole lot, it could be any number of years of life in prison or both, and may be sentenced to death. Right? So that's anyone who deprives another man or woman of rights under color of law. So this is how you hold people who violate your rights accountable. Thanks.
Sure. That's why I think it's important you've got controls on it, right? Like if a cop just keeps you in the back of his cruiser, you know, and drives you around, keeps you there for 6 weeks, feeding you cheesels through the little slot, then that's some pretty heinous shit. But if he takes you down to the station and gets you processed immediately and talks to his superiors about what you're accused of and has you up in front of a magistrate before 24 hours is out, that I think is a different thing.
It's only different in magnitude. It's still deprivation.
Effect.
Assuming
absolutely.
in the
it does
case,
kidnap.
assuming in the case of what he did that it was a deprivation, it's still deprivation.
Sure.
So I mean, I'm not sure if you were necessarily doing this, but making an argument between magnitude is not really an argument at all.
Yes, it is.
They're also
It's about
the distinction between
Hold on. Let me make an analogy or an equivalence, perhaps. If I steal $10 from you, compared to if I steal $100 from you, or $1 million from you, or all of your net worth, it's still theft.
Yes, but there are different classes of theft, from petty theft to larceny to grand larceny.
Yes,
the amount
the way
of
you might
it is
choose,
important.
the way you might choose as an individual to.
Just let me finish. And what I'm talking about is not just magnitude; it is due process. It is going through checks and balances to ensure that deprivation of liberty is reasonable.
No, but okay, this is the problem. You have this wrong premise, if I can put it that way, that it can be reasonable. Deprivation of rights isn't reasonable under any circumstance.
Is it not?
Not
Oh,
if
it is
it's
not.
deprivation of rights, because for it to be, and maybe Larry can chime in on this if he wishes, but for it to be, then there was no reason for it. If the person had committed a crime, then it wouldn't come under the class, and the guy was detained or whatever, right? And it was a lawful arrest, all of this. Then it wouldn't come under the definition of deprivation of rights, under the color of law.
It still does. You still have your rights deprived from you. It is about whether due process. Oh my God, dude!
He read it for you, right? He defined it for you earlier. It's not the same.
And whether it is
You bitch and moan about
commensurate with whatever. Oh my God.
I'm sorry,
I think
I'm sorry.
everybody's getting a little bit confused. Like there are so many different departments in the police force. There's the FBI, CIA, undercover agents. There's Magnum PI. You know, there's all of these different styles, and they all have different allocations, and they're allowed to do stuff on different levels as you go up through the department. The guys that just walk the beat, yeah, those are the ones you're talking about.
Well, that's just because that was the example that we started with.
Any law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom willfully subjects any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district to deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by Constitution or laws of the United States, or to different punishment, pains, or penalties on account of such person being an alien, or by reason of his color or race, than are prescribed for the punishments of citizens, shall be fined under this title imprisonment not more than 1 year, or both, if bodily injury results from acts committed in violations of this section, or if such acts include the use of attempted use or threatening use of a dangerous weapon, explosives, or fire, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned no more than 10 years, or both. If death results from the acts committed in violation of this section, or such acts include kidnapping, like being arrested, or an attempt to kidnap, aggravated sexual abuse, or attempt to commit aggravated sexual abuse, or attempt to kill, shall be fined under this title, imprisoned for any term of years, or for life, or both, or may be sentenced to death. That
This is everything you say
color of law.
Everything that you say is if they didn't have the orders from the above to tell them to do any of those things, because you need to go and read the Terrorism Act, and that allows them to detain people without any, just under suspicion for 6 months, and to waterboard them.
I'm telling you right now that there's plenty of people carrying cameras around and pointing them at their government and getting tens of thousands of dollars for the cops violating their rights because the cops are ignorant. And even though Jeff Gray said, hey, if you arrest me, you're going to be held personally liable and you're going to lose your qualified immunity because you're going to be violating my rights and I'm going to put your name on the lawsuit, and they still arrest him, Jeff is going to get paid.
You're talking about the boys in blue, right? The boys in blue.
Color of any law.
We're not talking about what they can do under the Terrorism Act, though, eh?
I don't think you
No,
understand
we're not
what he's
talking about
saying.
that.
Why is it so difficult to understand the foundation of the discussion?
Because you don't
I
listen
think
to people.
because we're talking about the limitations of the government, and I don't think a lot of people can perceive that. They can't perceive that a cop has a certain boundary, that if he crosses it, the cop becomes the criminal.
Yeah, I don't think anyone disagrees with that. Like Harry gave a very good example of situations like that.
Right, but Harry also said you don't have the right to travel. When court case after court case after court case says that you have the right to travel, but at the same time, you have to get a license or we'll throw you in a prison because, torture cuffs and rape cages is what you need when you exercise your rights without a license. That doesn't logically make sense. That's not logically consistent.
I think the error they're making a lot of the time, Larry, is that they're confusing what's lawful from what is allowed.
Lawful and legal.
Because
Lawful
quote
is
unquote,
above law.
yeah. So because quote unquote the cop or the FBI or whatever these individuals that they mentioned have been given the allowance or the license to do something, that somehow that is equivalent to being lawful. That's incorrect. But they don't seem to realize that.
Lawful and legal are two different things.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing is, so do so many people. They don't understand that. And that's the reason why these people get away with it. Because if people understood this, and then they would act upon it to defend, to uphold their own position under the color of law, then these people would be held liable for the unlawful acts that they've done.
Yeah, we're all
But
agreed.
too many. But like, I'll be quick. Last sentence, right? But like you were saying earlier, Larry, the reason so many people kind of get stuck in this is because even though it was unlawful the way they did it, they still kind of signed the agreement. So it's in this kind of, there is like this contractual ambiguity that they've allowed themselves to sit under. But you can speak on that a bit more clearly. Go ahead, Eggshells.
Have they found that submarine with the five people went down to the Titanic?
No, but they found
they
out they were using a Logitech controller from Walmart.
What? Really?
Wait, what's the Titanic?
Yeah.
What's this?
Yeah, some submarine with like a rich billionaire on it got lost, and they went down to the.
There were two drivers and three passengers, all paying $250,000 each to go to the Titanic.
What? And they got lost down there?
They lost.
I think they've got about another 40 hours to go before they lose all their air.
Yeah, it's a bit fucked,
Do they have any
and the
communications,
problem is,
or are they completely stranded?
They're completely stranded because the last SOS signal they sent was a few days ago, but there's no guarantee that from where that signal was sent is where they might be right now.
Yeah,
dude. If you got three people to give me
individuals. Sorry for that. Go ahead.
I was gonna say if I was a bad guy and you got three individuals to give me $250,000 each, and then they were gonna get on a submarine and just go out into the middle of the ocean, I would just kick them out of the boat and just drive away. Hello, that's probably what happened.
No, they're in a submarine underwater, man. They're submerged, bro. They're not in a boat.
You can just go to the top and just kick them out, or shoot them and throw them out.
We don't know the situation down there. We can't conclude anything with minimal
You don't know what
information.
happened.
It's a tour. It's a tour for three rich people to go down to the bottom of the ocean, and that
Exactly.
it's like, would you pay that much to go to outer space?
Yeah, why
If you
not?
had the money.
If I could afford
Yeah,
it,
if outer
wouldn't you,
space
Carlos?
existed, perhaps you might.
Like Carlos, if you had $1 million, wouldn't you use that so you could go and see? You know, is it possible to go that far up and whatnot? I mean,
Well, I know that we can't go there, but I wouldn't want to go to the bottom of the ocean. Fuck that.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
To each their own, right? I suppose, Carlos, right?
yeah, I think most people would want to see if it's possible to go out there. You know, you can't sit here saying
How does
no.
Carlos? Yeah, how does Carlos know he can't go there? We can't go there.
Well, we know we can't go there because that's ridiculous. But I wouldn't want to go to the bottom of the ocean just because it's full of like demons. You know what I
The
mean?
Earth can't be flat because it's ridiculous. How is that?
Nobody
an
wants to
argument?
argue with you, Globey, dude. We're not talking about. We're talking about the submarine. Right?
No, I get
Be
claustrophobic
wrong
if I
about
go
that
down
thing
there.
for now. Then.
Yeah.
Well,
I've been stuck
so
in. I've been
Carlos, what if
stuck
it was a
in an elevator.
giant sub? Would you go?
I was stuck in
Titanic
an
is
elevator.
big.
I was stuck in an elevator for an hour. That was fucking hell.
What if it was
I
like
can't
the,
imagine.
the most gigantic sub in the world with like nice jacuzzis and all sorts of stuff? Would you go down then?
Oh, if there's some nice girls, yeah.
Oh.
Fair enough. You don't need to go down there for that, man. But anyway. No, because I
Yeah,
can
you-
understand the claustrophobic thing. It's like you're already underwater and then you're stuck in this tiny boat.
You got 40 hours left of air. I mean, you got to think. What can you do with 3 girls? In 40 hours.
I think they probably ran into like some demons underwater or something. They shouldn't have been. They shouldn't have been messing
more
around the
than like-
Titanic, anyways.
Without
it was
any
just
other
everything-
information, more than likely there was just either some incompetence or just some system
Yeah.
failure.
Exactly,
Well,
because
any
this
of
is
the,
because it's an actual company that provides these tours. They do this, I think, like 5 to 6 times a year. You know, it's a standard thing they do, but it's like
In that case, it's more likely that it was a system failure.
exactly.
I just
yeah.
want to know were any of the passengers women? Because that could have been
No.
the whole thing. They
No,
were
it's
all
just
any of them
all
what
dudes,
now?
all dudes on the ship.
all dudes. Yeah.
You'd
Okay,
think
well,
they'd have a tether, right? You'd think they'd have a tether that they could just pull them back up.
It's a submarine, bro. What?
Yeah, like a
Yeah,
tether.
some
so you can,
submarines
like,
do have
line.
tethers. It depends what
Really?
the purpose of the submarine, especially the ones who are doing like investigation style ones. Like
But yeah,
what do they call it?
You're talking about robotic submarines.
Well, no, it's
what's
not just
crazy
that. Like,
is though.
but yeah, it just depends what the purpose is, what they're trying to achieve, the cost of
Yeah,
it.
what's crazy is one of the guys is on there with his son. I think the billionaire dude from the UK. It's him and his son on there, and they're like 5 people. You know, like I wonder what would they do if, would they kill each other so that the people left have more oxygen? You know, like it's pretty interesting.
Why is that the way your brain works? Oh wait, no, not your
It's
brain. Why
just-
is that the way you work? That's a conclusion you'll jump to.
It's not a conclusion I'm jumping to. It's just
If
a
it means
question,
half the
a
people,
situation I'm posing.
if it means everybody
people
dies
would-
or half the people die, it's a
Yeah.
good argument.
What's more
Some
than
people
likely,
would do
what's
that.
more than likely is they're either panicking or trying to fix the situation as best they can. My question is, have the military not got involved, or not the military? I suppose specifically the Navy. 'Cause surely that would
The
be
Coast-
their best bet, right?
The Coast Guard. Yeah, I think our Coast Guard's busy looking into it.
And the Coast Guard's gonna have no shot. They would need like a military sub would be the best way to find them, surely.
They need lidar.
but-
They need all
Yeah,
the equipment. They can. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think
So
the
it's-
problem is it's the area of land they would have to look through. There wouldn't be enough time to go through all of that land. Maybe I don't know. I mean,
Who-
no one's ever gonna see those people ever again. If
whose
this story
whose
is
waters
real,
are they lost in?
no way.
it's
Is it in-
off the coastline of
It's in the
Nova
Atlantic,
Scotia.
right?
Yeah, in the Atlantic.
Is it international waters or is it coastal?
I'm not sure.
I know
I
it's
think
like
about
northern.
12 miles out, isn't it? Not the limit.
Nah, those fools are dead. It's like they're not gonna be found.
It seems like it from what I've heard from you lot, but I'd hope not.
Why would you want to go to see the Titanic? That's just so dumb.
Why not, man? If you can afford it, like, come on.
Curiosity. I don't think I'd go down for the Titanic. I'd go down to see weird creatures, personally.
Honestly,
but that's just me.
Yeah, there's just no way I would do that.
Pussy.
I think I'd
Yeah,
rather do the
hopefully-
fucking Felix Baumgartner jump than go that deep underwater.
Is it because if you die, you'll die quickly?
No, I don't think we're meant to go deep underwater. I think there's a reason that's so difficult to get down there. I think there's a reason that the same people that are lying about space say that we know more about it than we do the oceans, because they're just as fucking scared as we are. Like, they're just probably more so. There's some weird shit under the water, guys.
I'm fully aware. But I'm just curious your reasoning as to why you'd rather go up high.
Oh, I was just like, if I had to choose.
I suppose up high, the only thing that, well, maybe a few other like anomalies, but the only thing that's going to kill you is if your shoot fails. Whereas down below, man, you could die a whole bunch of ways.
Yeah, no, you if your shoot fails, you can just have a heart attack once you realize that, and you'll be dead way before you hit the ground.
That would be convenient.
No, it's happened.
Like if you're already doomed,
proof.
it would be better to be doomed before you hit the ground.
No,
You could lose
there's a
your
guy.
oxygen, too.
Dude, it happens in a really short amount of time. There was a couple who was going bungee jumping, and this girl thought that she was hooked up and was just like not paying attention and jumped, and she was not attached to shit. And medical examiner said she had a heart attack before she hit the ground.
That's nasty, man.
Yeah.
See, I think bungee jumping is stupid.
Yeah, me too.
Of all the kind of like thrill-seeking stuff, bungee jumping is one of the most absurd.
I jumped
Jumping
out of an airplane once.
Yeah, jumping out
Did
of an
it
airplane
once.
makes more sense.
I don't like roller coasters. I felt like I just had more control over this situation.
Yeah,
I don't mind
if you had a
going into
wingsuit and a backup parachute, I think that makes sense.
Is it because you don't trust the physics for bungee jumping?
Say again?
Is it because you don't trust the physics for bungee jumping?
No. What do you mean trust the physics?
Well, you said it's crazy.
Why do you need to trust physics?
Well, it's
such a weird thing to put your faith into.
It's a weird question
it's a
to
weird
draw
thing
from
to say.
what I said.
Yeah. Something that's
Come on,
always
man. We do bungee jumping at lunchtime for fun.
I didn't say faith.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt that it's fun. I just I get my thrills elsewhere. I'll jump out of a plane any day, but I will not get on one of those crazy roller coasters ever. Never. I'll jump out of planes all
Even
day
if it was
long.
designed by an old school German.
I would feel a lot better if it was designed by some nice, friendly, blonde people. I think it would be a very efficient ride.
Yeah.
I'd ride a German train. I bet that would be fun.
Hey, Flat, have you ever seen there was like a world record kind of thing that this base jumper did, and he jumped with a wingsuit or no squirrel suits without a parachute. He landed on a lake on a bunch of boxes. Do you see that?
I did not. That's crazy.
Yeah, I hope I'm not like remembering the story wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
I feel like I've got like images in my mind of it, like I've seen it, but I just don't remember it.
Mm.
Just some dude in a jumpsuit over a lake hitting where the box is brown.
I don't remember what color they were, but I see most cardboard boxes are brown, right?
That's true. That's so true. You don't really see like black boxes.
Not really.
You seen that one where they flew through that rock in China?
Oh, what, like
with
the
the wingsuit
like a
on?
thin canyon or something? Really narrow.
No, it was an actual hole in a rock.
Oh, snap. Okay, no, I don't think I've seen that, but I've seen some
Oh,
crazy
you're
stuff,
talking
man.
about
Those people are
Song Chi
nuts.
Chen Rock.
Yeah, the one in China.
Yeah, Song Chi Chen.
It's not the kind of one you want to get wrong. You don't want to hit the rim on that one.
Oof. I remember
nothing
back
but,
in the old
nothing but
youth,
net, or you're ended.
in the old days of YouTube, there was a video that got posted for a little while. It got taken down. This guy fucking hit a bridge doing that kind of stupid shit. Exploded himself.
There's a YouTube channel I used to watch during lockdown, and they go to like places in Shanghai or other cities in China, and they just climb up these buildings until they get to the top. Buildings that are like half finished, not completed, and they're like fucking 100 stories tall, and they're just like climbing up with no ropes or anything, just winging it with all their
Oh yeah,
GoPro.
I've
Crazy
seen.
Russians.
Yeah, the Russian guys. Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Those guys are nuts. I don't like that.
And they get up to the top and they do like chin up.
Dude, they don't just climb up to the top. They get up there and then they get cocky with it. They're fucking like dancing on the edge and shit. Dude, that shit drives me nuts. I'm just like, guys, you obviously are like amazing athletes. Why would you just fucking goof around like that? But I guess, I don't know, maybe I would too. I think the dumbest thing I've ever done was I fed a 14-foot alligator that was wild some hot dogs, and I let it get really close to me. If it wanted to, it could have got me, no problem.
Why would you do that?
Because I was stupid, and it was Florida, and it was hot. The heat makes you do crazy things.
Are there any nutcases out there who try and ride alligators?
Oh yeah. Have you
I
seen
think
the
I'd be-
video of the guy that like catches an alligator in a trash can?
No, I've not seen.
Oh, dude, yeah, he just like tips his waste barrel over and just kind of rolls it over while like holding the lid open and just gets this alligator to go inside, and then he like flips it up top and just like rolls it to the street.
I've seen a really, really messed up video where a guy, I think it's like a smaller alligator, but still, he grabs it. I don't know if he was trying to rob the place or if he was just a nutter, but he throws it
Have you
through
seen
some window of a shop or a garage or something.
Have you seen that comedy skit? The guy that he's got tattoos all over him, and he was talking about some dude in the drive-through, and he was trying to like rob the drive-through of like Wendy's, and he's like threw this alligator through the fucking checkout window, and he's like, "Give me all your money."
Maybe that's the one I saw then. Stupid nutter.
That's just Florida people. I mean, they're not all like that. Some of them are though. I'm sure if there was alligators in like Chicago or Los Angeles, there'd be some of that stuff happening.
You got the extremes in Florida, right? You got the old chilling people doing nothing, just enjoying the sun. And then you got the absolute nutcases. You can't do anything. Can't do anything by halves over there, apparently.
No, you can. You 100% can. Some of the best people I've ever met in Florida right now. 100%. There's some very cool people in Florida. I can't say there's some very cool communities, but there are some like isolated people out there that are pretty awesome.
Yeah, I was tossing up go and see the Great Pyramids, or maybe go and see like some ancient relics in Peru or somewhere. But yeah, I think I'd rather go to Florida.
What, and just see the Madman show?
It just seems like this really awesome place. Is it like, would it be considered subtropical?
I'm
It's
not
pretty
really
warm
sure.
there.
What I would
Yeah.
do is I would visit in like March or something and rent a car and just go visit all over. Like, don't hang out on the coast the whole time. You know, if you want to surf, go and do that a little bit, or if you want to, drink on the beach, fine. But go like visit some cool places inland. You know, like depending on what you like to do, obviously.
I want to get on one of those like marshland boats with a big fan on the back. Have you seen?
Dude, go do that. You'll have I guarantee you'll meet some really cool people and have a good time. Go shoot some guns. Go find some people with some guns and shoot them, and just talk about shooting them and like talk about bullets. That'll be fun.
I want to go diving in the underwater rivers.
Oh, them. Yeah, those
Oh,
ones
dude,
are
the
weird.
springs, dude. Go visit the Swanee River and go check out the springs around there. They're beautiful. They're really awesome.
Hey, Flat, have you seen any of these YouTube videos about a toroidal fan blade?
No.
Okay, look it up if you get the chance. Because I'm wondering with these, whatever those river boats he was talking about are called with the fans on the back, they're mega noisy, right? If they were to just retrofit these new fan blade designs on them, whether that would make that whole experience a lot more pleasant.
I don't know. But one thing about America is like we like loud shit. So
But then you go deaf.
yeah. I'm sorry, wait, what did you say?
Come again?
Well, does a fan like pull from one end and push to the other end? Is this toroidal one doing like that?
I'm not too sure how you're meaning with your words, but look it up. They'll explain it better than I can with my voice.
So it's more powerful and it's quiet.
Yeah, basically, that's the gist. Well, no, actually, I don't know if it's more powerful. It's more efficient and it's way more quiet.
Honestly, if you wanna experience some of the cooler parts of America, go find people that are growing their own food and like doing holistic land management. They will always be a part of communities that are just doing the coolest shit. Whether it's live music or like, doing those fan boats and stuff. Like if you want to do fan boats, find a farm near a fan boat place or like near a river where there's fan boats. I don't know. They're just the best kind of people. They're always down to earth.
Just going to ask Brian Weekly. Brian lives in Florida, right?
No idea. But I saw a really good series, Flat. I think the guy's name's Justin Rhodes. He's got a YouTube channel about growing food and stuff. He did a tour of all 50 states, I think. So some of it he obviously had to fly, but most of it he did in this like converted bus. They changed into like a house on wheels or whatever. And he went from different farms and different permaculture setups and all that around the different states.
Oh yeah, I know Justin Rhodes. He visited one of the farms that I worked on, and he visited another farm that I lived at.
Sweet.
Yeah,
so it's such a good series, man. It's probably one of the best YouTube things I've seen forever.
He's done an amazing work at getting the word out to people that they can live a different life and like how to do that.
Similar with Doug and Stacy. Have you seen their channel?
I have not.
Say again?
Doug and Stacy.
I think I've heard of them.
Have you guys heard of Alan?
He looks like an Amish guy, but he's not. And then his wife is like this real, like a hippie looking girl. And they're in their late 50s, I imagine, but they're pretty healthy and they're living on a homestead. And it's kind of the Amish style, but they're not. They're self-sufficient. They've got a pretty big channel, big following.
So all these people that we're talking about, they all stem from one teacher who he's actually one of my like I definitely look up to him. I don't agree with all the things he thinks about the world, but when it comes to doing permaculture, he literally like invented it. And he's this Australian guy named Bill Mollison. If you guys are interested in that kind of stuff, Bill Mollison started it, and you can find some of his lectures online. He's just a cool guy. He's just a really cool guy.
I like the permaculture stuff. It's more how would I say it, like quality of life and visually appealing, and then over time it's way more efficient than constantly planting.
Yeah, dude.
I think that's like the ideal. Like if you think like Garden of Eden, that's the ideal. That was
the deal.
Yeah, the regimented farming stuff, it's not like that's a bad thing if you do it well, but I don't think that's the best way. I think something akin to permaculture is the best way.
Well, the reason we have the big corporate farming, the monocropping and the CAFOs is because they need to feed city populations. If we spread out and we weren't so condensed, we would be able to all do permaculture. There's plenty of space, and we have plenty of techniques to get water and everything we need to wherever we need it. It's just
Yeah, imagine how good it would look, and not nice, how awesome it would like physically feel and emotionally feel to live in a massive community where everyone's plot of land is like a permaculture thing.
It would be awesome.
And imagine the shots and the different scenes, like the aerial shots you could do, and the different photos you could take and walks you could take.
And everyone's house is like a hobbit house.
I mean, dude, I've been to many different permaculture farms. I used to work on one. You just walk around and there's food everywhere, and it changes with the seasons, and the tasks change, and it's like there's like flavors to the season, because like we don't go to the grocery store really. Like if we go to the grocery store for like salt and shit, that's about it. It's it's a whole new way to live, and you can do it alongside technology. You can do it in today's world. It's just it takes a lot of work.
Yeah, I think one of the for people who are a bit more conventional and they don't quite see the benefit from it, a lot of the times they just have this rote response of, oh, this is how you grow things. You grow it this way, you grow it that way, all this stuff. But I learned a lot from permaculture stuff later, but initially from this guy. Have you heard of the Back to Eden guy? What's his name? Paul Gauchi, I think. He's got a funny name, Swiss name. But he's like been doing garden tours for ages, right? And he kept experimenting every season. And what he started figuring out was that, and a lot of permaculture guys kind of get this as well, is that you don't need direct sunlight. You don't need to go by the standard methodology to get the best harvest. And that a lot of the times you can have your orchard, let's say, and then you can have your ground crops, and you can have like different stuff all growing and being more bountiful in the yield, even though they're in shade all the time. And I think that kind of stuff was pretty important to learn, and it's good.
Yeah, definitely. There's a Japanese guy. He wrote a book called The One Straw Revolution. He's a permaculturalist as well. Very cool. I love that book. Bill Mollison's cool too, because like he's kind of a ladies' man, and so like in these lectures from the 80s, he's got like like people asking him questions, or like these women interviewing him. He's just hilarious. He's got a great personality. He's fiery, and he's very passionate about like there's this one interview where this like young woman is like, what why do you care about permaculture, or something along those lines? Or no, what I can't even remember what the question is right now. Sorry, it's like 4 a.m.
I'll post something you guys need to check out because you keep talking about permaculture, but I didn't hear you say anything about electric culture.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish I was on some land right now so I could try that out. I keep seeing that stuff and it looks
You
cool.
don't need land. You could do a control study on your windowsill if you want. Just get two like basic plants, and just try and isolate one from the other enough. And like do like a little antenna. Then you can get the data for yourself.
Yeah, I just meant it would be cool to like plant 2 whole garden plots. You know, like 2 plots of like, I don't know, a flower or something.
I think that's why autodidactic, what's his name, Campbell, he moved to wherever he is now. He's getting into doing electroculture.
Yeah, I think not only that, it's the way you tend the ground. 'Cause I think is it not Schumann, the guy who did all the corkscrew stuff.
Oh, Schauberger.
Schauberger. So because he actually invented a plow that did like a non-destructive way of tilling the ground, and he was
Yep.
all up in that using copper and brass because it didn't. Well, I mean, just the logic of it, right? Why build up rust in your ground? It doesn't make any sense. So to me, it's that simple.
Yeah, totally. We people used to use leeches to get the iron out of our blood, remove heavy metals.
Yeah, that seems a little extreme, but no, I get the gist.
Well, apparently, if you're under the age of 50 and you're getting grey hair, you should be taking lots of all the B vitamins, egg whites, and iron.
It depends what form of iron you're taking, and the thing that people seem to have an issue, is, at least in the West, they seem to have an issue, is that they're over saturated with iron compared to copper. And don't get me wrong, you need both, but you need them both in their, let's just simplify their bioavailable format. But for the
Yeah, I'm not
iron,
sure what type of iron it is, but if you have those combinations that I just mentioned, apparently your hair will start going back to its natural color if you do it before you hit the age 50.
yeah, there's another way you can do it as well. Like this hydrogen therapy has helped. I think it's basically
Well,
giving
my
back your
father-in-law
body.
uses
Say again.
he uses black sesame seed paste.
Right.
And he was really white, and then he started eating the black sesame paste every day for half a year, and his hair went back to almost black.
Nice.
And he was like 65.
Yeah, I think what I think it is that people just, because of the way we live these days, they go in gray too early. I think gray and white is actually a good thing. It's like a sign of you've lived a long life, but not when you start going gray at like 40. It's a little too early, son. You still got a good 20 plus years of fighting time left. You can't be going grey that soon. But yeah, the thing with the copper and the iron stuff, obviously the method you said makes sense. But a lot of people they don't understand that it's like a symbiotic relationship between both elements. But you specifically need the copper for the body to be able to use the iron correctly in the blood, etc. But I can post a video. It's better if people talk about it with the correct terms. The cellular mechanisms.
Has anyone ever seen a video of any president of America doing any work?
Say that again.
Has anyone ever seen a video of any president? Okay, just pick one, like Donald Trump. Besides, like talking at events and talking at a podium. Besides that, just like being a voice, does he actually do any work? Like, because they must go into meeting rooms and have discussions and think tank meetings and stuff. And has anyone ever seen Donald Trump, for example, doing anything other than just like blah 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 blah?
I think the only work they do in the war room, right? Because for a president, he's in charge of the presidential branch of the government. So they do executive orders. So he gives orders down to the people that are under him, right? So obviously, the executive orders don't affect Congress or the judicial branch, right? But they do affect, all the people that work under him, like the Department of Defense and or the military or the cops, right? So they do actually go through like information from CIA intelligence, FBI, and they're supposed to give out like here's the 5 different plans, right? And then they got advisors and cabinets, and they go over like the 5 different plans, and they choose one of the pre-packaged plans. Like this is what we're going to go with. So, I guess you could say they do work, but it's more like they give orders.
I know you say
And,
that, and that's what we think that they do. But has anyone ever seen an actual video of them doing any of that?
Well, I don't think you're likely to, because most of that stuff is supposed to be private, right?
Well, there should be a documentary after a president dies, maybe, be able to see what they actually get up to. But I've never seen a video of a president doing anything else other than blah 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 blah.
Yeah, but that's their job, isn't it? Blurring.
So how do we know they're actually thinking, and how do we know they're actually equipped and actually doing what we suppose they're supposed to be doing in these rooms and meetings and stuff, or are they actually just a mouthpiece and they're actually being told what to do?
That's a good discussion point. But in terms of are they doing what they've been hired to do, I think it's probably besides the point, right? I think your last question was more the point, like what is exactly the bigger story or the big picture?
Yeah, because I think that they're just being told what to do and what to say, and that's about it.
It does appear like that, doesn't it?
It does.
It's definitely like that over here. Blighty. But most people don't realize it because they're too late.
You know how Ruhif thinks that he can see like over the curve of a ball, right? Well, he's got this magical path of light that he somehow is able to follow from his eyeball to whatever he's seeing that is over the curve, and he's he's explaining that it's the refraction which is lifting it up because light's bending to the denser medium. So I looked into any technology at all that's able to see around a corner. The only thing I can come up with is obviously a periscope or an endoscope. And all of these technologies, they do not involve long distance observations and refraction. But his explanation of
they don't have weather modification of warfare that induces refraction and allows you to see further around the curve. That's what they don't have.
Yeah, because without the like, if you look into how an endoscope works through a fiber optic, there's a couple of different styles, but there's one that's a fiber optic endoscope, and inside that tube, that fiber optic tube, it's got little tiny nodes, little mirrors, basically, and they're able to reflect the image of the lens, which is at the end of the endoscope back, but it's actually being inverted. It's technology that's built into this to be able to have the image the right way up when it gets to your retina. But none of this is available in the atmosphere, no matter what gradient or density gradient that they explain. Without introducing these fine technologies into the atmosphere, there's no way they're going to bring up an image over a geometric horizon. It's just not going to work. And like Geo was saying, he was on a boat, and the boat goes through warm patches of air and cold patches of air, and then wind and no wind, and it's just forever changing as you go across the ocean. It's not like this blanket clear, steady, calm sort of a gradient that just goes on forever around the world. It's just I think it's this refraction science is so full of shit, basically. it's just a pseudoscience, total pseudoscience. Apparently you can get more than 180 degrees with 3 points and that are all in view of each other. What happened to our friend on the motorbike? Did he get pissed off? Did he get frustrated?
He's going to the Department of Defense website to submit the refractometer, or the what should we call it? The refracto magic. I don't know. What would you call something that induces refraction so it gets no further? What would you call that?
Yeah. No,
The refractometer.
Yeah, because I remember back in the day when Rumpus was blah blah blah, 5, 6, 7 years ago, and he didn't know anything. He'd been in the discussion for a couple of years, and he knew nothing. He'd never heard of refraction, and then when that came into play, that I think Ruhif hooked onto that, and he's like, he's making it his own science. He's pushing this refraction thing as if it's something that's actually been studied. Like it's a done deal. This refraction science is just as much science as what they know the core of the Earth looks like. That's how much science is involved in refraction. It's as pseudoscience fantastical as what they think the layers of the Earth until the core look like. It's just not possible.
You can't be serious about that.
About what?
Refraction is the same as saying that the core is made up of X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, because there's too many assumptions. Because you have to assume that this density gradient in the
No.
atmosphere is the same at your target location as where you're standing.
I mean, you know that's wrong. Because, I mean, we have scenarios from 100, 200 years ago or something like that, and all the way up to today. And you say that this is like a pseudoscience thing? Like, you can just, we can take a fish tank with just regular water in it, and you can see, quote unquote, refraction. So already there, you know much more about that than what is in the core of the Earth.
You see, you're mixing words because I don't know why you're saying that's refraction in the fish tank when that's just displacement of an image.
Yeah, that is what they call refraction.
Well, their explanation of how it works, that's the problem.
How does it
When
work
did we live in a
according to
fish
them?
tank?
Who was talking? Sorry.
I was wondering when we started living in fish tanks.
Doesn't
Yeah.
matter if you're
Which-
living in a fish tank. That's just a small scale observation.
Yeah, of a fish tank.
We live in a fish tank, guys. It's just that fucking simple. We live in a fucking fish tank. Obviously, a fish tank. Come on.
Yeah. We live in a fish tank. That's what it is.
The sun is a laser beam, like a pen laser, right? Get with it.
There's this endoscopic path of light from the observer to the horizon, magically bending over the curve with this endoscopic fiber optic technology, which is able to bring the image up over a geometric horizon magically because of the density layers. Oh my God. It's just such pseudoscience. I've never
So
heard
you have
such a
not
thing.
seen images of floating boats, and we even have that GIF that of us like to post, where you see a reflection over a full day, where buildings is being warped up and down and stuff like that. I mean, it's not this magical stuff that you're being dishonest with this reflection right now.
Yeah, I think the word refraction needs to be re-looked at because this word refraction has been thrown around as if it's actually a thing. You know, light does reflect, it does deflect, it does mirror, it does have reflection, it does have all sorts of qualities. It doesn't mean there's a standard to it. Like Ruhif says, there's a standard refraction and it's got a science and it's measurable and it's calculable, you know, and it's provable and tangible and you can actually, you know, work it all out mathematically. But is it actually real? Is a photon a thing? You know,
It's the same with quote unquote gravity. Gravity is not 9.8 meters per second. That's just an average. Standard refraction is also just an average.
your standard refraction, any refraction, and gravity are in the same boat, in my opinion.
That was just an example. That it's not, standard refraction, that's just the end of all things. No, that's just an average. And if it goes above that or below that, that's not an issue.
So I guess, what is your name? I guess you totally believe that we went to the moon, yeah?
It doesn't matter what I believe. I'm just purely opening a mic because you were talking shit about refraction being a non-studied subject at all. It has been studied for 130 years at least.
Which department of university do you go to study refraction?
Doesn't matter, bro. Now you're just wiggling around.
Is it the science department, the arts department, humanities? Which department do you go and study refraction?
I'm gonna disengage again.
If it's a thing, it should be a subject studied in university, shouldn't it?
I'd say part of geography.
A geography includes refraction?
Yeah, geography encompasses lots of subjects, you know, waves and light things and stuff.
Okay.
Maybe it's physics. Maybe it's physics.
Physics and geography.
And art. I can throw art in as well.
So there's quite a lot to understand and study so that you can get to the heart of refraction, right? You've got to get a degree in physics, geography, and what was the other one? You got to have 3 degrees to understand refraction.
Yeah, art's the perspective bit. That's where the perspective bit comes in. Is the art college course.
So you can't just go and study refraction.
I don't know, bro. I was just fucking around.
Yeah. Then you can get 3 more degrees, and then you can make your analogy to the center of the Earth being like refraction. Six degrees. It's easy. Just get on it. Got this thing. Because light's a bunch of particles, don't you know?
I think I said geography because part of geography is like observations of the ocean, so like longshore drift and observing things. So we're talking about refraction a lot of the time on the horizon. So that's the sea. I could be completely fucking wrong.
It's being taught in physics department. So
Physics, it is, yeah. Yeah, I'm with Tim. Yeah, it's just standard refraction, standardized meaning. It's like an average, a mean, or something. Just to kind of simply describe stuff or use whatever. You know.
Well, what would be the point in studying refraction other than being able to explain how you can see too far? I mean, without that, why would you need to know anything about refraction that is correlating to, the horizon and what you see at the horizon?
Isn't that just an argument, a question from incredulity?
Is there any other reason to study refraction?
Well, because it happens. So of course they study it so we know more about nature and where we live. It's not just to explain something away that people are doing science. It's to know more about it.
I bet you if there was a paper on refraction at university, I bet you it doesn't talk about the horizon. I bet you it talks about stuff that's more local and more relevant,
They talk about the concept on a base level until you quote unquote level up or something like that, and maybe it is part of your expertise one day. But of course, if you first time you meet it at college, it will be at the very basic level. Like, look at this water in this fish tank. Water is the image is being displaced. Well, that is part of the concept of refraction.
You think the people that would want to know about refraction the most would be the ones that would be using it, people that use theodolites, or maybe even the army or the navy.
They would be experts at that point. They would be not the starting level in a college, So of course they would have already have had all the basic introduction to this kind of thing. But then they will also have read on it further, like advanced level and stuff like that. Like just like any other course.
So you think if you go to the navy, you'd be taught all about refraction?
That's not what I said, bro.
Well, I understand how university works, and I understand how the armed forces works, and I understand that once you achieve these qualifications, you can go to the next level up. But I wonder what the highest level is to learn about refraction.
I couldn't tell. But I'm pretty sure with a few Google searches and a bit of research into colleges and stuff like that and educations, I'm pretty sure you could figure it out. Instead of just sitting here on the internet saying that it's pseudoscience and no one has done any studies on it.
Well, because so far we haven't had anyone qualified in refraction to talk about it. We've only had the layman amateurs talking about it. So, when you get a layman amateur talking about refraction, it's kind of maybe it's not explained properly, or they don't know what they're talking about.
Well, isn't that about all the subjects here? Like, how often do you actually get an expert in here who is talking about the various quote-unquote physics of flat Earth, for example? It's all amateurs. It's all people who have done their own quote-unquote research, so watch their own YouTube videos, gone to the beach and stuff like that. Like, you can't say stuff like that.
We get all sorts of experts in here. There's a guy called Jesse. He's a microbiologist. He's the man. He knows, like, if you want to know anything about microbiology, he's like the pick of the crop. We get all sorts. We get professors, lecturers, all sorts of people with many qualifications in here. But when it comes to refraction, no one's qualified.
I'm pretty sure people have experience with it, especially people who do surveys, for example, or whatever.
But they've never measured it, though. It's all based on this assumption, lots of assumptions.
Yeah, because in their field, they just do the equations and stuff like that because they have already been through the basics in some course or something like that. You don't have to study.
Yeah, I know what they do. I know what they do, and I know what they don't do. What they don't do is measure the light making. That's what they don't do. And you guys are making a claim that light is bending. It's really that easy. Like, we've been bickering with these guys about refraction all the time. Dude, show me the measurement of refraction of the light bending. Show me the measurement of the light bending. If that's what you're going to claim, that light's bending in a certain direction by a certain amount, let's just see the measurement of it.
Yeah, I've heard.
I don't want to see a measurement of how much humidity's in the air or whatever.
I get it. I have heard this many times. You've talked about it yesterday. And as soon as people are saying something, it's just a big fat no because people can. I could take the Jesse Gordon again. He has done this with a laser in a fish tank, and he is just putting his laser in there, and it fucking bends. The laser beam bends. Is that not light bending? Is that not a quote unquote measurement of light bending without a prediction?
Do you live in a fish tank?
It's not about.
First of all, it's not just a nut. First of all, it's not just a nut-on. Okay, there's nothing for me to nut-on. You guys are making a claim of light bending. You don't have a measurement. It's not a nut-on. It's a you don't have anything for me to even nut-on.
Well, I just gave you something to nut-on.
Okay, let's see the measurement. I've seen light bending in a fish tank. Well, I had to address your first part because you slandered me and just said I was saying. Hold on, guy. Yeah, I had to address your first part and because you were trying to say I was just saying nuh-uh, but there's nothing for me to nuh-uh. So what was your second part?
So Jesse didn't show you anything in that fish tank. The laser beam was not bending.
Yes, we have light bending in a fish tank. Yes, but now he's not making a claim of how much the light's bending in the fish tank.
No, that would
he's making a claim of how much. Hold on, man. Hold on. You're not going to listen, and you're not going to hear what the issue is. That's probably half of what the problem is in this whole arena. So I'm not contesting how much the light's bending in the fish tank. I'm contending how much the light's bending outside the fish tank when he does it over miles and miles. The thing he doesn't have a measurement of. That was a nice try, though, but it just doesn't work.
Yeah, that's the big fat nuh-uh.
No, it's not a nuh-uh. It's not a nuh-uh. I'm not contesting light bending in the fish tank. That's not in contention with me. What is in contention is how much is bending outside the fish tank over long distance in the atmosphere in different conditions. Not a nuh-uh. once again, it's a thing where you don't have anything for me to know in the first place.
But it is because I've heard these conversations many times, and you're like, "Oh, we don't need the predictions, we don't need any indexes, we don't need anything. We just need a measurement." And that's just, I mean, that's
Sorry.
sorry to say it, it's stupid.
It's stupid. Somebody's claiming something's bending, and I want a measurement of it bending, and that's stupid to you. All right, I'm done. Have fun, guys.
We have seen it bend.
This is why I can't. This is why I shouldn't even be engaging you guys.
And they have.
This is why I shouldn't even be engaging you guys because. This is why I shouldn't even be engaging you guys because it's just fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Both of you.
That is stupid.
Both of you sound like you're talking from the lavatory because it's echoing. Sorry about that.
My mic doesn't sound good.
It sounds like you're in a room with no carpet. Like a tiled room.
Yeah, okay. How do I sound now? How do I sound now, Carlos?
No, you sound nice and clear. It just sounds like you're in a bunker.
Well, that's too bad. This is how I fucking sound now. But that's why I don't have these conversations. I'm gonna just stop engaging with these guys altogether because, you know, if you think it's stupid that you're claiming something is bending and then I want a measurement and you think that's fucking ridiculous or absurd or whatever, I mean, dude, have a good life. What's your name? So I made sure to never engage you again.
Don't worry, I rarely speak. But the stupid part is that I literally said I have experienced you have this conversation with many people many times, and every single time, no matter what they will show you, it's just a big fat no. That we can't use that. You have to give us something else.
No, it's not a big fat no. It's a they don't have a. Okay, I'm done engaging with you. First of all, it's not a big fat no. It's a you don't have a measurement for me to know. There's no measurement. You're claiming something's bending. I want a measurement. You think that's dumb that I want a measurement, which is fucking retarded.
Well, explain the measurement that you want then.
No, I'm not engaging you anymore. I'm done with you. The fact that you think it's dumb that I want a measurement of your claim that something's bending is fucking dumb.
Well, we have shown you it is bending. How much? I don't know personally, but we have shown you that light bends.
That's not in contention, light's bending. What is in contention
So
is how much and what is in contention is how much and what direction, which you don't have a measurement of.
Well, they do have that because they have all the, for example, standard refraction. That is a prediction of it bending towards the medium with the highest pressure, lowest pressure. I can't remember.
Not engaging you, dude. Bye. Have a good day. Have a good day. You have nothing. You don't have a measurement. We just went through this. You don't have a measurement of it. If you do, let's see it. If not, because you guys say this all the time, we got measurements. There's no measurement of light bending in the atmosphere over long distance. If you do, show it. If not, there's nothing to talk about. Definitely not with you.
So it bends on small scales, but not on big scales. Okay, I get it. Nice logic.
I'm not contending that light's bending over long distance in the atmosphere. Don't straw man me, please.
Well, you're doing your job for yourself.
I'm straw manning myself.
Kinda.
Okay, I'm done, dude. This conversation's really stupid, and I don't know. I gotta go. Bye. If anyone else wants to go with you, go ahead. But I'm not. I really don't have to go. I'm just not engaging with you.
This is funny. Yeah. Well, I guess there's so many other explanations that anybody could come up with why or how you could bring in a mountain into view that's over geometric horizon, right? even if it is possible, does it have to be light bending? You know,
Joe, it ain't about explanations or predictions or none of that. None of that shit matters, man. If something's bending and it's off from its actual position, we just need a measurement of it. Like it doesn't. You can predict anything you want or explain it any way you want. It doesn't. When it comes down to it, does that really matter, or do we need just a measurement of what it's actually doing? It doesn't seem complicated. Of course, people want to fight me on that because they don't have a measurement, and it would be very difficult to even make that measurement.
well, they think they have a measurement because they think that they can get more than 180 degrees.
I was talking about a measurement of the light, man. But I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it all comes down to their understanding of how they think that the curvature of the Earth is actually measurable. When they're not really measuring it, they are observing something and coming to their own interpretation of what they want it to look like, because they've got a bias, an underlying bias that it's actually a ball when it's not, and we see too far because it's flat.
My question is, how often do they accuse us of cherry picking the data to fit, our narrative? But when they see that gravity doesn't work at the galactic level, they cherry pick dark matter, right? Which is, what they want to push the narrative, right? That it does work, actually. And they ignore the part that it doesn't work by supplementing their theories with more theories in violation of Occam's razor.
Yeah, it's like an old lady sitting on the porch knitting knitting, and as the knitting a jersey, the jersey becomes a scarf, and the scarf becomes a jumper, and they just keep adding on and adding on and adding on, and eventually they'll come up with a quilt. It's just a patchwork, ever changing, it's a dynamic fucking science which is continuously adding on to itself, to adopt all of the corrections that are necessary to confirm their bias and their paradigm that we're living on a fucking spinning rock when we're not. It could be way more simple if they just brought it back down to earth, back down to reality. We're living in a physical world. This is where we live, right? It's a physical world. Everything it should be, straight, cut and dried. It should be easy to understand. I don't think it should be as difficult as what they say. And there's a difference between gravity and gravitational effects. Gravity is only it's only relative to the Earth that we live on, and gravity, you can talk about that in so many different ways. But then when it comes to the outside of the solar system, or even before it gets to outside the solar system, that's gravitational. That's gravitational effects. There's totally different thing. It's not even the same. In their paradigm, of course, it's a David Copperfield event. That's what we're living through, this short space of time that we're here on this earth. And we don't even have the memory to know what the fuck happened 200 years ago, let alone to figure out how gravity works. I mean, for heaven's sake, they say that they sent a helicopter to Mars, but they've lost the technology to go back to the moon. And it's pretty fucking incompetent, if you ask me. I mean, NASA doesn't belong to my country, but if I was in your country, I'd be asking them a few questions. Like, where are you spending our money? There's a lot of homeless people out there that could do with that money, you know? Where did Jeremy go? Take his high blood pressure pills?
I was just looking it up. There's a New Zealand Space Agency.
Yeah, we've got a place just up the road from where I live called Rocket Lab. It's a ginormous, like a hangar-sized building where they make rockets.
Yeah,
It's
no,
a
bro. I get really fucking excited when people have ridiculous interactions. Like they claim I say "nah" when they don't even have anything for me to say "nah" to, and say that they've measured it when they don't have a measurement of it. Like I get really excited. I know I gotta work. I'm trying to work on it. There's this ridiculous conversation going on. It's not like this is like a normal conversation. I'm worked up. I don't know if you guys think I do this in real life, but I don't. Because people are usually having honest interactions with me throughout my day, so it's not like a big deal where I would need to get worked up.
No, but you're searching for the truth, and it's been a long time coming, and it's like people come in and they just say the same old bullshit over and over and over again. They're just very rigid personalities with with no personality. Basically, they're just like fucking robots.
Yeah, but that's why I need to stop talking with these Globers, because the search for truth doesn't have to involve them as much.
I think it really tells a lot when the bench come in here and the evidence for the Earth being
Larry, I
hollow
don't know.
is
Your mic's fucked up, Larry. Can you hear him, Carlos? I mean, I hear you, but it's all muffled. Who sounds worse, me or Larry, Carlos?
Larry. Larry sounds like a big marshmallow.
Stay Puff, ass marshmallow man, Larry.
Yeah, Larry needs to clear his throat.
Try it again, Larry. What do you got?
Morning, guys. As if we didn't have enough moon evidence. Exhibit A. Have a look, guys. The moon set.
Hey, can I be heard or am I still muffled?
You're really muffled bad, bro.
No, it's not. Yeah.
Your signal's all refracted.
Don't be drinking that Chinese stuff, bro. You don't know what's inside of it.
Yeah, man. I bought like a coffee drink at a Chinese joint, you know, and I'm sure it tasted like an e-cigarette, like tobacco flavor, and I was like, are you?
No, that's what I'm drinking, man. That's awesome. That's just the bomb.
I was like, dude, these motherfuckers putting e-cigarette flavorings in coffee drinks now, and but I like it. Oh, it's not good. What are you drinking, Carlos? You got some good stuff?
I was given that by the governor of tourism of a place called Changzhi in China.
All right, so you got that ancient Chinese secret. Larry, how's your mic? You better now? What's going on? Remove the pillow. Yeah. Can't hear me.
So what you guys think of the GIF I posted? It's a new way to suss out the set. You see where the set is and where the background begins? No comment, ballers?
What's up, Essie?
You see the picture? 7:50? 50 past the hour?
Where did you get that from?
I have my sources.
I'm telling my mum on you.
Yeah, I see the picture. Where's the backdrop, though?
Well, look what's moving and what isn't. The part that's moving?
Nothing's moving. It's a picture.
No.
In your picture?
It's not a picture. It's a GIF, bro.
Oh, it's not moving for me.
How about for the rest of you guys?
Yep, it's moving.
Gotta get your technology up to date, Jeremy. You got one of them crappy Huawei Chinese phones.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't move for me.
It's called Huawei.
Huawei, yeah. Anyways, what it shows, Jeremy, is parallax. It shows the set moving, juxtaposed with the background, and you see the background clearly is not moving or very little. So it's like parallax kind of a
Yeah,
thing.
I wish I could see it.
Yeah, it's freaking awesome, bro. It's like clear cut evidence, man. Like there's no way around this.
What's wrong with your phone, Jeremy?
I don't know, man. I'm currently connected to the best residential internet service you could possibly get in America. And it's the latest model iPhone, brand new iPhone. So I don't know.
Maybe this one. Check this one out. This is so damning, man. This is so damning. Wow. There's no way out of this one. Can you see this one, Jeremy?
I see you posted it. I see it says gift, but there's no movement for me. I don't know.
That's the whole thing of this, man, is the movement. Just picture those mountains in the back moving and the foreground is still as hell, well, very slight.
Oh, I see it now. How'd you get the movement to happen like that?
That's part of the GIF. I didn't do it. It's part of the GIF.
Huh.
It's just natural lunar geography.
It's basically they've got two different photo frames, and you know, they're playing them like consecutively, but you've got the backgrounds not moving. What's going on?
Well, in this one, the background is moving. The foreground ain't.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Yeah, depends what you focus on, I guess.
Oh, it's not surprising at all, though, is it?
Yeah, well, we knew before because you can see that the line, you can see where the line delineates, but this is so damning now when they do the movement thing. My God, it's like the nail in the coffin.
Jeez, hey. Whew. Yeah. And that studio light on the last photo that you post, the last GIF, that studio light comes in on the second frame.
You see it? Yeah. That's right. Good eye. Yeah.
It's just whitewashing everything out with that studio light. Yeah.
Yep. It's so freaking obvious.
Unless the sun just popped up, like within 2 frames.
That could happen. Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, the sun just came into view like straight away within like
on-off
how
switch.
fast? I wonder what the frame rate is, you know, on their camera. That's how fast it took for the sun to come into view.
Well, you know, they had some special cameras up there, right? So yeah, they were painted silver and all.
Oh, then they never thought about just leaving one on the moon.
Well, they left them all on the moon, apparently.
Yeah, one pointing towards Earth. You know.
Oh yeah, no.
That would, you know, if you're doing the greatest discovery in all of mankind's history, going to somewhere that's not Earth. It doesn't matter if you go to the bottom of the oceans, Antarctica, fucking North Pole. If you go to somewhere that's not Earth, you'd think you'd want to fucking leave a camera on it to show us what it looks like where we live. You know?
Yeah.
That would be the fucking first thing on my list, in front of golf clubs.
Yeah. Picture now, you're the first guy on the moon. You have a camera on your thing. You land on. You put your feet on the moon, right? What's the first freaking thing you point to? Tell me. The first thing.
Yeah. Giant leap for mankind. Yeah, but what have you got to show for it?
Yeah. You point your camera on the ground, of course, not the Earth, right? Yeah. It's insane, man. If it was me, they would have to pry me. I wouldn't be able to get off. They would tell me, hey, I see, we got work to do. Stop staring. You took enough pictures of Earth, right? Yeah.
We need the world-renowned psychologist to put the whole moon landing through a psychological test to see if it meets the standards of how people would actually do shit. You know, in reality, if you were really going to the moon, you'd really have a plan to show people, hey, this is where you live, man, and we're gonna stick a camera up there because we've got the technology so that we'll be able to look at ourselves in the mirror.
Yeah,
Nah,
leave
but
it here. Solar panels for as long as it can last, 4 or 5 years, you know? That would be the first thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, fellow humans, this is where you live. Yeah.
Or even on the, I don't know how many days journey it was to get to the moon. I mean, they had ample time to take lots of footage of the Earth. Surely the Earth was in view for a lot of the time. It would be behind them the whole way. Oh no, because it span out of view. It went behind the sun or something. They'll come up with some fucking stupid excuse. So you just look through the window and find it and take a photo of it. Where's the fucking video footage? Where's all of the photos of the Earth from space?
Yeah, you'd think the guy in charge would be prying the astronauts off the window, right, and telling them, "Hey, we're here to work. We're not tourists." Yeah.
Yeah, man. He'd waste all of that film on the Earth, He would have.
You'd have none left for the freaking moon,
Exactly, because you want to show what it looks like, from this perspective that's never been seen before, ever.
Yeah, this is so damning. I mean, really, Don? Really? This method of background work was developed for the film 2001. I have some info about it being used. Okay, so it was a film then. You're admitting it was a film. Oh yeah, Don is a non-believer. I forgot. Sorry, Don.
It's a back screen projection.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even if that's the case, it's a good laugh because in reality, we all know it's way fucking worse than that.
Yeah, that's right, Don. Yeah. See, even Don is on it, man. That's right, sir. Yep. You can easily tell the background. Yep. Yeah, it's so it's been so exposed by so many ways, man.
And why the fuck? Why the fuck when America is so big and the NASA is from America, right? Why the fuck would they go to Devon Island?
Because it looks like Mars.
Yeah, it's like that's a fucking long way to go to test a rover. Can't they just have like like even a studio or an airplane hangar or fucking just like a garage, and put a few rocks on the ground to test how this rover can manipulate itself over terrain? Why need to go to Devon Island? Because it looks like Mars.
Yep. You mean a studio like this?
You think the guys that were going to Devon Island would be asking their bosses a few questions like, why do we have to get all these equipment on the plane and go to Devon Island? Can't we just do this in Arizona or like in our backyard? It doesn't make any sense. The only sense that it makes is that they're trying to fake something.
Well, yeah, they need new landscapes to show every day on their thing, right?
Landscapes that people don't have access to every day, right? Landscapes that people can't just go and double check.
That's right. Mm-hmm. There's their studio, by the way. I mean, busted, man. Busted over and over and over.
Wow. Yeah. Far out.
I could be their worst nightmare. If I had an interview with one of these guys, man, holy shit, I have so much stuff. This is all on my phone now, right? I can freaking humiliate them, man. Like, badly.
Fucking hell, yeah. These guys have got a few guilty secrets, I bet. You could, if you had a high enough resolution, you could use Chat GPT or whatever to find out who they are, where they live, and then go and track them down.
Yeah, and people buy it. They tell them there's 1% approximately Earth atmosphere on Mars. And then they tell them we're going to fly a helicopter there. And everybody says, duh, okay. Yeah, cool, man. You made the wings bigger.
Can you imagine how much it must have cost? If this photo is real, how much would it cost to set up the studio full of fucking sand?
Oh yeah, bro. They have the
Oh my
largest
God.
studios in the world, bro.
Yeah, it's
They
cheaper to
what?
just do it here.
Yeah. And they're subcontracted to some of the other huge studios in the world. There's one studio that simulates the ISS. They have the ISS simulated, the interior, fully everything you need, and they have the outside in the pool. So there you
Identical,
go.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Identical. Yeah, Don
And
is on it. Look at that.
that's some of the problems of the anomalies that people find with the footage of the so-called ISS, and that they're changing props in the background when it shouldn't be possible because the props are hard fixed and unchangeable. And why would they change them? It's clear to see that everything to do with space is just a film set.
Yeah, if you have eyes to see and you don't see it, that's on you, man. I mean, that's on you.
It's so clear to see. I mean, even the most lowest IQ rugrat fucking wombat would, can see through their bullshit.
Just the fact that we have a guy like Don and he hasn't bought it, right, should tell you everything. And Don is like anti everything.
I think it's a glitch in the DNA. I think that's what it might be. I'm not being rude, or I'm not trying to not being racist or anything like that. But I think some people might have once you've been shown the truth and you don't accept it, there's a glitch. It's definitely because if someone showed me the truth and I couldn't see it, maybe I was hungover or something wasn't right. Definitely something's not right.
Absolutely. I mean, if you don't see it, the shadows, the flags, the zippers, the camera, the O-rings, the gas tanks, the lamp, the window. I could go on and on for hours. Like literally, I could go on for hours dispelling the moon and the ISS and all that bullshit. Hours. And I don't have to look at anything, at any paper or anything. I could just do it on the fly. Like right now, if somebody came in from NASA, I'd be able to have a combo with them. I didn't even have a coffee yet. No problem. Which reminds me, I gotta make coffee. Damn it.
No, you reminded me too. I'm caffeinated.
I'm having the best coffee.
What? You have
I
a clear coffee.
percolated.
That's what you're drinking.
Well, I finished that Chinese one. Now I'm on percolated coffee that I made in an Italian espresso machine on a gas stove. By the way, I don't mind gas.
Oh yeah. Espresso, yeah, man. I used to love that shit.
Well, it's actually a piccolo because I put a bit of hot milk in there as well.
Yeah. You have a kind of
cappuccino I love. Yeah.
Piccolo.
A nice cappuccino. Yeah.
They used to have espresso bars. I don't know in America if you have those. You just walking up the street and there's an espresso bar. You throw them a couple of coins and you just take a shot and you continue walking. It's like you almost didn't stop. That's how fast it is.
No, we don't got those here. Where are you, in China?
No, but I know my auntie's in Italy and that's how they have their coffee in the morning.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Some of them, they like to take it the slow way, the French way. They say in Italy, when they're having a slow coffee, that's having a French coffee. But when they have a real coffee, that's a man's coffee. When you're on the way to actually do business, you just, pull back your tailor-made suit. And it takes about 2 seconds and you just slam it back. Yeah.
Yeah, I used to have a double espresso for years in this place I was working. Yeah, I used to walk in and they wouldn't even ask me. You just start making the double espresso.
Yeah. That's the best thing to have before you go to the gym.
And now we're stuck with percolated freaking coffee. Yeah.
Well,
No,
for many years.
no, you're not. You're never trapped. You can always French press. There's
Yeah.
always an answer.
Yeah.
You never have to percolate, bro. If you don't want to. A lot of
Well,
people
there's a
get
new
trapped
place.
in this world of only Okay, I'm sorry.
There's a new place in town I haven't tried yet. They do the cold percolation. It goes through this like fucking science experiment with like beakers. It looks like a beaker experiment, and out comes your coffee, and it's cold, extruded cold rather than hot.
Sure it is now. Are you talking about just cold brew coffee?
Cold brew, but it's still considered an espresso. It's strong as hell, but you get really
Yeah,
unique flavor.
man. Dude,
Yeah.
cold brewed coffee is, by my experience, every time it is way stronger than I think it's going to be. And it doesn't taste it, though. You know?
No, it brings out all, it's pH balanced.
It just like pulls the caffeine out, but it doesn't seem to pull all the acidic stuff out, you know? Like,
Yeah. Well, you still have the dynamics and the flavors that you can. It's like wine testing coffee. If you're right into your coffee, it's even more than wine testing.
I'm just saying that, like, if you brew hot coffee, you're getting the oils, the acids, all that stuff comes out of it. But it's like when you cold brew it, it's like you're a cat burglar and you just take the caffeine out or something. You know?
Well,
It's
once I
just-
made a series of espressos, and I just filled up one cup with all the crema. Have you ever had a cup full of crema? It's fucking amazing.
Jeez.
Don't you
Just
lose
a
the taste?
golden liquid.
Snacks
Eh?
when you got cold brew, do you lose the taste?
No.
Okay. But you must lose some of the nice bitterness.
It takes away the ugly bitterness.
It's less bitter, but I wouldn't say it takes away all the bitterness. But
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, if you drink that much caffeine out of regularly brewed coffee, it's gonna upset your stomach. You know what I mean? If you have that much caffeine, it's
Oh,
like
yeah,
also
my
accompanied
stomach.
by a bunch of acids and oils and shit. You know?
Yeah, that's definitely real because I suffer from that.
Oh, you got to be careful because your stomach is the ruler of your nervous system. You ask Gio, he knows that. And if you drink too much caffeine, you're going to fuck up your nervous system.
Yeah, I agree.
You guys don't know anything.
The heart, brain, stomach model.
Sometimes my stomach feels weak and it can't process the coffee. That's all. It's like ow. Try some food now. You know? And I'm like, no.
A lot of truck drivers, they take a product called No-Dose, and it's just high caffeine tablets.
It's
Oh my
anhydrous
God.
caffeine.
And one truck
That's not
driver I
good
was
for you.
talking to, he said he just took so much of it. He felt like it was a constant earthquake for about 5 hours.
I met a girl who took caffeine pills at a rave once.
Mm-hmm.
Went home with her. It was good times, but standout detail was Pro Plus, these caffeine pills.
Yeah, that would bring on a panic attack for sure. Yeah. I just signed up to medical marijuana today. Hopefully I'll get it in time for my birthday.
Right. That'll be superb. Me and my mate are going to try and drive to another town and go see a cannabis doctor, one of those new age guys. Then we're going to
We
come
just do it
back.
on.
Tell how
What do you mean
it
it's new age?
Well, in UK, it's not standardized yet. So most doctors think, oh no, there's no way I could recommend that. So you have to go to the special doctors that are obsessed with recommending it.
Well, I got a referral from my doctor, and I've signed up, and it's going to cost me $99. And then there's another form that you can file, and then the government pays for it too.
Yeah, we're not that far yet in the UK, so we're going to have to cut a few corners. Go ask the
Well,
specialist.
we're so far behind America, aren't we? Because you can just go down to any shop and just
Yeah,
it's almost Amsterdam now, isn't it?
Yeah, we're like leading the world. I don't know if you know this, but we're leading the world in it right now.
Yeah. Well, I'm jealous.
We're the best at it.
And
Because
of
we're the
course,
best at everything.
Of course, many teenagers are going to get lazy and depressed, but many people are going to get creative and heal from cancer. and
Teenagers
make
can't buy the
brilliant
stuff.
art.
That's illegal.
Now, if you make it totally legal, some teenagers will get the bad side of it, but who cares about them anyway?
They say there's actually bad things. Like if you start smoking weed when you're like 15, like it's like drinking coffee when you're 12. Like you probably shouldn't do it.
Oh, I agree. I'm just saying, as you legalize the good drugs, the strong medicine, there's always a bad side to it for
We're
some
just not fully
people,
developed.
some people somewhere.
Before I tried marijuana, I think I was about 12. I tried magic mushrooms. That was before I even had alcohol. The first thing I ever had was magic mushrooms.
Yeah, explains a lot, Carlos.
Yeah, and well, when you're 12-year-old and you're taking magic mushrooms, the only thing you can think of are the Smurfs. The whole time we were just talking about the Smurfs. The whole time.
All right.
Yeah, but
that could have been the longest conversation you might ever have on Smurfs, honestly. I like talking about Smurfs too, but the conversations just don't go so long. But yeah, glad you guys are getting some medicine out there.
Isn't there some hidden weirdness to Smurfs? Like,
yeah, but don't worry about
it. No, we won't talk about it now, but
Why?
I heard it before.
Yeah.
So I know there's like some secret weirdness.
Yeah, no, well, there are a few different varieties and versions of the Smurfs on the internet. There's porno Smurfs.
No, they're not original canon.
Rule 34, yeah.
But they, like the Smurfs did release a book, like with I think these are like Nazi Smurf or something like that, or whatever.
No, I mean in the story, they're actually all gay or something like that. There's some secret truth to it.
Well, if they were all gay, then why did Papa Smurf make Smurfette anyway?
Well, they're all related. I can't remember what the detail is, but there's some detail.
I mean, if they're all just happy being gay, like why fuck it up? It's like, I made a woman. What do you think about that? He's just trolling the rest of the Smurfs. I don't know.
So,
no,
Don, what are we
Gargamel.
going to do about this?
Actually, I'm wrong. It's Gargamel that created Smurfette, and then they kind of like adopted her.
Sorry, Snacks, I thought you were done.
I thought I was done too. Sorry.
So, Don, what are we going to do about this parallax problem? How are we going to convince the ballers? I know it's futile, but maybe you can try?
Yeah, I've tried before. I don't know how we can convince them. They love NASA.
I know, bro. It's pretty damning, though, right, Don?
I think for the moon, especially the moon landing stuff, it's going to be damning, yeah. But also some Mars shots.
It's a shame nobody sees it like you.
I actually watched this thing called Collative Learning. It's a channel where the guy discusses film theory. But anyway, he talks about that front screen projection method quite a lot.
Does he talk about the film? The emulsion and stuff like that?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's another damning thing. The film, they wouldn't be able to function there. The camera wouldn't be able to function.
I'm always glad SE steps in when we're talking so much shit, and you actually bring the conversation back to something like meaningful. Because
I try, bro.
The idea of this channel is there are many ideas, but the main focus is what's actually really happening, what's really going on, and it's like some people have the eyes to see and some just don't.
Yeah, sometimes I find stuff. Sometimes people send me stuff because they know I'm into this stuff. So thanks, everybody.
Oh, this
Well,
is
it's
good.
either that or talking about Smurfs. So
Yeah, no, yeah, that's just Smurfette trivia. Just kind of got me for a second.
Yeah, that's all we need to remember, that there's one female, so it's suspicious.
Yeah, well, there are actually some people that come onto this channel and they can have a lot to say about the Smiths, and then that'll lead into like people, people faking their deaths and people cloned and all sorts of people out there that have got these alternative studies, because I've heard it all. I've heard it all, man, and I bet you've all heard it too. Yeah. Makes you wonder sometimes, what reality really is, and why are they having agendas and pushing all this transgender stuff, and why are they promoting space when it's not real, and what are they hiding? Because it all
yeah,
sort of blends together, doesn't it? Essie, like this transgender stuff and space is kind of all in the same bucket, I'd say.
I'm with you on that. Yep, yep. The thing is now, I can understand you've been fooled, right? But like you said, bro, once you're shown this, how is it that you cannot see it? How is it that, like, what do you have to gain? Why are you supporting this? I mean, you're not getting paid by them. Well, then again, maybe some might be, but barring that case, what I mean, what does it give you to play along with NASA to like in the face of evidence to support it? I mean, why don't you just say, "Hey, they pulled the wool over my eyes"? I don't understand that. Like, you're not going to lose anything. Like Don saw the con and he said, "No, this is not for me, man. I'm a baller, but no, they didn't go to the moon."
It's because some people in their paradigm, there's a long path. There's a long path, right? Everyone has their own path, and if you get too far down one path, it's a really long way back. And it's like that's why you've got to keep the middle ground. And a lot of people, in denial, of reality, is because they've walked too far down the path in the wrong direction. That it's like they're ignoring the rabbit hole. They're just going up the path. It's like they've got blinders on. There's something stopping them from being able to see what's actually going on. It's just because there's such a long way back, and maybe they've got something to protect. Maybe their job, or maybe they feel that if they don't protect it, it's just going to shatter their whole paradigm, and they're going to end up like a mental, they have to go in a straitjacket. I think they're just scared. Scared. Deep down inside, they're scared.
Gotta be, right? It's gotta be. Like deep down inside, they have to know, right? Like, there's just too many things. I mean, just too many things, too many excuses that you have to make.
Yeah, because I don't think it's got absolutely anything to do with IQ whatsoever. It's not about IQ, because there are a lot of clever people that are flat earthers.
That's what fascinates me. They're not dumb. As a matter of fact, a lot of them are smart. They know their math. They know a lot of shit. A lot of them are professionals. I just don't get it. Could it be the over education thing? Like, I don't know. Like, you've invested so much money, so much time that it just can't be. It just cannot be not true. It has to be this. Could it be that? I don't know.
Well, there's only 50% chance. It's either flat Earth is a psyop or the globe Earth is a psyop. Which one is it? Take your
Ooh.
pick.
Wow. That's toothy. Hmm.
Either all the
coins,
clever
guys.
flat, all the clever like all the clever flat earthers are just being psyoped and they're fucked in the head, or it's the other way around. Which one is it? You know, let's have a battle of IQ and see who wins. You know, that's not what it's about. It's about discernment. Just because you have a high IQ, it doesn't mean you have discernment.
Yeah, but surely all the ballers out there, right? They must see this stuff, right? Now they must actively choose to go this route, right? Because they're not dumb, like you said. So what?
Well, that's why we suppose that a lot of them are actually getting paid, because there's no natural way that they'd be acting like that and defending something that is obviously wrong.
Yeah, like yesterday we had a lot of people, not saying that a straight line is impossible. Can't have a straight line.
Fucking hell. Yeah, like if I was back like 500 years ago, if I was alive and back then and I saw from the islands that they were looking at, was it yesterday in Hawaii, and I saw in the distance at the horizon, I saw some other islands, I would just think that I'm seeing some other islands. And would that be because I have no understanding of science and refraction, or is it because the clouds cleared and I can see what I'm seeing? You know, that's the way I would see it back then. I wouldn't come up with any other excuses like bending light. I wouldn't come up with excuses that there's some magic refraction that's bending towards the dense medium and bringing up an object over obstruction of geometric Earth curve. I would just say I can see it now because the atmosphere is clear enough for me to be able to see it.
Yeah, and surely you wouldn't think that water curves, would you?
No.
That would be insanity. Yeah.
No, that's totally normal water curving.
Oh, come on. Don, stop it.
Come on, we've all seen the surface of water curve before, so we know it's possible.
Yeah, but you're a person on a boat sailing the high seas. You know, you've seen waterfalls. You've seen drops of water. You can tell when water's freaking dropping, right? When you're up on the high seas, it's the last thing in your head that you're thinking that you're going to meet the Niagara Falls anywhere on your way en route. That's just
what the model doesn't say. The model doesn't say in the ocean there's a Niagara Falls. It says it's slightly curved all the way across, tiny bit.
Exactly. Nonsense.
No, it's not nonsense. It's normal if the Earth's a globe.
If there you go with your if.
But after you say the if, you realise the curved ocean is normal for that if. So because I believe it, it's normal.
Yeah, but you've never seen a curved ocean, so yeah.
I have. I've seen the
There's
effects.
that.
I've seen the effects of the curved ocean.
No, you haven't.
Of course I have. There's gifs of them every day.
You've
You know,
never
if they
seen water drop. You've never seen water hump, and you know it. Come on.
Yeah, I've seen both. I've seen the effects of water curving, which is humping and dropping. Stuff goes behind it, sails away down. There's gifts of it. No gifts.
Just because one drunk Greek
if they never
2,000 years ago said it, doesn't make it true.
Gifts are great evidence, aren't they?
If space exploration never occurred, if they never sent rockets up and tried to claim that they had photos of Earth from space and all of this, you know, they could have actually kept the lie. You know, people would have just believed it anyway. But they've shot themselves in the foot now because technology is just getting better and better and better, and they're able to keep the lie up because they've got better technology than everybody else. But the thing is, technology changes, and we can see through their lies because we know what good technology can provide, and we look at the old technology that they were trying to fool us with before, and we can see it's just like a bad movie. It's just a really bad movie. Bad effects because they're using crap technology. But that they've obviously got way better technology now to do what they're doing than they're giving to the general public. All this chroma key and blue screens and all of this sort of stuff, and you look at the early footage of what they're showing us, make believe space. There's like people in the background. You can see them walking around. You can see flippers and fucking goggles and scuba diving tanks. And you can see all sorts of stuff. Yes, you know that it's filmed in the swimming pool for sure. I mean, if you can't see that, there's something wrong. Tell me, tell me, Dawn. What's your explanation for scuba tanks in space?
You'll have to show. Innit?
Don doesn't believe in that stuff. That's the problem, but he believes the curve.
Official NASA footage. You must believe in official NASA footage. So why would you not believe that there's a scuba
Bro,
tank?
show it. I can't take your word for a scuba tank in space. You need to show it so I can see a scuba tank in space.
You haven't seen it all of these years. You haven't seen that one.
He has his fighting because now we brought water into the picture, so now he's perplexed.
No, it's fine. I can go backwards and forwards. I'm just saying you can't straw man the water because if Earth was a ball, that's what water would do. So that's not far out. That's something people believe. You haven't got footage of flat water, have you, to debunk it with?
Well, you're thinking in reverse logic. All the water we see seems not to be curving, but you somehow curve it. You're using
you
reverse
think
logic.
it's flat, but you haven't got footage showing it's definitely flat, like you have with the ISS and the moon. You haven't got stuff that shows it's fake.
The ISS is fake as hell, bro. Are you kidding me? You haven't heard me talk about the O-rings.
No, I don't believe the ISS. I'm saying you can debunk the ISS and the moon and the Mars with footage that shows it looking weird and fake. But with the globe model, there is no footage to show the globe model is weird and fake because it's a concept. It's a concept of what we see. So nothing what we see is fake. What we see is what we see. We're saying it's a globe after what we saw.
Okay, where are you getting the images from? You think that it's a globe. Start from there.
Same images you think look flat, we think look like a globe.
Yeah, but don't they come from NASA that is faking the moon landings? I don't get
No,
how
we
you're
don't.
thinking.
We don't have to see the whole world. We see stuff go behind the horizon after knowing it's a globe, and that confirms the fact it is a globe.
Yeah, but you said yourself it's a concept, right?
Yeah, but so is flat Earth. So is the moon landing being fake. That's like they're all concepts, and then we try to show them to be true.
Yeah, try and try.
Yeah, and I succeeded for myself. You just disagree.
You should just flip coins. It's all 50-50, like Carlos said.
Do you think when you die you go to a globe in the sky?
No, I think we get reborn onto this globe.
Back to the ball.
Yeah.
Respawning. Heads or tails? It's on. Flat around. I'll flip.
No, it's not up for debate. I'm 99% sure.
It's not up for debate.
I know
This
it's
is
a
the point.
ball. It's fucking knowledge.
I know, but still, I like flipping coins.
So Don, help me understand. If you don't believe in NASA, right? And it's not a dig at you, seriously. You don't believe in NASA, and you know they're full of crap, right?
Yes.
Now, why can't you extrapolate from if they lied to us about that, right? And a lot of the pictures of the shape that they tell us is from that agency. Why can't you accept? Well, maybe they could be lying about the shape as well.
Because I already believe it's definitely a globe. So even if they've done a fake picture of it, I can't jump to, oh, they must be lying about this, because I already think it's true from other reasons.
So a belief system.
No, thinking it's true, knowing.
Yeah, but you have to have some evidence, some.
Yeah,
No?
I've got evidence. Yeah, I mean, you spoke to me for years. You know I've got logical evidence, reasons for believing it's a globe.
Not really, bro, because most of it is tied to the agency that you don't believe in. This is why I
That's
find
an absurd thing you say. It's not all tied to NASA, or else I wouldn't be renouncing NASA, would I?
You think with one proof that doesn't involve NASA. Name me one proof you have that doesn't involve NASA.
The moon appearing as a ball, proving sky balls exist.
Okay, but
Does
that's
the
hardly a.
but you have to be a little bit more honest to yourself. Does the moon actually look like a sphere?
Yes, it fucking does.
No, it doesn't. Come on.
Well, Carlos, I can't trust you anymore. If you think it doesn't look like a sphere, I can't trust
It
you.
does not look like a
I can't
sphere.
trust you
You
to
can only
speak
see
on
half of it,
anything,
though, right?
on anything truthfully.
Tell me how the moon looks like a sphere.
It's got stretch marks from a pole on it.
It's got stretch marks.
Stretching round the surface on a curve that makes it look like a standout hemisphere. It's got shadows.
Why
look
can't it
exactly
just
like
be
a ball?
a convex? Why can't it just be a convex shape in the sky?
Because
why
God,
does it have
God
to be a sphere?
God doesn't do fake balls. That's not what the Creator does. God makes real balls. Yeah, He doesn't put fake things in the sky to trick you. They're real things.
Where does it say that?
It's logical. What sort of God do you think this is really a puddle of lies and all the stuff in the sky is fake, tricking you into thinking it's something it's not? Because I call that desperation and solipsism.
Well, if you got to believe in a singular God that only does one thing, yeah, I guess so.
Look at that
It's
photo,
okay for you to believe in God and all of that, but I mean, why would you go to the assumption on that premise that it's a sphere when
Why would I
if you just
assume?
ignore that and you just talk about reality, does it actually look like a sphere?
This is my number one proof, and you're trying to say it doesn't even look like a ball. You're lying to yourself to try and get rid of my number one proof.
Your number one proof comes with a lot of assumptions.
It's not an assumption. Look at the picture. Be honest. Look at it.
Look, I've told you this before, Don. I'll give you that. It looks, emphasis, looks like a sphere. Yeah, I'll give you that. It's not a problem.
You say in the game last night, the basketball they were using looked like a ball.
Yeah, it looks, but Don, with the same token, you've seen those things where they have like different shapes. Some of them are plates, some of them are half balls, some of them are half convex, concave, and they all look.
You mean
Sorry?
the Karen B video?
I'm
No,
not
it's not
sure what
hers.
video that was, but I've seen many of those.
Not her. She uploaded. I've only seen one.
It's a re-upload. Yeah, it's by an artist.
Okay. So are you really telling me because an artist made 3 fake balls?
No, it's just talking about
the moon in the sky could be a fake ball. Is that your logic here?
It's because you can't tell.
You can't tell 100%. I'm giving it to you. I said I agree with you. It looks. I've taken many pictures. I'd have to be lying to myself if I told you, Don, that it doesn't look like a sphere. It does look like a sphere. But what I'm saying is, we can't be certain. Yeah.
Can you tell your girlfriend is a female 100%?
I'll tell you what. Just I've never seen it look like here, like on the East Coast. It is different than if I go to New Mexico, and I've seen the moon like almost look like it's rolled up somehow, like not a full moon, but like as it's going through phase and stuff, and it just there's different sorts of appearances that this
I'm talking about through a telescope most of the time on a clear night.
Oh, fudge your telescope.
Of course, you've got to use a telescope.
Do you need a telescope to see the moon?
To see it
No,
look
I
like
can
a
already
ball.
see
To know it's
240.
a ball. Yeah, you need a telescope to know it's a ball.
I've got great eyes. I can see 247,
Or a good
37,000 miles.
zoom camera. You need
I
to
don't need
zoom
that.
in.
I can see with my eyes.
You can't tell it's a ball with your eyes.
You can't tell it's a ball either way because you can't see the back of it.
You
So you
can
can
with
never
a
prove that it's a
zoom.
ball.
You can with a zoom easily tell it's a ball. You can't see the back of a basketball, can you? But you know it's a real ball because they're
You
playing
can
with
spin
it.
a basketball, and if somebody was trying to tell me that, I would want to see both sides of it. This is my point.
Would you really? You have to see both sides to know.
Don, check this picture I have here. The bottom one is a picture I took of the moon. See, there's no shadow there, right? It's just gone. And look at the top one. Look at the top one.
What's the top one?
Have a look at the top one of the Earth.
Where did you get that?
This is a space picture. One of the pictures. I don't exactly recall. I think it comes from the Imoari or some crap thing. But do you notice anything different about it?
The shadow doesn't fully block it out.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What's your point, though?
You tell me.
No, there's no way I'm going to give you your point. I'm going to throw it straight in the bin. If there is no point, I'm putting it in the bin.
He knows what he's
I
supposed
mean,
to say, but he's
everybody
not going to
knows.
say it.
Everybody knows what the point is. So do you, Don. But you're not gonna.
Look,
You're
I'm
gonna
going to give
me
you
it.
it once again, yeah? This is not up for debate. My number one proof, not number one as in best, but number one as in first, my proof is the moon is a sky ball. Looks like one, proving it is one, proving they exist.
Okay, let's say we give you that on a silver platter. The moon is a sphere. How does that extrapolate to the Earth being a sphere?
It proves spheres, God spheres in sky exist.
Yeah, but it doesn't prove what you're on, Don.
No, it
You know
doesn't.
that.
It proves what we're on could be a sphere.
Could be a triangle.
No, that doesn't make sense because we have not seen any other space triangles, have we?
Could it be a half sphere?
Mhm.
Yeah, sure.
The whole solar system's half spheres. What do you think?
I
about that?
actually think the logic of the moon appearing like a sphere is nearly enough to say Earth is probably like that.
Except nothing on it tells us that. The way
I'll
we
go
know the
to
way
my-
water flows and water doesn't flow. So we know that's like quite a tall order for that to happen.
No, I'll go to my second logical proof.
We know air doesn't make a sphere, right?
Obstruction at the horizon is my second logical proof. Earth's a globe. Earth's obstruction at the
So it's
horizon.
an obstruction of the
easiest
first one.
too. Yeah.
Obstruction doesn't stop you from seeing the back of the ball, or does it? But then that's also your proof for that. Because like obstruction prevents you from really proving case number one.
Oh, I've proved case number one to myself. You can either reject it or take it.
I'm just saying.
Enough for me. That's my logic. You need to see the back of every object to know if it's a real object.
If I didn't know, well, I don't know. If I only saw the front of somebody's face, I wouldn't know if they had a back of a head. You know, it's just
Yeah, but you'd assume
common
they
sense.
do, wouldn't you? Because heads, right?
Why would I? Yeah, but I would also find it suspicious that I never
So
see
when
the
we
back
see
of
a
their head.
ball,
Be
we
like,
assume
I
it
only
has a
see
back.
the front of
because
Jim's head.
You know,
I'm not sure if he has the back of a head.
You know when you go up the football field as a kid and someone's left their ball up there, and it's like you've won the lottery, so you go over and pick it up. No point ever in your life do you go over and pick it up and it's just a hemisphere someone left on the field to trick you. It's always an actual ball. So you saw the ball, you assumed it was a ball, and then you proved it is an actual ball. So that's what I'm doing with the space moon.
You're going up to the moon. You're proving it's a ball. You walk around the other side. Gotcha.
No. I know it's a
You've seen
ball
it for
because no
yourself.
one makes fake balls to trick.
They don't.
No,
But
that's not a thing.
no one makes fake balls. All right.
Except that
People
one
make fake
artist.
dollars and
Except
stuff.
the
So
one
people.
artist who was a flat earther. That's the only person who's ever made a fake ball.
It's just that you can't optically detect whether something's convex or concave sometimes. Yeah. You just can't tell. It's like you could flip a coin. Do you want to flip a coin, Don? You ready for this?
No, you don't, you're not taking
Come
it back to
on.
50. Just because I
Heads or
haven't
tails?
shown you the back
What's the
of
globe?
someone's head, you can't do a 50-50 shot that they haven't got one.
It is a
Yeah, we're
50-50
both
shot.
assuming as men they've got a back to their head. This is logic.
It's you only see 50% of the moon, so like you're already making a 50-50.
We're assuming it's a ball because it looks like one. That's how we're doing it.
I know, but that's the most primitive and probably wrong way that this
No,
entire
it's not.
like
I backed it
ideology
up
kind of
with the football
continues
field.
itself.
Sorry, the football field analogy. When you find a ball as
You
a
want the
kid,
football. Okay.
have you never found a ball as a kid?
What? I don't. No, I've never. No,
Never.
never happened.
Okay, have you ever been bought a ball by your parents?
Have you ever found a frisbee as a kid?
I've never found a frisbee. I did find $20 the other day.
Did your parents ever buy you a football once?
Football?
Soccer ball.
Soccer? Yeah. Okay, that happened.
So he
One
comes
Christmas.
in, your dad comes in, or your mum comes in, or your
No.
big brother comes in.
Santa Claus bought it for me. My parents didn't buy it for me.
Oh my god! You saw it wrapped up.
It was in a box. Yeah.
Oh, this is defeating my thing. You have to see it across the room first.
Okay, so this
you
has never
open the
happened.
top of the box, and you see it's a ball. You assume there's a backside to it because your parents are not going to put an illusion.
Actually, I'll tell you
in
what.
the box, are they for you?
Because
You
of the
open
tricky
it.
packaging, I
What?
thought it was a square, not a ball. Because it's just
This is
wrapped,
the
you know.
perfect analogy. Because
I just
your
got- yeah.
parents, your
right.
parents, God who made the moon, they're not going to trick you with an illusion in a box on Christmas Day. That would be awful.
They have though. They did that too.
What, fake ball?
Well, they're like, oh, this is obviously too obvious a shape. He'll know, so that they put it in a different box and then they rewrap it.
Yeah, but once you open it and you see the front half of the ball, you assume there's a back half, and there was.
Okay. I assumed my parents wouldn't buy me half a soccer
Later,
ball.
you
You're right.
kicked it around as a real ball in the garden, right?
It was winter, but go ahead.
Yeah. You proved to yourself it was a ball after you thought it was. That's my point.
Speaking of balls, right? You know that the Earth, Don, you know that the Earth is the only non-ball in the solar system? The one that you believe in? That you say, look, the moon is round. Look at the shape of the Earth. I just posted a picture.
I mean, like
It's
a
the
pear.
only non-ball, non-sphere.
That's not the shape of Earth. What are you talking about?
When you
Right,
take the
pear
water
shape.
away from your mythical thing, bro, it's no longer a sphere.
Fuck off.
Oh, come on now, Don. Don't get mad. Now, look, it's the truth, bro.
You translate that bottom sentence for me. See what it says.
When you take the water off of your mythical sphere, it's no longer a sphere, bro. I'm sorry.
No, you're full of shit.
Look how it looks like a beaten up freaking soccer ball.
If you lie to me again, this conversation is terminated.
Like
Looks like
it's
a
been
fool.
through war, like front lines.
Like a fucked up apple core.
Looks
If
like
you want, I
looks
can
like-
trigger you into terminating this conversation if you want me to.
I know it's painful, Don. Okay, I'll stop. My bad.
Stop lying to yourself. It's going to be painful in your
I
future.
told you I'm dangerous in the morning. You know, I'm dangerous in the morning.
Those
You're
outright
you're
projecting.
pretending the globe model says it's not a globe, but it is. So what a stupid lie.
I'm sorry to trigger you so early, Don. I'll stop.
It's probably a gravity map, or
This globe.
or it's made by someone mental.
Gravity. With the grace thing. The grace thing shows that it's a lumpy, bumpy world.
Yes.
So that's
If you showed
also
the
not a
gravity
ball.
map and said that this is how strong some people said your gravity field is, I'd give you it.
I think you should go like full out ball worship. You know what I mean? Start wearing around on t-shirts. You know what I mean? Tell people that you're in like you worship the globe and stuff.
It's what you
Everyone.
need it to be a religion. I don't. I would
I just
never
think you
ever
should live
talk
it out.
about it. I
That's
only
it.
talk about it because you guys bring it up. You're obsessed with other people's beliefs.
Just be loud and proud about it. You know.
SE didn't straw man someone else's globe model, I would never have to speak on it ever again.
Yeah, but why not like parading around the street? You know what I mean? Like walk your own like pet globe and wear a fucking t-shirt and a hat and just be like, "Yo, it's a ball. Do you guys know this?" And you know, they're like, "Yeah, totally know it, mate. It's
Be
great."
sphere, be proud. Come out. Be sphere, be proud. Yeah.
They're
We're
all
here. We're
globers
sphere. Get
anyway.
used to it.
They're
Yeah.
all globers anyway. I don't need to convince them.
We're here. We're sphere. Get used to it.
You can be queer and sphere. Oh, that and even rhymes. I'm queer, I'm sphere.
Yeah. This is great.
Yeah. LGBTQSRRQBD to the
And
power of three.
but the G stands for globe.
Or gravity. Yeah.
And the LGB. Lagrangian.
You can have LBGG. Give it to the globe and to gravity. LBGG.
Bernoulli.
Wait, we can make our own things. Globe, lover, GL. GLBB. Globe, lover. GLGG. Globe, lover. Gravity, globe. We could add some letters there. But at least Don is famous. Don has a thing named after him. Does everybody know?
What?
The Donegon. Yeah, yeah. Google it.
Donegon.
Yeah, yeah.
The Donegon. I think it should be Donegon, but that's just
Not a real thing, Snacks. It's a Bev delusion.
Bev anointed him, yeah.
How many sides is a Donegon? Isn't it 20?
Infinite.
Infinite. Well, then how could you draw it?
It's a circle. It's literally a circle, but you can measure straight patches all the way around.
You should get that as a T-shirt.
Yeah, it's mind blowing for a flat earther. That is mind blowing. The idea that a circle can be split into tiny straight segments, but literally that's how they measure flat Earth, in tiny straight segments. So it could still be a ball.
Isn't the circle an arc, not a bunch of line segments?
Rakia measured 3 straight line segments, totally separate straight line bits. Could have had a 5-degree angle between them for all he knows. And that was enough for him to be a proud flat earther and get on with his gambling career. Even though it's straight line segments that could have worked exactly the same on a globe. That's how far back and upside down the flat earth is.
I'm trying to find a Donegon. I can't find it.
Sorry.
This is the closest thing.
It's a 3D version of it. I see there.
Mm-hmm.
Bottom thing, that's silly. It wouldn't be that much of an angle.
But that's what you envision, no? Patches like that of Earth.
No, much smaller patches and less of an angle.
So no continuous curve, like a sphere.
Yeah, more continuous than what you've shown. Even more continuous.
An angle curve.
Loads of little angles making a sphere.
Mini angle curves.
Yeah. So you can say, oh, look at these salt flats. They're 50 miles wide. But it's still curved on a ball. But it's also a flat section.
Yeah, this is the part where I think you guys are trolling, man, because you can't truly believe that.
But wait, like Doug thinks that you think that the moon's real. There's sky balls, and that we can go there, but they're faking it. Why?
Technically, we could go there, but it's very hard to go there and land because of the radiation and orbital mechanics.
Yeah, we had this shit in '69, bro. So like,
No,
or
that
did
was
we
fake.
not?
That was fake.
That was fake. Okay, so
Could be going.
we've never
there
been to the
secretly.
moon.
Could be going there secretly, but I'm not sure. I'm willing to roll it all out.
So secret moon missions. So when did they figure out the secret moon missions? When did they really figure out how to land? Because '69 we couldn't do it.
I reckon 1950 onwards, they were trying to do secret moon missions.
Okay.
Where
do you get that from?
Shut the fuck up and cope, you old man. I totally triggered the guy, poor dude. Sean doesn't think like me, so I'm gonna have to call him names. Text troll, waste of space.
But this moon parallax, huh? That's just another added nail to the coffin. Would we all agree on that?
No, that's what a globe would do.
Even though you think that the mission's fake, and you can agree that it's Scotchlight rear projection.
The Scotchlight.
It's all Scotchlight. Little glass beads for projection screen.
With the
That's
eye.
how they did 2001: Space Odyssey.
With the eyes, it looks like a disc or a hole in the sky. With a telescope, it looks like a fucking ball. Rock. With a P900, you can prove it's a ball. Ball-shaped rock.
Yeah, because they have a ball.
Yeah, which is enough to prove it's a ball.
Is it?
Yeah. Just remember, the only people that lie about balls are one flat earther artist in 2017.
So if you saw like a
He's
ball,
the only
like
liar about balls.
what if you saw a ball like on a TV screen?
Yeah.
Does that have a back to it?
Well, an
Or
image
just
of a ball
in your
doesn't have a
mind?
back, does it? But
I'm just
you
saying, if
say-
something was just an image and not a real physical object, like something
Yeah.
on your television screen,
But you
projected
want-
like on a flat surface.
I want to say that's very logic and rational, Don, but it could just be a projection on a screen. And I say, no, I don't believe God makes projections on screens in the sky because there's no evidence of a screen or a projector. And the scale's too big. I don't believe we're in a puddle of lies. I believe we're in a divine creation. I don't even believe the Archons would do a fake moon projection. And they are total psychos. I don't even believe they would do it.
You are
Oh.
unique, Don, because you have these weird beliefs. Like one side you believe this, and then you can flip over to the other side, and I don't know how you can do that.
It's not sides, is it? It's a choice of different things.
Yeah, but those things correlate, bro, and they don't make sense when you combine them.
Well, let me give you one of your hypocrisies. You believe Earth's flat, all waters are flat, the oceans are flat, it's a level creation by a creator, but you don't believe in the Bible. So there you go. You flip from one side to the other. Haha.
First of all, I don't believe the earth is flat. I don't consider myself a flat earther. And what does that have to do with the Bible?
There you go. Use your answer for me.
Well, you have some people that say the Bible says about the flat earth. Then you have guys like Travis that have studied the Bible that he says nowhere in the Bible does it say anything about the shape of the earth. Besides the pillars and this and that, when God looked over the pillars and...
But my point is, you're a freedom fighter who believes in a creator, but you won't take on Christianity. So you're an antichrist, but you're also a freedom hero, truther. So that's a
I'm
contradiction.
not an antichrist, bro. Why are you bringing Christianity into this? Why are you bringing religion into
Because
this?
you tried to strawman me as a flip-flopper, taking different models. So I'm doing it to you. How does it feel?
I'm not. I'm just telling you facts. These are facts. What I'm saying. You don't believe in the moon landing, right? You don't, but you believe in these other stuff. That's all I said.
What other stuff?
That the Earth's a globe. That you live next to a vacuum.
So the fact that you
All the other
think
stuff.
you think Earth being a globe and the moon landing being real has to be part of the same paradigm. That's insane.
So you don't think that they lied to you that they went to the moon? That has nothing to do with the rest of cosmology, really?
No, I'm afraid it doesn't. It literally proves it
Somehow
more real.
you lose your logic, bro. Your logic breaks somewhere along the
The
line.
fact there was a real moon and they couldn't go to it proves it's more real.
But you don't believe they went to it.
They tried to.
So did they make it?
Might have been secret. I don't know.
I don't know. I think I would accept Don into my secret society because he ain't giving shit up.
He's holding it.
If you don't make flat Earth as part of the oath, then I'll go up the degrees.
Don, did you do the coffin thing? Did you have to swear in the coffin? The oath?
No, I'm not a
No?
Freemason.
Well, you don't have to be a Freemason. Who does it? The Skulls and Bones do that too, where our presidents come from.
I'm sure some OTO and witch groups do similar death ritual as well. But mine would be more skipping through the fire in the woods, skipping through the river, not being closed into a coffin.
I wonder, do they close the coffin or when they put you in there during the ritual?
Yeah, they put the lid on and then you're underground, so they like close the trapdoor as well.
Mm.
So this is from Egypt. You get in the sarcophagus.
You like the thing I posted? There's a thing to have as an emblem, huh? Jeez, man.
Creepy.
Sarcophagus.
I'm not into that. This type of oath keeping and death rituals.
No, but imagine belonging to a group like that tells you we're gonna dismember you, we're gonna this you, we're gonna cut your flesh, and yeah. I was gonna say it's almost as bad as the group that demands a piece of flesh to join the religion. You must cut off a piece of flesh from your newborn son. Kind of like that kind of sick shit.
You kind of wonder what the Pythagorean cult knew so bad that like they were like, yeah, if you divulge any of the secrets of our secret group, then we'll just like feed you to the fishes.
Yeah. Which bits of the math is that important?
With some triangular shit, you think? Got to be something else.
I mean, pi and Fibonacci, these types of things could be used in science and technology.
But you're gonna kill your members if they divulge it? I don't know. Sounds crazy. Yeah, baby. Lots of boxes.
Yeah, we have to pick bits from models and to find our own truth. We can't just accept everything. That's the issue that the globers have, I see, when they have to accept everything.
Well, you can accept stuff, bro. All I can do is just find the holes and show them to you, and the rest is up to you. I mean, you can't force anybody to,
I'm talking about you too. You have to accept what you accept from the flat Earth model, and not what you don't accept. The same with Christianity. You take what you want. The same with the globe. You'll take what science you want that does make sense, and you'll reject the stuff you don't like.
Is that how science works?
No, this is how belief system and epistemology works, where you choose which bits
Hey,
you think
there's some.
are true.
Oh, you did it. Thanks, Flat T. You good, Blaze? Blaze had her thing shut. She lost her amongst a lot of other people.
No way.
They lost their Discord thing. Does anybody know how to do the voice verification thing here? Any mods?
Yeah, it's done.
Okay now.
She's done now.
Okay,
Yeah.
good stuff. Thanks.
Were you naughty, Blaze?
Bummer.
Don't get chained.
What happened?
This is my. I don't know. I haven't really been on much, but this is my original account, and for some reason I started using it. I don't even know why, like 3 or 4 years ago. But I don't know. I haven't been online much, and I was at a party yesterday, and well, just a watch party for something. Anyways, and I'm going through my emails, and it says your Discord account has been deactivated. I was like, is this like, am I being scammed or something? Sure enough, I couldn't get on. I was like, oh no, because I have that server that has like a lot of my information and research. It was the first thing I thought about because I already lost my email. Anyways, like 3 months
That's
ago.
still there, right? The
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
Yes.
you had so much shit there, man. I
I
mean, come
still do.
on.
Yeah, I know, right? I got to figure out a way to do
Yeah, back it up.
Blaze, it was Shane's ADL server got taken down.
Yeah.
So anyone who was a mod or above got
I
nuked.
don't understand because he doesn't allow really Globers over there. So how is it that it keeps getting
Discord are watching.
What's the fucking name?
Wait a minute, Ruhif happened. The same thing happened to Ruhif. I think Ruhif was a mod there as well.
Yeah, Jesse too.
Yeah, it looks like all the mods got hit.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't even need to have mods over there because nobody really. I don't know. It's weird. It's just weird.
Why do they keep taking his site down? I mean, I don't get it.
I really don't
It's the
either.
name?
I mean,
It's
I
the
woke
name.
I woke up this morning,
Yeah.
like just a few months ago, and I was like, man, we get into some battles over here, Earth Awakenings, and there's a lot of Globies over here, and nothing happens. It's weird.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense why they. Does he do any Jewish stuff or does he do any medical stuff?
I think he stopped the medical stuff, the juice stuff. Oh yeah, and by the way, and like I couldn't say anything. Hey, I don't know exactly why had a covenant, he made a covenant and with the skin. I think it was to distinguish the men and the Israeli men so that the women I don't know. But I think it was just a covenant thing. I know it just seems weird. It was supposed to be on the 8th day. Like, I get it. I understand. But I think it's to be set apart to distinguish. Like, think about like in the Greek days and stuff, and they had the gymnasium. People would be naked. Well, maybe they could distinguish the set apart people, the covenant people. But I don't know. But I
Yeah,
thought
let's cut a piece off our body. Come on,
that was kind of funny that you
yeah,
said
that doesn't jive, Blaze. I mean, that has cult written all over it.
Well, yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you define a cult, then I guess I'm in a cult because he's the Most High, the creator. But anyways, back to Discord. Everybody, like make a backup. I don't even know because it's pretty devastating. I hadn't even
How do you back up like links and stuff?
I don't
Is there like
know. I guess it takes a freaking time to do it. Or just make another account just so that I have access for that. I don't know. Because they could take your account. If they could take my account, which I don't even really talk that much. I hadn't even been on that server in over a week.
But did they give a reason? Did they write you an email? I mean, I don't get this. How can they just?
Oh, they said that I harassed somebody.
Oh, okay. So somebody complained. Oh, I could imagine who it is. Yeah, I know exactly what just happened then there.
You think it's Ed Freeze?
Nope.
No, just
Starts
joking.
with a B. Starts with a B. Could be two possibilities that start with a B. I'll leave that up to you.
Oh.
Yeah,
inside
well,
of
if
my
you look
alphabet.
down in Livestream 2, I've since blocked that person. That had me go, "Oh, wow, okay," and then I asked, the other guy in the chat, if Shane's server had been taken, or he told me Shane's server was taken down, so,
Let's put it this way: they're known people that if you get them mad, they will go and they will report and do exactly that.
yeah, but, like oh, well, that server can be, I guess, the wild, wild west over there, you know? So, lesson to me, be careful where you're gonna be a mod, I guess, huh?
It
Or
seems that way. Like just because you're a mod there, that they associate you with all the goings on of the server. I mean, wow.
I wasn't even really a mod. I was like, I had muting powers, I think. Yeah, yeah. I know. And it's just ridiculous. Why how is it possible that someone could take down a whole server with, you know, and everybody else's accounts just because they had some interaction with a couple people? Like
Yeah,
what?
that's ridiculous. That you have a group of people, one of them gets into a tuffle, and all the group gets sentenced.
Yep.
That's guilty by association. That doesn't
Yep.
work. That does it?
Apparently in Romania they can do it.
Yeah.
But a person just asked if I can appeal it. I'm trying, but you know what? I guess it just doesn't matter as long as I have this server and my other server and like a couple of other servers. Like if anybody had me on some other servers, I'd like to rejoin. But I was only really ever here and on that other server a little bit. Oh.
Did you ever go to Bev? Did you ever go to that server?
No.
Next on the level?
Yes. Well, I mean, I would think I was there a little bit and then I never went to Gym Pandas, but I had it.
Why would you? Yeah.
Yeah, right.
The pleasantries.
These are the only two servers I recommend: Geos and Bev.
That's a person. That's what I was not like the last person, but I mean, I have harassed people, not really harassed, but argued with people. I wouldn't want to harass anybody. Like, and what's that definition anyways? That seems pretty vague.
I went over to Shane's server once as well, and that seemed to be okay as well. I don't see why. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like,
Yeah,
this
when
is
you
like
were
the
there,
third time they nuked him, right?
third or fourth, but yeah, when you were
Yeah.
there, that was the last time I was there.
Yeah.
Just weird.
I went in once to see how, and they seemed okay. I mean, they
Yeah.
seemed nothing trivial or crazy or yeah.
No, but sometimes they get a little raunchy, and then I leave or they stop or something. But I mean, it's not bad at all. It's just like a couple of people hanging out at a bar, socializing and stuff like that. Like when I tell you there's no globies over there, hardly any. They just didn't want it, It's like a little reprieve. It's just weird. But anyways,
Just doesn't make any sense. And the part of the mods too getting nuked. That's see, they can do whatever they want. They can do whatever they want, and the government. You notice the government during the certain crisis we had, they learned the trick now. They're delegating everything. NASA, they delegate the rocketry so they can blame somebody else. The laws they had, they delegate them out to the businesses. You notice that? They found a new freaking trick. Sons of guns. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, here, I'm going to post this. It's not shocking. It's just, the thing is, I think more and more people are waking up, So it's just a battle that we're in. I really do believe that we're in this spiritual battle, and things are just getting darker and darker, in my opinion.
And it seems that they're going with the UFO angle, because I've been hearing more and more UFO. This guy UFO, that guy UFO. It seems that that's the angle they're gonna go with.
And we knew it. It's not like we didn't know it, right?
Yeah.
We're telling our friends, but of course, do you think they remember? But unable to share. I don't have powers to post. Oh, you know what? I have to get it from Geo or Jeremy. Or wait, Flatty?
No, I don't know. I don't know how to do that.
Yeah.
Unless SE knows. We got the same powers, me and SE.
I really don't, bro. I gotta brush up on that.
No.
My bad.
Only server guardians can give that.
Okay. So yeah.
Yeah.
Jeremy, where are you at, bro?
I messaged him. I messaged Geo. I messaged you. I was like, how am I gonna get all these servers? And I was like, oh, YouTube.
Aren't you a mod here?
Oh yeah, I will be as soon as
Yeah.
he rolls me.
They gotta reinstate it. That's freaking weird, man.
Well, he wanted, and Geo, I messaged him. He's like, hey, I just really need to voice verify you. And I was like, yeah, of course. And apparently there's a fake Witsit account going around too.
There's a lot of fakes going around. A lot of fake accounts. A lot of them came over on Bebs there twice. They impersonated, I think it was Flat Rocky or a couple of people. Forget their names. Yeah, beware of that.
You know what? I was just over there because my friend James was over there at Bev's.
Right?
No, yeah, I think it was his. Yeah, if you could send me any kind of servers, that would be cool. I used to have so many, too many. But anyways.
So you remember there? I can send you that one, but I wouldn't recommend any other one.
I don't really go to any other ones, honestly. This was when I had 24.
Unless you wanna link to Gems. I hear that's a swinging place.
No. I'm kind of just like a one-trick pony. I just hang out really at one place. But anyway, so how have you guys been? Doing all right?
Oh yeah, summer's here finally.
Yay. It's got to be a blessing. Yeah, summer's here too. It's hot. Moldering hot, muggy.
Did you see some of the parallax pictures I posted on the moon?
Me? Nope. We just came out of that dark moon last weekend.
Oh, yesterday. Oh man, did I miss out? Check this out, Blaze. I look up in the sky and I see the tiniest freaking sliver of the moon. I check the thing, 3.5%.
Yeah, right.
But I don't have my camera with me, right? So I go, shit, let me go home. So I rush home. By the time I got home, the trees were in the way. I missed a freaking one of the best 3.5%, like the smallest sliver you've ever seen. And the sky was clear as hell. Yeah, I'm pissed off.
Yeah, that is I've never heard of it actually being 3.5.
Yeah, I actually saw it and it was like a glorious freaking sight. I should have taken a picture with my phone. Damn it. But I didn't.
That's so cool.
I think the record is by that French dude. Is it 1 point something or 2%?
Wow.
I forget what the record is.
I didn't even know it could get that. Like when it came back on the scene, I didn't know it would still be that small.
Yeah, first time I seen it that small, and of course I didn't have my camera with me. No. And it was the day after new moon, or what you call full moon.
No. That's what they do. No. See, I'm a full moon equals new moon. Remember?
Right. Oh, the other way around. Okay, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, because they have that so ingrained in our minds. Because the moon, anyways, it doesn't make sense. So does it get to? It obviously gets to 3.5 when it's going into that phase, into the dark moon phase, right? It's just I don't know.
No, actually, it's coming out of
Right,
the,
like what you
the
just saw, yes, but then when it's going into that dark phase, it's not really it's getting washed out, really, to tell you the truth, is because it's so close to the sun. We should call it the washed out moon.
yeah, that exactly that.
But a lot of people don't know that it just goes back to the sun. It took me a while to finally figure that one out. I was like,
Yeah,
okay.
they believe that the new moon cannot be seen because it's in front of the sun and it's off by 5 degrees. That's the official explanation. So we got the brightest object in the sky, the biggest rock, quote unquote, in the sky, and it gets washed out because it's 5 degrees off. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Sounds so weird. Well,
Yeah.
that's ridiculous because we can just easily prove with our star charts that like I did take one screenshot on my star app that after the moon was like pulling away, it was probably Sunday was my Shabbat, so it was like maybe Saturday night, I forget. But I mean, we could easily disprove that because it
Yeah,
doesn't.
absolutely.
Yeah. But
The whole thing doesn't make sense. Then you have the solar eclipse, where again, the biggest rock in the sky comes right next to the biggest, shiny, brightest thing in the sky that keeps us alive, creates daytime, but somehow we don't see it. We don't see the biggest rock in the sky. We don't see it approaching the sun, eclipsing the sun, and then leaving. We don't see it. We just see a shadow. That's some big, tall order if you believe that one.
I know, right? I have some swampland here in Florida if you want some. It only floods just a little bit.
Yeah. A couple of sump pumps will solve the problem.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, like, how can you convince the masses of this? Like, how? How can you think that's possible?
Well, don't forget we were there, right? But
Yeah, yeah.
now, now the veil has clearly been removed. The scales have been removed. And it's so
Yes.
weird because not many other people care to have those scales removed. They're like, no, I'm good. I'm good. Leave me alone. I don't want to have that truth.
I'm glad you mentioned veil because that's exactly what it is. And we have a saying, right? ECV, existential, cognitive, veiling, right? So it's like they shut their mind off at that particular point. It's crazy.
Because they don't care really. They just want to continue paying their bills and struggle or just be happy, and they have so much money they can buy this, they can buy that. Amazon's at their house all the time, and life is just so, consume, and we just take things for granted. Like you're not going to live forever.
Or there is another option. Maybe they just believe the moon has phases because it's in orbit around Earth and angles to the sun.
How crazy.
Yeah, far out, man. Those people.
Hey, good morning.
Yeah, it's logical to think that there's a rock falling around you. I mean, that's the first thing I would have thought of, for sure.
It's logical to think that after you've gone through what it might be.
It's just it's just as fun as if you take a drop of water, it eventually turns into a huge drop of water, and it's like if you drop things, like eventually they'll hit the ground. You know what I mean? If you pick things up, but if you put it high up enough, it'll like almost never come down because it'll just be in orbit. I love how just counterintuitive reality is that way.
If it's on the surface of a planet, not eventually it turns back to a water droplet. If it's on the surface of a planet with gravity, it curves to the planet. Anyway, we don't have to agree. I'm just saying you can't straw man all the people that don't believe in your moon going close to the sun idea are just lost in their jobs. That doesn't make sense.
So you live on a sphere, right? Now, if you believe this, and you believe that they send rockets up there, wouldn't you want at least to have a continuous video of a rocket lifting off, showing the ball, showing the curved, and then just showing the flatness, right? The levelness, call it what you want, just turning into a ball. Wouldn't that be the freaking video of a lifetime?
Yes.
Wouldn't it done?
Yes, but I don't care that we don't have it. And we do have leaving Earth and it curving slowly from flat. We have that. And we also have stuff people claiming to be in space. We just don't have the single video of the whole thing. But I'm not fussy. I don't care.
Isn't that funny? Well, I am. I'm very fussed. And yeah, and also we went to the moon apparently, and we don't have video of the Earth continuously spinning. It's mind-boggling. Like you go to such a place and you don't film the Earth. That's like going to, I don't know, the Grand Canyon and not filming the Grand Canyon.
They did claim to film the Earth from the moon, though, didn't they?
Why would you not? That is the number one thing. Your eyeballs would be glued to it. Once you stepped off that limb and you looked at the Earth, they would have to pry you away from it.
They did claim to film the Earth from the moon. That's part of the story.
For a few seconds.
What did you want them to stick a tripod up and wait 24 hours?
Well, part of the mission that I would have planned, guaranteed 100%, anybody would have planned this. Anybody with half a brain, they would put a camera there filming the Earth from the time they came there, and they'd probably leave it there. Probably have solar batteries to leave that there for as long as it could last. That would be maybe mission number 2.
And then you want them to broadcast that back while it's recording live.
Yeah, why not? They did a phone call. Why not? You don't have to do it live. You can film it. You can capture it. You can bring it back with you. You would at least do that. That would be job number 1. Film a place where you live.
You don't really understand the technical logistics of doing this type of stuff.
Oh, I understand that your mind is completely gone, bro, when it comes to this. Completely gone.
If they were Star Trek, they would have put a camera filming the Earth, but they weren't Star Trek. They're a confused bunch of Masons pretending, aren't they?
Yeah, it's amazing. As long as they have people like you, Don, they'll be fine.
Yeah, the same for Flat Earth, right? As long as they have people like you, it'll keep growing.
I keep telling you, the Earth is not flat. You don't listen.
Yeah, but I've asked you face to face, honestly, man to man, do you believe all the oceans are horizontal? And you've said yes, which is the same thing as saying Earth's flat.
No, you cannot deduce a shape unless you view the whole picture. So
Not
just
shape,
by you
not
thinking
shape.
that water is level, right?
Not shape,
You
flat.
cannot. Just listen, bro. Listen to the logic, right? You can have. You want to talk shape, right? You can have a flat. Listen.
I want to talk.
Listen, bro. Listen. Try to listen. You can have a flat shape on top, and on the bottom it could be a sphere. It could be a triangle. It could be anything, bro.
You believe the bit we live on is flat?
Nope.
Yes,
I
you
don't
do.
know what the bit we live on is. I don't know.
You've told me before, so I know you do.
Nope.
Yes.
Never said the word flat. Never.
But you
Never
believe
said
all
that the Earth is
you
flat. You know why?
You
Because the
believe all
Earth
the
is not
oceans are
flat, bro.
horizontal, don't you?
As much as you want the Earth to be flat, it's not flat. It's as simple as that.
Do you think all the oceans are horizontal? Parallel to each other. There you go.
Of course, yeah. Of course.
You're a flat earther.
There you go. You see that? By association, just because you think water is horizontal and level and horizontal, right? You're a flat earther.
Yes. And just like I think it's curved, I'm a glober, right?
Well, you want to put yourself that label? It's up to you.
You know I'm a glober because I believe it's a globe. I know you're a flat earther because you believe it's horizontal all the way across.
But I'm not a flat earther because the earth is not flat.
Yeah, but I know what flat earther means. So I'm still calling you that.
You can call me whatever you want. Doesn't matter.
I know. You can deny it all you want. It doesn't matter.
The word flat earth is a psyop. CIA.
Why do you
operation.
believe it then?
I don't.
You do. Flat oceans are a psyop, bro. Why do you believe it? Literally an Eric DeBay psyop, and you fell for it. Because it looks flat, it is flat. That's the psyop.
If it's flat for you, bro, it's flat for you.
They operated on your psyche by saying it looks flat, so it is flat, and you fell for it. You think it is horizontal because it looks horizontal.
The irony, bro, the irony. A priest gave you this model and you fight for it as if you know, as if you've been there
I'm talking
inside.
about your model.
It can't get any better than this, bro.
I'm
An
discussing
atheist,
your model.
an atheist believing in a religious model. It's amazing.
I'm not atheist. So
It's not religious, is he?
Be careful before you speak. You know I'm not an atheist. We spoke about that yesterday.
Oh, my bad, my bad. I take it back. I take it back.
Because you're too quick to roll your script out without remembering who I am, even though you speak to me every day.
Well, you're funny because you have mixed beliefs. So my bad.
I have.
You're a baller that believes we didn't go to the moon. So that's
not
quite
mixed.
amazing.
It's not mixed or amazing. It's just a belief.
Fair enough. My apologies.
You're a horizontal earther.
If I misgendered you,
flat. So that's.
I'm sorry for misgendering you.
You're a horizontal earther that is scared of the word flat. So that's a mixed belief you have. So it's confusing.
Can I say I'm sorry if I misshaped you?
No, I forgive you. It's just it shows you care more about straw manning than you do the truth. That's what it shows.
Well, it's hard to keep up with your beliefs, Don.
It's not hard for
so
me. Even go on there.
you misshaped Don, and he mispronouned you.
Yep, there you go. We're even. That's right. He mispronounced me. Thank you.
What do you want to be called? A horizontal earther?
You can call me SC.
True earther?
I don't accept any labels.
Alternative. Oh, well, I'll give you the one I want then. If you don't accept any of them, I'm going to give you whichever one I choose.
Go on, give me one.
Flat earther. PSYOP victim.
Flat earther.
PSYOP victim.
PSYOP victim, flat earther. Okay.
Don, why do you think it's a psyop?
Because it's not true, and the debate about it is so minimalistic, tribal, and nuanced, and hard to tell that it splits the human psyche into pieces, blows them to bits. And because it's not true, Earth is still a globe. The only reason to release that argument is to trick people and confuse them. Same as any cult, New Age cult.
So if flat Earth was a joke, right, was a non-thing, why would they? Sorry?
1 sec, please. Yeah, one second. It's just I can see where Don is coming from with that argument, right? It's just that one interesting thing regarding that it splits the psyche, which I don't think, because everything of those impressions you get from reality, which transmits to you, is in common sense that you live on a flat Earth, which is not moving, right? So in a way, it even corresponds to what is experienced, right?
I disagree.
Okay.
I'm not giving you that it seems flat. If we were a dumb caveman, with no books, no telescopes, it would seem flat. But we're not. We're intelligent men in 2023. So the Earth does not seem flat.
But if you're intelligent men, how is it that they got fooled with the moon landings and the ISS and you didn't? Are they not as intelligent as you, Don?
I'm saying me, ASIC, and you, we're intelligent men. But the
And
fact
the ballers aren't? The ones that got fooled?
we can't lie to ourselves and say Earth seems flat, because that's ignoring all the evidence that suggests it's a globe.
How about the ballers that bought into the moon and the ISS story? Are they not intelligent like us?
Well, we all are intelligent, and then areas where we're silly, like you with flat Earth. So you're intelligent with religion and some logic, but you also think Earth's flat, which shows you're not intelligent in that area.
So limited intelligence.
You get it? So everyone has their own intelligence in different areas. Earth doesn't seem flat. That's not true.
Mm.
We have nighttime, sunsets, obstruction, globes in the sky. It all adds up to being on a globe. Stars spinning on an axis every direction of up that you look from Earth.
Yeah,
Stars
it's
spinning on an axis? What?
it's pretty significant that I can explain all of the sky's motion, the sun, the moon, the north-south celestial pole, all these things I can explain in one concise sentence, but flat Earth can't do that, and so that kind of causes me to lean towards the fact that we're on a rotating planet.
Let's hear this the sentence.
We're on a spherical rotating planet.
I mean, regardless of the options presented otherwise, right? But it doesn't follow that just because you got the simpler answer, it needs to be true, right? Would you acknowledge that, Left Lane?
Well, it's sort of a Occam's razor that gets brought up a lot. It's the most sensible explanation with the least amount of assumptions.
Mm-hmm.
And with flat Earth, you explain one observation that this is happening, but then that doesn't work in the other. Like explaining the southern sky with like personal dome or whatever, but how do you apply that to the north? We don't have to do anything special to the North Star, and the north celestial pole. It just happens because it happens, but we have to apply all these other things to explain the southern part, and those, it's kind of contradictory, right?
Well, there's a lot of things contradictory in your model. For example, if you take a time lapse of the stars, you see mostly a uniform motion, right? Everything uniformly moving. But that's not the case in your in your model. That is definitely not the case. Those stars should not be moving uniformly like that. Not at all. It just can't happen. But yet you believe it.
Well, if you put the distances so far away, right?
Yeah, that's all they have. Yeah. Things are so far away, they all look like they're moving the same. I mean, that's nonsense. Then they tell you parallax. How does parallax work if that's the case? Right? There's just so many ways that it just doesn't work, man.
You're really stuck on it, ain't you?
Well, you have uniform motion, then you have parallax. How does that work? Contradiction.
It's all explained. The globe model explains every observation you can think of. You are not smart enough to come up with a break to it. It's
You're
much,
probably right.
it's much deeper than anything you can conceive of, and it's already explained it all.
Yeah, probably too dense. Yeah.
Yeah, and addicted to trying to do something that you're not capable of.
Yeah, I just can't be bullshitted to. I have this addiction, like, to reality. It's a hindrance to the ball model. I know.
You're addicted to listening to the bullshit and talking about it over and over and over again.
Whoever that is, you're roboting.
Strong syllables right there.
You're roboting left lane.
Yeah. Go ahead and stop talking now.
I'm going to give you permission, SE, now to not believe in the globe model. You don't have to. You're a free man.
Seems like every day almost I come up with stuff and show you guys against the model. Like today I came up with the moon set parallax. I didn't hear one baller say anything about it, not a word. How can you have that happening? Gentlemen? Ladies?
You can have fake moon sets on a globe Earth. That's the thing. So it doesn't debunk the model, does it?
Oh,
Only,
that
all it debunks is one TV show NASA did.
Nope. It shows that what you saw on the moon, what you thought that was on a moon, on that thing in the sky, was actually in a studio with a backdrop. You were posting pictures yourself, Don, before. Come on now.
I know, I agree with you, but that can work on the globe.
Yeah, it could work anywhere. That means they didn't go to the moon. That means they took those pictures here on Earth, whether it's a globe or flat, and never went to that thing in the sky there.
You didn't debunk the model, the globe model, did you?
Sorry?
You didn't manage to debunk the globe model. You only called up for suspicion some moon shots.
We're not talking about a globe model or flat now. We're talking about if they went to the moon or not.
We were talking about the globe model because it was my point, and I said, you are welcome not to believe in it. You're a free man. And you said, well, I've brought things against it every day. And then you went back to a thing against the moon landing, not against the model.
Well, that's part of your model.
Doesn't debunk the model, though, does it?
Yeah, but does it debunk the moon landing?
Yeah, a little bit. But I
That's
didn't
fair.
need you,
That's good.
you for that. No one needed you for that.
We'll take that. Don the baller doesn't believe we went to the moon. That's pretty good. That's
I already,
yeah.
but you didn't change my mind. I already thought that. I've already seen what you showed, right? You haven't.
Yeah, I didn't say I changed your mind. Yeah, but that's good for people to hear. Don, a baller, believes we live on a globe, but doesn't believe we went to the moon. I like that. I won't hold it against you. I have a good friend, Ali. He believes in the ISS. I don't make fun of him. I never had an argument with him. Your beliefs are your beliefs. As long as you don't try to convince me, I'm good with that.
Well, as long as you don't try and convince me Earth's not a globe, we'll be fine.
You guys are best friends now.
Yeah.
I'm fucking hair in my arms standing up. It's beautiful.
What a moment, huh? If only we had some trees to hug, man.
Well, right, but one of you's got it wrong, one of you's not wrong.
Yeah, that's the.
But are we going to flip coins now, Don? Can we just flip
No.
coins for your cosmology?
I'm happy to.
Because you can't know better than a coin, right?
I can know better than SE because I'm.
I don't know.
He's likely to get stuff wrong. I'm less likely to get stuff wrong.
And that is based on your superior intellect, schooling. What? How did you come up with that one?
I've heard you be wrong all day, every day for over 4 years. While I'm saying honest, correct stuff, you've been on purpose saying wrong things for 4 years, every single day.
Well, I guess that settles it. Okay.
Yeah, so that is my proof that I'm smarter than you.
Righto, chap.
Scientific proof, right there. Observation.
You got to be on the payroll, Don. You got to be on the payroll.
Well, I'll admit I am. If you're on the flat Earth payroll, That's fair. We can both be. It can't be just me. That's not fair, is it? That's ridiculous.
I mean, he's got to be on the payroll like he should be on the payroll.
If we're going to pretend I am, we're going to have to pretend he is as well. So he has to apply all of his logic to himself.
I think he's just meaning like you're missing out on the money if you're not on the payroll.
Oh. Yes, I've often thought that, but I don't want to. I don't want to get paid for it.
Like I would hire you for a ball supporter.
Well, this is weird. Even if I had money, I would never hire you for flat Earth supporter.
If I were recruiting, I would hire, well, maybe you, but Kosho for sure. He would be top on my list.
Does that mean that I'm convincing if you would pay me to do it?
No, you're an enigma. You're like, I would hire you because you have both views, so people will see, what the heck, this guy believes this and that, or this and not that.
Why do you keep saying that? Both views. What? Like it's wrong to have the views I have.
Well, how can you believe in the agency that lied to you about going to the moon and then believe about everything else they tell you about the Earth? I mean, that just doesn't make sense.
Which bits of the NASA agency do you think I do believe?
The picture parts where they show the globe.
No, my God, no, I don't.
So how do you know it's globe then? The only pictures we have of globe is from them.
Do you want to go back to stage one? The moon looks like a ball. Obstruction on the horizon. Nighttime. 2 celestial spheres.
How can you believe a shape if you haven't seen the shape? And the only people that
pretend to play the game again.
You're tripping again. How can you believe in a shape when the only people that have presented you a shape is the people from NASA, which you don't believe in?
No, you're tripping that you think the only reason to believe in a shape would be seeing a picture of it from far away.
Well, how else would you have proof if you don't eyeball something to be sure?
I told you earlier. You've circled back. Can you not remember my logic for believing it's a ball?
Yeah, the moon.
The moon, and what else?
Doesn't matter if you don't eyeball something. You can't be sure. That's the point.
Fuck off.
Done. I know when you say things like that, right? I know I have you, and everybody else knows that I have you.
Don't you dare tell me how to know things just by having to eyeball them. Don't be so stupid.
How else can you be sure of the shape if you don't see it?
All the other ways.
By looking at the moon.
Yeah, that's my first way.
What's the other one?
Second one is obstruction of the horizon.
Obstruction of the horizon, which can happen with only a curve or a drop, or what can happen under.
So far, it's only been explained on a globe.
No, it hasn't.
Satisfactorily to me.
Absolutely not. I have pictures of other things obstructing. I can show you. I mean, everybody knows. Everybody knows that the Atmos can obstruct.
If you want to forget my other logics, how I know it's a ball, and move on to you pretending obstruction happens on a flat surface, we can do that. I don't mind.
It could happen on any surface.
Yeah. Do you want to show that? Because I already don't believe you, but you can show it if you want.
You don't think obstruction can be caused by anything other than a curve?
No, not in the way you need.
What do you mean, not the way I need?
Bottom up obstruction seen at the horizon on Earth has only been explained on a globe. To me, satisfactorily.
To you, okay, fine, fair enough to you, but not to others. I mean, we know that doesn't happen. Me, for example, I've been to the water and I've delineated the spot where your mythical ball says boats should start disappearing, and I can tell you that they don't. Way farther, 6 miles, 7 miles, 8 miles, and you see the water, the hull, all the way down. So I know for a fact, with myself doing it, that your model is full of crap. So that's that.
Well, that's my number 2, whether you like it or not.
Well, anybody could kill your number 2 just by going to the beach with a P900.
In your mind.
Or any camera with a decent zoom.
In your mind, you can reject number 2, but I haven't rejected it. That's my number 2.
I repeat, anybody with a pair of eyeballs and a decent camera could kill your number 2. Anybody.
I don't care about other people.
You can do it yourself, Don. Go to the water, find the spot.
No.
Find the spot where it's about 3 miles, where your fantasy model says, and have a look. Look at the boats, and you're going to see them clearly going past that without drop, without losing anything. You can see it for yourself, man.
It's so weird, SC. Like, why? Don, do you think he genuinely believed these things?
No, he's lying.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Have you ever been to
You can hear the
the
ego in his
water,
voice.
Negator? You ever been to the water?
I think so. Yeah, I think the ego is the biggest deal for him.
Yeah.
Ego. We're talking about water. Where does ego come in here?
And unfortunately, every time you reference it.
So you've said you've been to the water, right? You said you've been to the beach and you've checked this out, right?
I've checked it all. Yeah, it's only explained on the globe. Sorry.
I'm not talking to you, bro. I'm talking to Negator.
Sorry,
Negator,
yeah,
you
what
checked
Don
this
said
out?
was correct. Well, SC, come on, man. Like, you're a grown man. How can you be saying these things?
Well, I can say that back to you. Does your model say that if you go to the water and you stand on the beach, that a boat should start sinking bottom first at a certain distance? Yes or no, Negator? We'll see who's doing what. Is that what your model says?
It's as if Don's been speaking this entire time, but your ego has prevented you from listening to the words that he's been saying. Why do you
There's my
repeat this
proof.
question to me?
Again, you're going with ad homs. You're not addressing the point. Are you? I know you got a personal beef with me. I get that, bro, but it's not going to help you in an argument situation, right? So,
No,
I repeat, does your model say... I know you don't like me, bro. I know you think I'm this and that, but that's not going to help you in an argument, right? You can't use personal things against in an argument. So, I repeat, does your model state what I said, yes or no?
Don's told you exactly what the reality is. I don't know why you're asking me.
Go on mute, bro. Go on mute.
I mean, like as an adult, right? Like, you need to take a step back and wonder why
Once
you're
again,
saying
you're
the things that
personally
you're saying.
attacking. You're personally attacking. Does your model say what I said it says?
Well, I'm not attacking, but for you in this conversation, it's a personal issue.
Not at all.
It's
not a
got
personal
nothing to do
issue.
with objective reality. It's entirely personal for you.
How so?
Well, Don's been telling you the things that are real to him and real to the vast majority of the world. And you act as if he didn't say any of that. And you immediately turn to me and start building this weird case against a position that you're not sure that I have, despite the fact that Don's laid it out in front of you.
No, that's not how it happened. I was talking with Don, and you came in attacking me for absolutely no reason, and you have no argument. You're not addressing my argument. You're not making a counter argument. You're just trying to show how I did something, this and that. So like I said, your games, bro, are not going to work here. Either you address the argument or just go on mute.
Well, the problem, though, is it's not an argument, what you're doing.
Yeah, you don't have an argument, right?
I'm challenging you, both of you, right now, live on YouTube.
No.
And you're just flailing away. You refuse to argue for your model. I mean, it's very telling.
See, you got to, like, this pretend you guys are absurd position, it's very droll. It's very childlike.
You see, again, nothing of substance, just attacks. That's all you have left.
That's exactly it. That's your issue.
No, I gave you a solid question. I asked you a reasonable question concerning your model, and you know it's ridiculous, and it's very telling you're refusing to defend the model. It doesn't get better than this.
Well, let's look at what you're talking about in the water thing. Do you think it's okay to go out to the water and look at refracted images of wave runners to determine the shape when you know that the refraction can actually mirage and hide a vessel that small? Wouldn't it make more sense to go to the beach where maybe some cruise ships go out to sea and do that observation rather than looking at a wave runner?
Wasn't looking at a wave runner. I was looking at a variety. You like that wave runner, the Sea-Doo thing? That's cool. That's caused by the splash and by the heat haze. You seen that? The one I have there where they disappear? Yeah, but that's caused, and that's a good point for Don to see as well, that things other than Earth curve. Now those Sea-Doos are about 7-8 miles away.
But what if it was a cruise ship? What if it was a great big cruise ship? That would probably be a more appropriate vessel to do this analysis with, wouldn't it?
Well, you brought up one thing, the Sea-Doos, right? But I have a variety of vessels that I film, and all of them display the same thing. You've seen the video. I have the 13-mile bridge. Anybody could go on my YouTube and check it out.
Yeah,
and as a matter of fact, we had a big argument about this with the bearded devil.
Yeah,
and Bob, you remember that, right? And Bob, the science guy, backed me up. We did a whole thing on the map where I was, how far the pylons are. All this has been dissected by you guys. And ask Bob, the science guy. He can verify my location. He can verify the platoons were about 5 miles away. And clearly you see the boats clearly go past that, and you don't see no dip. You don't see no bottom-up obstruction. Like, I'm sorry, man, but it is what it is. I'm not going to lie to myself, just like I don't lie to myself when they tell me, hey, does the moon look like it's a sphere? I'll say, yeah, it looks like it. You can't lie to yourself, man. If you see something, that's what it is. I've done this multiple times. The boats don't disappear like your model says. Simple.
We're just tired of the sophistry, SE.
Then go to a Bigfoot forum and hassle them, bro. What are you coming here for?
Do you ever take your P900 and see if the moon doesn't go behind the horizon on your water? You ever done that?
Take my P900 and see if the moon doesn't go behind the horizon? What kind of a statement is that?
Well, it was a question, right?
I've never done that.
No? Why not?
Have you?
Why?
I've seen the moon set.
Have you done what you've told me if I've done? And if so, show us some pictures or something.
That wasn't the question.
Yeah, you have nothing, bro. Since you came into the convo, you have brought absolutely nothing to the conversation.
SE, do you believe the moon sets behind the horizon?
If I believe the moon sets behind the horizon. Dude, I don't believe in your fantasy model, bro.
Do you believe the moon?
I understand that. No, I don't believe in that. No.
Well, I'm afraid it does. So your belief is wrong.
Fair enough. Look, you can believe in anything you want. It's not a problem for me.
No, it literally sets
as long as you tell me you believe it's your belief, it's not a problem. As long as you try to convince me of it, that's when we have a problem.
It's called a moon set. It's got an actual name. A thing that happens. People see.
Yeah, I wonder what happens when you use a P900 at the beach looking at the moon. Does it not set?
So conveniently, you left the water because you know I had you, right? So now you're going to the moon, something we don't know what it is. Let me repeat.
No. I don't need you to repeat. Okay, I'm grown. You're grown. You don't need to repeat. I understand what you're
saying. So water. So you concede Do you concede that your model doesn't work in reality when observed from a beach, a body of water?
No, I've seen things obstructed over the water. I think you're being very cherry picky here, and it's so tiresome, SE, because you've seen
Not
the
at all.
and
Not
you
at all.
know that
Beautiful.
the same claims you're making about boats must then apply to the moon, and you also have the problem of the moon not only being higher than the boats, but bigger than the boats, and
The moon has
angularly bigger than the
nothing.
boats, and
The
brighter than the
moon.
boats.
Yeah, say it again. I'll say what I say. The moon has nothing to do with boats. The moon is up there. Nobody has a clue what it is.
It does when
The
it's setting on the
boats,
horizon, doesn't it?
they're not going to let it go. They're going to trip. The
Well,
boats
yeah,
are on
because
the
it's
water. Reality. We can see them. We can measure them. And they don't disappear like your model says. Now, you're going to have to live with that. That's your problem.
SE. Okay, buddy. I understand what the words you're saying.
No, you don't.
The issue, though, is you're being very, very adolescent and ignoring the point being presented to you. In fact, it was Don that brought up the moon first.
You
And
have to go to the
if you're
moon.
going to take issue with our model and cite some specific instance, where I don't see obstruction, then whatever reason you have for that lack of obstruction must also apply to everything else. But so why then would the moon be obstructed but boats not obstructed? How does this work?
See, this is the beauty of it. This is the beauty. When we have you in the corner, right? We can predict every time.
Shut the fuck up,
First,
dude.
you're going to interrupt. First, you're going to interrupt. And second, you're not going to accept what I say. We're talking about water, how water behaves. I showed you that water doesn't
not.
behave the way it does on your model.
You're not
And
talking
you're
about
going
water.
to space, and you're going to interrupt me while I'm talking.
No, we're not
This
going to
is-
space. We're talking about a
this
moon
is
setting
what-
on the horizon
This is
above
what
the water.
you guys do.
You
I
lying idiot.
destroyed you with the water, and you went to space.
You didn't
That's
even
what
talk
you
about
guys
water.
do.
You spoke
Is
about
there-
boats.
Yeah. And is there a flat earther
Maybe you
here
want to
willing
talk
to
about Jupiter now?
be mature and have a conversation instead of just, I guess, mock SE? I guess that's why I think this is about ego, because all you do is mock people in here. You don't get to the bottom of any conversation. You don't talk to anybody genuinely. You don't approach anybody in good faith.
Again, you're attacking me personally. I know you don't like me. I know I devastate you on your model, and I get it, bro. Address the issue, not
issue.
me.
It's
We're
you.
talking
You are
about
the
water,
issue.
and you
Yeah,
guys
it's
are going to interrupt me every time I talk, and you're going to go to space. We were talking about water.
No, we're not going to space. We're talking about the moon setting on the horizon. It's not space.
Space.
No,
Space
not
again.
space. Not space. Obstruction on the horizon.
It's beautiful. I love it.
So you've lied about you talking about water.
Weird.
You've lied about us talking about space. Neither of those are true.
I've been to the water, and there's no obstruction. There's no dip where you guys say there is. Sorry. All you need is 2 eyeballs, a camera, and water, and your model dies.
What's
Anybody
happening to
can
the
do it.
moon? What's
And
happening
all
to
you're
the
going to
moon
do
in
is
those
say the moon. And it's so beautiful.
SE, look, you've got to stop monologuing like this. We get it. You think they're pretty. You've provided us an observation. You don't like our response. We understand.
No, you don't like my example.
Are we understood? Like, are we seeing eye to eye now? And the fact that you don't have to say any of those things at all again, it's just a waste of air.
No, I'm going to say them every time you're here, as a matter of fact. Every time I see you, I'm going to say those things. You know why? Because they're true, and I know that they bug you, and I want people to listen to what you guys say in response to that. The moon. It's beautiful.
Gio is hearing you be super childish and illogical for a long time. He's hearing this. Yeah, we're speaking about how good this server is for truth, and I mentioned how you are a massive crap bit that isn't true in the middle of the nice truth.
Once again, an ad hom, an attack towards me. Make a complaint. If you have a problem with me, open a ticket.
Yesterday, I made a complaint about you.
Good stuff.
Now you're doing it again.
telling you the truth of how your model doesn't work on water.
Playing word games and lies and not addressing any actual point, even if you're the one that brought it up.
Water destroys your fantasy, bro. Completely kills it.
Where's the rest of the moon behind it then? What happened?
I don't care about your moon,
You
man.
don't care. See, that's
I
you.
don't care. We're talking about
That's
water.
you not addressing the point, isn't it?
We were talking about water, and you went to the stars. You went to space.
No, we went to the
I
moon
want everybody
behind
to
the
hear
ocean.
this.
Moon sets. That's not space, is it?
The moon is not in space?
The moon setting isn't a space observation, is it? It's an obstruction observation.
This is what I want to hear. This is what I want to hear. The moon setting is not a space observation. Dawn 2023.
It's really weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
Why does the moon disappear, though, Essie? Why does it disappear?
He doesn't care, he said. Just told me he doesn't care why.
When you guys address the water problem and tell me that you're wrong, then we can move to the moon. How's that? Let's see if we can have some honesty here.
Well, like I was telling you, I don't put any, I don't draw any conclusions off of like harbor observations of small vessels and things like that. I look at large vessels like cruise ships where it's definitive, and when I used to go out to sea, deep sea fishing, pretty regular when I was younger, I would always sit in the fishing chair, the battle chair, and watch the shoreline and all the condos shrink into the horizon as we went out to sea. They're obviously being obstructed by the horizon, and the further we go, the deeper they sink and they disappear because the horizon was in the way.
Right. That's what you see. You appear. That's how it appears. But when we try to recreate that model, right, it doesn't work.
Why?
Right? Because I tried to recreate that model. I went to the beach. I found a body of water. I found the spot where your model says that should happen. And it didn't happen. It doesn't happen. So I can go by your thing of a cruise boat that you saw somewhere, or I can go with my experience that I did myself on the water with my eyeballs. Now, I choose to believe what I saw. What you say is irrelevant to me because I tested it myself and found that it is not true.
I don't
say. Well, you said it right there. What you say is irrelevant to me. You're just going to ignore my evidence, and you're going to take yours when you
don't have evidence. You have no, you don't have evidence.
That's
you
why,
didn't see this yourself.
Yeah.
Left lane. You have
that's
a
why.
video.
That's why,
from
SC,
somebody.
you're just not a very genuine person. Because why do you want to talk to people but not consider what they have to say or what they bring to the table?
Again, you attacked me personally. Thank you. It just
because
shows that
you're
have
not a
something
good
personal.
person.
He did what I said
You're
was
not
listen
treating
carefully.
the people here well.
Listen carefully, dude.
It's just
listen
very
carefully.
bad.
Yeah, your
SC.
hate is showing, bro. Like you're turning green right now. We get it. You hate me. I understand.
No, it's not hate.
What I told him, stop talking for a minute. What I told him was,
I just like the
he
hubris
doesn't
and
have
arrogance
evidence. You see,
and the way
you
that you
see,
talk to people.
Dude, I
you
don't
don't
care
need-
what you say.
You
Do
don't
you
need to talk
understand me?
to people like
We
this.
know who you are. We know what you are. Your name is Negator. We know your game. You're irrelevant, bro. The only reason why I'm talking to you is because you're in here. If this was my server, you wouldn't be here. You understand that?
I think you should probably go to your server
This
because
was
you
my
don't want to
server,
talk
yeah.
to any of the people in here.
No, not you. I genuinely do not care what you think, bro. I sussed you out for years.
A minute ago, you needed him to ask all your fake
No, he's
questions.
irrelevant. He's irrelevant. All he's done from the time he's come in, everybody could play the tape back, was just attack me.
You say
Never
this.
addresses the
You say
issue.
this about every
That's what he
Glover.
does.
You say this about every Glover, so you can ignore their opinions. after straw manning them and asking them to
You
talk
guys
shit.
have something personal. It's obvious. We're talking about stuff and you're making it personal. Everybody could see this.
You're being an asshole, and we're pointing it out.
There it is. There it is. Right there.
Have you noticed I don't do this to everyone? I'm just doing it to you now. It's because you're
Of
being
course,
an asshole.
because
And they
I have
won't.
you pinned on water. I have you pinned. You guys have nothing. You can't say anything
Why
about
don't you
it.
show your
You
water
know I'm
evidence? Why
right,
don't you show it?
and you're going to the moon.
Show your water
This
evidence.
is what you do.
No,
We
no,
trap you on Earth, and you go to the stars.
Yeah, look at 2 minutes past the hour, Essie. That gift that I presented. There's a fucking boat. It's a live image. You know, I mean, it's it's a video clip. And there's a boat that all you can see is the cargo on top of the ship. You can't see the ship. You can see the flybridge. That's the obstruction I'm talking about. And
Yeah,
there's
you're claiming curve. Yeah.
image that represents what I'm talking about. But you're saying I have no evidence, and there it is.
Yeah, you have what you think is obstruction due to Earth curve. And I clearly showed you that Earth curve that you claim is not there. So
No,
what
you
you're
didn't.
seeing is a visual effect.
You haven't showed anything, brother.
You don't understand that.
You haven't showed anything.
But it's okay. You can go on believing in your curved Earth. It's
Would
not
you
a
like
problem.
to show it? Would you like
Just
to show
don't
it now?
try to convince me of it.
If you're not going to
Because if
show
you
it,
do,
I'm
I'm
going to
gonna
pretend you haven't got it.
you guys like I'm doing right now.
I'm going to pretend you don't have the evidence if you don't show it now.
So you can believe in your curving water. It's not a problem for
4,
me.
3, 2, 1. I'm afraid you don't have any evidence that wrecks
Yeah,
us on
and
about
we're
water.
gonna let the audience be the judge, and it's as simple as that.
The audience is here who thinks he doesn't have evidence.
The audience are mostly Globers who hate you as well.
Yeah, and you don't seem to have evidence.
I know all the Globers hate me. That's what I want. I'm not here
I
to
don't
make
hate you,
friends.
Essie.
No, I don't
The
even
more
know
you
you.
guys
but
hate
yeah.
me, the better it is for me. So keep
No,
on
I
hating
don't
me,
even
man.
know you. I don't even know you, so you were asked to provide evidence, you didn't, you deflected, so I suppose you don't have evidence. That's like simple.
What evidence?
Exactly.
Evidence of what?
Can't you remember? You claimed it a minute ago. Can't you remember?
Anybody can go to my YouTube page
does remember.
and Google 13 Mile Bridge and watch. You're going to see the pontoons. You're going to see the boats going past the 5 mile mark without being obstructed. It's as simple as that. If you don't get that, that's on you, my friends. It's all on you. Now, you can tell me about the moon again. It's just not going to help your cause. The water does not curve. The water does not hump. You're going to have to live with
Apparently
that.
it does. Okay, you stop repeating that. We've heard it a million times. We understand.
Oh, sorry. 13 Mile Bridge, boats in between. SC Montreal. What time stamp? What am I looking for? To debunk.
You
what
see
I
that
think.
red marker there?
Yeah.
I think that's the one where it's 5 miles. So
You
now
think-
play that
you
video
think-
and watch the boats go past it.
So your experiment.
Tell me if they start disappearing.
How sure are you that's 5 miles?
Very sure. Ask Bob, the science guy, one of your boys.
Tell me honestly,
we've been
how
through
sure
this.
are you? It's your experiment.
Very sure. Very sure.
Okay.
We did a whole thing on it.
The fact you needed a Glober to tell you is fucking embarrassing.
See, that's all you guys have, man. Nothing but ad-homs.
So are you saying because there's water behind that 5 mile marker, the globe's debunked? That's your claim?
No, what I'm saying is this: water does not drop or hump. So the obstruction that you guys claim that is caused when boats go far away is not caused by dropping or humping water. That's what I'm saying. It's a visual effect caused by the atmos.
Yeah, What should I look for in your video to prove that?
What
Just
location
look at
were
the
you?
boats. Look at the boats with your own
What
eyes.
location were you? I don't believe that Marker is 5 miles away.
I could care less, bro, what you believe.
I know, but you're a liar, SE.
You see? You see that? I just told him that he can ask Bob. Bob.
I'm not going to ask Bob.
and
You're
I and all the
here.
boys went through it, but that's all he has.
You're
That's
here
all he has.
talking to us, and we're grown men and adults, and we'd like you to talk to us as if you're a grown man or an adult. So when
I don't
you say
care to
it's,
talk to you,
when you
bro.
say
I
it's
wouldn't
5
talk
minutes,
to you.
when you
And
say it's 5 miles away, when you say it's 5 miles away, SE, how do you know?
I explained it before. You're irrelevant to me, bro. I don't care what you think.
Look, I'm really. I'm
No,
asking you. Be an
you
adult
are
right now.
irrelevant to me. You're gonna have to live with that, bro.
You're over 40, right?
Bro, if I met you in a bar,
there's
if I met
absolutely
you in a
no
bar and
reason
you talk
for you
to
to
me
be
the way
acting
you're
so
talking to me
childish
now,
like
listen to
this.
me, you schmuck. If I met you in a bar and you talk to me the way you are now, I would do one of two things. I would turn around and walk away.
Okay, well,
I
I'm
don't
asking
talk
you.
to people like you
I'm asking
in
you to
real
be
life.
grown right here, right now, and help us understand how you know this is 5 miles away.
No, you are irrelevant to me. I explained that to you before. You're not gonna do what you're doing now. I will not talk to you from
Okay,
here on in
then you
today.
have no. If you want to convey an idea to somebody, you need to do it rationally. You can't look, guys. Here it is. I'm not gonna explain anything to you, but bam, and then tell us for the last 45 minutes that water destroys our model. This is so childish.
It looks normal for a globe to me, mate. So that's not destroying anything, so I'm afraid. No.
Once again, for the normal people, I have a video. I'm on the beach. We have a delineation marker of 5 miles. There's boats clearly passing that without dropping, without no humps being seen. That destroys their model. It's as simple as that. All you need is a P900 and you go to any
Yes, we
body of
know.
water.
Destroys our model. Water destroys our model. It doesn't help. We got it. You said it 5 times. It's like talking to my 6-year-old daughter.
So you're going to have to live with that now.
Where were you when
You
you
are
took
going to
this
have
video?
to live with that now.
Yes, I'm totally going to live tomorrow just like I did yesterday. So where were you when you took this video?
I told you I don't want to talk with you. You're irrelevant. So
I hold your
take it
feet to the
as you
fire,
wish,
right?
bro.
You've got nothing now. So me and Negator, you don't want to talk to us, and then there's nothing
No,
left.
I'll talk to you, Don. I'll talk to you.
Why? What's the difference?
That's my prerogative.
Well, I'll tell you now, that's not 5 miles, mate. If you got to prove where that is, what that is.
It's 5 miles away. We did it live.
Believe you,
Bob the
because you're a
science guy.
liar.
I don't
Like
care what
Negator
you
said.
believe. Don't care, bro.
There's no way I could believe you. No.
It's okay. You don't have to. You don't have to believe me.
There's French cat here. He's not believing you either.
Yeah, are you going to prove your observation? It's your observation, and we're asking you to prove it. How do you know it's 5 miles away? And if you're so sure about it, please provide us with, I don't know, some measurement or at least the place that you took it from.
Let me explain to you once again, right? I'm not interested in if you believe me or not.
So why are you here?
I'm explaining to you what I did to prove for myself. Now, you don't have to believe me. I don't care if you believe me or not.
You're showing
Sorry?
something, then telling that you don't care about people who ask you something. Yeah, I could
Exactly.
provide you an observation. Yeah, exactly. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, because I know you guys, and I know no matter what I do, you're not going to believe. So I'm not going to jump. I already explained to you. If you want proof of that, you ask a guy called Bob, the science guy. We did it live one day. We checked everything. And Bob, the science guy, a baller, agrees with me. Now, if you don't like that, I personally don't care, bro. Honest to God, I don't care.
Is the Bob here? No, he isn't. You are here. We're asking you, not the Bob guy.
Yeah, and I'm not going to provide anything for you because I know if I do, you're going to pew it away. So I'm not dancing for you guys anymore. I just don't care. This is not about you. This is about the audience.
Right. We've all rejected your evidence because you can't prove it. So what's next?
No. Hang on.
Okay.
Regis started to get in there. Maybe we need a change of pace. I don't know if Regis wanted to say something.
Yeah, could you guys hear me? Jesus.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, you guys talking so much shit. Did you guys get together the last, like, maybe a week ago to 3 days ago and decide you were going to be tough guys all of a sudden? What is going on? And Negator, you're always talking about, can we just be adults? Can we just be adults? You're the one who calls people dumb and says they're liars to their face.
That's
like,
right.
holy shit, bro. It's unbelievable.
I expect
You guys are
adults to
so
act better.
goddamn rude. Oh, well, maybe look in the mirror, bro. It starts with you, man.
Yeah,
Let
let
me
me
just popped in talking crap.
Neg is
No.
being mean, but he's also much more honest, which is more important.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, he isn't.
Yes.
You guys think you're honest because you think you're on the side of truth.
No, it's because
Yet
we
you're
say what we
denying
see. We say
SE's.
what we see
You're
without
denying
word
SE's
names.
evidence, and Bob the science guy is the one
He
who
hasn't got
determined
any
that
evidence.
it is the distance.
He can't prove where he is, what the distance
Oh,
is.
but you don't trust someone from your side who did and said that it was.
I don't trust SE's
Yeah, well, there was.
Well, that's enough.
If we
like Jesus.
If we go back to the Bob the Science Guy part of it, the only part that I remember distinctly, and I can't comment as to the rest of any agreement or disagreement, that the argument was where SE was actually located and his elevation and that thing. And that's what Bob cooperated with SE on. But as far as the distances and
he was there.
the obstruction and all that, and I don't think that Bob necessarily agreed with the overall observation, but he did
I
agree
didn't say he
that SE
did.
was where he said he was.
Thank you. Thank you. At least we have one freaking honest guy here. Thank you, Left Lane. Thank you.
So Regis, the rudeness actually began far earlier than our commentary on how he's acting. It begins when you engage people disingenuously and dishonestly the way that SE has, and all the things that he
he's
said.
doing it again.
Not
That's all he
dishonest.
has. That's all he has.
Jesus, dude. Negator. He's not dishonest. He believes
not
something
say it.
different than you.
You might not
Why
say
can't
it,
you
Regis.
entertain two possibilities at the same time?
Because it's
so
not
ignorant, dude.
That's not what's happening.
You can't see the dishonesty.
Okay.
but
I've been
it is
listening
there.
for a half hour, biting my damn tongue until you guys just went totally nuts. Like,
You're
holy
blind.
God,
You're
man.
blind to his lying, so you're biased.
Dude, but
You
maybe you guys are not, right? Maybe we can't even entertain the possibility that maybe you are. Because
What do
we
you
all
think- what
done
do you
that.
think we're
We
lying
all
about? What do you
analyze
think?
ourselves.
What do you
And
think
we
we're
look
lying
in the
about?
mirror.
You think I'm lying?
No,
about?
I think you're seeing lies when he's being honest. You just don't like his belief, so you are fighting against it and calling him a liar.
When I
He's
tell
not
him
a
what his
liar.
belief is, he denies it.
See, but that's a very
He
rude.
disagrees with it. He didn't deny it. He said, "That's fine. Believe what you want." He said
He
it
said,
many
"I'm
times,
not a
Dawn.
flat earther." That's what he said, but he is. So he's lying, right?
No, he's not. He
What do you
doesn't
think?
identify as a flat earther, Dawn.
Yes, but he thinks all the oceans are horizontal. So him pretending he doesn't have a model is a lie, right?
No, because it's not flat. It's a topographic plane. It's not
But all the
flat
oceans are
everywhere.
horizontal. He believes that, but then he'll say, "I don't have a model," which is a lie.
No,
if you've
he
already
says
made a
he's
claim
not a
about
flat
all the
earther.
oceans.
He says he's not a flat earther, and it's kind of hard to have a model when we don't have money or time to go out and do it. We
You're
can't
not
go
hearing
to the
me. You're
places
totally
needed
broken.
to do it. What?
You're not hearing what I'm saying. I'm trying hard to reason with you and explain to you the situation. You're not hearing me, and I
And I
see that
didn't
you're
hear
totally
you and
broken.
directly respond.
No, you're not hearing my meaning.
Right.
You're just disagreeing with me, and you're gutted that we're
I'm
angry
allowed to
angry
disagree with you,
SE.
Dawn.
Yeah, but you're blind to the truth.
No, I'm not. You think that because you believe something different. That's fine. I don't
No,
understand the
see,
problem.
Regis-
You guys got together
Regis.
recently and decided to just be a bunch of dicks.
Regis,
It's
but
unreal.
that's-
The last 3
that's-
days have been unbearable in here.
No. That's what you're misrepresenting him to astronomical scales.
I'm
Regis, right now.
misrepresenting who? Dawn or SE?
Yes. Well, Don and the rest of us. It's not something you should be doing as a grown dude.
As a grown dude. Here we go again. How much longer can I set my stopwatch to when you call me a liar and act like a child?
Well,
and then
Regis-
turn around 2 minutes later and say, why can't you be an adult when I fight back?
Regis, the problem is that you're asserting we have a problem with what he's saying simply because it's different. That is a misrepresentation of the facts, and you know it.
What is?
That we disagree with him just because it's different. It's not just because it's different.
SE has not been rude at all. You
That's a
guys have been
lie.
attacking him, and
Totally
he has
blind.
not been rude. He said, "Believe what you want."
Totally
He's
blind. to it.
bringing his stuff
Yeah.
up, and you're shitting all over it. I've listened the whole time. I've been here like 40 minutes.
Unless you've got something on the topic, you should just keep your blindness to yourself.
Well,
Oh,
he did,
okay, Don.
Negator came in
like Negator
attacking-
did, right?
But he came in attacking SC's ego and said that that was the core of this. But I haven't heard that really explained or really.
Yeah, because I think
he did.
Neg would want to have a real conversation about real details, about reality, but SE can't do that, so it's ultimately frustrating from the beginning.
Okay.
Wait, why can't he do that? Because he doesn't
Because
believe
he's
it's
a
a
liar,
globe?
bro.
Like, what are you
He's
doing?
lost,
No,
he's
because-
lost in a loop of lies, a script.
Because he refuses to
What did he say?
engage. He's not engaging in an adult manner.
Give me an example. What did he do?
When I tried to give you an example, you didn't understand me, and you went off on your own tangent.
I understood and I responded directly to what you said.
Let me try again. Because he claims all the oceans are horizontal, yeah? Flat, horizontal, level. That's a model. That means he believes something about Earth. So to then say, I don't have a model, as if he doesn't believe anything about Earth, is a lie.
So horizontal oceans is a model now, Dawn? Because you guys always fight us and don't have a model.
To claim I don't have a model after claiming you know what every ocean is like is a lie.
Yes, because oceans and the shape of them are 100% a model. We would show that to you and say, "Hey,
don't
look,
get it.
here's our
You
model
don't get
of
it.
flat oceans. What do you think?" And you'd laugh at us.
So you think you think it's honest
It's
for him
unreal,
to pretend
dude.
he doesn't have a model? Do you think it's honest for SC to pretend?
Yeah,
he doesn't
because we
have a model?
don't have a model, Dawn. It's actually
You
the one
do.
objective thing in this whole conversation
do have a
that we
model.
100% should be able to agree on.
You can't even be honest about what you have in your own.
I'm the one being dishonest when you're trying to say that flat oceans is a model.
It's
But
flat,
all
right?
the other arguments we have, we don't have a model. We're dumb flat earthers. We don't even have a
I don't know
model.
what model means.
But Regis, you can draw observations from the water, and you can apply them to a model of flat water, can't you?
Sure can.
And when you do that, what happens is you get a globe.
Oh, do you? How come?
Angles to stars and the sun.
Angles to stars and the sun get you a globe.
Yeah, and the moon.
And we're the ones who are dishonest?
Sorry, was that an
It's not
argument?
dishonest.
That's a question. And we're the ones who are dishonest?
Yes, but the question implies that I'm being dishonest. And
What question?
what you would then need to do is work out how me stating that angles to stars actually works on a flat surface the way that we observe them, if I'm the one being dishonest, Regis.
Dude, your angles to stars assume the stars an infinite distance away so that you can have angles that work.
Okay.
That's
And
pretty
if they were,
silly.
if
And
they
then
were in,
ours only needs perspective drop of a star for it to be correct.
yours does
Not
not.
perspective drop.
Remember, if you're claiming you don't
no
have a
perspective
model, that means that, or rather, if you claim perspective drop works, makes it work, you could model that.
Oh, so does it mean we don't have a model, or does it mean that we do have a model? I'm confused.
It means you don't have a model that works. You make a
Oh, but we
claim.
can
Claim
model
is-
it, though, right?
It's just making a claim about something you can't demonstrate on a piece of paper.
Exactly.
So wait, do we have a model with flat oceans like Dawn says, or do we not have one like every other glober says?
That's not the only thing you believe about Earth, is it? You believe other stuff that makes up
Well,
a model.
Well, no,
Sure.
no. Regis, what we're saying is you think you have a model, but you
Do
don't
I?
want to talk about it because it doesn't work.
I don't think I've ever said that we have a model.
When you claim the water is flat,
That's
and you
claiming a
claim
model.
the
Jesus, Negator.
that's
Holy
all you
shit,
need.
dude.
That's literally
Bro,
all you need.
bro, you are out of your mind right now. And the fact that you guys have so much arrogance to attack someone who's literally sitting and trying to talk to you honestly, and you literally say that
Never
he's
gonna
being
say it.
dishonest and project it. It's unbelievable.
Everything you've just said is wrong, Regis.
Everything I just said is wrong. Can
Yes.
you
Sorry.
can you state specifically, or are you just not going to address it?
All of it, 100% wrong.
All of it. So go through it, what I just said, and tell me
No,
how
it's
I was
all of
wrong.
it, everything.
We could go back and clip
Okay.
it, and then we could review it piece by piece.
Sure, go ahead. I'll wait. Go ahead. I mean, you're going to make a claim against me.
To
I'd
what
like
end?
you to show it.
We just made a claim. You didn't want to talk about it.
What claim?
Remember how
Negator?
you said
That
that
flat oceans are a model?
perspective makes the stars appear exactly how they are, except that's exactly how they would be on a sphere.
What are you saying?
The words that I just said, Regis.
I didn't say that, did I?
Well, you're not saying enough for me to not have to infer stuff from the things you are saying.
I'm not making any specific arguments other than the fact that you guys the last 3 days have come in and been total dicks. And SC is not lying. Those are the claims I'm making right now.
That's totally wrong.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's all wrong.
It's totally wrong. Okay. Good talk. And when I claim, Negator, that you want everybody on the flat side to be adults and have a nice calm conversation, but then you're turning your other cheek and calling them liars and that they're wrong and that they're stupid, that's not a problem, right?
At some point, you kind of get sick of people that can't act like an adult. So you bring it up in the hopes that maybe they'll be like, maybe I should. Maybe I'll look in the mirror tonight. Tomorrow, I'm going to be an adult about things and not go piss people off.
I reckon
You don't have to do
a
that, right?
little bit.
But you don't have to
personal
do
thing. When
that.
certain people talk, they go ballistic. They just go crazy. Yeah.
They wake up and do it again each time. It's not enough.
So we had a conversation earlier tonight about someone asked, what observation do I have that tells me the Earth's a globe? And I think we talked about it, and it came down to the moon. That's easy. And what we observe about the moon, right? Its angular size and its path. Only if we put that observation in a category of flat Earth versus globe Earth, it only works in the globe Earth category. And so if you want to tell me otherwise, you should tell us how it doesn't work actually on a globe and how it does work on a flat surface.
What's the argument? I wasn't here for that.
Well, that on a globe with a moon that's going around it, it doesn't appreciably change in angular diameter throughout the night. And it doesn't do that for every observer on Earth simultaneously. And it sets at the horizon.
And it sets the horizon. What do you mean by that?
It sets at the horizon, goes below the horizon. We're on a flat Earth, a flat model, flat surface. The moon must change in angular diameter.
How's this any different than the sun?
Well, you're right. The sun is not the same thing as the moon. Why would you ask me that?
It's closer.
So I said, how is this any different than the sun?
It's closer, and you can tell it's an object.
Well, why does that matter?
Not closer in our model.
But I think for you, Regis, the moon is slightly easier to understand because it's closer. You can see more detail. It's not just a light; it's an object.
Again, we're getting
off
off
the horizon.
Okay. Again, we're getting off into specifics. That wasn't why I came on to argue, but I'd have to think about it.
You just wanted to tell me I'm a dick? Was that it?
Well, did you pop in to tell SE? If you didn't do that and pop in and tell SE he was a dick and he was wrong and he was dishonest, then I wouldn't have had to come in and talk to you like that because you're two-faced.
Regis, who was the first dick?
Yeah, I'm not being
Negated.
two-faced. SC is not at the same level as me.
SE was
He's a bad
not
person.
being a dick. What is wrong with you? Listen back to it. He was perfectly calm. I don't know what you're doing.
He's very. And he plays word games without.
And Don, did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed this morning, bro?
Oh, I've
He was being
known him. I've known
perfectly
him for
reasonable.
for years. I've
He
heard
was
him
being
do it every
perfectly
day.
reasonable. He was being perfectly reasonable with you,
Regis.
Don.
No, he wasn't.
Regis.
Yes, he was.
Being
Holy
reasonable. Being reasonable means having a conversation and listening. It's not what he was doing.
What was he doing, Negator?
Look, man.
I want one example, Negator. One example of what he was doing. One.
When Left Lane referenced an observation, he said he doesn't care.
You said to Dawn, I'm asking what he did specifically to Dawn, where he was being a dick.
He wasn't listening to the words Don was saying. SE preaches. He has ideas in his head, and he preaches.
Dawn just accused me of not listening to what he said either. Do you agree with that?
Yes, because you've characterized everybody incorrectly here.
Right. Because Dawn said something to me, and then I responded by not addressing it at all. Is that what happened? You guys are just liars, man. It's such bullshit.
That's no.
Super frustrating, man. It's
That's
super
not
frustrating.
true at all. You're completely
It is
misrepresenting
Negator.
reality here.
Negator, you seriously, I swear to God, dude, you are like cool as shit sometimes. Like in chat, you're pretty cool, and then you get in here and you start throwing mud everywhere, bro. It's so frustrating because I feel like we're getting somewhere, and then like you'll do something where I'm like, wow, man, like, and I bit my tongue for 20 minutes while you did it, dude. I'm like sitting here like I really don't want to do this because we just got on the same page, and I still have to come in and say something because you're so unreasonable with your argument towards SE. He wasn't doing anything. Maybe he did in the past, like he was saying. Maybe you just don't like him and you just saw what you wanted to. But if you listen back to this interaction you had with him, dude, I'm telling you, man, he was not being dishonest or unreasonable or mean or anything.
Well, that's Regis. You've decided on a side. That's the problem here.
Is this I think that's what you're doing, Negator. And I can self-analyze, dude. I can look at myself and how I behave. I can, though. You guys can't, and that's the big problem. You guys don't see it, though. You won't even entertain the possibility. That's what's hilarious. You won't even for a second be like, wait, was I wrong here? Was this me who overstepped? I don't know. But we do it constantly. We have to, from the nature of our claims.
Even SE knows he was lying more than you understand it.
Oh my God, I'm
You're
done.
so far behind.
Honestly,
You're
like
so
it's
far
not
behind understanding.
Yeah,
They're trolling, bro. They're trolling.
Yeah.
It's obvious.
Yeah, you get that. You like when you call somebody a liar, like just right off the bat, you're not promoting any type of discussion. But I don't think did SE call anybody. I don't think he called anybody liars. You know what I mean? But it was Negator that came on and said that SE was a liar and that other people were liars. But
Yeah.
I think it's better to attack the argument than the person.
What was the argument?
We tried.
Matt? You try to
tried.
explain SE's argument. I reckon you won't be able to find one. Because when you get down to his argument, it's just him annoyed that other people think it's a globe. There's no actual argument.
No, bro, I told you clearly, you can keep your model, right? No worries. We don't have to, as long as you say you believe in that, no worries. And I said, just don't try to make me believe in that, right? But you guys don't accept that. For some reason, you have to add on me. You have to slander me. You have to call me a liar. Well, all I said was I made an observation on water, and I didn't observe what you guys think is.
Yeah, you guys got a little heated and you had a little argument, but then you kind of like made up over it, and that's fine. But then, like, why does I don't understand what Negator was doing to come in here and
because he
and then
can't
try to
have us agreeing, right? He has to come in and mix
that
the
to
stuff
you,
up.
Snacks. I explain that to you. Neg wants to have a proper conversation and win about details on reality, but SE can't manage that. So it's
I know, but he wasn't in the
frustrating for the
conversation.
first second.
He doesn't initiate conversation with SC, but he'll jump in. So I just thought that was interesting.
Well, at that point, SC had gone around and around with Don, and it was starting to tell that SC's ego was the one driving his half of the conversation.
See, it's about SC, not the combo, not the subject.
Well, I'm sure that Don has an ego too, somewhere in there. You know,
certainly.
Maybe you do as well.
Agree that SC is a silly liar. I happen to agree on that. I've told him myself. Snacks, what about the argument? So do you think that pole is 5 miles out? Can you trust SC to trust Bob, the science guy? Would you trust either of those two men?
I don't trust. So you know, honestly, anybody that says that they're the science anything, I'm probably not going to trust them that much.
Would you trust SC?
But there's no reason you guys.
Hang on. Could you trust us 5 miles out? That post, or do you think it's still up for debate and like we need to know before we look into it?
Well, but it's SC's argument, so if you if you get into that, then
you can present it without lying.
Dude, you keep calling him a liar. One example of when he lied. One.
I gave you one. You wouldn't accept it.
When?
Before, like 5 minutes back.
What was it? Can you repeat
told
it
you
real
it twice. You rejected it twice, bro. If you can't remember, your brain's faulty.
Because of the flat ocean thing and not having a model?
Yes.
Because he doesn't consider himself a flat
Think
earther?
of another one if you really want.
It's not a lie, Don. It's
Yes,
what he
it is.
believes. No, it's
Yeah,
not.
that means it's a
You
model.
can't
That's
argue.
model, mate. That's a
You
model.
can't argue against somebody's point by calling them a liar. It's silly.
You try and present his point then.
I'm not going to try to present SE's point. SE can present his point, Don.
I don't want
I
to
asked
hear
for
it.
one
I don't
example
want
where
to hear
he's
that
lying,
again
and you're
from him.
saying, I don't believe what he said, so he
Can't
lied.
prove how far the post is.
I don't believe what he said. He's a liar.
God. I don't just call everyone a liar. I say it to people that I think are liars.
But you're calling him a liar because of what he believes. It's
No,
pretty
because of
ridiculous.
him being dishonest in how he talks to me.
No, because
Yes.
I asked for an example of that, and you didn't give me anything
I just
other than
offered to give you a
his
second
point of view,
example.
which is different than yours.
Would you like another example?
Sure.
You'd rather talk about me talking about SE lying rather than talk about the actual Earth that I offered.
That's an example of SE lying.
No,
You're
I'm just
crushing
telling
Don.
you your choice that you've made.
And that was me. That was an example of me lying. Is that what you're trying to say?
He's trying to get away from this.
Good job, Don. You're crushing.
When SE presents his evidence, he presents it as if it's definite fact that these boats have gone further than 5 miles and they're still looking like they are. But he can't prove any distance, let alone 5 miles. So I see that as dishonest because he's presenting something as if it's definite fact and doesn't need to be checked. But when we
I don't know what more you want from
he
him.
has no idea.
He's showing you a video of an observation. Like, holy crap, man! This
Do you
is crazy.
understand my second example?
Sure, Don. Oh my god, you guys are unreal.
You just ask me any day of the week, and I can give you an example of how SE lies. Any day of the week, I'll do that.
Yeah, those were horrific. SE, how do you live with yourself, bud? Those were real bad.
I know. I gotta go. I gotta go and confess. I know. Showing them reality on the beach is like absolute lying. It's
Hey, SC, were you on the dam when you took that video? Where were you?
I was on a pier.
Like
a little small.
This is example 3. He claimed to be on the beach, but he's actually on a pier. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wow, what's the pier on? What's the pier on, Don?
That's
You guys
example
are
3.
This is just too good, man. Keep it up. Like, just let
Bro,
them
you
talk.
woke up on the
Let
wrong
them talk.
side of the bed, man. Holy God.
Which pier? What pier, SE?
It's the St. Lawrence Seaway.
Okay, cool. I can find that. Let's see. St. Lawrence Seaway. Is that a pier name?
It's in the name. Seaway.
Yeah. Well, I see the St. Lawrence River.
It's a river. Yeah. Like I said, we've been through this. We did a whole episode on this. Next time Bob, the science guy, is here, just ask him. He'll tell you.
Yes. Well,
he did all the measurements.
Okay,
He's your
cool. So
buddy, right?
you took it from the St. Lawrence Seaway?
The St. Lawrence River.
Yes. The St. Lawrence River is pretty big. Was it near
Like
the
I
St.
said,
Lambert
if I thought you
Lock
were an honest interloper,
observation
I would
deck?
show you all the details and I would show you where I was, but I'm not going to bother with you.
See, Regis, this is part of the dishonesty, is making these claims and asserting it means something, that you can draw a conclusion from it.
What? He literally just got beat up from you guys for no reason, being called a liar for 40 minutes, and now you're mad that he won't go into specific detail about the observation that he was nice enough to post, and you guys have already denied it.
The observation doesn't mean
would he do
anything.
that?
The observation doesn't mean anything. He wasn't being nice doing it. It's not
Oh,
misrepresented.
You see,
Okay.
it doesn't mean anything. Even if I post in details, they're going to
posted
do
it,
the exact
and
same
then
thing.
you still have a problem with it.
But
After
he
you
didn't
asked for evidence, he posted
didn't
it,
post
and then you still have
anything
a problem.
meaningful, Regis.
Oh, okay. I'll remember that next time the Globe posts something.
That's
and I'll
not
see if it's
okay. Now
meaningful.
you're being disingenuous here.
I'm being disingenuous.
He may as well have posted a picture of a pig and said, "This proves Earth is flat." This picture,
but he didn't
this
do that.
picture
It's not
of
even
water and a bridge doesn't mean anything without data. If he were honest and he wanted to have an honest, upfront, adult conversation with us about facts, we would talk about facts.
adult conversation. You don't get to do that after you call someone a liar for a half hour. All right,
Well,
Gator? If you want respect, you damn well better give it.
You're right, and we haven't been getting it. That's why we're not giving
Bro,
it.
I wouldn't give
The
you
man
a
is sitting.
toothpick.
The man is.
Hey, I
The
wouldn't give
man
you a
is
toothpick
failing
that
to
I
act
use to
grown, to be
pick my
honest,
teeth.
to be genuine.
Negator, listen to me, man.
See,
the way you don't like me, right? I don't like you. I wouldn't give you a used toothpick that I just picked my teeth with. Do you understand?
it's not a like or dislike thing for me. I think
Yeah,
you guys,
yeah, it is. It is because you're just a
you put too
prick,
much
bro. That's
emotion into this.
all you do all day long, and everybody knows it. So if you think you're making any headway with your ad homs, you're not, bro. We all know what you are.
Show me you're better. Show me you're better than
We
how you
all
presented
know
yourself.
what you are, bro. I'm just gonna let you talk. That's all I'm gonna do.
Guys,
Just let you talk.
Can we just talk about the video again? What's the name of the prick?
Well, you have to guess. He posted a video though.
But yeah, like, you know, if we know the name, right, we can kind of, or if you tell us the location where you filmed it from, we can deduce your hiding spot. Wouldn't that help your evidence or your case in general?
Who's done it? Which peer is it? That's the mystery.
Anything I provide you guys, you're just going to shoo it away. I know how you operate. I told you, you want verification of this? Ask one of your guys, Bob, the science guy. That's the best way to have one of your guys confirm what I said. Because I know anything I show you, it's going to be a waste of time. Been doing this for years.
There's like 3 bridges over the St. Lawrence Seaway in Montreal, and probably a lot more bridges that I haven't seen yet. But like, if you can show us your location on Google Maps or Google Earth or something, so we know the distance.
Dude, he could show you the entire thing in real time from the second camera, and you'll deny shit.
That's a
All the
lie,
time
Regis.
you want.
Okay,
No, it's not.
you're being a
It's
fucking
not a lie.
liar, Regis. God
No,
damn,
I'm
dude. Like,
not.
grow
You
up,
will.
man.
Again, you literally never agreed with anybody on here that
Because
wasn't a
you're
Grover.
lying
Not
again,
once.
Regis.
You literally are the
Why
biggest
would-
contrarian I've ever seen in my entire life. Don't
This is-
call
this
me a
is why-
liar.
This is
It's
why we have
bullshit.
problems, because y'all are so full of it sometimes, Regis. Like right now.
We got problems because you came on here and started your shit. Now you expect SE to do something.
No,
to post data for you.
This is just not. Look, man.
Why would he really?
Look, can you just be? Can you be an adult with me for a little bit, Regis?
No, it can't be an adult while you're gonna take your time to shit on me and then wonder why I'm not being an adult. No,
Well,
sorry.
if you don't act like it, yeah, I'll shit on you for being a piece of shit. So don't be a piece of shit, Regis. Don't misrepresent us.
Don't be a piece of shit,
We
Negator.
analyze
Oh, God,
evidence
dude.
all day long, every day with you guys. Please don't misrepresent us.
And
Of course,
how
we'll
many
look
of
at
those
data.
pieces of evidence? How many of those pieces of evidence have you said, okay, that checks out?
You mean okay? It checks out. Earth is flat. Is that what you mean?
No, because I know you won't do that. I mean, how many of those pieces of evidence are like, yeah, it looks like you did the right stuff here. You have all the info we need.
Well, using
None,
tonight
right?
as an example, it would be none.
No, I'm saying ever.
Yeah. Okay.
There's
So how
never been a time where that's happened again.
we went in depth about the observation from Snowdon Mountain towards Europe. In depth, I did. I took an honest, genuine approach with everybody involved. I think you were there for that. We analyzed. We looked at angles. We looked at photos. I dug up the old photos. We did all sorts of work. For you to misrepresent me like that is really fucking dishonest, dude. Like,
Shut up.
Like, go
What
to
mountain are you
hell,
talking
man.
about? Shut up, Negator.
Like-
What mountain
like-
are you talking about?
If like, don't be such a massive piece of shit to me, okay? Please
Bro,
don't.
you need to look in the mirror, Negator, because the energy you're getting from me is the energy you give out.
It's not true.
Period.
You're a liar, Regis. That's
No,
the problem
it's
here.
100% true. And I don't know what happened the last couple of days, but you guys definitely got together and decided that you're going to go hard. And it's weird.
Look, y'all got to approach us honestly. You're not doing that right now.
I'm done, dude.
That's right.
What if we didn't get together and we're both having the same frustrated reaction with a real liar? What if that's the truth?
Could that even be possible? in his
So
realm?
so I'm a liar then. I'm just double checking. Is that what you're saying?
I'm
I want to
saying.
hear it from you directly. Am I a liar?
I'm saying we've had hours and hours and hours of honest conversation, looking and evaluating evidence. For you to come in here and claim that we just don't is a lie. You're a liar, Regis.
Yeah, I disagree with that. So
No,
so you're
it's not a
saying
matter
I'm a
of
liar
disagreeing.
then, right?
You're lying when you say that. That's a fact.
Here, I'm
Okay.
going to solve this
Got it.
right now. I just messaged Bob the Science Guy. Maybe you'll believe him.
That's fine.
Let's hope he comes in. Bob, if you're listening, please come in.
In fact, last night, myself, Chio, and Ruhif went in depth looking at a photo of Oahu. You can ask them.
No, I know no matter what I do, you won't believe me. But I want Bob. If Bob tells you, you're going to have to believe it.
Why
You're going to
can't
have
you
no
just tell
choice.
me,
And then
where you were?
we can continue the conversation.
Isn't it easy just to tell us the name of the pit?
He's got it all. He's saved it all. He did all the work.
Do you remember
Bob
the name of
Science
the
Guy
pier?
did all the work.
The name of the pier that you were on, or where the pier was.
Let's hope Bob's around.
Yeah. We wouldn't have to agree with him, would we? It would be if he was right, or if we related to what he was saying, we'd agree, but we wouldn't have to, would we?
No, I just want to get to it and just not waste my time, because if he'll tell you.
Be honest.
He probably has screenshots saved of it and everything.
Be honest, you can't remember any of the details, even though it's your test. You hope it's 5 miles. It could turn out to be 3. You could turn out to be 15 foot up.
I told you guys, this game that you play, it's over. It ain't going to work anymore, bro. It ain't going to be dancing for you. The game is over. Your games are done.
Do you dance for us?
We're in the driving seat right now. Understand that. We're driving the show, not you guys. You're in the
captain
muffler.
now.
You're back
Where are we
there.
going?
Look at me. I'm the captain now.
Where are we
That's us.
going, SE? Are we going?
Your days of making demands are over.
You can't explain moon sets, which is an issue. Didn't even explain the big boats. You just kept telling us you've seen some little boats once.
I even have a fish popping out of the water past the 5 foot. Oh yeah, let me post out. This one triggers the hell out of them. Check this out, guys. This is beautiful.
Let's see. How do we know it's really a fish, bro? It could be CGI'd in there, man. I want you to get the GPS locations on that fish, please.
Yeah, brother. Check this meme out, bro. I think this is one of my best ones. We got a fish, and I don't know how the hell I caught that, eh? It's like one of those things.
So, SE, you chose to intentionally not tell the location or of you, or your height, or the bridge that we're looking at?
Yes, today for Negator. I'll present all the details if you like tomorrow. But just to make a point, just because Negator wants it, I'm not gonna post it. Yeah, because he's irrelevant for me. Yeah, just to make a point.
For French Cat or me, you wouldn't post it. Or for Hoymar, you're not posting it. All the flat earthers
Yep.
that would like to know, you're not posting
I'm
it
in
for
the
them either.
driver's seat. I choose to do what I want, when I want, how I want.
Max might want to know, but you're not posting it.
You're very powerful right now, SE.
Theo might think it's
SE's the
important,
captain.
but you're not posting it.
I'm good with that.
Ask me tomorrow. I'll give you anything you want to know. Pictures, where, locations, everything, exactly what you want. Today, I'm not going to do it. Why? Because Negator asked for it.
I see.
Well, just take the driver's seat, man. Take the driver's seat. Don't let these guys impose anything on you.
Well, I guess it goes back to my initial problem of you not acting like a grown man here. It's just extraordinarily childish.
Nope. Everybody saw you. I was having a good conversation with Don, and you came in and you shat all over it, like you usually do. Everybody knows you, Negator. Everybody.
I say you weren't having a good conversation with me. You were being dishonest for ages.
Yeah.
Well, I already
Like
know
I said, the jig is up, guys. Your games don't work anymore.
I already know 3 bridges in Montreal that aren't the one you filmed.
Come by tomorrow. Ask me any question you want, and I'll give you whatever you like, and you'll see for yourself. It's not a lie. It's exactly where I say I am. The bridge is exactly that far, and the pontoon is where I say it is, and you'll see for yourself.
And okay, yeah. What about your height? Do you know it? And if yes, are you going to disclose that too?
Yeah, I'll tell you right now. I'm approximately about 8 foot from the water surface.
That's the camera height?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, you can do this any day of the week, right? Just find some water where boats are, delineate a location, and see for yourself, bro. This is not hard to do. I mean, I did this. I think it was my first time out with the P900. First or second time out. That's how easy it is.
Science. First time zooming in with the camera. That's your science.
Isn't that cool how simple it is? Isn't that cool?
The
How the
most pathetic
average
thing
man
I've heard today.
doesn't have to believe in shadow giants, could just go out and test stuff for themselves.
Absolute insanity.
Do you know the?
Why would you do that, right?
Do you know the rough distance of those boats?
Yeah, well, the rough distance is 5 miles to that pontoon. So any boat that goes past that is past 5 miles.
Right. I see.
And that fish is past 5 miles. That's popped out of the water.
Is it? Well, that's pretty hard to tell, is it? Isn't it?
Well, not really. If you see the pontoon at 5 and it looks like it's past it, I mean, you think maybe it's not. I don't know. Like, it's easy stuff. Anybody can do this. You don't got to look at stars or moons, or you just look at where you're standing and does it jive with what they tell you? And the answer is clearly no. Clearly no.
When you give all the details, the answer will be it's just a tiny bit of refraction on a globe. Better luck next time.
Hey, Bob, if you're out there, come on, man. Come on in.
What about Bob? Like, what is he going to say? What do you expect him to say?
Bob's going to tell you that, yep, SC is correct. We did go over this. We did a whole show on it. I took out Google Maps. I checked everything out, his location and everything. And he was indeed where he said he was. And the distance to the pontoon is about that because I did it myself.
Negator, did you hear what Dawn just said? Dawn just said when we get the numbers tomorrow, it's going to end up that it's a little bit of globe refraction. So, like I said,
I'm giving you the answer early because you're so weak and SC can't give.
Numbers, you're going to deny it. That was my point.
Early.
That's exactly good catch, bro.
What do you mean? What does deny to you mean to you, Regis?
You're going to say that it works perfectly fine on a globe, no matter what.
Hold on a second, Regis. Hey, Don, Negator, chill out with the insults, guys. You don't have to agree, but we don't need to be insulting.
I'll give you that if we can get some adult conversation going.
It's not just us two, remember. It's all of us talking dice, though, remember?
Yeah, and I heard what you responded with. Just saying, Don, chill out with the tonality. All right, let's do like Negator said and be a little bit
Not
more
everyone.
mature.
You can't blame it on just us.
Negator's not the role model here. Come on.
No, I'm not saying he is, but he had a good point. We should be trying to be a little bit more compatible rather than combative.
So, I've given you the answer. It's a tiny bit of refraction on a globe, which is totally normal on a globe. That might be disappointing, Regis, but that is the answer.
Yeah, it's always the answer, though, Don.
I mean, you can see refraction in the video, and it's not always the answer, Regis.
You can see distortion.
Which is
Distortion.
Refraction.
Okay. And then if he pulls out a infrared camera, right, and can see more, what does that mean about your refraction?
I don't think it means anything because he hasn't done that.
Okay. Got it.
But if you'd like to make a claim about infrared, we can discuss it.
I'm not discussing anything further.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
That's what you thought. It's for my own benefit here, man. I'm not putting myself through that with you.
I know. I don't think your ego could take the hit about being wrong.
Yeah. That's it, Negator. You're crushing.
You notice every time he speaks, he makes a personal attack on someone?
Oh, yeah. I'm just trying to take his advice and be an adult and rise above it, but that's not good enough for him. He has to keep hitting below the belt while I do it, right?
Well, he's rising below.
Oh, that's the driving force behind you guys is ego. That's all it is.
That's
Pretty
projection.
funny
The driving
coming from
force between your interest in this is to prove your own ego. Thank you.
Yes, I'll admit that. I use my ego to battle Flat Earth's ego.
We don't really have an ego. It's just frustration stemming from the fact that no matter how far we see, no matter what the observation, your guy's answer is it's just a little bit of refraction. No matter what, no matter how far we're seeing, like that is
Yeah, I know,
super
mate.
frustrating from our
I
side.
know. It's disappointing, but that is the globe model. We see a lot of refraction sometimes. So there's a
And
lot
if
of
that's the
cherries
case,
in nature.
and if that's the case, you're right, and I understand. I just don't know that that could be possible to that large of an extent. Now, if it is, and you guys are right, then more power to you. But it's kind of hard because it makes seeing too far. It makes your globe unfalsifiable as far as optical distance, right? So
Yeah,
that's not really scientific.
I would say the globe is falsifiable. It's quite unfalsifiable because it's true. But you could try your best in better ways than this.
Yeah, I think it's quite falsifiable.
With
I don't think
optics?
they'll ever be able. I think. Sorry, my mic keeps cutting out. Ultimately, it's unfalsifiable because it's true. Because I've watched them try falsify it for 5 years and it can't be done. Right? But technically, you could, in theory, but not by seeing too far because we have refraction, which explains that.
Yeah, I mean, if that's a naturally occurring thing that happens on your globe, and it does render itself unfalsifiable, then I agree. That's not like, some loophole you guys are using. All right, I agree with that. However, if it isn't capable of what you claim it is, right, to where it can change massive distances and allow us to see like way, way, way too far, then it becomes a problem. But
see, let me
I
try and
agree.
explain
If
it more.
that is the way it is, Dawn, then I agree with you that even though it may be unfalsifiable, seeing too far, then it just is what it is. I totally
The
understand.
thing is, Regis, it varies enough for there to be cherries, but the cherries can be picked out and explained. So the long ones will be from a plane or from a mountain, and they'll be with infrared, and there'll be other explanations of, oh, that thing in the distance isn't really what you thought it was. That's a closer thing. So each attempt to say, I saw this thing I shouldn't see, so that debunks the globe, is always explained because flat earthers can't reach far enough. They don't know what they're doing.
See, that's rude, and that's
Yeah,
not
I know it's
something that
rude,
you
but I'm just trying to be
100% know.
honest.
But that's not being honest, because you don't know that that's the case. You're just saying it.
I've experienced this for years, watching them
I'm not
attempt.
saying that every
Well, let
flat
me give you
earther
an
gets the
example.
math correct.
Let me give you an
I'm
example.
saying you can't say as a blanket statement that we're never going to be able to do it because we do stuff wrong all the time. That's silly.
Let me give you 2 examples. Oh God, my mic. 4 years ago, Nathan Oakley claimed to see Ireland from St. Bees. We all looked into it. It turned out to be Isle of Man, a much closer island. Then they admitted, okay, that is Isle of Man, because they enjoyed matching the mountains when they finally found out what it was. Then recently, oh, we see Crete 600 miles away. Other people say, no, we think that's a cloud. It seems to be moving. And the person that took the photo says, yep, that could be a cloud. I don't know. So
So does that prove that it's a cloud?
2 examples of trying to see too far haven't
Whoa,
worked
whoa,
out.
whoa. The first one I agree. The second one I do not. The second one, you do not know that was a cloud. It very well could have been Crete.
I didn't say that. We said it could be a cloud, and the man who took the photo even agreed it could be a cloud.
Okay, and if he agreed that it could be a cloud, does that mean that it is a cloud?
I'm just saying it hasn't worked out because you don't know it's Crete. No
No.
one proved it.
Okay, okay.
No, they're clouds because they were moving.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
No, they weren't.
You don't know
Okay,
that.
let me
talking
find
about,
you the
dude?
video of the guy that. God, okay.
What do
I'll
you
do it
know
for you.
about it if you don't know that detail? Jesus.
They weren't moving. What are you talking about?
Yes, hang on, I'll show it to you.
I mean, there's going to be distortion. Are you talking about like a little wiggle? The clouds above
No.
it are clearly moving.
Talking about actually moving.
All right, let me see.
Right, it's one example, yeah, where there isn't quite enough to convince Globers. Oh my God, we're seeing.
Yeah, Dawn, I agree that happens though. Like when those observations came out, the Crete and then the 700-mile one with the mountaintops, I didn't put any stock into those. I just sat back because,
Right.
again, I agree that there's no way to tell for sure that that's
Let
what
me
we're
take it to
seeing.
small scale. A tiny little cruise boat 5 miles away that might turn out to be 3 miles away because it's SE. Not disappearing bottom first, but bouncing on that blurred bit of water. That's normal on a globe. That's totally explained. Little RC boats, yeah, disappearing behind a wave when you put your camera looking through the waves. Even if they're ripples, still has the same effect. The RC boat will disappear. That's another attempt. Oh look, we've explained
Wait, you're saying that
obstruction, but you
SE's
haven't explained obstruction.
You're saying that SE's observation, even if he's correct, that's what it would look like on a globe? Shouldn't it be behind the curve?
Boats just up from where they should be, a tiny bit hidden, is totally explained on a globe, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what you're saying there, but I mean, I
Refraction, you can
haven't
see
looked
how
at his
blurry it is.
observation all the way.
He's zoomed right in to the blur in the evening, above the water, in the mist, and it's making boats go up a tiny bit, apparently, up. If
But
they
what if
were...
that boat's supposed to be all the way around the curve and not be able to be
Oh.
seen at all?
That's it. That's still explained on a globe. That's my point. That
Well,
refraction
I'm
to
asking,
lift
is that
that
what?
refraction to lift the tiny boat up a bit is explained on a globe.
Okay, I didn't know if that's what you were saying, or if you were saying like the compression, like mirror layer, was blocking the rest of it.
I'm saying, SE's video, it's not even an anomaly.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you want to claim your refraction, then yeah, nothing is then. You know what I mean? Like nothing's a problem. Not even Crete. If
It's not
you can have, I'm saying if it is Crete, it's still not a problem for you guys, right?
It would be a problem for us.
Why? Why?
Because
Refraction is unlimited, right?
no, refraction is not unlimited.
It is. You
And,
can see
and
your
tell
own
me,
butt, right? Through a telescope.
nobody believes that. Don't misrepresent us.
I'm not. I've heard you guys say that a lot.
No,
Given the
no, 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 no.
recognition of
I heard
mathematics.
Rumpus make the analogy, and immediately the sentence following his analogy was, "We all know that that's impossible for those conditions to exist at one time, right? So that means no, that's not something that's going to happen."
Okay, so what's the limit then? What's refraction's limit?
I wouldn't expect to see. I don't know. You talk about, are you standing on the beach at 6 foot tall? Or are you standing on a 90-foot sand dune looking at Chicago? Or are you standing on Mount Canigou looking across the ocean? What are the limitations?
Yeah, but what does that question even mean? What is refraction's limit?
It means how far do you think it is? How possible is it? How far can you possibly see on the globe given the perfect refractive conditions?
What are the perfect refractive conditions? Like, you
I don't
gotta
know.
be.
That's your guys' stuff. I'm
Yeah,
asking,
but
what's the max you
you
can
don't
see?
know what you were asking for. Like, I don't get it.
From
What does
6
that mean?
feet?
The perfect. When
From
you say
6
the
feet?
perfect,
Oh, boy.
I just want clarity. When you say the perfect refractive conditions, you mean conditions where there's no refraction, right?
He means
Clear,
what is the furthest that you would be possible to
amazing
see
weather
due to
with no
refraction?
atmosphere, or what?
He means
You
what is
guys
the
claim
furthest you'd be able
refraction.
to see due to refraction?
Yeah, you guys claim refraction allows us to see further around the globe.
We don't
But
know.
why?
The furthest you would be able to see due to, you would basically need to be in a vacuum, not have an atmosphere, not have a
Oh
medium
my
that would
God.
bend light in any way. Then
Can
you
you
would be able to.
ballpark it for me?
But why?
Can you
Why does
ballpark
this?
it?
Why does this matter, though?
Never mind.
But
Jesus
what's the
Christ.
greater point? What's the
You
point,
guys
though?
are so fucking frustrating. Holy shit. Never
No,
mind,
but
dude.
but you're not making a point to us.
I'm asking a question, Negator. You guys apparently can't answer it. Holy shit.
Light refracts at most a half a degree. That's
Yeah,
the answer.
I don't think long distance observations are going to be the best experiment to prove anything. I think they're like highly subjective.
I'm with you, Nathan, but
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get clarity on your man's question there, because he's like basically asking how far could we see if there was no atmosphere, there was no refractive effects. Am I correct? That's what you asking?
No.
The opposite of that.
Refraction.
Exactly
Yeah,
the opposite.
dude.
How far could you see due to refraction? Like, what is the absolute maximum that would be possible to be seen due to refraction? Like, is it 500 miles? Is it 1,000 miles?
Oh,
What
so
is the
if there was
absolute maximum?
extreme refraction, like
Yeah, I think.
don't know. If you had
No?
extreme refraction, I don't even know if you would be able to see things that far away. You know, the things in the distance would be so bent and wavy and fucked
Yes.
up. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to clearly make out what are you seeing if there was extreme. It's like
Okay,
looking
so that's a
through.
good thing.
It's like, imagine you put yourself in a bowl of jelly, and now you want to see things through that jelly that you in. You wouldn't be able to see nothing, man.
And the
With
jelly's wiggling.
perfect
So
refraction,
there is
you
so there is
can
a
see your
limit
own
then.
path from
That's
around the
weird.
globe, right?
That's why we just stick to the curvature of the Earth as limit. You know, we use that average. We factor in for refraction because that might make things beyond the curve be lifted up. You know, but if you was on a flat table and you was in a bowl of jelly, it doesn't matter how flat that table is, you wouldn't be able to see things beyond your hand. You know.
So then you're saying there is a limit to where refraction gets certain conditions would get too crazy for you to see past a certain distance. So there is at least
Yeah.
a limit, right?
They might be. I don't know what that limit is, but I'm just giving you the worst case scenario here. You know, like you were in a bowl of jelly, and you wouldn't be able to see beyond your hand. Yeah.
I ask a question of the flat earthers. I have a question for the flat earthers. So, you guys are saying that we can see too far. For being on a sphere, we can see too far. Okay. So if the Earth is flat, why can I not climb up on a high mountain, use my binoculars, and see the sun at the other side of the flat Earth? And don't give me this thing that light only reaches a certain distance, because that's not the case.
It's not the case. Light doesn't.
Yeah. Nobody say. Don't say inverse square law, please, because that has nothing to do with how far away you can see things.
Yeah, it does. Simulation, nothing.
Hold on, did you just
No
say
answer.
that? Did you actually just say that?
Said that.
The inverse square law has nothing to do with how far you can see.
No, inverse square law just has to do with the drop off of the intensity of light over distance.
So that's got nothing to do with how far you can see.
No, because I could just put on I could put on infrared goggles, for example, and still see this thing really far away.
Yeah, but that's a straw man to the initial claim you made.
Was it a straw
You
man?
just straw manned yourself.
No, I didn't. If I'm looking using normal visible light, the intensity of that illuminating object's light will drop off over distance. I won't be able to see the brightness of that visible light. But the moment I put on X-ray or infrared goggles, I can see that thing perfectly.
Yeah, because you look at it in a different spectrum.
Yeah, exactly. So that tells you that light can travel as far as possible.
Yeah, but based on what?
Based on light being able to travel as far as possible, as long as there's
Based on
nothing in the
inverse
way
square law,
between me and the source, I can see it. Doesn't matter how far away it is. I'll just struggle to see it in the visible spectrum due to the inverse square law. But if I use another spectrum, that thing can be on the other side of the universe. If there's nothing in between it and I can see it.
But you just claimed that the inverse square law has nothing to do with it, and now you're including the inverse square law in how far you can see.
I'm telling you that the inverse square law speaks to the intensity. So in the visible spectrum only, I wouldn't be able to see it because the intensity of the brightness of this thing drops off with distance in the visible spectrum only. But if I use a different spectrum, it comes back into view. I can see it again.
Yes,
and
you're
there the
strawmanning
inverse square law
yourself
plays no part.
Yeah, you just strawmanned yourself again. The thing is that we're talking about how far you can see, and your claim was that the inverse square law has, quote, nothing to do with how far you can see, which is just factually incorrect.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
It
and then you
doesn't
said
at
don't
all.
bring it up.
Just factually incorrect, bro.
It doesn't at all, Crypto. Because
Yeah, you're just wrong, man.
it would matter if the visible spectrum was the only spectrum of light. If these other wavelengths didn't exist,
You see it
I'm with you.
differently.
But they do.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what the inverse square law is?
I've just told you. It's the drop off of the intensity of light over distance.
No. An
What do you
inverse
think
square
it
law
is?
in a general sense, it's just a mathematical model, right? So you're going to have different inverse square laws based on what you're looking at. So when you say like, the intensity of light in a different spectrum means that I can see further, that doesn't mean that the inverse square law isn't applicable there. You understand that, right?
If I put on X-ray goggles, what impact does the inverse square law have?
Dude, do you know what you're asking?
Because it's just the
Yeah,
distance.
I asked you, if I have X-ray goggles on, what impact does the inverse square law have
Do
on
you have
me
X-ray
being
goggles?
able to
Have you
see
ever
something a million miles away?
What are you trying to see? Something with X-ray?
Something really far away that's emitting light on the X-ray spectrum,
So
or
proportional to the
infrared
square of the
spectrum.
distance, right? The square of the distance is going to change with the intensity of the signal.
Intensity of what signal?
Yeah, just imagine it. Let's take it down a notch. Let's say car headlights, right? And that they're at the end of the street, but then you can walk up to the headlights and you're like, wow, these are pretty bright. I'm going to put some sunglasses on because it hurt my eyes. that's inverse square, right? It's distance.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah,
Visible
okay.
spectrum. Yeah. Yeah, the drop off of the
Just
intensity of
no,
light.
not visible spectrum. Don't add words. It's any electromagnetic phenomena.
But with X-ray, I would still see it. Yeah, obviously, if I'm closer to something emitting X-ray radiation, I'm gonna get bigger doses of this type of radiation. But it's not gonna stop me being able to see it. I will still be able to see something emitting X-ray radiation, no matter how far away it is. But the amount of radiation I'm absorbing will drop off because there's less photons hitting me, because the area has increased. These photons are now covering a wider area the further away they are from me. So there's going to be less photons hitting
there's
me.
no
I'm
difference in
absorbing
intensity.
less X-ray radiation, but I can still see this thing.
So
then
but how
the
are you
inverse
seeing
square
it, though?
law applies to how far you can see
Oh my,
them.
what's
It absolutely does.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, to how far you can see in the visible spectrum of light. I am not
I
denying that.
just said the
Because
only
it's
reason I
something.
left in is because you said that wasn't the case 5 minutes ago, and now you're saying it is. It's the only reason I came.
I said it wasn't the case outside of the visible spectrum. That's why I keep referring to X-ray and infrared. But it's like you guys are ignoring everything else. You're just focusing on that one little thing without including the context I provide.
But isn't the context
is
that it's
irrelevant.
all electromagnetic energy, not just two like wavelengths that you might want to choose right now?
Yeah, it's all, and I'm explaining how the inverse square law would apply to X-rays.
Sound.
So the further,
Yeah,
sound as well. Cool.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, a lot of things. Yeah.
So, have you ever like heard something from far away, but you're not really sure what it was, but you could hear a sound, but you're not exactly sure if it was like a goat screaming or a person, or you know what I mean, or just a car crash. You know what I mean, right? Do you understand that? Because the inverse square law, like muddying the signal or whatever.
Yeah, the
But you're saying
intensity
that-
of the signal, and,
No,
the
clarity,
analogy I'm
clarity
giving,
and your ability.
and
So
I'll go.
we sort of
Yeah.
spiraled away. We sort of spiraled away from the original question about seeing the sun climbing up on a mountain using a telescope
True,
and seeing
true.
the sun on the other side of the Earth.
My bad.
No, that's good.
You just said
I don't
nobody.
think the inverse square
Yeah,
law.
I'm gonna shut up. Snacks, you and Crypto need to answer the question the other guy asked. It still
other
remains
guy?
unanswered.
You don't know his name?
No, I don't, because I didn't even hear it the first time. I just heard you say some dumb shit and I corrected it. I don't have to
forgot
do
his
anything else.
name. What was his name? What was that guy's name? Left wing.
I can't think of his name. I think he's changed it.
Was it Regis?
Me.
I don't know.
It was me. It was me.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Elasmabar. But what was the not that I cared of. I was just queuing in to talk about inverse square and the crazy statement that it has nothing to do with how we see things. That's fine.
Yep, same.
But now I got to explain what they. Okay, so now I'm left holding the bag. Is that what Nate's here for?
Yeah, so he's been
You know,
he's slightly
should we
intellectually
repeat the
embarrassed,
question?
and now he's trying to deflect away by moving.
I'm
on to a
not. I'm not. We can continue
It's what's
doing
going
this.
on.
All right.
If
Well,
you
how
guys want
embarrassed are you on a scale
Just
of
so
1
you
to
know,
10?
Snacks,
What's
that's
your
what's going on.
embarrassment?
I'm not embarrassed at all. I'm not
Okay,
embarrassed at all. It's just he did ask a question and I got in the way of it.
Yep.
Yeah.
You say that again.
All right. So let's have a
So if you
Elasma.
guys answer this question,
Space.
then you can go back to arguing with me.
All right.
But I just want to take it back to
Let
give you the
Elasma
opportunity
restate it,
to.
and then I'll continue to try to badger Nate later. Okay. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, Warp, do you want to ask the question again?
Go ahead.
Elasma.
Shit. Yeah. So, like, flat earthers, you say that like we shouldn't see so far. Like, if we're on a sphere, we shouldn't see so far. Fair enough. Why can I not climb up on a high mountain and with binoculars or a telescope, angle my telescope at where the sun went and see the sun at the other end of the flat Earth? That was my question.
It's a very vague question. Like, where are you? How high are you? what equipment are you using? These would all be very relevant.
I'm
Well,
on
he
a
was
10.
saying-
10 I'm on
Okay,
a 10,000
let me
foot.
specify it. Let me make it more specific then. Let me
yeah.
make it a little bit more specific then. Let's say I went up on Mount Everest, right? Or actually any mountain. Let's say I went up to 5,000 meters above sea level, right? Let's just say any mountain that's 5,000 meters above sea level. And I angled my telescope at where the sun went down, or like you say, just went out of view. Why would I not be able to see the sun at the other end of the earth?
Well, I don't know. You might be able to. Well, not at the other end, obviously, but you might go up because, I mean, this is one of the old school globe proofs: is go to a beach, lie down, and the sun's set, and then get up and the sun's there, right? So it depends where the sun is as to whether you'll actually see the sun again if you go up Mount Everest. I don't know. It all depends, doesn't it?
That's only 4 miles high. So when you're thinking about the expanse of the Earth, you know, the total width, if you're thinking of a flat Earth, right? Those miles are so much bigger than the height that you'd be able to get to. It wouldn't make much of a difference. I think it's more about the fact that we just can't see forever, man. Like, the sun, as it moves away, is going to look like it drops below the horizon, right? So even if you're climbing up a mountain that's 4 miles high, you're going to be able to see it for a little longer, just like you would on a globe, but it's still going to hit that spot where you can't see it anymore due to perspective, due to whatever, angular resolution. I've never done it, so I don't know what it would or wouldn't look like, but that's how I would answer the question.
But it's a half a degree at noon, and it's a half a degree at sunset. Why would you consider angular resolution?
Could it be that light doesn't travel forever? I'm just saying, crazy idea, I know.
Well, maybe. But right, but like
Maybe
we're
for a while.
drawing all these
You're
concepts
right.
of light traveling forever, right? Based on astronomical distances, which are based on, I don't know, whatever, just a guess.
Like, who here
Why
has ever
doesn't
seen a light that flashlight or any light that doesn't distinguish with distance? Hands up. Ever in your life? Hands up. That's what I
Comparing a flashlight to the sun.
No, any light. When have you ever in your life seen a light when you moved back away from it that it didn't eventually distinguish? When have you ever experienced that?
Never.
Ever.
No
And
one's
you
ever
never
experienced
will.
that. But why?
Yeah.
Why does that happen, Odysee? Yeah, but why does
Doesn't
that
happen.
happen?
You've been convinced that that happens. You've been convinced there's lights in the sky
No,
that
no.
do that. Yeah.
I'm asking why.
You're asking me why
Essie, I'm
what?
asking you why. I'm asking you why, if I hold a flashlight to you and you back away from it, it gets dimmer. Well, why does that happen?
Because light diminishes with distance. Simple.
Why? Why?
Why? Because that's the way it is. Nothing is forever. Nothing travels forever. But you, sir, have been convinced that light travels forever for billions and billions of years. That's the problem. We are in reality. You've been
I love
convinced
you.
that light travels forever. You can see it forever.
Okay.
Light attenuates.
Am I
so
wrong?
it's not going
Am I
to
wrong?
go forever.
You could. I don't know. I mean, I haven't gained much from that answer, but yeah.
No, but isn't that what we say? There's an inverse square law, right? When we talk about stuff like that?
Yeah.
Except when it comes to light,
But the
right?
inverse square law
Light
talks about.
travels forever in your mind, right?
Wait. No. But the inverse square law doesn't talk about whether or not things can travel forever or not. It doesn't say things have a limit. It talks about the drop off in intensity of the signal sent from the source over distance.
Right. So how can you see something forever if it drops in intensity in a square function manner? How is that possible?
Because that never reaches zero. The function never reaches zero.
You
I mean, if
see?
you're gonna appeal for that,
Exactly.
if you're
That's
gonna
what
appeal
you've
for that
been-
function,
Yeah, that's what you've been
if you're
convinced
gonna,
of.
No, but then that,
but Essie,
if you're
you should
going to
actually
appeal,
do the math.
You're missing half the
if you're gonna
equation.
appeal for, if you're gonna appeal for that function, then the light disappears when that function tells you the light intensity is 0. That distance is infinite. If you try to get where the function reaches 0, it's at infinity. There's no distance where it actually reaches 0.
That
Agreed.
implies that
That's
whatever
what
you're
you've
using
been convinced. And I'm telling you, show
doesn't
me
matter though,
this
I see.
in reality. Take a light, something, move back from it, and you'll see that it eventually it's going to disappear. A flashlight, a campfire. Get the strongest light known to man, 1 billion candle lights, power, whatever.
But
Once
that's
you
what-
move back away from it, you will no longer see it at a point.
Yeah, because
So you don't agree with the inverse square law, Essie?
This is a dumb
I
straw
agree
man.
with it,
Can I
but
just
I'm
get
just
in,
showing
please,
to you
Essie?
that
Like they're trying to
nothing
put you in this silly place where you're just talking about math, right? This is
Yeah,
what's going
exactly.
on.
Yeah,
So
yeah. They want to talk about math.
It was
Yeah.
his
there's a couple of
justification.
things
He
that they're
justified it
not
with this.
addressing. Now, first of all, it's the resolution capability of whatever you're viewing through. Okay, so whether that's your human eye or some other piece of equipment is not going to go all the way down to 0. Okay, so that's important because at that point there's going to be a where the intensity goes below the resolution capability of whatever you're viewing through, then obviously it won't be
Makes no
resolved.
sense.
Of course, that does make
Light
sense.
intensity going
Now, the
light
second
intensity going
part of
below
that, the second part of that, of course, is talking about atmospheric occlusion. So what's actually happening between you and the source of that energy or whatever, right? So you've got 3 parts to this. They like to just talk about one because it keeps it in the mathematical realm and it avoids any reference to reality.
No, and I wasn't arguing that light won't ever disappear because of inverse square law. I know it's not the only thing, but if he's going to argue that we can't see it forever because of the square law, that makes no sense because inverse square law alone would never tell you you're going to stop seeing it. And angular resolution doesn't
I know,
do it
but what does
either,
the inverse square
because
law
it doesn't
also
tell
cover,
you.
right?
It
Has
doesn't
something to do
tell
with
you when it
perspective as well.
disappears. It tells you when it becomes a point.
But it has
Don't you
something to do
think
with
that's the
perspective
straw
as
man
well.
of the point, though? Because the inverse square law is telling you about the intensity, but that intensity is then applied to reality, which is then viewed through an optic of some description and going through the atmosphere, which will also provide occlusion. But the
I
inverse
agree
square
with
law
that.
is
I wasn't
still,
in
yeah. But
conflict with
then,
that.
can I finish, dude? But then the inverse square law is still functioning as it should within that paradigm.
Yeah, but that alone doesn't give you light
Who said that
disappearing.
alone
Just
was
guess,
doing anything?
because that was Essie's claim. He
I
said,
don't
"How
think it
can
was.
light travel forever?" Okay, I'll repeat what he said. He said, "How can light travel forever with the inverse square law?" Yeah, the inverse square law wouldn't prevent light from traveling forever. You need other stuff like light attenuation with the atmosphere. That can stop the light from being seen.
Did he ever say if you ignore all of the aspects of reality that would also affect it?
Oh, his question was with inverse square law, not with inverse square law and light
That's
attenuation.
just one example, bro. But I mean, you want to stick on that, okay? But so you
Yeah, I was
think
just
that
clarifying
you
that.
okay? You think that you can show a light here on Earth in reality that when you move back from it, you can see it for very, very long distance, forever. You think you can show that?
Forever? No, not forever. We get light attenuation in the atmosphere.
So you cannot show this thing that you believe in, right? That light travels forever.
Just
It's
answer the
just a
question.
belief, right?
Oh, you asked here on Earth if I can show a light that never it can be seen everywhere. No, of course not.
So you
Like
cannot
in any
show this
distance.
anywhere here in reality of what you believe that light travels forever. You just believe that light travels forever, correct?
I didn't say I believe light travels forever.
You have to.
The point
That's your
the point
model.
is
You have to.
the point is how you're trying to justify that it can't.
Yeah, I know it can't. You know why? Because it's never been demonstrated. That's how
That doesn't
I
prove
know.
it can't. Because
So
here's
okay,
the thing.
prove it that it could.
One of the
You want to prove a negative? How can you prove a negative?
One of the things that we know makes light dimmer is the attenuation of because of the atmosphere. If there was no atmosphere, we wouldn't have that factor. So if you don't have an example, if you don't have an example where you have no atmosphere, you don't know about if light can travel forever in that condition. You're just assuming it can't because it can't within the atmosphere.
That's
But
my whole point.
when we're talking about
Exactly.
stars, there would be no atmosphere in the whole path between the stars and the Earth until it gets to the atmosphere.
That's
So
right.
you can't say that light can't travel forever, because all the examples you have is within the atmosphere, which doesn't apply to what we're talking about.
Well, surely
Yeah,
definitionally
you
it
couldn't
couldn't
be
travel
more wrong
forever.
if you tried. All assumptions. You have a claim that light travels forever. I say
didn't make that
no,
claim.
it doesn't. Don't interrupt me, please. And I ask you, show me this. You cannot show me this, but I can show you that I can show you light at a distance diminishing. You cannot show me this. You have to believe that this happens somewhere in space, correct?
No, I didn't make that claim that light travels forever.
That's your model. Doesn't matter whether
I'm
you
trying
make
to
it
see
or
how
not.
you can.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm
It's
trying to see
irrelevant
how
what you
you can.
believe, bro. It's your model.
Well, why are you asking me questions if it's relevant what I believe in?
Do you believe in the model? First of all, do you believe light travels forever? Yes or no?
In the sense that if there's nothing stopping it, it will keep going. Then yeah.
So you do believe. So you do believe light in some mythical space up there, which you cannot prove, that you
I
believe
don't believe in
there it
mythical
does
space.
travel forever, but you can't prove it. Okay, fair enough.
Oh, you added the word mythical and then you said fair enough as if I had agreed with that. But when you asked me the question, you didn't use that word, right?
But you
You
can
told
see
me
it's
that
a
you
belief.
believe light travels forever up there, right?
Yeah, if there's nothing stopping light from traveling, there's nothing stopping light from traveling. Here on the atmosphere, we know the atmosphere does that. If there was no atmosphere, you wouldn't be able to stop light from traveling.
But is that a belief,
And
or do
where
you
have
think
you
that's
seen
a fact?
no atmosphere to test this forever?
Is that a belief that it's the
Yeah,
light
I'm asking, do you
attenuation
think
makes
that's
light
a
weaker?
fact,
Is that a
or is it
belief?
a belief?
Yeah, it's a
It
belief,
is a
absolutely.
fact that atmosphere makes that attenuates light. That's a
No, that's
fact.
not what you asked.
But
Sorry?
that's not what I asked you. You're skirting around the question, as
Yeah,
usual.
but that's obvious. If you don't have, if you don't have the atmosphere, you don't have that attenuation because it's the atmosphere that gives you that attenuation.
No,
So
it's
what is
obvious
left
you've
with
been.
that? What is left with
Sorry.
that is just the inverse square law, which never gives you a zero value for the intensity.
Exactly. You have to go to mathematics to prove your fantasy. But in reality, you can never show that. You can only say, up there, this belief that I have works there. There's no way I can prove it here. I can just tell you that it works up there. Well,
No,
sorry
I'm
if I
showing
make
you the
that better.
logical conclusion that if you have no atmosphere, then you don't get light just disappearing because it's too far. You
But
don't have
even
that
to believe
without
that
an
it works,
atmosphere because it's the atmosphere that
Just an
does it.
assumption.
No,
but
it's not an
even to
assumption
believe
that
it works,
atmosphere does that.
but
So if
even
it's
to
not an
believe that it
assumption that the
works,
atmosphere does that, and it's not. It's also not an assumption that with no atmosphere you don't have that.
but even to believe it works up there out in space is another begging the question, because then you have to, you've got all these assumptions that you assume are right, like distance and
Well,
size.
first of all, I don't necessarily am talking about the space because what I'm referring to can be. I might be referencing a vacuum tube and see how light travels through a vacuum tube. We
Yeah,
don't
but
have to talk about
you
space.
don't have enough distance to test it. Whereas you can
No,
assume there's a lot of distance up in space, right?
to test
But
what?
whether it travels forever.
Oh, I can test that if you remove the atmosphere, then like all that is left is the inverse square law. Right? So if I send a light,
That's another assumption. No, that's another assumption.
what's easily testable? Well, not easily because it requires a vacuum tube. But yeah, like I'm just saying that what I'm referring to isn't necessarily related to space. That wasn't another.
How do you prove it in a
It
vacuum
wasn't another
tube,
claim.
though?
It was just to show I'm not referencing space. I'm just
How
saying
do you
that
prove?
the atmosphere gives you attenuation. If you have no atmosphere, you don't have that attenuation. All you have is the inverse square law because we live in a three-dimensional world. So if you have light traveling in all directions, that surface area increases with the square of the radius, and then
They're
you get.
asking how you know that, though, Bacon.
How do I know what specifically?
You said in a vacuum tube, but a vacuum tube isn't going to be long enough to show that, right?
To show what? The light
To
attenuation
show
is
that
caused by the atmosphere.
light doesn't attenuate without an atmosphere.
Yeah, what's the biggest vacuum, man-made vacuum chamber?
Probably LIGO.
So we're asking, how is it possible to show that light doesn't attenuate in a vacuum? How can you do that, with mirrors or something?
Okay, let me get it. You're challenging that the atmosphere causes attenuation.
Well, someone before I talked asked you that, but I don't think you understood what they were asking.
Well, even if you're asking me to demonstrate that no atmosphere doesn't give you the atmospheric attenuation, that's the same thing as challenging if the atmosphere gives you attenuation, right?
No,
I thought that was a given.
What?
What do you mean? No, if light attenuates in an atmosphere, that doesn't prove that it doesn't attenuate without an atmosphere.
That's not what I said. I said because of the
Yes,
atmosphere.
it is. That's what you said.
No, I said if the atmosphere attenuates light, which means that it's the atmosphere that is attenuating light. If you remove the atmosphere, then you don't have that attenuation. If you still have that attenuation, then it's not the atmosphere that is attenuating light. So the
Oh my God,
atmosphere being the cause of the attenuation, to me, it was a given. If it's
What
not
if
a given,
it's
if you want to challenge that, then we can start this new conversation, which
Well,
I
But that's
will
what you
admit
were
I'm
asking
not
this
sure how
four
to.
times, Bacon.
Yeah, I'm
You
not even
were
making this
asking
claim, but there is
four
an
times.
option C where attenuation happens with both.
Sorry, what?
That's what he's pointing out. This isn't a claim I'm making, but there is an option C where attenuation happens both because of the atmosphere and also in a vacuum, right? So that's his point.
Okay, that
But
that is
then-
an option. Let's
Yeah, but if
let's
it's the
explore it.
same, if it's the same amount of attenuation, then the atmosphere was doing nothing.
No one said that.
Right.
Yeah,
so
no
there
one
is
did.
that.
No one made
so
that.
if no one's
No, but now
if
you're
no
just
one's saying
strawmanning
that,
his
if
point.
no one's saying that,
Oh my
if
God.
no one's saying that, then the what is left from that is that then
No,
the atmosphere
because-
is
no,
causing some
okay.
attenuation.
What
Okay,
you've
one second,
now said
let
is
me let
no,
me
but
finish
it's a
what I'm
straw
saying.
man of what I've said, right? I'm
Yes,
just
and
trying to
I
clarify
already said
his
that.
point.
I
Yeah,
already
but if
accepted
you
that you didn't
don't know
say
what the
that.
straw man is, there's no point building on it, is
Oh
there?
my fucking god! Yeah, there are two options. There are two options. If you're rejecting the first one, I'm saying what's left then. So if you're not
So
saying
what was the first option
that,
that I've rejected?
oh my god. Okay, so if there's there's attenuation in the atmosphere, and if you remove the atmosphere, there's less attenuation.
Yeah,
Then
you've not
some of that
straw man.
attenuation. Then
No
I'm
one
saying
claimed
if
that.
This is a straw
I'm
man,
saying
Bacon.
if I'm saying if that's the case. I'm not saying you
You don't
claim
want
that.
to.
That if that's
You
the
haven't
case,
understood the straw man. I've told you it's a straw man. You don't want to
how is it a
understand.
straw man? I'm
You
not
just
even
want to
saying that's what you
steamroll
said.
Your point. That's the straw man. This is stupid.
How is this a fucking straw man? If it's my point, I'm not
Would you like
referencing
me
what
to
you said.
explain, or would you just like
But
to
I'm not even
steamroll your point?
I'm not even referencing anything you said. I'm making my point
I'm
now.
trying to clarify his point for you, and you keep straw manning it. It's not even my
I'm
position.
not answering his point. I'm making
No,
my
you're
point
not.
now. I am trying to. You keep interrupting me.
No, I'm trying to explain to you why you're still straw manning him, and you don't want me to explain, and I don't know why.
Go ahead, because I wanted to make my point, which is not a response to his point. But go ahead.
Okay, cool. So you've got these three positions, right? You've got the position that the atmosphere is entirely causing it. You've got the position that it's happening in a vacuum anyway. You got a position that it might be partially happening either way. You then said if it's equally attributable to both, that's also a straw man. It may be the case that there's a 90-10 split, an 80-20 split, whatever. That's
I never
important
proposed
to
that.
understand too.
I never talk about they being equally distributed.
You literally did. That's why I got involved.
I didn't. No, I didn't.
You did.
You
It's
misunderstood what I said.
You did.
I didn't even use that word. That's your interpretation of what I said, which is not what I meant.
What a waste.
Okay, so let me clarify then. We have atmosphere and we have light attenuation. If I'm not saying that's your or anyone's position. If we remove the atmosphere and the attenuation is the same, then the atmosphere isn't contributing to the attenuation. If we remove the atmosphere and we still have attenuation but we have less, then the atmosphere was contributing to attenuation. So we have the attenuation from the atmosphere and we have something else. If it just makes it smaller. So regardless on how much attenuation is left of it, if it changes in any way, then there's some attenuation which is caused by the atmosphere. That is the attenuation I'm talking about. I'm not saying that's all the attenuation you get. I'm saying that if you have I'm saying if you remove the attenuation from the atmosphere, you no longer have the attenuation from the atmosphere. I'm not saying light is going to keep the same intensity; it's still going to drop intensity, but you're no longer going to have the attenuation from the atmosphere. That's what I've been saying.
Wonderful. So that means that
How is that
light
a straw man?
that therefore means that light can't travel forever, regardless, right?
Now, if you remove attenuation from the atmosphere, what is left, the attenuation that is left, is what we describe with the inverse square law. That won't make light stop. That won't make light stop traveling.
Okay, so you're attributing the entire attenuation to the inverse square law.
And atmosphere. I said it already.
Outside of atmosphere.
Yeah. What else you have?
Yeah, but so again, you're not addressing the point that he made, is that might not be the case. Again, it's not even my position. I'm just saying that you're not addressing what he said.
Oh, if the claim, if the response is there's an unknown, undescribed phenomena that attenuates light that is not the atmosphere, and it's not just a light intensity dropping because of the square of the radius. Maybe that's a maybe, but I mean, do you have evidence for any of that?
It's not my position. I told you. I just want you to address the actual point that was being made and not strawman it.
Yeah, I can't address every possible ad hoc hypothesis. So yeah, that's one of them. But there's always going to be ad hoc hypotheses you can throw at whatever reasoning you're facing.
Okay.
Bacon.
I mean, let's explore that. If you say light can also be attenuated in a vacuum, like how would you see that happening? Like how is that possible to you?
That's the whole thing. Is we didn't say that. SE was asking Bacon how does he know that light doesn't attenuate in space? How does he know that it goes on forever, right? And then Bacon
Which I
started
didn't
talking
claim.
about how what? But
Which I
you
wasn't
said
claiming when he asked me that. I was challenging his claim that it couldn't travel forever.
okay, but you were acting like you knew for a fact one way or the other. That's why someone brought up the point.
I wasn't.
Hold on. That's
He
why
wasn't
someone.
acting that way. There was no claim
Oh
made. The
my
claim
God! All right,
on the
never mind.
table is that light can't travel forever. Like, let's not shift things here.
Nate,
And my
you can't let me
question now
finish,
is,
though,
You
right?
shift it like you shifted it before.
like, you shift your feet, yeah. Sorry,
Sure.
Regis, go ahead.
The question was how do you know light travels forever out there when here you can't show it? That was my point. Like, how can you be sure?
Are you guys specifically talking about visible light, or are you talking about light within its complete totality?
Well,
Yeah, what are we
visible.
talking about?
Okay, because
Okay,
we need to
visible.
be clear when we're discussing this. Otherwise, you're just going to be stepping all over your own feet.
Visible.
But Regis, I'm so sorry for interrupting you, man. If you want to finish making your point, if you're still here,
Yeah, I was just trying to say that at some point someone asked Bacon how he can prove that light doesn't attenuate when in space, and he brought up a vacuum tube. And then we asked, well, how can you tell that? Because a vacuum tube isn't long enough to see if it would attenuate. And then that's where everything got off the rails, and we never really got
Well,
there.
yeah, there's kind of a problem there because, again, visible light requires a medium or an object to interact with, being it's the byproduct of light. So you're going to talk about the absence of a medium and whether or not visible light can travel through that. It just seems counterintuitive to a large degree.
Yeah, well, that's a whole other barrel of fish. What is light?
Yeah,
Is it a photon?
Yeah. Trying to avoid.
yeah, but what's his face?
Nobody
Dysel, I'm sure you've seen light traveling through a vacuum chamber. Dysel?
Yeah, but is the chamber big enough to do the experiment? I think that's kind of what you're
That's
saying.
the
Is that
point.
the
Exactly.
chamber is
Oh,
going to
like
be illuminated because it's sort of not big enough.
so. Okay, but I just want to understand what are you guys putting forward? Are you saying you're not sure you want to see this done, or are you guys of the mindset that if you had a big enough chamber the size of Earth, and the size of the flat Earth, and you try to shoot a beam of light from one side to the other side of the flat Earth, are you guys positing? Are you of the mindset that that beam of light wouldn't reach the other side?
No, Nate, we were just literally commenting on Bacon saying Bacon brought
I
up
know, but I'm
the
asking
vacuum
you. I'm
tube.
asking you a question.
Well,
It's just an
and
honest
I'm
question.
answering it. I'm answering it. No, we're not positing that. I was
Okay.
literally just wondering about Bacon's answer about the vacuum tube. That's all.
Okay. Now my second question. If that's not what you're positing, then I'm asking you up front. Do you think the light would reach the other side? On a flat Earth, if I'm on one side of it, you on the other side, all the way on the other side of the flat Earth, and there's no atmosphere, we're in a vacuum, and I shot a beam of light, do you think it would reach you? And if not, why?
Well, hold on.
What
Do
would
you think
stop
it reaches all the way through?
There's
I'm
no
asking.
atmosphere.
I'm asking a question. You
I mean,
can't
that's
answer my
the
question
point
with
is
a
that you
question.
that is the point is the point is that SE is saying that you have not
Oh, come on,
demonstrated
answer
that
the
light
question.
hold on. The point was that SE said the light does not travel forever. You cannot demonstrate that, and you're asking us, do you think the light will not shine all the way through? So I mean, you're asking a question when SE just told you that you have not demonstrated this. So why would you ask us? Right? So
Yeah,
why would you
cool.
ask
But I'm
us?
still
So
asking
why
the
would you
question
ask us? So why
because
would
I
you
want
ask
to.
us if it's not
And I think
demonstratable?
Anthony was about to
Listen,
answer.
okay, I know. So why would you ask? Since nobody answered. I mean, nobody asked. So why would you ask us this question if we are the mind that we don't think that a light will travel all the way through to the other side? Why would you ask us this question? Why?
Because I wanted clarity, and Reed just provided clarity. Thank you for that. Now I'm asking the question outright because I just want to see where you guys stand on this, right? So SE, it's you and me, opposite sides of the flat Earth. There's no atmosphere; it's in a vacuum. I shine. I put a torch on. Do you think the light would reach you? If you think it wouldn't, why not? I just want to
What
understand
distance?
why
Give
you
me a
think it
distance
wouldn't be
and
possible.
what light are you shining? Give me a distance. Be specific.
I don't
How
know
far?
I don't know how far
He's-
is it from one side of the flat Earth to the other?
I
Like
don't
one
know. I
side
never
of the.
made any claims
Well,
about distance. You tell me.
okay, let me. Hang on.
My initial guess, Nate, I would say that it
Okay.
probably would reach if there's no atmosphere.
It probably would reach if there's no atmosphere. Okay, I agree with you. I agree with you. Is there anyone that feels it wouldn't reach?
Why
And,
would you claim?
bro,
Why would you
stop
say that?
interrupting me.
Hold
I know
on.
you're a
Well, I
mod.
mean,
I know
yeah.
you're a mod, but you can't. No, I was talking.
If I'm
I know you're a
speaking, I'm
mod,
not
but
asking.
you
I'm not
cannot
speaking as a
interrupt me.
mod.
I was speaking. I was
I
speaking
understand
before
that,
you
but
were, bro. Why
I
would
was
you
answering
interrupt
to
me?
him. What are you talking about? I was
But I
answering
was
what he
literally
was saying.
talking. But I was literally talking. Why would you interrupt me?
Okay, finish
Come on,
and then
man.
you go next, bro. Don't let him get on this. Go
Yeah.
ahead,
So
Reality. Go ahead.
yeah. So yeah, Essie. So I have a
No,
figure.
no, no, no,
12,000 miles. Oh my God. Never mind. Go.
Well, how are you gonna say?
Speak.
How are you gonna ask
Yeah, go
Essie or
ahead.
something? How are you gonna establish a conversation with Essie when I was gonna answer the other guy already? Dude, what the hell?
Answer which other guy? No one was asking questions except for me. I'm the only one asking questions.
Answered you.
Yeah, he answered my question. Now I wanted to go back to Essie because Essie asked me to give him a distance, and I'm giving him a distance.
Let me address
so that he can
him then
answer my
first.
question.
Well, let me address him first before you can ask your question. Then, otherwise, it's gonna get lost in the weeds.
Okay.
Right. So my thing was to him, whoever was the one that answered, yeah, he thinks it does, has his opinion. Now, this isn't demonstratable, has never been demonstrated. So why would you give him an answer?
Because he wants to. He's just giving me his honest opinion, bro. Come on. We can't crucify each other.
How is it honest?
That's what
He's never been demonstrated.
That's what he thinks would happen. You've never seen God, but you think he's out there, bro. Like, come on, bro. Relax. We're just asking each other
put my
questions.
2 cents in on this?
That's a
I
belief.
think he's trying to trap you. I think he's trying
I'm
to trap
not
you.
trapping anybody. I just want to see
Well,
is a
think
what you
about it.
trap.
guys
He's
It
think.
is
asking
a
how
trap.
far you could see light,
Yeah,
and
he
that's
gave me his
that's a trap. It's like
answer.
how far can you
Well,
see
well, well,
a radio
okay.
signal, or
Oh,
it's
relax,
inverse
guys.
square
He gave
law.
me his answer.
It's going to be
I said
further the
thank you
brighter
for
it
the
is,
answer. He
and
gave
that's
me his
proven.
answer. I said thank you, and I moved on. There was no trap. There was no gotcha. That was his honest opinion, and I
That is
appreciate
a
that.
trap. That is a trap.
How is it a
No,
trap?
It's like
If he
how
had
far
said
can
no,
electricity
I would
travel in a
cool with him
wire?
saying.
It's like how much power do you have?
Yeah, but if he had said no, I would have been cool with him saying no. There's no
Yeah, but
trap
it's
here.
like
I just want to know your honest opinion. Why are you guys so afraid to answer questions?
It's not about
even with a
answering
Now you,
questions.
restriction, you're still
yeah,
the more
whatever.
power
All
you
right.
get, the further you're going to punch through something.
So, Elbow, you went. I gave you a chance. Now, if I can continue with
You
SC,
gave me your
please.
chance.
Yes. So I'm going to continue with SC now.
Sound like
All
it to
right, Mr.
me.
High and Mighty.
SC. I've given you a distance, 12,000 miles. So if I was on one side of the flat Earth, you on the other side, which is 12,000 miles away. There's no atmosphere in between us. We're in a vacuum, and I turn on a torch. Do you think you would be able to see that light?
So we have 12,000 mile distance between me and you have a torch. Like what? Like what kind of a torch? Like one of those powerful lights where you can shine it in the sky and you see like a beam, like one of those million candle powers, or one of those, right?
Yeah, let's see.
I thought you were talking about like one of those torch where you just light up a fire on top on a pole or some shit.
Well, I'll give him. Like I want him to say his thing, right? So I could give like an honest opinion. Like if he says one of those powerful torch lights, right, that we can go and buy and point it up, right? Well, my answer would be no. There's no way you'll see that 12,000 miles away. No way.
Okay, that's fine. Why do you think that? Like, what would stop the light reaching you? If there's no
I'll
atmosphere?
tell you. Very simple. Every experience I've had with light, when I moved back away from it, it got smaller and smaller until I couldn't see it anymore. So every experience I've had here tells me that.
Okay, but those experiences, there was an atmosphere, right? Like a medium, wasn't there?
Correct. Yeah.
Yes.
What
Now
about light?
I'm giving us. This is a hypothetical, guys. You know, this is a situation that isn't real. We are in a vacuum the size of Earth. It's not real. So I'm not going to hold your feet to whatever answer you give me. You know, I'm giving a fantastical situation that doesn't comport with reality. So whatever answer you give, it's fine. You know, but let's say there was no medium, SC. Do you still think the same thing would happen?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see why light should travel forever under any circumstance, right? Nothing that I've seen or experienced in my life would show me that. There's no reason why I should believe that unless shown. That's the way I look at it.
The original
Forever
argument.
doesn't even make sense.
We got on this argument about light attenuation and the inverse square law, but the original thing was a guy asked a question. If you go up on a mountain and you look at the sun far away, why on a flat Earth wouldn't you see that? Now you can talk about theoretical light attenuation and the inverse square law, but the thing about it is that what really matters is whether you could see it or not. Your eye has a certain resolution, and the atmosphere is full of all kinds of stuff that could block the light, make it dimmer. So to talk about this in the reference of the inverse square law is kind of a red herring, because what we're really trying to see is whether you could see something at a far distance, not whether light can travel at that distance. It's whether you can see it.
No. The original thing was, can light travel forever? That was
That's
the
the
original
question.
thing that started all this. Yeah.
Oh, I meant before that. That guy said, "Oh, if you climb up a mountain, you look at the Earth the sun far away. Why wouldn't you be able to see it, forever?" And then we got on this thing of, they brought in they red herringed into this inverse square law thing, when really the question was, would we be able to see it?
I mean, but that's attached to it, though, isn't it? I mean, that you would think. If his question is, would you be able to see it? Then the question is, can light travel forever?
Whether light can travel forever or not doesn't matter. It's the question is, can you see it?
Does light travel forever?
I don't know. They say
Okay,
theoretically they say that, but that's it. That doesn't matter if you're trying to find out how far you can see. When you're trying to see something far away, it doesn't matter about light attenuation. It matters whether you can see it, what the resolution of the thing you're looking through, and how much stuff is in the atmosphere blocking that light. Whether the light can travel forever or not is a red herring. We need to find out whether you can see it.
Well, the first question has to be whether the light can't travel forever. If light does not travel forever, therefore you cannot see it, right?
That's all theoretical, though.
That's my whole point. It's all theory. They cannot show it. Yeah.
It's all theory.
It's undemonstratable.
What matters is whether we can see the thing far away, not what light's doing. Because we're trying to find out how far we can see. You can't see forever because of light attenuation and the resolution of your eye or the telescope that you're using. Whether light can travel forever in the inverse square law is a red herring to that, to the question of whether you can see forever on a flat Earth.
Well, it really isn't. Like he was trying to explain to you that those things are tied at the hip.
Right, but whether or not the inverse square law is true or not doesn't really matter. When you look at something, you can either see it or you can't. And you can't see it if you don't have good enough resolution and there's too much stuff in the atmosphere.
Yeah, but Barrel Rider, their side claims that the light bouncing off of the object that you're trying to see either reaches your eyes or it doesn't. So if that light that's bouncing off or emitted from the sun, right, if it can't push through to get to your eye, then you wouldn't be able to see it, right? So I think light attenuation does come into play. I do see your point, but I think because they say that every single thing that we're looking at is only because light from that object is going to our eyes. You know what I mean?
Right, but there might be light reaching your eye that you can't see because it's too little amount of light for you to resolve. So you could say, yeah, maybe that light is hitting your eye, but you don't really know that. There's no way you can test that because you can't test that. You could get a more power, like a telescope, or look through something else and see that, yes, I can still see that light with better resolution. But whether light's whether lights can travel forever in a vacuum has nothing to do with what you can see here on Earth. You can't see forever. You can't go up on a mountain and see the sun at the other side of the Earth. It's impossible.
That's true. We're saying the same thing, really. Yeah.
Exactly. And there's no reason to argue about whether light, there's a theoretical inverse square law or not. Let's just stick to what we can see, what we can actually observe. And that is, you can't see this, you can't see forever.
I've been listening for a while. I just want to add my 2 cents that, I'm a flat earther, obviously, but the idea that you can use the inverse square law to explain why we can't see the sun, I do believe that that's a little bit idiotic. But it's a phenomenon that
nobody
I
said
can't
that.
explain.
Nobody
I
said
understand.
that.
But in case anybody is using that to justify why we can't see the sun at the top of a mountain, you should be able to see it across the whole plane of the Earth. So no matter where the sun is at any moment in time, if the sun is circling the plane Earth, right, we should be able to see it at all times, 24 hours a day. Even when your side of the Earth is dark, you should still be able to zoom in and see it. And nobody's been able to do that.
Exactly. Thank you.
Right. So that is a phenomenon that is
no one would say that
unexplained. Does that mean that our model? Does that mean that our model is useless? No. Right. We don't have a model. We're still building our model.
But the reason nobody would say what you just said. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. No, you go ahead. Sorry.
Well, perspective is also following square. Square distance is also influencing the perceptual size of objects. So, like all these things are concurrent. It's like to say you could pull one aspect out of inverse square and say only that. Oh, if we just don't have it, but that's not the case. It's a. I don't know.
Look, if we're to believe this, right? If we're to believe this light traveling forever, we have to believe. They have to believe, and they do, that you can take a telescope and look back in time. You guys think that you can look back in time? Really? For reals? You think you got a time machine?
Well, hold on. Let me just finish my train of thought. So basically, right, there's a couple things that we have to figure out is how far the sun is and how far the moon is, which we don't know. I've heard 3,000 miles, right? It's an estimated guess, an educated guess using triangulation how far the sun is. 3,000 miles. Now, is 3,000 miles far enough, right? When it goes beyond 90 degrees, you know, to the horizon, right? If you have 180 degrees, at 90 degrees, that's when twilight happens. So at 90 degrees, that's when you no longer see the sun anymore. Even if you're in an airplane, the sun just disappears. For whatever reason. Like, these things are unexplained, bro. As flat earthers, we have to come to grips with this, that this is a reality and it's just unexplained. Yeah, we don't have an explanation for it. Nobody.
Hello,
I
guys. Can
haven't
you hear
heard
me?
anybody. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm just new here. Andy, Hold My Beer, invited me. It's nice to be here on another like flat Earth server, and just heard this like someone saying like we cannot explain why we don't see the sun on the, like, let's say, the dark side or the night side of the Earth if it's plain. And basically, I have done an experiment, little test, you can say, which you can all do using like some stuff at your home. I will post a link in Livestream 1 for anyone to take a look at. Okay, so this, like, when you watch it, you can see how actually light bend, refract, basically. I used a sugar water solution, just like to increase the layers established. So it like there's more layer differential or like density differential, so light bend more. And we do have that exactly in the atmosphere. So light
layers
bend
of sugar.
Sorry, say again.
You're saying there's layers in the atmosphere, but where's the sugar?
I'm doing it like a small scale, just like to exaggerate the effect of light refract. We do see that taking effect in atmosphere.
So something's never happened.
You can just like look at the results I had. You can repeat what I did and see it for yourself. I have been able to like repeat many observations we see with the sun. So the light of the sun, basically it's white, warm white, and when it like moves away from the observer in this like tank I made, in the little experiment I made, it actually changes color from white to orange, even though I'm using cold white. And in less than 1 meter, I have been able to see the shift in color. And also I have been able to see green flash occurring. Sadly, YouTube have reduced the resolution of it, so it's very hard to see now. But if you pay attention, you would see that like the orange color you see before in the atmosphere before sunset. So did the light disappear behind the curvature? It did not, basically. And by the way, I'm a flat earther from for like 12, 13 years now. So we can like explain why we don't see the sun for all over the earth, why we have daytime or nighttime if it's flat, basically because the sun is closer, smaller, and we have atmosphere refracting the light and of the sun, so it's obscuring it behind many layers of atmosphere and light, the sun, and no light is strong enough to penetrate forever. You can also observe that with X-ray, gamma ray, what have you. Using some materials or some elements, we can actually like stop any radio wave from penetrating it. So comparing that to the sunlight, which is very, very weak compared to other radio frequencies, Yeah, it's basically bent or refracted by the atmosphere, so it doesn't travel forever. So we have night and daytime. So hopefully you like take a look at the link I posted, and hopefully I really encourage you to repeat what you saw and see it for yourself. Watching it by your naked eye is much pleasurable and better experience to see it than on a bad resolution video on YouTube. And I sadly lost the original clip after I lost my hard drive, so I don't have the original clip except for YouTube.
Thanks, buddy.
You're welcome, man. Thank you.
See, Globers, you got a tactical French cat. We got our own tactical French guy. It's fine.
I don't
I'm
think
not
it's French.
Yeah, no, I'm Middle Eastern, but we sound kind of French for
okay.
Westerners.
Just pretend you're French.
Okay.
Middle Easterner from where? Iranian, Arab, Turkish.
Yeah, Arab from Damascus.
بتحكي عربي؟
بحكي عربي.
شلونك حبيبي؟
بخير حبيبي. انت من وين؟
شوية عربي شوية.
Don't worry, man.
يعني my عربي شوية. I've been to Syria.
You guys are speaking terrorist on here. I don't think it's good.
I've been to the Dimashq.
I'm sorry. I always have to say that.
I've been to Halab, Dimashq, Qamishli. Yeah.
Nice.
Syria is nice. Yeah. Very sad though. I seen a picture of Halab, a recent picture, and there's nothing left of it pretty much.
Yes, it's a ghost city. But by the way, I don't wanna hijack our derail the discussion, but I do agree. As flat earthers, if you wanna call us like that, we don't have the answers for everything. Yet, using basic physics knowledge and some experimentation, we can repeat some observations we see, and it works totally fine on flat Earth, basically. And if it was the other way around, that no, actually Earth is a globe, we wouldn't actually have the night we observe, or the way we observe it. Just use any glass you have, make a bowl, and see how light will bend or penetrate through glass. You will have internal diffractions inside the glass. It will just basically render your night sky from dark black, into maybe magenta or violet or something close to that. I have lived close to the North Pole, and I have observed many nights, in summer, how you don't have true dark nights. And this is allegedly, according to the globe earthers, it's because light is behaving somehow, and it's a ball, and it's far on the north, and so you can still see sunlight. It doesn't make any sense. It's perfectly explained by the plane and the sun orbiting above that plane, and that it's small sun close to Earth, and light basically doesn't travel forever. You can make any wave you want. Always try to think basically. If you have a pool, okay, just make a small wave and observe how it will disappear after some distance. what would make you think light will keep on traveling forever? Just because NASA said, or somebody from like the physics community allegedly claimed that light will travel forever because this is what the telescope sees. No, actually, we cannot repeat anything traveling forever on Earth in any lab, in any condition.
Heck, my explanation to Earth waking. Would you agree? Well, my feeling is that we can see the maximum we can see is 5,000 kilometers. That's as far as light can travel, being the distance from the supposed magnetic north to the equator, and that's as far as we can see before the deck of opacity and just perspective. Any thoughts on that?
Sorry, I missed. I didn't hear your first when you first talked. Was it to me? Were you asking me?
Yes, to you. I was saying well done to Andy for bringing you along. It was a good explanation as how you feel the way light behaves. Just your thoughts or any experience you've had about the distance. As far as I can tell, the furthest thing we can see is Polaris from the equator, which is 5,000 kilometers. Is that the furthest observational point that we can see? 5,000 kilometers before the deck of opacity takes over and perspective basically shuts it into a finite point that can't be resolved.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. So I have done like a couple of observations being close to the North Pole. Of course, not like it was like 63 degrees north. So not really truly polar, but like closer to the polar circle. So I agree with you. The triangulation I have done, myself being close to the north, and a couple of friends in Egypt and also in Saudi Arabia. So we triangulated life, the position of Polaris and also the position of the sun. So we have a special day in the year. In the summer, basically, the sun will be vertical above Mecca or Kaaba, basically in the city of Mecca. So during that, being in the north, I will also measure the angle towards the sun from my position. And the angle I measured was 45 degrees. And they are having it perfectly vertical. Basically, there is no shadows during that day in Mecca city. So I'm having like 45 degrees. And I know the measure, like I measured also, I know the distance allegedly from Google Earth or Google Maps, a straight line from my position all the way to Mecca. So when I had the measurement, the angle was 45 degrees. It made the math so much easy for me. And the measurement was exactly 3,000 miles. So that's how I know that those people saying the sun is 3,000 miles up is actually correct. I did the triangulation myself, and that appears to be the case. And also Polaris, the measurement I have done is also like close to 3,000 miles. So yeah, what you said about those distances, this is the maximum we can see, like with triangulation. So we can establish 100% that there is no curvature on Earth whatsoever. We don't see it, like it's perfectly flat plane. And so we have established that, okay, the horizontal distance or the horizontal distances is always straight lines. So any triangulation we do, like measurements, any angles we measure to the celestial bodies will create a triangular for us, knowing the angle and the distances of the length of the triangle we are measuring will just like give us so much information about those, like how far they are. And let me tell you something. So the link I posted you can see how you can observe actually a sunset, even though I'm doing it in a like 1 meter tank, basically. Let me tell you, like if we account also, we don't have like a atmospheric refraction constant. We can't get the exact measurement of refraction happening to the light of any celestial bodies above us. So if we are measuring, let's say, during that observation or triangulation to the sun position, I had 45 degrees angle to the sun from the horizontal plane. So that, I'm assuming, taking the measurement of this, the angle of the sun, that like for us will be, let me put it in a better way. So we are dealing with it as if we are seeing something in a straight line, but we are not actually. It's like the refracted light of the sun, which is reaching my position. So the sun, like with that in mind, the sun should be even lower to Earth and smaller as well, because like when you see, for example, any refraction happening, if you are next to a fishbowl basically, and you're looking down, if you shoot an arrow at the fish, you will never hit it, because that's the imaginary position of the fish, but actually it's in a different place due to light being refracted between water and the air reaching your eyes. So doing that with the sun as well, you would actually see how it's even lower and smaller.
Yo, can someone help some people in the voice check-in before we keep going? Sorry.
No worries, I'm done. Sorry for I don't want to speak for long, but like I'm just sharing some experiences and observations I had.
Oh, and Witsit needs rolls, looks like, too. I assume that's the real Witsit.
I was going to say, is that actually Witsit? Doesn't
I'll
say.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, I mean,
Make sure you
Witsit
hear
knows.
there's a lot of imposters lately.
Yeah,
right.
the real Witsit knows.
I wanted to add to what he was saying. There's a different way to measure the distance of the sun by measuring the sun at the equator, right? On the equinox, which it will be, that's when the sun is perpendicular to the ground, a perfect 90 degrees perpendicular. Unless you're at the equator, it's hard to get the sun right over your head. You could have a zenith, but it won't be a true zenith, as in the sun won't be a true 90 degrees over the head where you have no shadow. Certain places on the earth, you won't ever get a 90 degree perpendicular angle. And basically and this is a long time ago, I don't remember, I had to pull up the paper on this, but this has been done. And basically from the tropics, you got the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, which is the furthest the sun will travel. And you can measure the distance between the Tropic of Capricorn to the equator is around 3,000 miles, and vice versa. From the Tropic of Cancer to the equator is 3,000 miles. So then what you do is you can measure, you can get two triangles, one triangle from the south and one triangle from the north, and they're equal in distance to the tropics. And then you get the measurement. It's a 45 degree angle when you're at the Tropic of Cancer or at the Tropic of Capricorn at the equator. When the sun's at the equator, you can estimate the angle just by looking at it. Even pointing at the sun, you can see the angle from the ground to your arm, and it's about a 45 degree angle when the sun's at the equator, at its zenith, at solar noon, right? At the tropics, it's about a 45 degree angle. And from what I understand from doing this a long time ago, from what I remember, it was around 3,000 miles. So that study shows the sun to be 3,000 miles. And the one that you just mentioned from Mecca also corroborates the study that was done that was 3,000 miles. So that's two studies, scientific experiments showing that the sun's around 3,000 miles. But it's an average estimate, because I do believe that the sun might arc. Now, I don't know for a fact that it arcs, but it might arc because from what I understand, the sun is in the firmament, and the firmament is a dome structure. So this complicates things. This stuff's a lot more complicated than it might seem.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's very hard to determine whether it's like inside or it's outside, and there's like many theories about the firmament, what it actually is. Is it really transparent like a glass? Maybe we have like, because like also like Islamically, and you have it also in the Bible, there's multiple layers of firmament. So how come the sun is like in one of them? Or because Islamically speaking, from Islamic background, the sun illuminates, according to the Quran, the sun illuminates 7 layers of the firmament, or the 7 heavens. So like that might drive us to think that the firmaments are transparent, like a glass type of something or something. But maybe this is like us trying to correlate that like with our experiences in life and in physics. Like, okay, then it should be glass and like a lens and whatever. But maybe this is like we have very limited knowledge of nature, so this is what we are coming up with. But maybe it's the realism of things, maybe it's totally different, but this is what we can observe.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second, bro? Can another
Go ahead, man,
mod?
I'm finished.
Thanks. Can another mod please try verifying Witsit? Because I tried and it doesn't seem to be working. And there's a lot of imposters lately, so. Sorry, go on, guys. I didn't mean to kill the combo.
Well, I mean, that's definitely with it, dude. Like, he was just in his Telegram, and he got the link to come in here that I gave him. But yeah, it's all good. I understand.
But why doesn't it work? I don't get it. I just voice verified him.
Are you talking about Ronnie?
No, what's it?
Oh, he went up to VC.
Oh, okay, yeah. What's it?
Yeah, it happened to a lot of people today. Yeah.
But hey, while you guys are looking at it, there is a fake Witsit in here, the same one who ran amok at my server, and that's his like 4-digit number, and he's in your server too. So you should probably just, I don't know if you just want to ban him or what.
That's what I'm talking about. This guy here now is the fake one.
No. The one with Audit NASA, I'm pretty sure is legit Witsit because I just invited him in here. He asked him.
Okay.
And the one that has his old logo, it just says Witsit, is the fake one. Like I tagged him and I tagged him.
Yeah. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah.
And you guys also have the old Witsit, which was his real one, which is banned, right? So there's 3 Witsits now. One real one with Audit NASA.
What's the problem?
Verify this audit thing, Jeremy. Verify Witsit if you can. The one that's in the text now.
Well, he's in the VC checking SE, so he's talking to crypto.
Oh, okay, cool.
And Flatty. So yeah, I thought that server Shane was, I don't know, just that German medicine one on its own. It was such a good presentation as well. I mean, it just sucks, man. It really does.
Because that's recorded and it's still up and it's definitely
I know.
unaffected, right? Yeah. So
Hold on, real quick, guys. Is it 7051? Because there's mad Witsits that pop up now.
6631 is an imposter.
7051 is the real one.
All right,
sounds-
fun and
yeah.
games are over. Ballers, I'm back.
Oh, there we go.
That's it.
Oh no, they've been getting a nice hard kicking for about 3 hours, so this isn't going to be.
Hey Shane, what is it about your Discord that gets nuked all the time, bro?
I assume it's just people who personally don't like me or don't want me talking. I don't know.
I think my PFP probably answers that question.
Yeah, crypto's going
You
for
can
a
blame it on the
record.
Globers. Specifically,
well-
do not mod me, bro.
I got you.
I was like 4 weeks behind on DMs, man.
Well, everyone needs a great reset, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. Now I have plausible deniability. I didn't see your message. Sorry.
Yeah, dude, I haven't seen him take down everyone like yet. When I got to Discord, people warned me that could happen, and then it happened to me 3 times without that happening, and I just went down, and I was like, Nah, it's fine. No, this time everyone went down, and I went, "Oh, okay, I was wrong. You guys were right. That definitely does happen."
There are actually
Sorry,
within
David, man.
imposters, though. So Shane, someone was going around pretending to be me yesterday.
Yeah, like they were in my server and they banned a bunch of people because like I just talked to you, right? And like I just met. I was like, "Is this you?" And I was like, "Nah, it's probably him." And then it was like, "Not you," and he banned like 10 people and like ran amok and like banned like. I was like, "Oh shit! All right, that's on me." But the last time someone did it with Cyrus, like there's definitely someone who impersonates people pretty well and has the profile picture and knows when servers went down. Because like yesterday was the perfect time to do that. There was a bunch of us that all had brand new accounts. Like I wouldn't be able to tell Flatty's new account from his last new account. Like everyone just got banned, so it's the best time to do that. It's good camouflage.
Yeah, but do what though? Okay, let's say this guy wasn't with it, and then we voice verify him. Then what?
Well, you could come in here and fuck your shit up and your live streaming, so they can get you your YouTube ban.
Well,
you know,
well,
someone's got nefarious intent.
They specifically
I know, but
impersonate.
how? I'm just saying. Let's say this wasn't the real Witsit, and we voice verified him. Now, what can they do?
No,
You can
no,
play
they
a
can do is
porno.
talk.
You can
No.
play a porno or a song or something and get you. Yeah.
They
You can do a lot of shit.
specifically impersonate people who are mods in multiple places, right? So that they hope that people will just see them when a new Exodus comes and they go, "Oh yeah, you're obviously going to be mod again," which is exactly what happened by me. So I think that's the goal. They can't really do much,
Yeah, I
Jeremy,
mean,
right? Unless
yeah,
you mod
Jeremy's
them.
saying the voice is the thing that would prevent it, right? Like not voice verifying them.
That's
No,
the
I'm
thing.
saying
You gotta
Witsit.
voice verify everybody.
I'm saying Witsit comes in with his new account. Maybe it's him. Maybe it's not. We voice verify him. It's either him or it's not. Like I don't.
Well,
Maybe
I'll
say
give you
some
an
vulgar
example. He plays
swear
a
words
medical
over the
thing.
VC,
Hold
and then
on.
we ban him.
I'll tell you what he does. He plays a medical thing, and you get stroke, and they take down the server.
But not if
I
I
bet.
can't say anything. Not if I can't say anything through my mic, though. That's what he's saying. Like I can't play
minutes. Hey, where do you want me to put this? You putting it
over there to the left. See that pile to the left?
Up top shelf, top left.
As far back as it goes.
To the left. To the left.
I was about to make that. Literally about to make that joke.
You're about to make the Beyonce joke.
Yeah.
Dude, the way that Crypto verified me was he asked me to beg the question.
Yeah.
You gotta start up a safe word.
Well, how do they verify Demon Stride then? I don't get it.
Well,
same.
Just same way, only the opposite. You just ask the ballers to beg the question. They can't do it. Then you know it's really them.
They asked him to steel man 9/11.
Yeah, that's all you have to do is like, hey, what actually happened on 9/11? I can give you a whole rundown. You know it's me.
Holy
You
cow,
know, guys.
This guy actually put up a real defense of the 9/11 story. It's definitely
Yeah.
Demon Stride.
To forever the detriment of his character, though. Everywhere he goes.
I would just I would politely request Witsit that you don't dead name me. I'm not Crypto anymore. I'm now Ronnie Schlomoman.
Okay.
Oy vey.
Hey.
You know, guys, that's really funny because if I'm to test whether Witsit is the real one or not, I would ask him things about 9/11. What happened that day?
Everything the government said happened. Dude, have you guys heard of the guy? We're having him sing at our summit. His name is Foundering. You just reminded me of him. He has a song and it goes, Oy vey, shut it down. The Goyim know too much. You ever heard it?
No, I did not.
It's hilarious, dude. He's only on Odysee because he been kicked off everything, but Foundering. Yeah, anyway. That's the hook. That's literally the chorus. So it looks like I didn't miss too much. The Earth's a ball because of sunset still.
Yep.
Yeah, they seem to the Globies have gone really quiet for some reason. I don't know why.
And the light travels forever as well. In case you
That's the
First
best
time in
one.
days,
Light
though.
travels forever. Yeah.
And you can see forever.
And you can look back in time. That's my favorite
I was
one.
gonna say,
And
you get to
inverse
see back
square
in
law.
time. You forgot that.
Inverse square law doesn't matter.
Baller's been wilding out the last couple days.
I was gonna say it's gonna get pretty comedic pretty soon. It's with the deep fakes. You're gonna have a Witsit right on the stream arguing with another Witsit.
Yeah, we're gonna need to
gonna be funny.
actually like
Just
come
joking.
up with some keys or tokens to verify our identities at some point. It's gonna get really insane.
I mean, that's doable
Well,
right
now what
now.
I do is I have glasses now, so I just put my glasses on, and that's Baller Witsit. So we don't really need them anymore.
That'd be a good video to do.
Dude,
You
that
argue
guy-
I'm
with
gonna do it.
yourself. Do it.
That Glober got really offended that you imitated him with Globers the last time he did it. He was like, "Well, you can wear
Dude.
glasses and do whatever, but."
He's like, you're just making fun of me. It's like, oh my god, bro! All you people do is gaslight flat earthers, and now you're a victim because I put my glasses on and pushed them up and said, "Well, the way that we know that the Earth's a ball, it's so easy to be a ball.
So offended, yeah.
You think you're smarter than all the physicists in the world?"
Where'd all the ballers go?
Right here, right here. What do you need?
Oh God, that was creepy.
Oh, man.
Have you been here the whole time?
Why didn't he get nuked? You know?
He came in earlier, called everyone liars, and then said we weren't acting like adults.
Oh wow, okay.
That doesn't sound like Negator at all. Wait a second.
No way, dude. I need proof of that.
Well, the original question about the sunset was by a gentleman asked if Earth is flat and the sun circuits above it, however high it is, why can't you climb a mountain at midnight with a telescope and see the sun on the other
Bro,
side
I
of the
just lost
flat
brain
Earth?
cells by playing.
That was the original question. I'm just saying, and it
You
devolved
think it's a
into
good question? You think
Yeah,
it's a
it got
good
answered.
question?
yeah, it's a decent question geometrically. Yes, it is, but
Yeah,
it
they got
devolved
answered.
the
That wasn't the
conversation.
question, ignoring the fact that
About-
I personally answered it, right?
The conversation
You guys
devolved
went to the
into
moon, left
where.
brain. When I was talking about
see, I can't even
hump.
finish my point.
You know what's funny is
just let
that
him
Co
finish.
Murray,
This is
Co
comedic
Murray
gold.
actually went through this at length and even put a video of him like demonstrating it, and you've just completely ignored all of that.
I guess you guys didn't pick up on it. I don't know if like the third booster removes the ability to understand humor or something, but like literally the whole joke was, oh, so I didn't miss much. Sunsets prove the Earth's a globe. It's the literal joke was that is so stupid that it's funny. And then you
Are you
came in to
presuming?
defend it.
Are you presuming that all Globers are boosted?
The vast majority of the ones that consistently defend it for years, I got a solid 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
And if you drop the booster, if it's just the first two, we're probably 9.5 out of 10.
I think it's real relevant, one or the other.
It's irrelevant because I'm the one that got boosted.
Yeah.
I don't
really
even
is
know what that
relevant.
means.
Yeah.
I mean, that's your opinion that it's irrelevant. I mean, to me, I at least find it quite interesting. You wouldn't. I mean, to think that it's irrelevant that there could be some kind of relationship there, I disagree with that.
Yeah, dude, we're doing a case study, dude. There's a clear, indistinguishable correlation.
So you can correlate the booster to intellect, really?
I just
well,
do
not
you believe in the
intellect.
Bible?
Where did you get intellect from? Did you just have to make yourself a victim or something?
Well, I mean, you were indicating it was associated with Globers being dumb.
No, he was
I
associating
didn't
it with the
say
humor
that.
bone. Yeah.
I didn't say that.
So that's interesting if that's the case, because I've been I'm somewhat of a comedian myself. I follow all that shit and do the podcast. It's not stopping. People who have gotten vaccinated didn't become less funny. I don't know what you mean by that.
It's kind of hard to become less funny than like miserably not funny. So
Can I
if
just
you're
throw
a
my
leftist,
2 cents
you
in there?
can't be funny. You're not allowed to vote on the left if you're funny. That's actually an official rule.
Can I just throw my
leftist.
2 cents in here
I don't
just
know
to
why-
back up
Why
what
Globers are all
Witsit
of a
said?
sudden all leftists.
Can you guys hear me? Just because it's your actions prove your religion or your belief. So your true belief is you're proved by what you actually do. So if you go and get all your injections, I mean that's your true belief or your true understanding of reality. That's all.
Let's
Let's
not get this one.
switch the topic off of this, please, because I don't want to fuck around and have to do what.
This happens every time. I say a real quick joke that's coded. It's no big deal, and then people just got to hyper focus on it and start saying the words. And by the way, it's always those people that use the actual words. What a shocker that the actual word came out from that side. So not only do you lack comedic intelligence, but you lack social awareness.
It's just Witsit Berates Ballers Hour, I guess. Could we talk about something productive, maybe?
Well, I mean, okay, I'm sorry if your feelings are hurt. I still love you.
You said boost your wit. I don't know what word you're talking about. But
Well, yeah, can I bring up
You guys listen.
Let me make a couple of statements that nobody gets to respond to, and then I get butthurt when they respond to it.
What?
No, dude, let's not let this be bicker. Hold on, man. Let's not let this be bicker. Hello, can you hear me? Let's not let this be bicker with Glober Hour. Does anyone have a topic or anything?
Well, I mean, can I just point out the irony that he's basically pointing out the Globe don't really have humor in a joke, and then they spend the next 10 minutes arguing with him about it. It's kind of ironic. But anyway, we can move on.
Yeah, exactly. It was just a joke, man. Everybody chill out, man.
If they had humor, they'd have just laughed and moved on, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it has to be. You have to, in order to laugh, it has to be funny. Just saying.
Right, but then that's the irony, isn't it?
That you don't get what's funny. That's the whole point.
I just
I don't know.
Gotcha. I don't get what's
90%
funny.
of the world are Globers, but I guess there's no Glober comedians. Is that?
No, now you had to.
No, straw man.
Now again, you had a straw man. I said the ones that come in here and defend the Globe consistently for years. So this is what's so weird to me, bro. Like, why do you guys always have to twist what's said? Like, don't you think everyone else notices that you can't respond to what's actually said? Or do you think you convince people if you say it with enough conviction?
That's a pretty good misrepresentation of what happened.
Yeah, so you
Or
got
what
nothing.
happens.
So, okay. Well, you just
I didn't know
it, so.
I didn't know we're debating about something.
Okay, so anyway, we can move on because you can't even keep up with more than like 7 sentences at a time, so we can move on now.
Okay.
Well, I would like to. I would like to address what the gentleman was saying about the sun and measuring the elevation of the sun and from 3,000 miles away, meaning the sun is 3,000 miles high. I think you would have to incorporate in with that other observations from other points on the surface and see if that trigonomic function, held true. And if it didn't, it would make you question what's going on, right?
Trigonometric. And dude, the fact that there are people here that have been in this conversation for years that think if the earth truly were flat, you could climb on a mountain and pull out a telescope and see the sun at midnight. I don't want to engage with that. It's so retarded that it's literally not worth energy.
But I didn't want to reference. I referenced a totally different point that was made earlier. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you actually did initially reference that, and it's built upon the same subject, which is all stupid.
Yeah, but I don't know. Do flat surfaces obstruct or don't they?
Left lane. By the way, I agree with you. I would really wish we have like nowadays in like, for example, this community, other communities of flat earthers, the means and the people to actually exist at different times, different places, observe the same thing, which is the sun, at the same time, being live, like using maybe streaming service or any like video call app, having our measurements live at the same time would actually tell us a lot of things.
Why do you think you're getting the actual position of the sun? Do you think you're getting the actual position of the sun? If you look at the sun?
No, definitely not. It's the imaginary position because we are dealing with the refracted image of the sun.
But then you're going to try to do geometry on it after you do that, or what are you going to do? Let's say we all look at the sun now.
Having a for example, we would need a city or a place which is the reference where this place has the sun vertically 90 degrees above. So having no shadows whatsoever. So all the other observing positions would have the sun at an angle. When we have the measurements and then we plot those measurements on a paper, you would see actually we have multiple suns. Those guys are observing multiple suns because light is being refracted. So, and they are like plotting those or drawing those angles they observed in a straight line, which will give you multiple suns.
This is actually already been done.
Oh, nice! I haven't seen it. Can you link me up?
Yeah, I'll try and find. I think it was Sly Spokane did it with a bunch. It was like 30 different participants and mapped it out on flat and spherical. And it only comports to the spherical one. The flat one makes multiple suns in the sky.
Is this
so? What he did was he looked at the sun and said that's the position of the sun, and then and that's it, or what happened?
Well, if you incorporate the,
I've looked at Kosho's data.
If you
is that what you're referring to?
Yes, that is what he's referring to. He hasn't actually looked at it. He's repeating what someone else told him happened.
If you
because I've looked at the data and the discrepancy is like 1%. It's not enough to make a decision either way, and it clearly isn't.
I mean, it's also just a graph of an apparent position. That's not even the actual position. If you guys are trying to say that's the actual position of the sun, I mean, we could debunk your whole model 7 weeks from Sunday if that's how you want to really do it.
If you throw in the azimuthal grid of vision, it works perfectly. Just saying.
Oh yeah.
Of course it does.
Eats word salad, that makes it work perfectly.
And you know,
the data is not conclusive at all, like they would lead you to believe.
You know, you can't debate it when you have to say word salad. So like at this point, these people should be like excommunicated from the conversation. Right, because like if you're saying that the sun can't set on a flat Earth and that azimuthal grid of vision is word salad, you should be excommunicated. You're literally never gonna change.
There you go.
Never, ever gonna change.
Well, because
we don't have to engage him. So I mean, we can just let him just talk his points and then just not engage or acknowledge him if we want.
Okay, that's what we should do.
You don't need to be challenged.
Yeah, I mean, we could do a practice one right now. I bet we can't do it, but we could try.
Yeah, it's funny how Witsit gets on a show and he challenges everybody to come talk to him, but the second he gets in here with me, he doesn't want to talk to me. It's pretty telling.
So Shane, isn't it funny?
Like I do.
Shane, isn't it funny? Shane, isn't it funny?
Yeah, I guess I could just start talking too if we're gonna play this game.
Do I have my mod powers?
Yeah, don't talk over people.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
okay,
wait for Geo.
All right.
No, it's not your turn to talk. Hold on, Negator. It's not your turn to talk. Witsit was somebody else was in the middle of something and you interrupted. But you gotta wait for Geo for the mod powers, Witsit.
Yeah. So Shane, isn't it funny that now they've just resorted to saying that phrase is word salad?
That seems like a regression. I thought they had Bendy Light to go on.
Yeah, I mean, if you say stupid things, we're going to call it a word salad. So maybe try don't say stupid things.
That's not what word salad means. You should
hang on. I'm not done talking.
Then.
I'm not done talking. Like I'm still talking here.
Yo, you guys,
like azimuthal grid of vision doesn't mean anything. There's no definition to it that is relevant to the observation of the sun in the context of making it work on a flat Earth or making it not work on a globe.
So even the funnier part
to it, you can provide it. Right.
So
we're all sitting here waiting on an explanation.
God, he needs to be banned from the server. Why is he
still
allowed in the server?
I'm still.
I don't know. He took a long pause. I don't know. He took a long pause though. I guess he wasn't done. I don't know. We all thought you were done. I almost started to say something. So wrap it up because you're monologuing now. Wrap it up because you're monologuing, and then Witsit's gonna go next. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. Witsit, you're allowed to go now.
Okay, then stop talking. Go ahead, Witsit.
And everyone should just know not to take his bait. He's getting triggered. He's trying to get you to respond. Shane, this is the funny part, bro. You can either every single time they say it, you can be like, "Can you define word salad?" That's not the definition of word salad. And then they respond with, "It doesn't make sense. I don't agree with the argument." But that's not what word salad is. Or you can just ignore them, right? You can either have the same conversation 500 times. They're going to keep saying word salad, even though it literally doesn't make sense to say that. Or you can just act like they're like, oh, well, make sure you put your helmet on. So that's my opinion.
Well, what does it mean to you, Rick, that word salad, that term?
It means what it actually means, which is an
Incoherent?
incoherent rambling.
Yeah.
Incoherent rambling, typically associated with schizophrenia. It's like saying, oh, 7, wall, sidewalk, yesterday, sunset. It's not saying a phrase that you don't agree with.
That's not what it means.
Can someone voice
I
verify
just
napalm?
said the definition.
No, that's not what it means. Let me tell you what it
I
means.
just said the definition of it
Literally what it
verbatim.
means on it.
I'll tell you what it means.
I just said the definition of it verbatim.
You're trying to describe something using all the technical terms and made up words and any other words you can throw in there regarding that particular topic or subject or item.
That's not what it means.
It's not just random Tourette reactionary words that don't make
Yeah, it
It's
is.
all words that
literally
have
is.
something to do with the topic and sound like they might have something to do with the topic, and they're just
All right, look.
randomly thrown
No,
in.
hold on a second.
I just typed in Merriam
Guys, Regis, don't interrupt like that. Come on, man. Go ahead.
Yes,
With it.
anyway, that's
I just typed
obviously
into-
incorrect.
Yeah, I
A word
typed into-
salad is
sorry, go.
objectively defined as unintelligible
You guys
mixture of
what we
seemingly random words and phrases. But when they talk about an azimuthal grid division, that's clearly not random. It's clearly not rambling.
Yeah, look, I'm
Can
just going to read
somebody
the
voice
definition.
verify napalm, please? Sorry to interrupt.
So
The problem
I
is
just
those
read- I
words
just
don't
typed in
describe what
define-
we see in any way.
Holy, oh, dude, he should be banned from here. How is
Literally,
he still
two
here?
other people cut you off.
Okay, so I just now looked up I just typed in define word salad. Okay, now we're going to read the first result from Merriam-Webster. Oh, and you should be banned too, because every time I start to expose the lies, you interrupt me with fucking hell. Learn a new phrase.
I must apologize. I'm trying not to do that. I'm trying not to do that. I apologize.
So as soon as it gets to the point where it's obvious that you're going to be exposed because you guys are wrong and lying, you get frustrated. So Zenix said, no, that's not what it means. And this is what I'm saying. We've talked about this 50 times in here. So we're just going to do it for the rest of our lives, I guess. That's why I considered not coming back to Discord, literally. So I'm going to read the definition. Word salad is defined as, quote, a jumble of extremely incoherent speech as sometimes observed in schizophrenia. Unquote.
And it's commonly used to describe a bunch of words that don't fit together.
I think you're talking about like word dressing. Maybe like you guys want to make a new word. Go ahead.
Word
dressing.
coleslaw.
I mean,
that's
do
what you
you-
meant. Word coleslaw. That's what it is.
Is the
Word
only
salad.
time it's okay to use the word salad or the phrase word salad is if I'm talking about a schizophrenic person? Come on now. It's used in common language all the time. Like, let's be real
That's
here,
not
man.
what the definition said, Negator. Now you're lying.
Dude, look, True Earther had to go find some random person who put his own definition in. So I read from Merriam-Webster, and this is what I'm saying, bro. You have to understand, this is just a game to these people. We should seriously consider not communicating with them. So True Earther goes and looks up a definition from some random person inputting it. That's why he doesn't drop the source. He screenshots it where you can't see the URL because it's by Curious and Curiouser the Second, whatever the hell that name is, right? So there's some random person put his definition of it in there. Now
Well,
I
you know,
read the
it's
actual
like
definition.
the
I read the
physics
actual-
word salad, which
Shut
is different
up,
than regular word
dude.
salad.
No, why
You don't ever
interrupt me
stop.
just to... Okay, I can't handle it. I'm just gonna go shit myself.
Dude, we should. I mean, I tried to avoid this and said, let's not engage these guys. Because I mean, honestly, like I don't know what good's gonna come. So we could have some.
You're saying don't engage with.
What do you mean you? But you.
So don't
Jeremy,
engage with them as they talk through you in the middle of your sentence. So what does
Jeremy,
that
Yeah,
mean?
that's fucked up.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just letting everyone know. Anyone interrupts, I'm just gonna time you out for 10 minutes. I don't give a fuck who it is. Go ahead, guys.
That's what's up.
I'm scared. Wait, don't ban me.
Don't ban me either. Hey, just real quick, there is word salad with having to do with physics, though. It's like kind of like pseudoscience. The word pseudo looked up Merriam-Webster's dictionary is a different definition than we use it in physics. So maybe there's a word salad for physics. That's what we're talking about.
Hey guys, can I get in here?
Woo.
if you guys don't mind, Bob the science guy is here.
So
Thanks.
Jeremy, just quickly, Jeremy.
How's it going, Bob?
Can I?
Oh, SE, go ahead, man.
Just wanted to get Jeremy's attention. Jeremy, if you can just DM me.
So yeah, thanks guys if you allow me, because we had a thing before of a certain bridge that I took measurements and so on and so forth. And Bob the science guy is here. So we went through this before. Bob, are you here?
Hold on, man. What's your fucking name, Crypto? Did you get banned in this little thing, or?
No, I'm here. I'm Ronnie Schlomoman.
Oh.
Yeah, that is Napalm, but I gave him I did the thing and it didn't work, so I'll let you know.
Oh, what do you need? Napalm to get voice verified?
Yeah, I've verified him already. It's definitely.
What's his name?
Napalm. He's in.
He's not in the VC.
No, he's in
voice
voice
checking. All right.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Now there's two Napalms. Which one is it?
Oh, fuck.
6903 or 2551?
Well, the one that I've heard is 6903. So I don't know about the other one.
All right, should be good.
Okay.
There you went.
So for all you naysayers, Bob verified in the text chat that I was where I said I was. So Bob verified it. You hear that, Negator?
The problem,
what
though,
about the
is you never
distances?
told us where you were.
He verified. You seen him, Bob? You're here. I mean, can you just please tell them that we calculated that you calculated that from where I was, the buoy was approximately 5 miles away? Can you please verify that, Bob? Because after that, I put this to bed. It was signed, sealed, and delivered. It was like 3 years ago this happened. So
he's typing.
Let's see what Bob says.
The problem, though, like I said, is that the island on the left, not the island, but the bunch of trees, the bunch of land. Like I said in that earlier message to you, that land from any spot on that shore in a direct line to that bridge is 3.5 miles, which means the buoy can't possibly be 5 miles. I don't know what you expected out of Bob.
I don't care what you say, man. You're irrelevant. We showed that over and over. Like I told you, Bob said what I said is true. Now, what you say, I could care less, bro. I told you, you are irrelevant to me.
I know. You're okay continuing lying to people. I'll just ignore it.
This is for other people. Look, I'm lying. You hear what he just said? We just got verification from another baller, and this gentleman right now accused me of lying. That's why I say he's irrelevant, and I agree with Witsit. He shouldn't even be in here. If this was my server, you would get booted right now.
Okay. Yeah, the problem, though, is when you see he verified it, you haven't told us what he verified.
You are irrelevant, sir. I will disengage with you. Watch how easy it is
Well,
to put.
please.
This is
I
how
mean,
you
we
do
can
it,
make
guys.
a list.
Say, I will disengage with you now. Bye.
Yeah.
All right.
He's going to keep talking. I mean, but we can make a list of maybe people that we think shouldn't be here and then go, do you have anyone else besides Negator? Send me a DM.
Get rid of
We'll
no
go over the
tanks.
list and we'll review it and we'll see.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
tanks.
we could do like
Should
a survivor style vote off.
Yeah, ban vote. Absolutely, I'm down for that.
Yeah, just get rid of everybody that debunks the lying flat earthers. Just do that. Just ban everybody.
What kind of toxic conversation just step into?
You're banned.
Just hating on each other.
Ban percentage. You're on the list.
How's everyone doing?
I immediately regret rejoining.
Yeah.
somebody was just airing out how frustrating it is to deal with the same ballers, I guess, right, over and over every day, never, making an inch of progress, and then them just finding reasons to reify a model. It's
Man,
just frustrating.
That exact
I mean, are we
conversation happens
chasing?
like once a week.
Are we chasing flat earthers? You think we chase flat earthers away because we let some of these guys come in here and run their game and shit on us?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but some, right? But
yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Napalm.
yeah, I was just gonna say some, but there's other homes for people that don't enjoy the conversation in here too, right? Like, there's some flat earthers just literally want to berate globe earthers in the way that globe earthers try to berate flat earthers, right? So maybe those guys don't want to be here.
I wouldn't have found Flat Earth if it wasn't for communities like this that are, willing to at least try and have open dialogue. Like, I needed to hear the sides challenge each other.
Yeah, I said it
Nobody's
the other day.
saying to get rid of all ballers. We're not. No one's. At least I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that everybody's
I definitely understand you need to ban people. Like, there's people that just need to be banned sometimes, without a doubt. Either side.
Yeah, but you have to be. There's a fine line, right? Because you can go too far, and then it becomes there's no ballers to talk with, so there is no other side of the conversation, no other group to bounce your ideas off of, right? So then it becomes, you're just trying to have people come in, browbeat them to then ban them, right? And it's kind of a catch-22. You want people to be around to have kind of the discourse. You just want it to be somewhat civil. If people can't have the civility within the conversation ever, then yeah, maybe that's bannable. But
yeah, but this is a bit of a false dichotomy, right? Like, you don't have to be incredibly disingenuous and redundant for years at a time to be a ball earther, right? So, yeah.
I mean,
it's a disingenuous repetition, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we're being disingenuous about anything.
I don't think anybody here is being disingenuous.
What about the word salad definition?
I think the two people that spoke up.
Exactly.
I had a pretty big grin on my face.
It shows, man. Nicely done.
There's no disingenuous.
The example, we can just use the example that just happened. We can just use word salad. So it's a gaslighting tactic, right? It's to just try to belittle the other person, dismiss what they say as insignificant because they can't respond with substantive specificity. So they can't offer a direct rebuttal. Why are you interrupting me? So they can't respond with they can't specifically respond or refute the point. So it is by definition gaslighting. It's
not gaslighting because they're not trying to change your mind or anything like that. They're not trying to make you think that you're wrong or whatever. What they're doing is trying to poison the well for the audience. It's an ad hom, really. They're just poisoning the well. They're trying to discredit you based off of some frivolous bullshit.
Well, can I make a quick comment about that percentage? That's a good assessment in a way, but I really think it's for the purpose of saying, look, what you're saying doesn't make any sense, but it's a bunch of words that are technical that don't seem to make any sense at all when you string them together. And I think it's actually trying to help the community with a better understanding of what is being talked about. When I say that's just word salad, it means you're using a bunch of words either I've never heard before, I've never heard you use them in those kind of contexts. So please use other words that I might understand to explain. If you are sincere about are not disingenuous, then you shouldn't say, okay, what I mean by that is I know how
I'm just going to leave the server.
Xanax thinks, and he's been colloquially trained. Let me explain it in this way. That would be more of appropriate response.
Okay, hold up. Let me just respond to this.
I was in the middle of talking. Percentage
in
interrupts me.
No, you weren't. You always think you're in the middle of talking.
Well, let me literally was.
I can't handle the worst I've ever been.
Let Witsit finish. Guys, stop. Let Witsit finish. If anyone interrupts Witsit, I'm timing you out for the whole fucking day, okay? I don't know what the problem is. I don't care who you are.
Because then as soon as I get interrupted, then Dan's like, oh, it's my opportunity. So all I'm saying is that it's been broken down to them many times that they're misusing the phrase word salad. I'm the number one person that gets accused of that, right? You can just go watch Modern Day Debate, whatever. It's just a talking point. It's a tactic to dismiss the point because they can't rebut it with specificity. So they just dismiss the point. And then you have to sit here every single damn day, bro, and say, that's not what word salad means. Yes, it is. Then you read the definition off. And then you hear, oh, well, there's a different type. There's a physics word salad probably somewhere on the internet. Well, no, that's not what it means. And then tomorrow, when you make the point again, they're just going to say word salad as if we didn't sit here for an unnecessary 30 minutes defining the phrase every single day. So that is the point where the person is useless.
I think taking 30 minutes to define the phrase word salad is a waste of time.
That was my whole point,
Exactly.
Left Lane. Take notes or something.
Holy God.
Okay, so in response to what Zanuck said, virtually every time I've heard Witsit, for instance, like being whatever he said being called word salad, it's been sensible. It's made sense. It's just, you know, it's almost it's a both an ad hom and like an appeal to incredulity because you don't understand, so you're just like you kind of like hand wave away what they say. Well, not you specifically, Zanuck. I don't know if you say it, but the person that says it, you know, just hand waves away what they said, what Witsit said, or whoever, if they are sensible, said in like an appeal incredulity and poisoning the well. It's a fairly like, you know, smart move if you can get away with it. The issue is sometimes the audience is, you know, too smart and recognize that this person is just wrong about calling it word salad, and it actually makes sense to the audience. It depends on the intelligence of the audience, really, whether or not it works.
Okay, percentage. Then let's just test that real quick. I just posted something that I would say is a word salad. Do you understand that? If you do, can you explain it to me? Let's see if you're right. Because if you are correct, and I'm not being an ass here, I'm just saying, just by definitions, it's kind of a pedantic argument, but go back, look at what I just posted at 10:04 or 1:04 after the hour, and you tell me what that means, because I would say that's word salad. If you say it's not, then you can explain to me in the language you know I understand and tell me what it means. Go ahead.
No. First of all, this is where
he won't allow that because he knows it's word salad.
I got you, Witsit. Hold on. I know. Zanuck, hold on a second. Hold on, guys. Zanuck, we'll see you tomorrow, bud. All right.
Why is that?
He just doesn't stop. So this right here is that this is where he took notes of my explanation and he makes it choppy and leaves words out and it's not coherent. And now he's pretending as if this was like something I typed or something that it was a direct transcript of what I said. It's not. This is like the highlight notes I had to explain to him for like an hour, like a child. So yeah, that's why I had to jump in to call it out because you tried to make it look incoherent because your notes are incoherent.
I remember that day because it took him like 30 minutes to write these
sentences. Timed it out. I don't get why he did that.
Yeah, that was fucked up, Jeremy. I mean, everyone's been over talking.
Dude, he was warned yesterday or the day before with being banned permanently from the server by Geo for over talking.
He's a habitual over talker. Okay, he does it incessantly. I don't know if it's his tactic or he can't control himself. He either needs to get it together or he can't be here. I don't know. I don't tell you guys. I think it's fucked up, or we can spaz out for the next 8 hours with Zanuck interruptions. I mean, I'm not doing that.
I misheard it, but I thought he got in after me. But if he
he interrupted me 2 words in. Yeah. He interrupted me 2 words in. He did it every single time I've spoken today. Zanuck or Negator has interrupted me every single time.
Oh, I thought.
Yeah, but they seem to have like they think they're entitled to interrupt you. It's weird.
Yeah, he said word salad again, meaning he's still insulting him. So it's just no respect.
Yeah, but everyone's been interrupting everybody. You know, there's been flat earthers interrupting Witsit. You know, it's not just Zanuck. I just feel like one person's being targeted when we all interrupt.
Is he being targeted, or do we have to micromanage every conversation he has in here constantly because he always overtalks? Don't worry, don't try to mod. If anyone thinks they've been modded early, you can file a support ticket. Geo handles that shit, so go ahead. I'm not scared.
Yep. No, all I'm saying is I just didn't hear him interrupting Witsit if Witsit spoke after me. I didn't hear Witsit speaking.
What? It was as soon as I started to address the phrase he typed. Yeah, and that was like the 10th time in a row. So
yeah,
I mean,
it's been a pattern for sure.
If anyone's gonna sit here and pretend we don't, everyone in here knows from both sides that he can't help himself. Right. So this is years in the making. Let's not.
I think all I did was time him out for today. He can come back tomorrow and do the same shit tomorrow. I'm going to time him out for another day until he either learns or we don't have to deal with Zanuck every day.
Yeah, but did you see what you just did, Jeremy? Negator was talking and you just interrupted it. I mean, we all do it, you know?
That's neat. I'm not in them, so I'm sure whatever Negator had to say was super important. We got to say Negator.
Oh man, I don't even know now.
Yeah.
I'm all off my rocker.
But just to clarify, is Xanax ban permanent?
No,
like you guys never listen,
Oh,
bro. That's also
Yeah,
one
you
of
don't
the other
listen.
problems. Like every time someone's talking, you don't actually listen to what they're saying every single time. So then you get what we call straw man. At this point, I don't even think you guys are intentionally straw manning. You just don't listen. It's like you literally don't think what the flat earther has to say could possibly be of value. So you just check out or something.
Yeah, that's a good point, Witsit, because a lot of times I feel people can't just approach this topic or many other topics, right, that are kind of ancillary to this one with an open mind about anything, right? They're coming into the conversation like they already know. It's kind of like my dad used to tell me all the time when he was like teaching me to play golf or something like that. He's like, you can't learn by talking. And I think people are just waiting for their time to talk, which means they're not listening. So they're not actually here to have a legitimate conversation, even something as simple as what just took place, right? How can you misconstrue what I said, where I said, Gio was even telling him the other day that if he didn't stop, he has the possibility of being permanently banned. That's literally all that was said about the permanent ban.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Jeremy clarified like 4 different times that it was just for the day. So I don't know. It's like this is what I'm saying though, bro. Can you guys please, and this goes to both sides or whatever, but it's 100% more prominent on the ball earth side in here. Can you guys like pretend that we're deserving of respect intellectually? And whenever people are talking, can you actually like respond to their point and listen to it? And can you also not just come back tomorrow and repeat the same thing that's already been rebutted and you've been corrected on? Can you just show us the respect that we aren't so beneath you that we have to go through the same vicious, redundant cycle every single day to the point where I had to consider not even recreating a Discord account? Can you guys consider that?
The issue though, while Zanuck does talk a lot, some of us do talk a lot. So you spend a lot of time monologuing, and most of that monologue is condescension. And then you do what you just did now, where you entirely misrepresent us. You don't correct us on anything because we're not wrong.
So see, and then he just blatantly projected because all you did was say something condescending when I made a very specific point and you completely avoided it, right? So this is what I'm saying. It's like it's a perfect example of a waste of time. I just made a specific point. Can you guys show intellectual respect and actually listen to exactly what's said? If we have to correct, for example, your misuse of the phrase word salad, can you not come back tomorrow and say it again, please? You responded by just like talking about me personally and then cried about how apparently I'm the one that does that.
Which you also prefaced it with both sides, right? So one side felt that you were talking to them, maybe because I don't know, the guilty party always thinks that way, but
yeah, that's not true. And the issue though with the word the usage of word salad is if you look at its deliberate use, which was linked by Bob, it's got a slightly different definition. And you guys know that it's a common English common use phrase.
Common cop out within a debate for somebody to just hand wave dismiss what you say by just calling it word salad.
Well, I would love to. I'd love to debate the specifics of what actually was said.
So, Negator, you're not
there's
wrong
so little
about the word
context
salad
behind what was said that I can't approach it any other way than it's just confusing speech.
If you read what he just said, it literally is a confused or unintelligible mixture of seemingly random words and phrases. And then when I proceed to say that, then all the ballers start mocking me. It's not just random words. It literally is. There are different fallacies for using overly complicated words, trying to make it sound like it's smarter than it really is, to woo the audience or to confuse them. That isn't the phrase word salad, though.
So narcissistic word salad is a type of purposefully confusing speech using circular reasoning, logical fallacies, and other rhetorical devices to disorient or manipulate a person or group.
Okay, so which it uses logical fallacies?
What you guys do all the time.
Yes. We need like specific. If you're gonna try and like accuse him of word salad, you would need to actually show where he used circular logic, which you guys haven't done.
Yeah, name one
I
single
would say
thing out of all
that
the
he
stuff I say
used
that's worked out.
confusing speech by stating azimuthal grid of vision as some sort of response to how does the sun set on a flat Earth.
God. You guys could not have been shown more wrong than in this
No change.
scenario.
Let's just break down what Negator said just now is word salad. He said azimuthal grid of vision. So
No.
within just that one portion of what you said, what doesn't make sense?
Well, the question
Before
was
we
how
get
does the
into
sun
that,
set
hold
on
on.
a flat surface? The answer is azimuthal grid of vision.
Okay, so what?
That's another straw man. That's not even what happened. So I got to correct it because if you're not paying attention, they're gonna slide in a straw man, a slight little variation every single time they speak. That did not happen. You know damn well that did not happen. You know someone did not say, "How does the sun set on flat Earth?" and then someone said azimuthal grid of vision. First of all, it was Shane that said it, and it was not in response to the question, "How does the sun set on flat Earth?" No one said that. It was a specific point about how the sun sets and its apparent and actual position being measured from different positions, and then the assumption of a physical actual position of a local sun over a flat surface and how it would change trigonometrically. Okay, and he said, "Oh, well, the apparent position is explained with the azimuthal grid of vision." Right? That's the actual context of the conversation, but you can spin it. You can spin it and say someone just threw out a phrase that doesn't make sense in response to how do sunsets work on flat Earth, and then boom, there you go.
And the conversation began because we're trying to figure out how the sun can set on a flat surface. Now, what does azimuthal grid of vision? What does that mean?
Before we get into the meat of
admit
what
that you just
azimuthal grid of vision
misrepresented
means,
the conversation. Admit that you just misrepresented it.
No, the conversation was about how does the sun set on a flat surface.
See, that's what I'm saying. So,
bros, let's just take a step back. Let's take a step back and like
It's so
break down
frustrating, though.
the definition.
Yeah, it is frustrating for me, Regis.
Negator read out. He said,
Okay, so it's you guys can't hear percent. It's like you guys can't hear percent talking. I don't know. What are you doing?
Yeah, so Negator read out the definition of the deliberate use, and he said it's a type of purposely confusing speech using circular reasoning, logical fallacies, and other rhetorical devices to disorient and manipulate a person or group, right? Now, if we break that down, does the stuff like that Whitsitt says, is it circular reasoning? No. Are they logical fallacies? No. Are they rhetorical devices to manipulate? No, they're not. They're none of these.
Yes.
Okay, they're
I
just
would say they are.
just advanced terms that people with like a good understanding and like a relatively good comprehension or IQ can understand and make sense of. Though people that just aren't in touch can't. It's not.
Yeah, and by the way, this is Wikipedia. Okay, so this isn't some official definition of word salad. This is Wikipedia. This is Wikipedia, bro.
I'd like to point out too that a lot of flat earthers would be able to take what Whitsitt said and summarize it with different words. So it can't how is that have logical fallacies if we can reiterate it in a logical sense with a different set of words?
No, it's even worse.
That's the point of word salad is the words that you used are deliberately confusing. Azimuthal
No, they're
grid
concise
of
and they're
vision.
precise.
But hold up.
Then describe to me what azimuthal grid of vision
and ignoring
means.
the other parts. Do you agree that the circular reasoning, the logical fallacies, that stuff does not apply?
I think I could locate a rhetorical device and apply that to this. I definitely think it was confusing speech.
I just don't get it. If somebody claims it's word salad and you think it's not, you should just explain why it's not word salad by explaining what you meant by the phrase instead of going to what the definition of word salad is.
Dude, Demon Strike, we've done that 400 times. 400 times. The very thing that Zenik is posting in the chat, that's where those notes came from. I said that it's actually centrifugal divergence and centripetal convergence. So it's a conjugate geometric expression of the field. Magnetism is the loss of dielectricity. He says that's word salad because he doesn't understand it. Okay, so then I had to break down each word one by one. Okay, which word doesn't make sense? And centrifugal, what does that mean? What does divergence mean? Right? We broke each word down. I'm using stuff as simple as donuts as an analogy. He then takes all the notes, jumbles them up, pastes them, and says that I just said it incoherently. So we've explained each one of these phrases hundreds of times.
But not all together.
word
all the
salad.
words have, all the words. I don't think anyone here doesn't understand what each of the words mean, but when you put them together, they make it sort of like a salad type situation.
No, they don't. They don't though. So, and that's what I'm saying, right? Like, if we're even going to break each word down, is because now, okay, what does centrifugal mean? What does divergence mean? Okay, does centrifugal divergence make sense? Well, yeah, of course it does, if you have basic understanding and competence. So to call centrifugal divergence word salad is not correct, but it's just a tactic to dismiss the other person's point. Same thing with the azimuthal grid. We've broken it down numerous times, right? You have your azimuth, you have your zenith, you take elevation angles, it gives you a grid, a hemispheric grid around you, 360 degrees, azimuthal grid. Vision being it's what the observer sees. It is the azimuthal grid relative to the observer, which is how we get the azimuthal grid in the first place, is literally based on the position of the observer and what he observed. So azimuthal grid of vision is objectively not word salad, objectively. So, but you can't rebut the actual position, and you know that the implications are that it can't explain the phenomenon of flat Earth. So you have to avoid the subject by hand waving it with the accusation of word salad. Everyone in here knows it's a tactic. Everyone in here that's honest knows it's a tactic.
No, we don't. To say that we see in an azimuthal grid of vision, there's no grid. We don't see that way. It doesn't explain things. It can't explain things. What's it?
Perfectly explains the celestial bodies and how we see them.
It's
But
also
not on a flat surface.
Oh, it does
That's
though,
the problem.
according to Bislin, right? I don't know.
But it's also not straw man to what Wiss's point was. The other thing that I find interesting is that you seem to have two different terms, right? So one of them is just word salad, which seems to apply only to schizophrenia. And then there's narcissistic word salad, which is a different term, which has a different meaning. And you guys seem to be going between these two between these two terms, and then retroactively applying the definition, narcissistic word salad, to the term word salad as if they're equivalent, when it doesn't appear that they are.
It sounds like
What it appears is that in common usage of the English language, you don't say out narcissistic word salad. You simply say word salad.
But if word salad has a different definition, then you probably should do that. Otherwise, you'll be accused of incorrectly using the word, as you are currently doing.
Well, that's not really how common language works.
Is there a difference between a Caesar salad and a Cobb salad?
I've never heard of a Cobb salad.
A salad
That sounds
together.
very good.
But
You've never heard of a
if you
Cobb
want us
salad?
to-
It's like the most
How about
common.
narcissistic salad?
Anyways.
Because if you wanted to say the narcissistic word salad part, that seems even more of like an add-on than just saying what you said was word salad, right? I think that's why people would use the narcissistic.
What kind of response was that to crypto though? When he talks about a definition, basically saying the
When he says you
definition is
should
a
say the
definition,
other
what
one
are you
instead.
trying to change it? And then you said that's not how language works. What the hell was that?
Dude, it's all so bad.
He's pointing out how he's being semantic.
No, let's just be honest about it, right?
No, let's just
man.
respond on the Gator.
You're
Jesus
the one that's
Christ.
being semantic.
Bro,
Yeah.
can we all talk at one
Guys,
time?
one mic.
Yeah, can I just say this real fast? I'm about to pull up
Yo,
this window.
Jeremy, thank you.
Okay. This is the reality of the situation. When you guys hear, so for example, me say something, because I'm hands down the number one person getting accused of this in this arena. When I say a phrase you guys haven't heard before, or you don't understand it at the time that I say it, you just call it word salad. We all know that's why you do it.
Oh, it's usually just because it's dumb. What's it?
Okay.
No, it's usually because they don't understand it and they're trying to hand wave it away because they don't want to actually just be humble and say, what does that mean? They want to win. They want to win the conversation or the debate instead of learn.
Real
And
quick.
that was another deterrent from Witsit made a point in order to not address it. He just said, "No, you just say it's dumb." Yeah, he says both, but what you didn't do is address what he said.
Because Negator's
That's
a
annoying as
mature
hell.
man.
Yeah,
He's a
hey,
man.
real quick, dude, I want to say
Negator's a
something.
man. Go ahead.
Negator, I've already told you several times this morning to chill out with the insults, dude. If I hear another insult, you're gonna get a 5-minute muting.
You actually haven't told me anything this morning.
Yeah, you and Dawn specifically, I've addressed several times. So
No,
just let it be a warning.
Can I just mention quickly, it's really funny to dismiss a conversation about the meaning of words by saying it's all semantic.
Yeah.
I mean, is can I use the word semantic to describe anything? Is that possible?
You
I
just
think
used
it's ironic.
to dismiss.
Well,
Negator,
yes.
you're gross.
You
You're
took issue.
disgusting, Negator.
You took issue with me using the commonly accepted
Crypto was
shortened
talking.
version of a
Crypto was talking.
specific term.
Crypto was talking, buddy.
Yeah. But I just find it funny because it's like you're dismissing a conversation by defining the conversation as what the conversation is. So you haven't actually rebutted anything I've said.
Oh, I actually did. You just weren't.
That was circular.
Yeah.
No, that's his criticism is circular, left lane. But well done.
To be fair,
Well, what was my response to you, Ronnie?
Reading this Wikipedia page does seem.
And
like
what was
they
my
have different
response prior to
definitions.
that?
Well, yeah, but guess what happened, Persimmon? They all repeat it robotically for a few months now. So Wikipedia's updated their page, right? So how about we go get an actual accredited source of definitions? How about we do that?
No.
Because
my point is, what Crypto's saying. They do seem like different definitions. The narcissistic word salad versus the regular word salad, and Negator was like cherry picking the confusing speech part of the narcissistic word salad, disregarding like how you get to that confusing speech, like in terms of the circular reasoning and the logical fallacies or what have you, and then applying that to the original definition.
Well, this is the part that's going to be really annoying.
I just linked an article. I'm sorry. So it's typically normal when somebody's talking about somebody, that somebody gets an opportunity to respond, as opposed to somebody else jumping into dogpile. What's it? So I just linked an article about narcissistic word salad, and if you guys read the article, they'll mention the term word salad several times without typing out narcissistic word salad, but clearly in the context of narcissistic word salad.
You're the one who brought it up, though.
But hold on, now you have to make a choice, Negator. Is Witsit guilty of narcissistic word salad or regular word salad?
Probably the semantic percentage. That's semantic.
Why is that a proper response to what I just brought up?
Because you're saying now that narcissistic word salad, in the context of narcissistic word salad, sometimes is abbreviated to just word salad, right? But we already know that there's two different definitions with the narcissistic context of the word salad versus just the regular one. Which one are you accusing Witsit of when he says his stuff?
I don't know. How about narcissistic word salad?
So you're saying that he uses circular reasoning, logical fallacies, in an attempt to just purposely manipulate his audience.
Yeah, and confusing speech.
Honestly, man, are you being honest?
Absolutely.
Well,
absolutely.
He's also calling, but you're calling him a narcissist also. Well, he has to be. You have to be calling him a narcissist then.
Wait.
So what I'm actually pointing out.
I'm trying
all right, go ahead.
to shut up. Okay, so I just looked at your article. This is so funny. This is so hilarious. Go look at his article. This is so. All right, I can't drop pictures for some reason, which is absolutely ridiculous. So I never mind. I can't drop the picture, so I can't read it while I'm driving. But it basically says a narcissist will avoid the point that's actually being made by using the word salad so they can dismiss the actual substance of the point. That's what his own article says.
That's
when you
what
say
you're doing
things
yourself.
like, yes,
Negator, that's what you're doing. Wow.
No.
You
Number
might
one-
be the narcissist here. And you
Sorry.
might be throwing a word
Hey,
around.
Dicelo or
let
Jeremy,
Negator respond.
can I get a chance to respond to these guys, or are you guys just going to mod the Globers here?
Hold on a second. What's your number?
Yeah,
What's at the end of
Jeremy.
your name? Hold on.
Yeah,
What's the
Jeremy.
number at the end of your Nate? It's not helping. What's the number at the end of your name?
I don't actually know. I think Shane might know. I'm like driving. I don't even know where that is.
7051.
7501.
7051.
7051.
All right, you should be able to post pics now.
Can I get that too?
Okay,
Yeah,
there
I'm
it is.
probably going to need that too.
When
Yeah, me too.
confronted
This
with
one takes
something
all that.
when confronted with something they don't want to talk about. Okay, someone please stop posting. I'm driving. This is difficult. When confronted with something that they don't want to talk about, or when they are being called out, narcissists use the term salad. A twist in a conversation is used to keep control over the other party. If you have been a victim of word salad, you should know how to identify it. Distract yourself from the main point by talking in circles.
So if you're driving, please stop reading off your phone.
Yeah, don't address the point. Don't address
I
the
would
point.
love. I would love to address the point.
Oh my
That's a
god!
good idea,
These
narcissist.
are 5-year-olds. I swear to God.
So tell you guys what, we got a bunch of grown men in the room. We have one grown man endangering
No,
other
no,
people on the
you're
road.
not a grown man.
Right?
You've proven that.
Don't
Hey,
assume
hey,
he's
Jeremy or
endangering. Give him the
Dyslo, can
benefit of
I
the
get a
doubt.
little bit of modding here so I stop getting talked over?
You're doing
Yeah,
it right
hey,
now.
guys,
How do you
guys,
have
let me
no
clear the
shame?
floor
Oh, that's right.
so the
You're a
gator can
narcissist.
insult you. Please, go ahead.
So I haven't actually done that. But Dyslo, if you just want to admit this is a biased platform, that's fine.
No,
Yeah,
I don't
sure.
think so.
Now,
Negator, don't
tell me this.
assume he's endangering anyone. Like you don't know.
I
Just
was
give him the
literally at
benefit
a
of the
red
doubt
light.
that he's
I
driving
was at a
safely
red.
and reading
Yeah, I
something.
was literally
It's
at
not
a
hard.
red light. That's why I was saying, let me read it real fast before I have to get on the interstate.
Mm.
So, but like, what's so obvious is that once I pointed out your own article shows that you're the narcissist, which you are clearly a narcissist. And then once the article says that literally it's a narcissist tactic to avoid the actual point being made, then you just said, "Oh, you're endangering people." Like, what the?
Witsit.
So gay.
Witsit.
All right,
Okay, this is my
let's let
chance
him
to respond. He just talked to me.
Yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Sorry
I'd like
about
to
that.
get in after.
So, number one, when it says term salad, it doesn't mean when the narcissist uses the term salad is bolded because it's using that instead of word salad. The narcissist is the one using the word salad, right? If you read on, it says, if you have been, yes. Hence, the people that responded to me with the word salad as a muscle grid of vision are the narcissist intent on avoiding the point that I'm making.
No,
Okay,
no.
but
See what
Negator.
actually happened.
We're just trying to help you out.
Still
Let
is
me
not.
respond.
Wait.
Let me respond real fast. What actually
Trying to help
happened
him out.
was that you had to talk past the actual point being made. So what you're doing is trying to avoid the actual argument that Shane brought up by using the accusation of word salad. The point is that the point is that it's ironic because what it says in your own article is it's talking about tactics to avoid the actual point, and that's literally what you did.
The
Can I
actual
just say,
point.
Negator, without piling onto you, can you honestly say that when Witsit says his stuff, that his goal is to avoid the point, and that he's just like trying to? I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah, it's crazy, bro.
Okay, I mean, I could ask him about. I could ask him about how.
It's just how a narcissist thinks.
It's so
That's okay.
wild that I go to respond. Is it okay if I respond?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, we got a lot of people in here, Negator. But yes, go ahead.
Well, see, I don't understand why folks like Snacks like they got a dog pile with the peanut gallery comments, right? It doesn't help, right?
All right,
Like, I
just
can do that.
address the point, Negator.
Okay,
I just have previous grievance because of the amount of times that this man has like said I'm talking word salad when I wasn't. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah, percent. Absolutely. He will avoid making any or answering any actual point about the shape of the Earth.
That's not my experience.
Give one example. Give one example.
Okay. Why do reciprocal zenith angles have extra divergence?
Okay, it constantly fluctuates. It's just an optical phenomena. It's based on atmospheric conditions and vision itself.
Okay, that wasn't very specific. You did exactly what I said.
I did see what I'm saying? Like, you have no shame. This is why you people should have to be on camera.
Go ahead. Sorry about that.
No.
I'm just saying, like, I think the solution would be that they have to actually, if you get to this like final stage where you're about to be banned, in order to stay, you have to show your face on camera while you're talking.
To what end? To why?
What the That's a terrible
This is
idea.
the dumbest shit.
No, it's not. It's because it's so easy to just be so shamelessly disingenuous when you're behind an internet name and anonymous. It's way more difficult to really be shown and do it.
Well, yeah, you can start to tell by people's body language.
Specifically,
I was talking first.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I mean, I know he was
just
talking
saying,
to me,
if
but
we
I
could
guess
see
he's
your body
talking to you
language,
now.
if we
right?
could see your
Exactly.
body language as you're saying these things, it would be easy to deduce like when and like at what points you might be also lying. You know what I mean? That would be the usefulness of seeing you on camera. But that's beside the point.
Sure. I know it's
All right.
beside the point. I think you know it's
Turn
beside
your camera on.
I know, right? So tell me, if we always measure diverging zenith angles, what specifically causes that to happen, and how does that work?
I already answered that, and you had to lie and say that I avoided the point. Right?
Yes.
So I'll just say it again. I didn't avoid the point. The whole room heard it. So it's like you think you can like do some mental jujitsu and convince people they didn't hear it or something. It's really weird. Talk about being a narcissist.
You employed the word salad.
Stop interrupting me. You literally think that you're capable of manipulating everyone in here as if they weren't present. That's exactly what narcissists do. So it's ironic. But anyway, the point is, I said it's just an optical effect. It isn't consistent. It doesn't even match the globe predictions. Okay, it fluctuates. It's actually based on atmospheric conditions and the way that vision itself works, specifically that it's non-Euclidean.
And that was an outstanding example of narcissistic word salad.
You say it doesn't represent the globe model, but that it's based on the atmosphere?
All right, Negator, do you have any real response? Because otherwise I'm muting you for the rest of the day if all you're going to do is insult people.
It was an insult. He literally employed
Do you
word
have
salad.
any? Do you have anything valuable to respond with?
I do. He called it an optical effect. Please describe the optical
none of that
effect
is
it always gives you.
None of that is word salad, dude. That's just random ad hom insults. Witset's Witset's very intelligent. He has very, very focused words when he speaks and what he's actually referring to. If you're going to do that, you're just literally heckling and you're not supporting the conversation in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, well, let's go point by point then. He called it an optical effect. Please, Witset, what sort of optical effect causes diverging zenith angles?
I already said was.
Yeah, he said vision is non-Euclidean, bro.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
He called it an optical effect. Describe this optical effect.
I already did. I said that vision is non-Euclidean. So based on how vision itself works, it causes that effect. And in addition to that, atmospheric conditions causes it to fluctuate.
Okay, so how does our vision cause this angle to be measured?
Our vision is non-Euclidean. It's hyperbolic and elliptic based on the different distances. So you have to get far enough away to start to see the extreme curvature, which is why whenever we actually try to do these alleged reciprocal zenith angle measurements at not far enough distances, you don't get the measurement. So it's based on angular resolution. So actual angular size change. It's based on the non-Euclidean perspective that we see and the atmospheric conditions. It's simple.
Okay. So again, we're going to go point by point because to me, it still sounds exactly what I described initially. You called it an optical effect. I don't know what that means. You then wanted to call it non-Euclidean. How is measuring an angle that is more than 180 degrees non-Euclidean?
Real quick,
You're not measuring. You're not measuring.
When you have a point of discrepancy with being said, please address it with objective facts rather than your subjective reasoning. Please, thank you.
Sorry, Dicelo. What was not an objective fact that I brought up?
I think this is
well.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Crypto.
I was gonna say. I think this conversation could go in the right direction because Negator initially asked him generally, like, how do we have these reciprocal zenith angles, and then Witset answered generally, and then Negator, I think you misstepped when you said it's a word salad or what have you, or he's being narcissistic by answering generally. No, that wasn't the case. He just answered your question as asked, right? But now it's going into the right direction where you're asking specific, more pointed questions, and Witset's supplying more pointed answers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's actually talk
I would
about
like Dicelo to first tell me what he meant by me saying something that was not objective fact. What was that, Dicelo?
This dude sucks, bro. Like, you're the one that wants to avoid the actual points getting made and like getting to the conclusion. The way that this conversation actually started was you accused me. You said I will, quote unquote, Witset will never actually address the point when it comes to the shape of the earth about any. That was your response to Percentage asking you why you were saying that. You said, yes, that's what I'm saying. He never addresses any point and avoids all of them by trying to confuse people with narcissistic word salad, any discussion regarding the shape of the earth. I said, name one example. You named an example. I immediately responded, as I do every single thing that you bring up. And then you proceeded to just debate whether or not I'm correct about it. So then you actually are conceding that I do address the point specifically, and you just don't agree with my point.
Oh no, we're not done. But I would like Dyslow, if he has an objection to how I speak, to tell me right now what I said that was not objective fact.
Well, he gave you a concise explanation as to the point of contention with objectivity, and you responded with a subjective opinion in regards of saying that you don't agree, but you didn't lay out any facts as to why what Whitsitt said was incorrect. That's precisely what I'm pointing at.
So I'm actually doing it right now. He called it an optical effect. Didn't describe it. We moved on to it's more than 180 degrees because we see in non-Euclidean. Please describe how I cannot measure a degree or an angle to be a combined 180 degrees because I see in Euclidean or non-Euclidean. How does that work?
I'm just gonna keep on. You're gonna address it. So, what happened was you accused me of using narcissistic word salad to avoid the points, and then Percentage said, "Negator, do you really believe that Whitsitt doesn't tries to intentionally confuse and avoid the points by using narcissistic words?" You said, "Yes, Percentage. That's exactly what I think happens every single time a point is brought up about the shape of the Earth. Whitsitt intentionally avoids it using narcissistic words." So then I said, name one example. And then you said reciprocal zenith angle. And I specifically addressed the point. And then you doubled down and lied and said I avoided the point. And now you don't want to address that part of it. You want to just debate whether or not my point's right. I'm happy to do that. But the point is that you need to concede the first point, which is that I actually do address the arguments. I do not intentionally and deceptively confuse people to avoid the points. That is not true. It's a mischaracterization of how I debate, and we both know it.
Well, if it were true, you could right now explain to me how that angle goes from 180 to 180 plus. When you say we see non-Euclidean geometry, or however you describe it, how does that alter the angle?
All right, so you admit that you want clarification, and that before, when you were using word salad, that was a false claim.
No.
Now we're actually getting into the meat of it. Now you're getting into the meat of it. You're actually asking questions.
Yes, I'm asking questions because he's presented it as a word salad with a bunch of stuff that I can't make sense of.
Okay, so you can't make sense of things, so you would need more clarity. That's what you need.
Yeah,
but
basically he's in the process of deeming whether or not Whitsitt is addressing the point.
Well, can we just get away from the phrase word salad maybe so that we can stay specific and actually just talk about what you don't understand specifically?
Sure.
Okay, so it's an optical effect. It's obviously an optical effect because it changes. So if I sit here and I try to make a reciprocal zenith angle measurement and I do it every hour, I'm going to get all different values. It's constantly changing. Now, nothing's physically changing. We're not moving the positions of the observer or what we're observing and measuring the angle to, which means that it is an optical effect. It is changing optically, okay?
I disagree with that, Whitsitt. In and of itself, I disagree with that because, the tide, for instance, is constantly changing, but we can't say the tide is an optical effect. Just because something's constantly changing doesn't necessarily
necessarily
that's not the same
that's not analogous percentage. You can physically verify the water is physically moving, okay?
Yeah,
and you can
we're talking
physically
about
verify
celestial
that this is
observation.
not moving. You can physically verify that these things are not moving, that the observer stays in the exact same physical location, and so does whatever you're measuring the reciprocal zenith angle to. So that's not analogous to tides that are actually and physically moving. So the point is, this is basically, they're just like, oh, look, that thing drops down in the distance. That must mean it's leaning away from me on a ball. And it never even matches the globe numbers, ever. They never talk about that point, which is that it doesn't actually match the globe prediction. They just say, oh, well, it's more than 180, so it can only happen on a ball. But it doesn't even match the ball prediction. So you've contradicted your own claim, because you can't claim it's an actual physical location of something bending away, because it doesn't even match the globe's predictions. So it's an optical effect.
Okay. When you say it doesn't match the globe prediction, what do you mean by that?
It constantly fluctuates. So based on the radius value and the distance to whatever you're measuring the reciprocal zenith angle, there's a very specific amount of divergence that should be observed. We don't observe that very specific amount of divergence. We observe a huge spectrum of divergence, or perceived divergence.
Is that spectrum within the margins of error that a globe does predict?
What margin of error does the globe predict?
They'll just insert refraction, man.
But you
But
said
that's not
that
the point.
You
percentage.
said
That's not the
you said it does not match the specific amount. The problem, though, is the globe predicts that because the atmosphere exists, there will always be some slight variation.
Oh, what's
right?
the error? What's the error bar you just invoked? You invoked it. What's the error margin?
Oh, I don't know. I could find
So
it
why'd
for
you
you, I
invoke it?
guess. Because because you were making a claim that it should always be specific, and I don't
No,
think that.
strawman.
Okay. Well, what did you say about it? The globe prediction. You said
said
it does or
doesn't-
does
it
not
doesn't
match the
act-
globe prediction.
It doesn't actually show the amount of divergence that's physically predicted by the globe model. Okay, it constantly fluctuates, which what we now know definitively is that there's some type of optical effect changing what we're measuring. Correct?
It does alter ever so slightly. That's why I asked about margins of error, because the average does match the prediction. What's it?
It's not ever so slightly. The actual divergence you're measuring itself is ever so slightly, right? So in reality, whenever they get these supposedly big values, it's like, well, we can't actually see it. And they use the spherical coordinate system to estimate. But anyway, we see in non-Euclidean visual space. So if visual space is not Euclidean, right, then you can't make the assumption it is Euclidean and then straw man a flat earth. It's this simple. You guys claim that it should be perfectly parallel looking through the atmosphere on a flat
That's
earth.
it.
That's not true.
If we see in non-Euclidean geometries, how does that cause the divergence to be measured?
Yeah, so we can actually show in different tests, right, that even though something can be an equilateral triangle based on perspective, it will look like it exceeds 180 degrees. It's been done in very precise tests. Based simply on perspective, someone can have a provably equilateral triangle appear to have spherical excess.
Okay, how does this translate to me measuring two angles on Earth's surface? Because you're talking about looking at a triangle from a different angle. I'm not talking about doing that. We're talking about looking down two devices and getting a measurement.
No, we're not talking about looking down a triangle at different angles. We're talking about literally trying to put a pointer on different points, which is what you're doing whenever you're lining up what you're measuring. You're literally putting a little crosshair on your point. So it's exactly what happens in the test. You actually have to they're trying to perceive where the pointer needs to go, right? And it's an equilateral triangle, but they actually misinterpreted it to have spherical excess. And it was done by multiple different people. And there's multiple tests that show that visual space is non-Euclidean. So it'll look like something is curving just because of visual space. What else happens is the atmosphere exaggerates that effect. So based on the condition, that effect is exaggerated. That's why it fluctuates.
Okay. So to me, and just for clarification, when someone, so you started talking about non-Euclidean, and then you jumped to atmosphere, and you had something else in there as well. To me, to the listener, that sounds like word salad because you don't want to focus on one thing at a time, right? And
It's that they're
that's
both.
That's why we say that.
It's that they're.
Please,
no,
can we stay off the word salad subject?
Well, I apologize. I apologize.
Man, you're addicted to it, Negated.
So when
Okay, I'll just rebut what you just said.
Yeah, he was going to respond.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So you tried to insinuate that since I brought up both perspective and the atmosphere, that I'm like gish galloping and mixing them all up and not answering the question. That's not true. I specifically said that perspective is non-Euclidean, and in addition to that, the atmosphere exaggerates the effect. They're both at play.
Okay, but how does perspective prevent us from measuring 90-degree angles?
I already said that at close proximities, you can get pretty accurate measurements. When you get further away, perspective becomes more and more non-Euclidean. This has been tested and shown to be the case. So that's why whenever if we look at the triangulation survey, they got 180 degrees or 179, just under 180, with all kinds of measurements that are like, say, 10, 20 miles away. When they start going super far away, that's when they start quote unquote measuring spherical excess.
Okay, but so when you say something like, well, your perspective becomes more non-Euclidean, how does that cause there to be an excess?
Because it imposes optical convexity visually.
How does it impose optical convexity? convex lens is curved out. Optical convexity, I'm not sure what that means. And posing it implies that something is adding it to that. I'm asking you, how is it adding it to that? And I'm also asking, if you agree and admit that this effect exists, because you must admit that, if you have to find an excuse for it existing, you then cannot say that it doesn't, and that the numbers that come from it can't be compared to what the globe Earth predicts.
Okay, first of all, there's so much. See, you're the one that gish gobs, right? So first of all, actually what they do when they do these measurements is typically they just use a spherical coordinate system. They have like a window that they accept the measurement, and then they apply a weighted mean to it, and they get the weight distribution from the spheroid model. So the vast majority of these things, these measurements, quote unquote, invoked of reciprocal zenith angles and spherical excess, actually just egregiously begs the question. It uses spherical coordinate systems, astronomical coordinate systems based on the sphere. It then uses the sphere radius value to determine a window, a threshold, and then it applies weights to the values that are accepted within that window based on the sphere model. So none of that helps us. So no, it's not just that it's a real effect I have to acknowledge. Most of it is just blatantly begging the question in a Texas sharpshooter fallacy, right? Now, the other problem is that there's an angular size change with distance, and this happens within perspective. And if perspective is non-Euclidean, but you're assuming it to be Euclidean, you're not even accurately accounting for the perspective that's actually affecting your measurement. It's not complicated.
You're doing it again, where you jumped around a bunch instead of addressing the specific point I was making. But that's fine.
Oh
Tell
my God,
me,
I addressed every
how
point.
does angular size change? Since you brought it up, and this is always my silver bullet when we get to this point in the conversation. What's it? How does angular size change cause spherical excess to be measured in when you do this?
Again, I already said that it's angular size change with non-Euclidean perspective. So if you're assuming that it's Euclidean, so therefore we don't have to worry about the angular size change. We don't have to worry about if that's going to change where the arrow goes or whatever the crosshairs go, because it's Euclidean. So that's what you guys say. You guys say we don't have to worry about angular size change. It doesn't matter because the center of the object will remain the same because perspective is Euclidean, and here's the equation for angular size change. But that's the assumption that perspective is Euclidean. If it's not Euclidean, then you have to account for what that causes the angular size change to result in.
When you reference angular size change, the size of what?
Whatever you're lining up in your crosshairs in the distance, like a theodolite.
Okay. Are you saying that the angular size of the whole theodolite affects the measurement?
In non-Euclidean perspective,
What's it? The angular size of the opposing theodolite has nothing to do with taking a measurement.
hey, do you guys remember when I said that they have to say that angular size change has nothing to do with it because they assume Euclidean perspective, and then I explained it 3 times, and now we've looped back to where he's just saying what I already said they have to say?
If let's say the angular size of the opposing theodolite, top to bottom, is 2 arc minutes, how does that 2 arc minutes alter the measurement being taken?
I've already answered the question, so I'm not going to just continually say the same thing over and over, so you can pretend I didn't already say it.
What's it? You referenced angular size of something. When we all, well, I thought we all understood that there's no need to measure the angular size of anything when you're taking a reciprocal zenith angle measurement. So when you bring it up, I'm trying to find out, get clarity as to what it is you're referring to.
No, I already clarified though.
What's reciprocal
so I already said
about?
That you claim. Good.
What's reciprocal about diverging zeniths? I mean, I don't expect you to answer truthfully, but what's it? Look in the chat.
All right, I guess I just won't answer then.
I already answered it 3 times.
Okay. So if the audience heard you say angular size change, do you think the audience understands how that relates to taking a reciprocal zenith angle measurement?
I'm going to say it one more time. I'm not going to say it again, though. Okay. So I already said that what you guys have to claim is that you don't have to account for angular size change. Mind you, I said this twice before you said it. Now you're pretending to teach me about it, but I said it before you said it. You guys have to claim that you don't have to account for angular size change. And you build this claim upon the assumption that perspective is Euclidean. In fact, because of course perspective is what causes the angular size change. Now, if perspective is non-Euclidean, then your assumption is fallacious.
Okay.
Do you understand?
What is the thing that is being measured to have an angular size?
I've already answered that question. I didn't say measuring an angular size. Dude, this is why I say you should be banned from here. Because I know you know what you're doing. And I've already addressed it, so this is a waste of my time.
Now,
right?
Like,
Yes,
I think
is.
I think you've dug yourself a hole and you feel very uncomfortable.
I know. Actually, I just got back to the house. And I'm not just going to waste the rest of I was driving while I was talking while I was driving, but I'm not going to go back and forth with the negator all day, right? So I'm just going to say it one more time, okay? I never said, what are they measuring the angular size of? What are you talking about? I said, there's an angular size change of the theodolite that you're actually lining your crosshairs up, and you're saying that you don't have to worry about angular size change. I've already said all this 4 times. You say you don't have to worry about angular size change because the center of the object doesn't change. But that's based upon the assumption that perspective is Euclidean. If it's actually non-Euclidean and then you have the angular size change, you're going to have the optical effect of visual space being curved. Thus, the perspective being non-Euclidean is causing a difference in where you're lining up your crosshair. So you do have to account for perspective, angular size change, and the visual curvature that you perceive the object through. You are going to double down and start talking about your assumption of Euclidean perspective again and pretend that you're teaching me.
Okay. So if you claim that we don't account for it, please explain to us how you do account for it.
Okay, well that's a good. So you can't actually address the point though. So before I give you that answer, can you address that it would be different can you admit that if your assumption of Euclidean perspective is wrong, then you cannot claim that angular size change and perspective has nothing to do with it.
What's it? I don't even know what angle you're referring to. I can't possibly argue for or even against it.
Can you address that if your assumption of Euclidean perspective is wrong, then you have not properly accounted for perspective to interpret the observation? Yes or no?
Again, I don't want to say something that we agree to not say again. So I'm trying to understand what part of perspective aren't we accounting for when we take this measurement, and how should we account for it if you think that we're not doing it correctly?
Angular size change, and you can't.
Angular size change of what?
Something getting smaller the further you are away from it. What do you mean?
At no
Whatever
point.
object you're shooting
At no
for.
point when
I'm
making
sorry, I
a
answered your question. Whatever object you're shooting for.
Just like him, mate.
At no point when you're measuring reciprocal zenith angles do you measure anything's angle or any object's angular size. That doesn't happen.
So what are you measuring?
Oh God, Elijah, I can't with you, man.
The angular size reduction in your
What do you measure?
claim of it is obviously a factor because you're pointing crosshairs at something which has an angular size change by distance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And at what point?
I mean, and according to you guys, the Earth, well, it is an object, right? And things on top of the surface, like, how could you claim that? That's ridiculous. You couldn't even answer the question. You just had to go, oh my God. So good.
Exactly.
Appreciate it. So at what point do we add the angular size of the other object to our equation?
So you can't. That's the point. You don't have a proper epistemology to address the straw man that you've built.
Word, he should look.
Yeah, because that's not what's being discussed. It's not that the angular size of the other theodolite is what's in question. It's the angular size change and how that changes its position in the crosshairs.
Okay.
It's not the size of it.
Angular
It's not
size change of what?
So you're simply
so it is
pointing
relevant.
you're simply pointing your crosshair where
At
the
a position.
other, yes, at a position. That position is a point.
Yeah.
And that point it manifests because of there's an angular size component. You're not
The
measuring
point?
the angular size. Yeah, you're not measuring the angular size. You're measuring a point on the object which has changed due to its angular size changed, and that's what you're actually pointing to.
Correct.
The point does
It's
not have an
location.
angular size.
Sorry?
What do you,
He just said
citation?
that.
How about what's that bay where they're looking at the horizon and everything is going all up and down and stuff? There's your citation. I know you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Skunk
What?
Bay.
It goes
So-
up and down? Oh, no, never mind. My bad. I know what I'm talking about.
If we're measuring an angle to a point, we already understand that things get smaller in the distance, right? It has no bearing on where that point is. The point will be higher or lower. We're trying to measure that angle.
Higher
That's
and lower
your
would be the point.
claim.
What are you talking about?
That's
That's
your
the
claim.
exact
You're
point.
assuming Euclidean perspective. That's maybe the 10th time.
Okay. So again, I ask what you mean by Euclidean perspective. You claim that angular size changes with distance. We don't account for it. I ask you how we don't account for it or how we should account for it. You don't tell me anything.
Just
Why do you
told you
preface
it's
with
possible you don't
again?
have epistemology
I'm
to
sorry,
address
Elijah,
this
man.
further. Elijah, man,
Go
like,
ahead,
you refuse. Like I'm not replying non sequitur. I'm right in line with what Witz is saying, Gio, and whoever else is saying.
All right.
Why
Well,
aren't you talking
I
to
can
me?
talk to you, or I can talk to him, or I can talk to Naples.
Well, I mean,
Or you could go to Jim.
I'm not subtracting from the conversation. I'm making pertinent points. You've ignored all of them, including what I'm posting in the chat.
Because they're not pertinent. That's the problem.
Oh my
Again,
God.
your
Just
inability
wait.
to address them does not mean that they're not
How,
pertinent.
how are zenith angles being divergent actually correlated? How?
No, I wasn't chasing.
What are they?
What's correlative about them if they're divergent?
Because a globe Earth predicts a divergence, and a flat Earth doesn't.
Nice reply.
Good.
No.
Why not?
But this is the point. Like he is clearly a waste of time. Like he's just wasting our time. He's not like trying to truly understand what we're saying or something. So like,
what's it?
Yeah, I feel bad for his family, dude. Fucking hey.
I don't know, I felt like he was trying to get. He was trying to understand what you were saying. Like at least that's what the back and forth sounded like.
No, you don't. Because I said something. I literally said first. I said you guys claim you don't have to consider angular size change because you assume Euclidean perspective. I said that 3 times, and then he responded by saying, "Witsit, you just don't understand basic things. We don't have to account for angular size change." After I said it 3 times. So please enlighten me, Demonstrate. How is that him trying to genuinely understand my position?
No, I never said
Thing
you
is,
don't
if
have
you-
to account
wait,
for it.
Oh, don't
If-
answer.
if you set
Please
up-
don't answer.
If you set up 2 theodolites at some distance apart on a plane, say on just a flat plane, you could go a mile apart. If one's at 6 feet high and the other one's at 6 feet high, they should look at each other in the eye without regard to angular size change.
I just said that you guys claim that because of a Euclidean perspective assumption. That's literally over 10 times now.
You'll have to show it's anything other than that.
Okay. Okay. So we have
Here it
plenty of
is in
tests
the
that
chat
show
right
that. I
here.
already said that.
But skunk bait right there. That's what'll give you the answer to what you just asked.
Yeah, that's why the results when you take these measurements do vary, but they vary typically.
Well, that's an admission that what Witz is saying is true. So I mean, I don't know what else you want.
Witsit's being far too vague to claim that it's
No,
true.
he's not being vague. You just responded to the premise while saying you don't understand what he's saying when he's basically laying down the premise that this citation is giving credence to. So,
okay. So,
you're gonna just ignore, I mean, the response by being a narcissistic, circle jerking word salader?
oh, I said I wasn't going to use those words, but I don't think that describes me in this conversation.
I didn't say
Yeah.
you were. That's a major distraction. I'm using the words, not you.
Okay.
So you're not going to respond though?
What you said it just doesn't mean a whole lot.
Can we just ban him or something? Like, I mean, like, can you just?
I don't because I don't
Go.
understand. I've been asking for as long as I've been here to try and understand what you're saying.
What
No,
don't
you
you
haven't.
understand?
Wait, one sec, Austin. What was my memory's awful, so forgive me. But the machine, there was some kind of camera or machine that they wanted to see with like the human eye, human perspective, and it didn't work. Remember, they had to change it. I can't remember what it was though.
You know,
Some
there's
type
machine learning programs and robotic systems that had to update their perspective models from Euclidean to non-Euclidean because it
Yeah, that's
wasn't
it.
working. And this is where Left Lane wants to jump in and say it's just about trying to grab different shapes, and that's blatantly not true. So let's just get out ahead of it. I'm literally in Groundhog Day. I know what all the ballers are about to say before I say stuff. It's like kind of annoying. I'm just being honest.
Well, I mean, if we'd gotten answers in the past, I wouldn't have to ask you the questions today.
I have answered that question, that point that Left Lane says 10 times. It isn't just about grabbing shapes. It's not just about grabbing certain shapes. It's literally about depth perception. It's about depth perception and properly identifying objects in the distance.
How
Yeah, but we don't have to do. We don't really have to do this though. We can talk about something else or just not engage. You know, we can talk about this and just not battle them on it.
Right, but
Yeah,
then it's
Jeremy, remember when we tried that earlier,
right?
and every time that someone spoke, Negator jumped in after every single time someone spoke or interrupted them and just kind of conversation raped us. So, I mean, sure, we can pretend that we can do that, but we can't.
I mean, you could just explain to us why we measure zenith angles to diverge.
I've already explained it.
Okay, so do we agree that they do diverge?
No, only sometimes.
Okay, so only sometimes, and when they do diverge, it's optically. So how often is sometimes?
Well, just when they're further away, way further away, through way more atmos, then you'll see it because of, again, non-Euclidean perspective and atmospheric conditions. So you're claiming that because it's smaller and you measure an angle shorter, you're like, oh, that means that it's leaning backwards physically. But it's not. It's actually based on perspective.
Okay, what does an angle that's smaller and shorter mean?
I just need to say one more time that diverging zeniths have no correlation. That's a misnomer.
I've just realised what's going on. So obviously the problem with a lot of these measurements is that the ones that don't conform to the globe are thrown out, which is actually exactly what Negator's doing to Witz's arguments.
Oh, that's actually a lie, Ronnie.
It's very ironic that you're literally saying, well, if the argument doesn't conform to the globe, I'm just going to throw it out, because that's what all of these are based on in the first place.
No, you're a liar, Ronnie. I'm sorry.
That made perfect sense, actually.
Well, of course, if you're willing to accept it at face value, but they don't just throw out measurements.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Well, you remember last time we talked about this, you made a claim that the main surveyor threw out measurements in the video that you posted, and we went through that, and he didn't actually do that, and still got results that matched the globe prediction.
Wait. So are you saying that they don't have a threshold, that they don't accept measurements outside the threshold?
No, what I'm saying is that commonly
Answer
that you don't
the question.
you don't just throw out the ones you don't like.
You throw out the ones outside of the threshold.
And what's the threshold?
Well, it's based on the radius value.
Okay, so anything that doesn't match the radius gets thrown out?
No, anything within roughly 15 to 20% of the radius value.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So tell me then, why is it that the main surveyor measured within a few arc seconds of what the globe predicted without throwing anything
globe
out?
prediction is the globe was built off of how we measure angles due to perspective, right? And then we take that geometry and claim that the reason things do what they do based on perspective is because of the curvature of the earth. So it was built based off of a curved non-Euclidean eyesight, right? So when you say it's predicted by the globe prediction, which was built off of observations that we get measuring to perspective, it's not actually a prediction. That's how the model was built.
So
this whole reciprocal zenith angle thing, I want to say something, please, Negator.
All right, go ahead.
You're not like running. This isn't all about you. This whole reciprocal zenith angle is purely based on objects appearing to drop in a distance. Like This isn't something new. You can just look at any observation of things dropping. It's the same old thing. You can take it to the Black Swan or whatever you want, where things drop, don't drop, Skunk Bay. That's all it is. This isn't like some special thing they have that is different from every other thing.
And do you guys?
So
I mean,
Napalm, how
I
then does
said it mad times,
perspective
and I
add
posted
15 arc
us
seconds
in the
to the
chat.
measurement?
Hold on,
Come
man.
bro.
Elijah was
Oh,
talking.
yeah, Negator, you're gonna pretend you didn't hear him talking? You just
Actually,
stop.
I was starting to respond.
Just go ahead, Elijah. Go ahead, bro.
Yes, Jeremy is right. I also put citations in the chat that confirm what Jeremy was saying with the measurements to height of mountains. And then their argument that you can't take those kinds of measurements because it disproves flat Earth because of non-Euclidean geometry. So that's a contradiction right there. Also, like I said before, what the fuck is correlative between diverging zenith angles? That's a misnomer when we're talking about co-altitudes or co-anything. Where's the co-relationship at?
All right, I'm gonna unmute Negator if he wants to respond. By the way, Witsit, you were saying, I mean, dude, nobody has to debate anyone, by the way, man. The other day, like Ruhif was going off on me, trying to like force me into something. I literally just said, I'm not interested in debating you, and we moved on the conversation. So the whole thing when you say conversation rape or whatever, I know what you're saying. These guys, there are people that are very aggressive and want to debate and stuff. I'm just saying, like, nobody has to do that. You could just say, I don't want to debate you. We could totally move on to something else. I'm just saying, like, there's no like, no one's technically forcing. And I mean, obviously people like to debate, but I mean, I hear what you're saying. It is,
Just so you know why I'm saying that is Jeremy was like, well, we just don't have to respond to them. So what we started doing was literally not responding to them and just talking to each other. And then they just started interrupting us and continually saying the stuff over and over and over anyway.
Well, then as a live stream host, I would say just moderate that and mute them if they're disrupting the conversation that we're actually having.
Yeah, lucky for them, I had got banned, so I don't even have like mod powers or right now, but I didn't. So it's all good.
Yeah,
a couple of us lost that, but yeah, that's kind of the problem sometimes. Geo is they know that they can come in here and conversation grape us, and then if we just back down, that's their legitimate goal is for us to just back down and be like, dude, I'm not going to debate you because you don't have an open mind about any of this. Then they win. Then they start to go talking about you to get you back into the conversation, right? And it just opens up the floor for them to basically run the live stream and basically run roughshod on the live stream. It's kind of ridiculous, to be honest.
Yeah, I think if you have to silence people, it's kind of ridiculous, but okay.
No, it's not. No, we all address the point. Right? So this is what
it's just a game plan right there. Figured out.
So it's funny. I just come off mute. I had to listen to everybody speak, right? And Napalm, what I was responding to you when I got muted was I was trying to find out how does perspective add 15 arc seconds to a divergent zenith angle measurement.
See, it's exactly what we talked about, right? Exactly. So he's going to try to reel me into a conversation,
right? Yeah, but if nobody wants to debate Negator right now, then nobody has to.
I'm not going.
Okay, let's see how it works.
Right?
Let's see how it works.
And then difficult because when a narcissist can't like engage other people and they try like more and more like audacious things.
Well, I mean, Napalm, you were just saying that if you choose not to debate him, then he's just gonna go tell other people he ran away or something. Is that kind of?
No, he's gonna say it in here. He's gonna start taking jabs, personal jabs, because they know you'll eventually re-engage.
Zanuck does that often.
I mean, it's fine. Like if you guys don't want to have your ideas challenged,
right? They have back channel chats on how to specifically do this to guide the conversation in a way that makes it unproductive, right? Because they know when we're over the target that they have to continually shift us away from the target, because literally their whole entire model was built off kind of what this conversation is talking about right now, right? Which is why they want to act like it's word solid, act like they don't understand, and then try to come back with, oh, well, you didn't actually respond, when Witsit said things 15 times to Negator, and he's just going to come back and be like, well, you didn't actually answer this again, you still haven't done it, blah, 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 and just use this wording for the larger audience to think. Like, it's kind of like mentally, like, neural linguistic programming the audience into thinking that Witsit hasn't actually responded with
Not,
any
not only
substantive.
that,
Oh yeah.
not only that, but I also gave supporting citations for both because again there are two arguments in this. One angular, well, not necessarily angular. Well, yeah, angular measurements, and also the whole reciprocal zenith thing. He's saying, well, you guys aren't dealing with the argument. I did. Nobody responded to no one except for Glatflow. Thank you, Glatflow. So
Negator, mind if I ask you a question?
he's doing it again.
Well,
No, this is. I just want to ask Negator.
I mean,
a
if the debate's going to continue in this mode, I do think Negator was going to respond as well because I did have him on mute, and then we.
But he's not responding to me.
Well, we then got into that side thing about debating globe earthers and that whole, which is a larger topic. But I'm just saying, Negator was going to respond, so I don't know if he wants to now or not.
He's not going to respond sequitur. We already know that he hasn't done that since I've been in here. But
What
would you like me to respond
Eli,
to,
you
Elijah?
say your point, and
Since
then
you
we're
want to
going to
run the show. What do you want me to respond to?
Yeah, Eli, you say your point, and then everyone clear the room and see if Negator will specifically address his point, because the last time he just said, oh my God, that's so dumb, it's not even worth responding to. So,
what is correlative about diverging zenith angles?
When you say correlative.
Yeah.
Okay, you mean how does it correlate to a globe Earth?
No.
Then what are you saying it's correlative to?
Geometrically speaking.
Well, my zenith on a globe diverges from your zenith.
How is that correlative when you have a co-altitude? You have not diverging zeniths.
I'm not sure what you mean by that. At what point? Where do we measure not diverging?
Had you looked at it, maybe you'd know what I was talking about.
Okay. What I don't see are any zenith angles, any pair of zenith angles being measured.
Excuse me?
Yes. Where's the zenith angle?
Why aren't you responding to what I said in the citation that I provided?
So what you provided, what's the predicted angle on a flat Earth showing an observer elevation site? No? You linked a triangle and you linked measuring the height of a mountain. What is it? What do these things have to do with reciprocal zenith angles?
That's how it's done.
At what point is a reciprocal zenith angle being measured in either of these images, Napalm?
I mean, the slight drop.
What is reciprocity?
Please, let's not do an English exam. What is your point?
What is reciprocity? Because the word reciprocity or reciprocal is in the definition. That's why I'm saying how you're using it is a misnomer. That's why I'm asking you what's correlative about. You know what? You're not going to understand. It doesn't matter.
So you just take issue with the words used to describe it?
Just don't even.
I'm not taking.
Yes,
I'm
Negator,
not
you're
taking
so
issue.
good.
I'm just looking
you
at your
won.
epistemology, and it's bunk for the reasons that I've mentioned.
Okay. So you don't.
Basically, what he's saying is that you're
don't want to
isolating
talk
each
about
different
the
measurement.
measurements.
You're isolating
You
each
want to
different
talk
measurement
about
and pretend.
he was talking to me. I thought maybe not.
Everyone's been forced to talk to you for 2 hours straight, though.
Well, you don't have to talk to me. But you guys wanted me to address Elijah's point. I don't understand his point because he hasn't linked anything regarding reciprocal zenith angles. But then he has a problem with the word reciprocal.
Let me explain it to the room, okay? And then we can just ignore it again. So he's saying that they take these individual measurements and then they correlate them as if they can just throw them on a piece of paper together as if they're correlated, which is a misnomer because you actually are isolating them individually and then just transposing them together as if it's on a sphere, when in fact you have to act like it's not to get the original individual measurements in the first place. And then you're pretending that they're correlated just by claiming it because of your assumption.
You don't act like they're not. I don't know why you said that part. You don't act like they're not. Why did you say that?
What?
You said they don't act like they're not on a sphere when they take these
Now he
measures.
wants to talk
What does
about
that
your
mean?
verbiage and not the actual point.
Because I don't understand the point, because he used a bunch of words
What
that don't
do
make
you
sense.
understand? What do you understand? Why are you in these conversations if you don't comprehend simple words, simple terms, and how people put them together?
Okay, Napalm, will you tell me what he meant by they don't act like they're on a sphere when they take these measurements? Please explain.
Because
The idea, the way I
you're
understand
taking
it, Elijah,
you're
this is
taking
how I understand it.
non-Euclidean sightings, right?
That's right,
And you're trying
Napalm.
to put
You
it
don't
on
understand.
Okay, whatever.
If you have a
we can't stop
co-altitude
talking to him,
angle,
right?
how do you have diverging zeniths?
What do you mean by co-altitude angle?
Well, you're
That's what
using
I'm.
a
Get the
triangle.
fuck out of here, fam! Like this is what I'm saying, man. He does. We like, unless we have like an 8-hour class, he doesn't even know what responses are pertinent to this. Like it, because he can't. He doesn't have the context to put things that are actually correlative together.
More importantly, Negator, you were asked in around April of 2021, what causes the apparent junction of the sky and the ground, Earth curvature, and eyesight. Do you remember what your response was? I just wanted to clarify.
Hold on. If you're going to change topics, hold on, man. If you want to change topics, we can do that topic next, but you can't just derail the whole thing with that at the moment.
Yeah, but here's going to highlight the idea of his mental state, right? So when Negator, when you were asked that question, you said math causes it. Do you still hold true to that?
Ignore what Gio said and keep going.
Let's just keep.
Yeah. Do you still hold true to that statement
also,
that math causes the horizon?
But also wait for this question.
Yeah. All right. I just want to say one thing about the reciprocal zenith.
I get where he's coming from. I get where he's coming from because I was thinking about him this entire conversation and the hijacking of the formula that he always brings up. But I think it's totally related.
Of course, because that's all they have is math, right? And that's the idea behind the question: is he still hold true to the horizon is caused by mathematics? Do you still hold true to that statement that you made April 21st, 2021?
So is that an honest question you're asking me?
Negator, you were asked what causes the apparent junction of the sky and ground, Earth curvature, or eyesight. You said math causes it. Do you still hold true to that statement?
What do you think I meant by that? Do you think I meant like there's a pile of 2 + 2s and suddenly that's the horizon?
It's your answer. I'm just asking to verify if you still hold true to that statement. Thank you.
To what end, Data? For what purpose?
If you don't understand, you can't have co-altitude angles and diverging zeniths. You can't have both in the same. You can't have it. They're going to be compartmentalized, individual mathematics themselves. You can't put them together. You can't have a co-altitude and have diverging zeniths. Okay.
Yeah, which was linking to what Elijah was saying as well. Which I just want to say one thing, which I think will link to it also. I've been saying this last few days just as an analogy. If you're at a bonfire with your friends and there's a big fire and you're standing on one side of the bonfire, the other friend's on the other side, but you're like, you're a little bit above the flames, so your eyesight that you're looking at each other across, the fire from each other, your eyesight is, in line with each other. Let's say you're both 6 foot tall. So you're the same height and your eyesight's about, let's say, a foot above the flames. So you can see each other. Because of all the atmospheric, because of the refraction due to the heat and all of that, you're going to see your friend's face, wavering and moving position and warping around and all of that, the way that heat does that. If you were to take a theodolite or some kind of device and you were to take a snapshot and you were going to measure with the theodolite, with the crosshairs, a snapshot of when your friend's face on the other side of it is a little bit lower than level, a little bit lower because it's moved due to position, would you then somehow claim that the ground is curving between you and that person? Obviously not. It's an optical change. It's an optical shift. In that scenario, nobody would come to the conclusion that there's a ridiculously absurd amount of curvature. And of course, you could validate that with levels and you can make sure there isn't any curvature between you and the other person. And it's wavering around. So the whole point of this, when it was being brought up earlier about the Euclidean space, that Euclidean perspective needs to be required. You would have to have that in order to even make the claim you're claiming. With what I just laid out, if there's an optical shift occurring, then that's not linked to Earth curve. It's linked to the optics.
That's why we do bunches of these and get an average.
An average of an inferior system doesn't make it more accurate. So this is why I think what's interesting about the discussion of non-Euclidean geometries and how much more accurate that system is, or that understanding is. It allows you to better interpret different photographs and different data, visual data that you might copy or you might receive. And then also, where I think it's even more useful is if people were manipulating videos or whatever, you could actually run that through a script with the hyperbolic geometry, or however the phrase is, depending on how you choose to view it. And you could get like red flags coming up all over the place because somebody's messed with the footage and it doesn't actually line up with what that thing would actually be like in real life. So that's just one example of the benefits of this. And then, like, other people have talked about in having more accurate understanding of the world that you're mapping. I mean, that's useful for safety features. It's useful for many things. And I think that topic of conversation is far more edifying to the room at large.
So
I know Elijah wanted to say something if he's still here.
What about reciprocal zenith-angle measurements is inferior? You opened with that, and I don't understand why you think that.
Well, how you guys, how you guys talk about how like light bends down.
Mm-hmm.
Standard atmospheric refraction or whatever. 7/6R. Mm-hmm. How have you isolated? Like, let's just say that that's happening over a planar surface. What would happen? The object would drop the exact amount of what you're claiming the globe is, but it's just happening over a planar surface. So imagine like you throw like a football, or like say a baseball, a guy's pitching a baseball. So he's pitcher, boom, he throws the baseball 80 miles an hour. Well, if there's no catcher to catch it, we all know what's going to happen to the ball. It's going to slowly arc towards the ground. It's going to eventually hit the ground. Even if he throws it perfectly parallel to the ground, the physics of it eventually will arc to the ground. Now that'll happen over a planar surface. So I'm not saying this is the case. I'm just throwing it out there. If the light is, the position of it is sort of warping down, bending, whatever term you want to use, refracting down over a planar surface, you're going to have that optical drop. That has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth. It has to do with the optics in that case.
Bending up, you have to be bending up for that.
Yeah. Now, I'm referring to the path of it.
Yeah, the path would be have to be bending up for it to drop.
Yeah, the position of the object in the distance would be related to the angle at which the light enters your eye.
No, you're measuring.
Why would it have to bend up? Because in your paradigm, because the globe is closed, the light would be going in a straight path to a less dense area, and then bending back down towards the Earth. When on a flat Earth, because I mean, we have the same situation, right? The same atmosphere. Why would it be different? Can you justify that claim?
I didn't understand your reasoning, but I'll try to explain anyway why.
What do you mean understand? No, can you just address how it's different? What do you mean you didn't understand my reasoning?
I'm not sure what you're pointing out.
My reasoning. Same measurements of the air, right? The higher up you go, the less dense it is. Except for us, the surface isn't curving. So what would justify someone saying, well, on a flat Earth, it would bend up? What justifies that?
I said you have to bend up for it to drop.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
No, this is not about Earth being flat or not. This is about
well, how could that's the point of contention?
I was in the middle. I was mid sentence.
Yeah, okay.
Gio said that things could drop if light is bending down. I replied that for things to drop because of light being curved, it has to curve upwards. This isn't about the shape of the Earth. This is about what effect you would see based on what direction light's bending. That's why
I don't know why you're saying up. Like, dude, when Jesse goes up to the mountain peak, and a lot, when Ruhif and these guys do that, go up to a mountain peak, and they're trying to shoot level to another peak, and they're trying to calculate that you should see that it should be, exactly straight, as if their theodolite is some kind of perfect laser beam, perfect level laser beam that's shooting precisely parallel to the ground, and they're shooting the other mountain peak. What they claim and what they're trying to say is that other mountain peak is lowered a little bit, and therefore the Earth is curved. What I'm saying is that if that's optical, it doesn't really have anything to do with light bending up. Although I guess if you want to like go to that point, you could say it has to bend up to the observer, or you could say to the observer it's down from the observer to that other mountain. So you could claim it either way. I mean, if you threw the baseball parallel to the ground, even when it hits the ground, you could go right to that point and be like, oh, look at that. If you have the path of the baseball go back to the guy's arm, you could say it's curving up. If it's going from the guy's arm throwing, it's going to curve down. The point is that the things are optically dropping. Folks are trying to claim that that's Earth curve versus just optical drop. It's just the position should be level and it's a little under level.
I understand that point. I wasn't trying to.
Wait.
I wasn't trying to address that.
One second. It is begging the question because their entire point is refraction is bending up only because if it wasn't, how the fuck would we be able to see things that were beyond Earth curve? Right.
That exactly. That nails it. That's what they have to say it's up because things have to be brought up around a curve. But what would actually be occurring is just drop and nothing's coming up around any curves. It's just optical, just like in the Skunk Bay footage when things can float up, down, left, right. Just like your friend on the other side of a bonfire, there can be the medium can cause refractive effects, the perturbation that causes these optical position changes. It has nothing to do with the curvature of Earth. It's just optical position changes within the medium.
Yeah, I'm not arguing. It has to be the curvature of the Earth or not.
There's a steeper lapse rate than normal in sinking refraction. It's not that sinking refraction is caused by upward bending light. I mean, Andrew Thomas Young will tell you that.
If you have either light bending up or down, for things to look lower, to appear lower, you need to be bending up, and for things to appear higher, they have to be bending down.
Can you give a citation for that?
Well,
or is this just Bacon's opinion?
No, it's pretty obvious once you picture that.
I didn't ask if it was obvious. I asked if you could cite that, or
I know
if you have any experts in the field that would agree with you.
I'll bet money if we get an expert on the field here on this VC would agree with me.
So they have to come in this VC, but you can't cite one.
I mean,
I'm saying I bet money that if you had one. But yeah, we can look it up
Look at
right
what
now.
Andrew Thomas Young says about sinking refraction. Do you think sinking refraction is due to upward curving light?
Why do you keep going to exceptions?
It's not an exception. It's a form of refraction. What do you mean an exception? Is looming an exception?
How common is it?
It's common. Looming, sinking, they're very common. They're the simplest of all the refraction phenomena.
Okay, where does he say that in sinking refraction light is bending downwards?
Is it bending
Does it
up?
say that? It has to be bending up. I mean, if it's bending at all, it would have to be upwards.
Sinking refraction is due to upward bending light. Can you cite that for me, please?
Oh, geometrically, that's the only way it could happen.
Can you cite that for me?
I just explained why I'm concluding that.
I don't care what
that's
your
my conclusion.
explanation of it is.
Yeah, if you don't want to address the reasoning, that's fine. If you only want to debate citations, we can then just debate citations, which is.
I don't care what your opinion is about optical phenomena.
It's not an opinion. I give you my reasoning. Well, you're saying otherwise. Can you cite otherwise then?
Can you demonstrate upward bending light causing sinking refraction?
If I can demonstrate, now you're asking me like to make an experiment or something?
Well, it's a flawed epistemology. You just can't. Same thing with reciprocal zenith angles, the way you're using them being a misnomer. It's just not possible. That's why Negator asked, well, what would you have me do? No, what you're doing is a flawed method. That's the problem.
No, it's a logical
you don't have any
implication.
way. You don't have any way to approach the truth of the matter here.
I do. I can explain why that's a logical conclusion. If you're talking about light being either up,
logical conclusion, he just asked you for specifically proof of your claim.
No, he's asking for a citation.
How are you going to prove it? No. How are you going to prove it?
Well, if he asks me how much is 42 times 39, I might not find a citation for that, but I can show you what the obvious answer is. and how there's a logical path from that question to that answer. This is pretty much what arguing is. We apply reasoning to premises and we reach conclusion. And if my reasoning is flawed, you can try to point that out. You don't ask for a citation from a conclusion. Otherwise, you're gonna ignore the premises and then
No. Assuming a premise and then claiming logic and reaching a conclusion.
What is the premise I'm assuming?
That doesn't make sense.
What is the premise that I'm assuming?
Well,
geometry.
I don't know yet.
No.
I guess don't interrupt me. I don't know yet. But if you were to make an argument, because you're not answering him directly, and I'm saying you don't have an epistemology for how to go about this, other than just assuming, right? How are you going to actually validate that light bends up, thus giving us the effect of what we see? Like, how are you going to do that?
That's pretty logical. You see things.
What do you mean? That's pretty logical. What is pretty logical?
If you have that, if light is bending up, you're gonna have sinking. If light is bending down,
No,
you
you're
would have
saying that, but what is the justification for that?
I can explain what's the justification for that. You see things based on where light is coming from. If light is bending upwards, the angle in which light can reach you is going to be a higher
sound like
angle.
a proven premise. That sounds like an assumption. If, what do you mean?
That's a non.
This is ridiculous.
Hold on. It is ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous.
I'm not sure how. I'm not sure how.
I'm asking you, how do you validate?
No, you're not allowing me to. You're not allowing me to go any deeper in any of the responses that I'm trying to give you. I say two sentences, and then you start another monologue, and doesn't allow me to answer you.
No, it's not a monologue, bro. You said, well, I have a premise. And I'm like, well, first of all, a premise needs to be proven. You can't just say something. You can't say something, call it a premise, and then reach a conclusion. That's not even possible.
I didn't give you any
without making the question, of course.
assumption.
I don't know what happened to the original question, man. We're not making any progress.
I know Elijah got in the way.
He doesn't have a question. He's just making the statement. Well, it's logical that if light is what he said. If light is bending up, then the effects of sinking is what we see as logical. That's fucking just a circular argument. There's no
logical.
There's no circularity on that.
See what I'm saying, Gio? There's no, when we ask him, okay, what's the justification for that?
I'll try to elaborate more.
They just say that the statement that we previously made is logical.
Louder now.
And then that's the end of the answer.
I'm gonna mute you, dude, if you don't let him finish. He's addressing Gio right now.
What's that?
Was that mute me, or am I doing
not
too much?
you? Not you. No. You were addressing Gio, and then he just started beveling on top of you.
So that's what I'm saying. So he made the statement. Everybody's here. He made the statement that light bends up, and that's why we see the effects of sinking, or something like that, right? And then Napalm said, "Okay, well," and he's like, "Well, it's logical to say that light bends up, and that's why we see sinking." How is that not circular reasoning?
All right, because let me.
I didn't give you the
it's because
reasoning.
Hold on, Bacon. I just made a little image in Paint. I just did it super briefly. It's obviously really simple. I just posted it in chat. So I think what he's just talking about is if everyone could see what I just posted. So you just have like a flat baseline, and then I just made this orange curved line, and then there's the little blue circle on the left would be like the eyeball, and then you have these two positions of the objects. One of them's a little red square. The other one is a little blue square. So the idea there, I guess, would be that the blue square is what you're actually seeing in this idea that it's sort of bending down or whatever, whereas the red square is where it actually is. So this is basically what is, in terms of with reciprocal zenith angles. Now, what I think all he's trying to say is that from the little blue square on the right, he would just say it's curving up to the eye versus curving from the eye down to the object.
No, but the light is being reflected in all directions from the object. So the direction in which it leaves the object isn't where it's curving, because it's curving out. It's leaving all directions.
That's a red herring.
The overall path. It doesn't matter which one.
We're talking about the path between the eye and the object. So in this thing I just did, the object is appearing lower because it's curving from the eyeball down to the object. That's why it's appearing lower. So the whole thing, though, is like in a lot of these claims with the globe, is it the path from the eye that the position, just like in the bonfire when the object's a little lower, is that what's dropping? Or is the entire Earth curved and we see in perfect Euclidean perspective? And that's why Whitsitt was bringing up the Euclidean perspective and the parallel and all those components, because you would have to have that be the case in order to even try to make a globe claim on this.
We
already know that doesn't happen.
Contradicts
It's already a fact that doesn't happen. It's already an absolute fact that refraction exists and miraging and the Skunk Bay footage and things move position. That's so your whole argument is cooked. It's gone. It's not even on the table.
Gio, first off, in your picture is correct, but the path, rather, that observer, he sees the red thing. The blue thing is the physical location. Because the path of light is curving, he sees it where the red thing is.
No, it's dropped. That's the whole point.
No.
That's the whole.
Look at
That's
that.
what's happened. That's the whole purpose of the reciprocal zenith angles. That the object is dropped a little bit, which you guys are trying to equate with Earth curve.
Right. Well,
look at that. Look at my drawing.
Yeah.
I put a straight line there connecting both. The straight line from the eye is below the orange line. It's lower than the orange line. The blue line shows where you would see if there is no refraction, because then the light is going straight. The orange line curves downwards, but the direction of the orange light from the eye is higher, which means you're going to see the object higher.
Yeah, that's a baseless assertion though, because we asked, well, what's the proof of your premise, and you're like, well, it's just logical. So
okay, if there's no curving, then light's going straight. Is that a fair assumption?
what does the curving? You yourself said what the Earth is has nothing to do with the bending of light. So why would you ask that question?
Because I'm asking about the path of light, not about the Earth.
Well, I'm just saying,
Bacon.
if we're being consistent, then I would have agreed with you earlier, and I did. So why are you asking me if the bending of the Earth has to do with anything? That's your claim.
I didn't ask about the bending of the Earth.
There's a certain amount of obstruction and a certain amount of drop due to the curvature of the Earth, and therefore you can see things because light is bending upward.
Can I just
Didn't you hear me clarifying I wasn't talking about the Earth? I was talking about the path of light. I didn't make any reference to the Earth.
So, I mean, what are we talking about? What are you asking? You're asking
path
if
of
light
light.
just only if light only just goes straight, not according to not according to what did he ask, guys? Not you. I'm not asking you. I'm not asking another Glober. Gio, what did he say?
I don't know. I mean, I'm following the conversation, but I
mean, I'm repeating how the conversation went verbatim.
No, you're not.
He's saying, no, I'm not. Is that true?
Yeah, you're not. I asked if light is not curving, then light's going straight. That was my question. I didn't mention the Earth, and now you're twisting my words and say you're quoting me verbatim. A live stream can go there and check, and I mid sentence, and you're interrupting me, and you don't like me when I interrupt you.
Hold on, Elijah. Let him finish because he's kind of hopped in.
I didn't say anyone said light's going straight. I didn't assume anyone said light's going straight. I'm asking the question. Yes, I'm asking the question. If light isn't curving, then you would be going straight. Like, it's a pretty obvious yes answer to that. Because
but what's the point though? Because nobody's saying
we might
that.
Get there if I get same answers.
I know that light travels in straight paths, but at the same time, you have Skunk Bay. So I don't understand your false dichotomy there. Is it bending or is it straight? Is it bending or is it straight? Is a dichotomy.
That wasn't my question.
Let me just shed some light quickly here. This is Bacon's line of thinking. This is Bacon's line of thinking.
Did he not just say, is the light bending or is it straight? He just told me no, he didn't ask that.
Exactly. So Bacon, you were asked this question.
Let's
Bacon,
hold on, Data. Hold on. But let's just Bacon. There's a lot of clipping interruptions. Let's just let Bacon respond, and then if Elijah wants to respond, Data, if you want to get in, it's cool. But let's just let Bacon. I feel has not been able to even respond, so just let him say his thing.
Sorry, let me ask again. Is that
go ahead. Well, it sounds like you've been wanting to clarify, or you felt like it wasn't the thing.
It was a simply obvious question. Like, if a line is straight, then it isn't curving. It's either curving or straight. So, and I didn't ask if light is going straight or curving. I said if it isn't curving, then it would have to be straight. That was the question, which is a pretty obvious yes, because that's a dichotomy. Either it is straight or it's curving.
My response to that was, what's your point? My response to that was, what's your point?
Well, I can get to my point if I get a yes to the obvious question.
Yeah, because you gave. I mean, you're asking a question that's obvious. Like when we say if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then what? Obviously, it would be not curving. So
yeah,
you're
so
making
the
a
past
point.
5 minutes,
Well, if
just
light
yes.
isn't curving, then it's straight. Okay, so he can interrupt me, but I can't. Like, I mean, it's just the nature of the conversation. It's not that bad of interruptions. He thinks I'm mischaracterizing him.
Maybe this will help Bacon clarify. Bacon, you're having an issue with bendy light versus straight light, right? So when I asked you a question, what causes the apparent junction of the sky and ground? Do you remember your response?
Your
response was because it's regarding what you perceive light to be doing, right? Your response was, I think neither. So if it's neither eyesight or the physical nature of the Earth causing the horizon, what is the cause? Since your last response when asked was, I think neither.
Why do we keep going back, man?
I don't know what he's talking about. I was trying to make a point with Elijah, so I started by asking a very simple
point. I said, what's the point? Go ahead.
Yeah, make your point. If something's not curved straight, it's not. If it's not straight, it's curved. I mean, go ahead, Bacon. If that was all your premise was, just
right. So if the light's curving either up or down, like on those drawings that we make, if light is curving downwards, okay. Another obvious question, just so we can. I agree. We start with the same assumptions. Do you see things in the direction that light reaches your eye?
What?
Do you see things in the direction in which light reaches your eye?
You only see things where, I guess.
Yeah. Yes, I guess.
Nice. Okay. So
I mean, there's a path, and there's the observational reception or observation of it.
Okay. And the last assumption that I need is simply, does the light that reflects from an object is reflected in all directions?
Yeah, we all know that. But what's the point?
Yeah, those are the three assumptions that I need to reach that conclusion logically, so I can now try to get there, right?
Reach the conclusion. Go ahead.
All right. So I have an object that is reflecting light in all directions. If light is going straight, the path that is going to connect the object to my eye, the path of light is going to leave the object and reach my eye is going to be a straight line from the object to my eye. Correct?
Okay. You're saying?
Okay. Nice. Now, if light's curving down, that path of light that leave that object in that direction is no longer going to reach my eye because it's going to fall below my eye. Correct?
Okay.
Okay, now the light rays that are going above my head that are going to curve down are the ones that are going to reach my eye now.
What do you mean they're going to curve down?
I'm saying if light's curving downwards, the light from the object that can reach my eye is now going to come from above. Those are the ones that can reach my eye by curving down.
Yeah, you said if the light is curving down. Okay.
Exactly.
That's the premise. That's the premise yet to be proven. Because remember, you have the light extending from the object radially in all directions, right? So your point is that, okay, well, if I have a basketball to the left, it's going to appear in my vision where I'm looking at because the light curves in a way. Now, which direction is yet to be determined? I'm still waiting on your conclusion.
But none of my claims were dependent on how light is curving.
Yeah, but none of the axioms that I accepted, are sequitur with you then saying if light is bending down. That's the part that's not justified yet.
Well, I'm not trying to justify the light is in fact bending down. I'm justifying that.
So then what's the conclusion then, man?
The conclusion is if it's bending down, it's going to cause looming. And if it's bending up, it's going to cause sinking. That is the conclusion.
Justify that, because that right there is completely non sequitur to the other 3 points you just made that we agreed with.
No, they directly follow from those three premises.
Not really. You have
Okay,
you have
so
radio
what I was
you have radial light, you have radial light, you have direct line of sight, and then you have optical drop. But why are you saying that the light is bending up, down, or whichever way? Justify it.
Oh, I'm not saying that it is. I'm saying what would happen in each case, and
Yeah, but
that's what I'm trying to argue for. Is what
you
would happen in
you're
each case,
asking a
not what
question for
is
your
in fact
conclusion.
happening, and you're still speaking when I'm mid sentence.
You're asking a question for your conclusion rather than supporting the premise of the conclusion. We
You would
already knew you
accept.
were
You would
going
accept
nowhere.
the premises. You would accept the premises.
The first three, yeah. So
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
But
So
then,
I'm
but then
saying
you
what.
said if light is bending down, where in any of your other premises have to do? Where in the other premises is that connected? Please tell me.
Oh, you're not getting it. The conclusion
No,
isn't whether or
no,
not.
yeah, you're right. I'm not getting it. I heard your three
So
premises
let me
previous
clarify.
to the. I'm sorry. I heard your three premises previous. I'm asking you to connect them since I'm not getting it.
To connect my premises? What do you mean to connect my premises?
Geo, for real, man. What are we doing here?
I don't think Geo is following.
I don't know. I mean,
it's following because this is boring.
It's kind of looping in circles. I mean, dude, the Skunk Bay footage where things can go be up, wavering up or down. We would agree that the path of light in some way is being contorted to be either curving up or down. Whether you call it up or down, is that the contention, Bacon? You're just trying to call one that it's curving up and the other down. It's just a semantic thing.
No, I'm saying what you should expect in either case. So if you're saying there's dropping there's optical drop, that would require upbending light, not downbending.
Okay, let's stop there. Where is the light bending up from?
What do you mean from? For in all directions, when light is leaving the object, it's all those light rays are
Yeah,
bending up.
directions in a straight path don't have to do with a curved path. That's why I said
I
it's
didn't say
not
straight
actually
path.
sequitur. Well, if they're going off radially in all directions, we're asking for the proof of the bending in a particular direction, fam.
I'm not assuming that they're bending in any particular direction. I'm just saying what you should expect in either case.
Okay, so we have
You're not
optical
getting it.
drop, and so the question is, so what?
That would require upbending light. That's all I'm saying, not downbending light.
That's
I was
what I'm
clarifying
asking you to
that.
justify.
And I
Yeah,
was
that's what I'm
justifying
asking,
it.
dude.
I'm not
Up
sure
from
why you.
where? Up from where? From the position that it's shifted to your eye?
What do you mean?
All right,
From
dude.
the direction that
all right.
from the direction that it was going.
All right.
So
Well,
when
okay.
light reflects
If you're
off of
hold
an
on,
object,
if you're a baseball pitcher and you're going to pitch a baseball, you're going to throw it perfectly parallel to the ground, and eventually it's going to curve, just like physics. It's going to curve and it's going to hit the ground. Now, from the guy's pitching the ball, he can say the ball is dropping. It's dropping to the ground. From the ball's position, if you were to put a camera on the ball, you could say and you were to reverse it and have the ball go from the ground back to his arm, you could say it's curving up. Is that the only thing it's just a
No.
semantic, whether it's curving up from the
No.
object or down from the observer?
It's never curving up. Even if you roll it backwards.
Well, hey, can I give this?
My bad. Go ahead. My bad. No,
Geo-
no. I'm gonna respond to you in a second, bro.
Oh, here.
Can I please?
All right.
No, negated, because I was actually
Geo,
gonna respond.
no.
To you after you
Hang
spoke to
on,
Geo.
man. Please, 2 seconds. Because I think if I can explain it to Geo, then he can relate it to you. What Bacon is saying. Geo, do you see the image I linked in chat?
Yeah, it's non sequitur. I see it.
Hang on, buddy. Don't be so
I
quick.
see it.
Cool, man. So from what it's showing on a theoretical globe Earth is, the actual position is lower than the observed position, right?
Yeah, this is non sequitur.
Hang on, buddy. So, Geo, if I were to describe the path the light is taking from the actual position, would I describe that as dropping?
You would
Hang
describe
on,
that.
Elijah.
You would describe that as upward
Bro,
refraction. Look,
please,
I can say that. I can say that.
Can you
honestly.
have some respect for
Geo,
the
can I
conversation
respond
I'm
in your
trying to
place?
have with Geo?
Geo, can you give me permission to respond in your place? Because
Yeah,
this
go
is
ahead.
the non. or I want to kill it now.
I think you're
Oh
going to
my
say the
God.
same thing. I think you're going to say the same thing I'm going
Yeah,
to.
yeah. Okay, so here we go. Okay, I've been given permission by Geo to respond in his place. Yes, in this diagram, obviously, what Bacon is saying that this is an example of that, but the problem is it's just a diagram. Secondly, it's non sequitur to the point because you have the light coming in from no medium from less dense air to dense air, whereas if you were on the curvature of the earth, that would be the opposite, from more dense air to less dense air, bending back down into more dense air. So this response is completely non-sequitur. It's the literal opposite of what Bacon is arguing.
No.
Yes.
The problem here is simply misunderstanding of words. That's why it's so tiresome.
Yeah, you
Right?
want to
And
just call that the light from the actual position is bending up to the eye, right?
no, but Gio, look at the path the light's taking. The path is down, bending down to the eye, not up to the eye.
From the eye, it's dropping. From the object, it's coming up to the eye. If that's that's what I'm saying, dude. Like an arc has an up and a down from both sides.
And would you
if we're playing catch with a baseball and I throw the baseball to you like a nice arc, it's rising from me and then it's sinking down to you when you get it, and then you throw it back, it rises to you and it sinks to me. It's just the two sides of an arc.
Okay, but we're describing the path the light is taking from the object. So the path from the eyeball.
That's fine. Say it's bending up then from the object if you want to.
Okay.
I was saying it's dropping. I was saying just the path between you and the object is dropping.
Correct.
So that's what is happening with reciprocal zenith angles. So if that's optical, then it has nothing to do with the Earth curving.
Okay, we're totally jumping topics. What I was trying to do was just clarify verbiage for Bacon. That yes,
Yeah,
for
but
the sun.
I mean, this is not sequitur to what Bacon is saying, because you would have to be an observer on the Earth in a more dense medium. This is the light traveling from a less dense medium or no medium.
It's traveling.
I mean, can you be honest and say, yeah, that's true?
It's traveling. It's traveling through denser mediums and bends towards the denser, which is down.
Yeah, coming from a less dense medium or no medium area. Whereas if the sun was on the Earth, this would not be the same example, would it? Or would you make it the same example? Because then that would be totally what's the word? What's that word? What's that word? I really did forget.
Elijah, is the light bending towards the denser medium?
Arbitrary. There you go. That's the word. It's arbitrary.
Is the light bending
if it was
towards the
bend in
denser
either
medium?
case, then it's arbitrary.
Is the light bending towards the denser medium?
First of all,
Yes
I
or no?
already answered you. Gio, didn't I answer him in the beginning when I accepted, well, if these are, if this, then this, and I'm like, well, it's a diagram. Yeah, this totally speaks to Bacon's point, other than the fact that it's completely opposite because you need the sun to be on the ground.
How is it completely opposite?
I just told him.
No, you said it travels from a less dense medium to more dense
Yeah,
medium.
outer space. What are you to look at the layers of the atmosphere there? Hello.
So what? What should it do instead?
No, I'm not saying it should do anything instead. What I'm saying is your response is non sequitur because guess what? You tell me, hypothetically, if that sun in that diagram was on the ground, would it still do the same thing?
Well, how far away from the observer on the ground?
Doesn't even matter, actually. Put it anywhere you like.
Is the path the light, rather, as long as the path goes through from one layer to a second, it will bend towards whatever the denser layer is. Yes? Cool. Now, I'm glad we all agree.
No, we
at
don't
least
agree.
In this example.
No, we don't agree. Because it's arbitrary. It's arbitrary. If the sun is on the Earth in the denser area, and then light shines straight, and then it refracts in the less dense area, or if it's outside of the atmosphere in your diagram and it's bending towards the dense area, that's completely arbitrary because you have two different scenarios in which you have the same outcome. I'm asking you, if it was on the ground, would it be doing the same thing? In other words, would the effect still be the same? Yes or no?
Yes.
Then it's arbitrary. Thank you very much.
Okay, I don't know what that means, but so to sum up, and I'll stop and I'll pass back to Bacon. Geo, I just wanted to, like, it's important that we all use the same terms, otherwise we're gonna have these weird back and forths. That if the path in this case, since it's arcing down, we call it light bending down. If it were arcing up, we'd call it light bending up. Thank you. I'm done.
Yeah, when we see here, light is like not just light. Whatever is curving left is left relative to its straight path, or it's always relative to the current direction. So if you're driving your car and you turn right, it's right relative to the direction you were going before you started turning right. So relative to the direction the light is going, it's always bending downwards, and doesn't matter which direction. Just like the tennis ball being thrown. In both cases, if you throw it up and it falls down towards the other guy, in whatever point of that trajectory, the curve is always downward relative to the straight path of the ball. Did that make sense? I dropped an image.
I think the straight path, the beginning path, is what was missing. That I think that image has the straight line that represents what you see.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on how you define it.
Another one.
Yeah,
that's
no, that's
fine.
all. I just wanted us to be able to define it using the same terms so we don't confuse each other.
I mean, so yeah, if you're standing like the bonfire thing, if you're standing on one side of a bonfire looking at the other person and their head is wavering up and down and up and down, just depends on how you want to define it. If you want to say from the observer, oh, they're dropped down, oh, now they're up a little higher, now they're dropping down. None of that has to do with any curvature on the surface that you're standing on, because you could level that and you could make sure you're at exactly the same elevation. It has to do with the optics shifting. So whether you want to call it from the other person, it's bending in a way, or from the eyesight, either way, from the viewer, it's either the position. At the end of the day, it's either drop down or up or left or right, the way that refraction can move things, because it's being perturbed through the medium. The path between you and that object is being shifted. And that's being equated to the curvature of Earth. That's the problem. The optics have been inverted and converted into being claimed that this is what the shape of the Earth is.
And are you saying, Bacon, we're always looking towards the sky?
Sorry?
Are you saying we're always looking towards the sky? The path.
I think it's not that at all.
I mean, the path that's looking towards it, it's like it's going up, right?
Oh, the drawing?
Yeah.
That was just an example. That in either direction, the curve is downward.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If you're playing catch with a baseball with someone, or football or whatever, it's like to you, it's arcing down to you, and vice versa.
No, it's moving down, but the curve is relative to the straight path. So it's always downwards, even if it's from the person throwing it or from the person catching it. The ball is always deviating towards down. It's never deviating towards up. Deviating from its current direction. It's always deviating downwards in either direction. Even if you roll the video backwards, it leaves in a certain direction and it keeps changing that direction downwards. Did that make sense now?
I'd like to try to make a point about this refraction. And when you look at the Skunk Bay footage, the time lapse, you can identify what refraction is happening. Would we all agree on that?
Sorry, say that again?
When you look at the Skunk Bay footage, the time-lapse footage of Skunk Bay, can you determine what refraction is happening at that time during that?
Severe. That's what I'd say.
What I'm saying is, there's shimmering. There's shimmering going on, isn't there? Things look like they're kind of waving around, like Geo's little fire picture. There's also looming. We see looming. Things are being lifted up. I think we're seeing things dropping. Some people even say they see things going from side to side. I don't know about that. So in this time-lapse photograph, we know what kind of refraction is happening. We don't have to rely on any kind of diagrams or what somebody says. When you look at the black swan, you can see what refraction is happening at that very moment. You might not be able to see a refraction that takes a lot longer. Like say it take 2 hours for like a baller, say when the atmospheric things change, things will loom up like that horizon behind the oil platforms. Now you might not be able to see that looming happening because it takes too long. Maybe it takes 3 or 4 hours for that to happen. You can see refraction happening. You look at other photos like that one that SC had about on the St. Lawrence Seaway. You can see miraging. You can see that shimmering effect, but not much else. You can't see looming. You can't really see dropping. But so what I'm saying is, wouldn't it be true that if you could time lapse for a whole day any any visual thing, you would be able to tell exactly what the light's doing without having to guess? Isn't that true? If a horizon was going to loom up past 10 miles further than it should be out, if you had
that's not looming. Up and down is not forwards and backwards.
Whatever they're going to call it. What I'm just saying is that you could see what, if you time lapse it, you could see exactly what was happening. You would not have to guess anymore. If that guy that took the black swan photos showed up in the morning, he set his camera on a time lapse there, you might have caught, if it's really true that horizon is moving that much, which it does, because on another day you see it in front of the oil derricks. At some point you're going to be able, with a time lapse, you're going to be able to see what the light is actually. You're going to be able to see exactly what happened. So there would be no more guessing. There'd be no more arguing about this. That would be the solution.
What you need to do is wait till the image stabilized and became still. That might be a good point of reference to compare the other effects. Yes, stable is everything sitting still and crisp, no distortion, everything sitting still. That's stable.
You can still have refractive effects though, left lane. Like if I'm sitting in a kayak and I'm looking down through a crystal clear river to a fish that's crystal clear in my vision, there's no distortion. Is that fish refracted?
Yeah, the fish is refracted. And I'm not saying there's zero refraction. I'm saying if you were going to evaluate that, I mean, you say, when it's looming or when it's sinking compared to what? You're going to have to get a reference of when everything sits still and stable and everything, nothing's distorted and it looks stable. And then you could say, take a snapshot of that, and then you could compare the other observations to that.
But you can have a baseline of a high level of refraction, so that just doesn't work.
You completely missed my point about the fish, right? Just because you think it looks stable and clear doesn't necessarily mean that it's in its actual position. Period.
And even if it wasn't
it's always
stable,
refracted.
It's kind of arbitrary, though, left lane, just to say it's arbitrary to try to claim a baseline without having any further capacity to do that.
Well, I mean, what else would you do? What else could you do?
You would just turn the camera on.
You need to measure it.
Leave it on. You turn the camera on. You'd leave it on, and then you'd watch what happens.
I'm
And you'd say, "Oh, look, the light's being loomed up at this point. Oh, look, it's dropping here. Oh, it's shimmering there." You don't need a baseline to see what's happening. You don't even know what.
But you do need a baseline. You would need a baseline if you're going to claim that something's higher or lower than its baseline, which they don't. Which they don't. Go ahead, Beryl.
You're only claiming it relative to what's happening in that picture. You know what I mean? If you turn your camera on and say it's the horizon looks at a certain height, and then you keep it going, 3 hours later, the horizon is way down at the bottom of the frame. You could say at that point that from the point A, which was when it was high, to point B, that there was some kind of a dropping effect there. You don't need a reference for this. You just need to look at the stuff and see which way the light's, what the light is doing. Is it miraging? Is it shimmering? You don't need any kind of base point.
Well, you still need a baseline to determine, right? Because this whole conversation has to deal with people making observations over long distances and trying to say that somehow these observations of what we're seeing in the distance allude to some sort of conclusion as to what the surface of the Earth is doing. And in order to do that, you need to have an established baseline, right?
But you're just
to figure out
speculating.
what.
You're
I'm
just
not speculating. I'm
at
just.
that point.
Yeah, exactly. I am personally of the opinion that long distance observations, right, further than very short distances that most surveyors will use with like a theodolite and a pole, right? Distances further than they would use to really make their measurements, planar surveyors, I don't think should be used to draw any type of conclusion about anything when it comes to the surface of the Earth, where object is specifically or anything like that, because there's way too many optical effects that take place. There's way too much going on that you can be drawing false conclusions from. Period.
I totally agree with you. But like Scout Bay footage isn't lying. It's not. You're not making any speculations. You can see exactly what the light's doing at that time. No. So, I mean, you could look at Skunk Bay and go, oh, that's because you could make some speculation. That's the Earth is a ball, and that's why this is happening. You could speculate that, or you could a flat earther could say, oh, that's happening because the Earth is, or it doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the Earth. What I'm saying
That's
is
what's
that
good.
we could revolutionize this whole argument if we relied on time lapse photographs, images rather than single shots, because then you can actually see what is happening. And
yeah, but it doesn't do anything it doesn't do anything for if it's planar or non-planar, because you don't know where, you don't have a baseline. You don't have a baseline. All you can do is make assumptions on. All you can do is make assumptions on where.
Right, and that's all we're doing when we're doing that. When we're arguing about, oh, this is because it's a ball, or this is because it's flat. We're just making assumptions about stuff. What we really, I mean, the light is what we're arguing about. The light is doing this, so this means it's a ball. The light is doing this, so it means it's. But you can't prove any of that. Those are all assumptions. You can't use these things to prove whether the Earth is round or flat, whether you were use a time lapse or a still photograph. It's ridiculous to try to make those assumptions from it. All you can really see is what the light is doing. Fucking shape of the Earth has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, you're never going to draw a conclusion, even from a time lapse. You're never going to draw a conclusion as to what the shape of the Earth is based on a long distance observation, whether it's a time lapse or not. You'll see many different optical effects taking place, but you can't establish a specific baseline to even draw your conclusion from. And even if you do, you still need to factor in the proper perspective and things like that, right? How we see the world needs to be factored in as well.
That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. You can't determine the shape of the Earth from what light is doing.
I agree.
You can observe it and say, oh, it's looming, or it's dropping or shimmering or miraging, but that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, unless you're just making assumptions.
I don't understand. Are we just saying that light does crazy things and there's no possible way we could learn?
Not that what the shape of the Earth is.
That's not what we're saying. We're saying that long distance observations are not the proper way to determine what the surface of the Earth is. It's not a measurement, right? Because you have to understand what you're measuring to. If I want to measure from my window to my wall, I'm going to lay a line from those two different objects, right? I'm going to lay a tape measure and physically touch both of those things to determine the distance between them. If we're just solely trying to base our quote unquote measurement off of observations, regardless of what you're doing, right? Even if you have a measurement tool like a theodolite, you need to know exactly what you're measuring to, because things can be presenting themselves to you optically that may not be where they're at in reality. Period. End of discussion.
That's why you make tons of measurements and observations.
No, because you can make tons of measurements to a optically loomed, sinking, whatever object.
That's why you keep it. That's why you use it when use it when it's stable.
How did you establish the
when you well, I mean, if everything's stable and sitting still, you just apply standard refraction, and that should give you a fairly accurate snapshot
just
of what's
apply
up.
the standard refraction. Can you explain to me how standard refraction 1 was established, and 2, how it is relevant?
Just
an average. Not to mention
I'm talking the left lane, but
not to mention extreme refraction.
It just seems like a good excuse to ignore observations.
A white knight for him. It's not an excuse to ignore. I'm asking how he's establishing this this plug that he's plugging into his equation. How did you establish that plug?
I think it was a cumulative effort of, we know refraction's happening because of the density gradient. And, I think a lot of extensive observation went into this to come up with this average, that.
But you don't know. You
Everything
just
appears to
blindly
be
believe.
stable. Then. No, I kind of understand. I understand. I mean, it's a lot more complicated than I could just explain, in a few words.
Cool.
But,
point me to who did the work.
Well, Andrew Thomas Young did a lot of it.
Napalm, there are mountains of textbooks on this topic. Why do you want him to answer you in depth here right
Nobody's
now?
been able to actually supply me with who established the baseline for standard refraction, what scientific experiments they did to establish it. Nobody's ever been able to do that for me.
But Napalm, have you Googled it?
Yeah. Have you?
Okay. When you Googled it, what did you come up with?
No scientific experiment that established it. It's just based off of modeling on computers, most of it.
Okay. And where did the information come from they fed into the models in those computers?
Good question. Do you know?
Oh, you said you researched it, and you said you found it to be just modeled.
Give it to me.
And so
Give it to me,
then?
Nader. Do you have any of that information? Do you know how it was established? Have you Googled it?
Napalm, it was you that just told me you did it.
Is that a yes or no?
Look, man, you can't play these games with me.
Again, Negator. I get it. I understand if you haven't looked into it. And it's cool. I mean, lots of people blindly believe in things. I mean, there's a lot of religious people on this server that just take things at face value because it was read in a book, and they take it upon faith. And I get it. A lot of people have those understandings. But when it comes to refraction and science, I would prefer to stick to the empirical. I mean, have you done that? Within your investigation?
I think doing measuring anything at a distance is empirical.
Yeah, I know, right? Anything that we do.
Mm-hmm.
So depending on the refraction, on one day we can get different measurements. And if we just factor those out, right? If I just go out for a 10-day period and I make 10 measurements per day, if I just get the average of that, then I know exactly where that object is in reality because I got an average mathematically based on observations that fluctuate day to day, right? So I know it's exactly in that point.
Well, it's approximately in that point.
Do I?
And I think that's reasonable.
Yeah. I mean, when I kayak in rivers, I know that fish are just right there. And if I take an angle to those fish, right, they're going to be exactly where I see them, right?
Did you account for refraction of the water?
Oh, maybe I should, right? So if I'm looking through a water, is all water the same?
I don't know. Is it?
You tell me. I mean, I have a feeling that salinity or the amount of sugar that's in it could probably affect where I'm seeing that fish. But if I go out every single day, and some days the salinity is extremely high, some days it's extremely low, but on average it's a decent amount of salinity, but I don't actually measure it. I can make gross assumptions, right?
Okay.
But
Is
as
it
long as I get an
possible that,
average, then it's correct, right?
Is it possible for someone to have measured it and understand just how much salinity could affect the observation?
It's possible. Can you point me to that person?
Do you think people have done that?
Can you point me to that person? Because I was just referencing Andrew Thomas Young to Bacon, and he said that sinking refraction is caused by light bending upward, which Andrew Thomas Young doesn't say. So, I mean, have you done any of that research, or are you just reading from a book and just kind of like taking it on faith?
Okay. Well, you asked me if I've done
'Cause I get
research.
it.
You asked me if I've read it from a book, and I presume that when you research things, it means reading things, right?
Sometimes, yeah.
And secondly, it sounds like
sometimes listening
what
too.
It sounds like you
So have
want
you
this
done it,
right
though?
here, right now, but you also want me to have done it.
Yeah.
But you're also asserting, right? This is me asserting that nobody has done it. It just seems weird to me that
I didn't
you think
infer that. I didn't infer that nobody's done it. Nobody's just been able to present to me that information, and I thought maybe you'd be able to. I know that Left Lane just takes it on blind faith, like a religion.
he doesn't,
So,
and you don't.
I mean,
don't
are you
need
are
to-
you in the
Hey,
same
Napalm?
religion? Do you read from the same hymnal book? I mean, I understand a lot of people do
Napalm,
have
if you want to be
religious
insulting, I can
beliefs.
be I can just call you names if you prefer. Like if you want to be insulting, we could do that. But I'd rather have an adult conversation, Napalm. Can
Yeah.
you do that?
Are we
for me?
not having an adult conversation? I mean, I'm an
No.
adult. Are you?
No, not when you begin asserting that he and I are stupid because we're part of a religion that blindly believes things. Okay?
I didn't say that. I was just going based off of Left Lane's omission that he didn't actually have the basis. He just assumed, and he took it upon faith without any
I
actual
form my
evidence.
opinion based on observations and things that I've studied about it. It's not just blind faith. I wasn't just told it and believe it. That's blind faith. That's like the Bible and Jesus and stuff. I believe
when
what
you
I believe
studied
based on
it-
evidence.
So when you studied it, where did the empirical data come from? Can you direct me to that?
Oh, it's all over the place if you look for it. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. So like everybody else that I have this conversation with, it's just all over the place, but nobody seems to be able to like figure out where it's located and properly give it to me.
Because
you
you're
gotta do is
asking
Google it.
us to do something that you clearly refuse to have done.
So you guys haven't done it because you don't
Yes.
have the information? That's cool. I mean, so you're taking it upon faith.
Well, I mean, I haven't like had instruments out and measured this stuff, but I travel across the desert like 3 or 4 days out of the week, and like the mornings, for instance, and they talk about if you get up out of this refractive layer that everything's stable, and I can attest to that. There's one place where I come off of a mountain into a like 100-mile long stretch, and then there's mountains on the other end of it. But you can see the refractive layer that you're driving downhill off into this flat, and you can see the layer. And as I get into it, everything on the horizon like triples in size, and it wiggles and dances around, and then you come back up out of that refractive layer, everything sets back down and looks normal, and so I can attest that observations at altitude are way more significant as far as accuracy goes than doing it down on the ground or near the water surface.
Accuracy based on
what?
What did you use to gauge your accuracy on what? Just solely based on what you're looking at?
Less
refraction. Less refraction. Things look
Based
like
on
they're
what?
supposed to.
How
Based on what I see.
What did you measure? You're just
I
looking
told
at
you I
stuff
didn't use
and making
instruments. I
assumptions.
told you I did. That's what I said when I drove up.
No,
Right, but Napalm was asking for validation because let's say you're in a court case, like a very serious court case, and this was what was on the table in terms of these optical effects and then the shape of a surface. Let's say, well, I was going to try to make some analogy like the shape of the surface is linked to a murder or something like that, so it has to be known or what. So there needs to be a delineation of the claims of the optical effect and how it actually fits to the shape. So napalm is asking for that information. And if you can't provide it, it doesn't seem like you guys are able to provide it. You're kind of dancing around and then using ad homs and, instead of actually addressing, if this was a court case, your case would be thrown out. It'd be lost at this point, unless you can do it. You still have a chance, I guess, to do it. But, and then now we're on left lanes, like no offense, but kind of anecdotal, looking out over whatever he's looking at.
I disqualified that on the front end. I said I didn't measure it. I didn't use equipment. I started my statement with that to disqualify that I made any measurements. I'm just talking about what I observed.
Yeah. What napalm is doing is a form of trolling called sea lining.
You sound very familiar with this.
Yeah, it still's not going to make Earth flat. Napalm.
I'm not saying
it's actually not what sea lining is.
It's not? Maybe I'm wrong, but I'll look it up.
No. Go back to your text.
I will allow myself to be sea lined.
Yeah. Go back to your playbook. Get your terms straight.
A type of trolling or harassment that consists of pursuing people with relentless requests for evidence. What else? While maintaining, let's see, often tangential, or previously addressed while maintaining a pretense of civility and sincerity, and feigning ignorance of the subject matter, may take up the form of incessant bad faith invitations to engage in debate, and has been likened to a denial of service attack at human beings.
But you're reading the self-description?
It's his bio, yeah.
No, I think that describes perfectly you asking for this, napalm. You could find it yourself.
No, we were talking about a baseline, and I was asking how it was established. And you guys say it's just all over the place. It has been. People have done it. Mm-hmm. But you can't tell me who that is. So if you want to say that me asking for how your baseline... It's Andrew Thomas Young, can you link him to how he established standard refraction?
It's a pretty significant document. I mean, you just have to read through it, I guess.
It's sea lining. He's just trolling because he doesn't want to have an honest conversation.
You're projecting.
Yeah, you're actually doing the things you're saying. So
absolutely not, Gio.
Just provide the information of how the baseline was established. Let's stick right with the information. None of the heckling and side talk and ad homs, because when people do that, it's often because they don't have a response to the actual issue at hand. And so they just want to, it's like a fish out of water. They just kind of want to flap and cause a bunch of chaos. So how is because you do understand that having the baseline established would be absolutely key. Like if that was the court case, like I said, and this was, the optics versus the physical surface, and this, like if it was connected to a murder or some serious thing where you had to get to the bottom of it, what the judge would be asking for and what would be absolutely essential is to establish the baseline so that you could then know where be able to sort out what is what.
Okay. Well,
so you have all the time right now to go ahead and present how that baseline was established in some way that is convincing to, the jury, essentially.
Gio, we're not going to go find exactly what he wants right now.
Okay, then you lose the case. Boom, the gavel's just been dropped. You lost the case.
Okay, that's fine.
Because you can't do it, so you concede.
Okay.
All right. Well, then that's thrown out. You don't have any way to use any optics to establish a globe Earth.
That's not really what that means. You know that, Gio.
Thanks for playing.
I mean, this goes back to like the frustration that we've had in the past, where it's just like this badgering of, does light bend downwards? Okay, agree to light bending downwards. Therefore, since light bends downwards, we live on a grid. It's the whole Ruhif thing over and over again, just slightly different.
No one's
But then when you
claiming
ask for the establishment of this, right, they want you to agree to some simplified version of something. And then when you ask for their baseline establishment and how that's applicable to what they're talking about, they don't actually want to establish that. They just want to speak in generalities, get you to agree to something so that they can take you down the road to say, therefore, ergo, we come to this baseless conclusion.
Okay.
Baseless with no baseline.
Correct. I mean, it's sort of like me saying I can measure reciprocal zenith angles, and you saying, "Well, no, the atmosphere does something to it." And then I ask you, "Well, what's your baseline for making the assertion that it's doing that?" And you don't answer, right? I don't think.
Yeah, you can't answer
explained
that. You got just completely dismantled by Elijah earlier in that, because when he's asking you about it, you had no idea what you were even talking about.
Napalm, what I'm pointing out to you is that you claimed the atmosphere is doing X.
Did I?
Regarding reciprocal zenith angles.
What did I claim? Can you roll back the tape?
Now you're trolling me again. You know
No,
you
I'm
can't
not
hold
trolling.
a camera
You're
to
just
me,
making.
Napalm.
And Napalm was like, yeah,
Wait
atmosphere
a
is
minute.
X. That's what you gotta
Let's dig in here a little bit. Let's dig in here a little bit. So I know for a fact that I am not talking about whatever reciprocal zenith angles would be by looking at another point on the earth. A zenith angle is a zenith angle. Point is, when you guys look out, whatever you apply makes it makes it the divergent reciprocal zenith angles, which is a fucking misnomer if you ask me. But zenith angles are always 90 degree, right? Perpendicular to the horizontal. And the only people that think horizontals aren't parallel are you, because you live on a globe, premise that you have yet to prove.
Elijah, do you know how zenith angle is measured? And how you would find reciprocal zenith angles? Do you understand the process?
I mean, fam, if you're not going to respond to what I said, then just forget it.
He wants you to teach you.
Because what you
him,
said
he doesn't know.
requires understanding how to do it. And judging by
What
the
do you
words
mean?
that you use,
Like I said,
I
a
conclude
reciprocal
that you
zenith
don't
angle in your mind.
know how to do
A
it.
reciprocal zenith angle in your mind, right?
I mean, it's fun.
Is an observation is an observation to a particular point somewhere in your observation.
And at that point, what's there? What's at that point?
Listen, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is what I mean. Like, you ask me what is all this? I'm not retarded.
Because you don't know, Elijah.
I get what you're claiming, but the bottom line is it's a flawed epistemology. Thus, the names being brought together is a misnomer because there's no correlation. Correlation. There's no correlation.
You don't like the words being
Correlation
used
to what?
to describe something.
That's what I'm saying. There is no correlation to what? Where is the correlation is what I asked him.
Correlation to what?
Geometry.
Correlation to what? Correlation
Obviously,
implies there's two
obviously
things being
correlation
compared.
to the earth, because the earth is the reason that you guys have this argument in the first place. But it's begging the question.
Help me out here. I set up my total
I can't
station.
help you, fam.
I set up my total station.
I can't help you, fam.
Right?
It's a flawed epistemology. You going outside to set up a total
help. He needs
station
you
to
to explain
do
stuff
what
to him.
you're doing
Lord.
is a flawed method.
Okay, Elijah. So I set up my total station, and I point it at a location that's 1,500 feet away. And when I say location, I mean a specific spot. All right, let's say I have a rod in the ground, and the very top of that rod, 6 feet off the ground, right? What do I then do to determine whether my zenith angles are reciprocal or not?
It's not how it's done. They point two theodolites at each other.
Yeah.
No, you actually can, as long as you determine the height of the optic, you can start with a point. But yes, you can also use two total stations.
Yeah, there's a little bit of optical drop. The device correlates horizontal with a vertical plumb. The device calculates a vertical plumb based on its horizontal. The horizontal is slightly dropped.
It is not.
Therefore, the claim is that the two theodolites, because they're both slightly dropped from each other, essentially it makes it to where those two lines in the theoretical concept of it are both shooting off into space. One shooting up, above the other above the other. Therefore, the two claim is that the plumb lines are diverging.
No, this is false, Gio. I don't know who told you that, but you do not establish a horizontal. You only establish the zenith. That's why there's reciprocal zenith angles.
Now you're pointing crosshairs.
Can I just mention something there?
I'm sorry, Gio. You're just misinformed on this one. First of all, Elijah, if you want to talk about the observation,
Gio, I asked if I could, and he's just shitting all over it. Okay, it wasn't your turn to speak. I'm going to respond to what you said. I asked Geo because after you made your point, it was time for Geo to respond. You talking is just not necessary. Geo, can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, the relationship between vertical and horizontal can't be divided. What do I mean? How about I just go ahead and post your boy Zenik? Maybe you'll understand it in Glober-like terms. Sorry, I'm being a bigot. There's actually no justification for that. But I really don't like you specific group of guys, so maybe I'm not being a bigot right now. Blah, blah, blah. Hold on. It's right here somewhere.
Well, while you're checking for that, Negator made this claim trying to say that I was completely wrong and all that. I just wanted. This is from
here it is. Here it is. Wait,
yeah.
wait, because your point is actually mine is a bit of a red herring, but I'm really just trying to touch the foundation of what he said. Having a vertical, you don't need a horizontal. Yada yada yada. You see what I posted there? Oh shit! Who the fuck did I just post this to? My bad. Time out.
Geo, when you're making that measurement,
don't just let me make this point without any noise, because then you're gonna be like, "What's this have to do with it?" Let's just stay right here for a second.
Go, keep going, Elijah. The floor is yours.
All right, here it is. You see that right there? Horizontal is with the vertical, and the vertical is with the horizontal. You can't separate it. Can't be like, well, there's no horizontal. We just have a vertical. That's dumb.
Elijah.
The only thing that makes a 90-degree angle in the first place is 90 degrees from the horizontal, which starts at 0, which is a straight horizontal.
When measuring,
why is he interrupt? Hold on. Why is he interrupting me?
He just fucking agreed to not interrupt you.
Yeah, don't interrupt, Negator, or you'll be muted.
Now, is anything wrong with what I just said, guys?
All right.
Just irrelevant.
So when you're measuring
I'm asking
so Geo, I just started talking and he jumped
Geo,
in.
not you.
I literally started talking.
Literally
started talking. And Elijah jumped in.
But not if I just cited Zanuck, but not just because it's Zanuck, but Zanuck, who I'm not going to get too far into it. He said, no, you can establish a vertical however you do it, plumb, bubble, whatever. You don't need a horizontal. Then I took him to a citation with a A10, some model of a bubble sextant for the aviator's use. And right there, it said the bubble establishes a horizontal, which he switched positions, saying, yeah, I agree, because, and this is why he responded the way he did. The horizontal and vertical are subsequent, which is in contradiction with what the man just said about the horizontal and the vertical.
Yes,
is that correct or not correct, Gio?
Yes, that is correct. Absolutely. And that's what I was saying originally when he tried to respond and say that I was all incorrect or whatever, because that's what I was saying. With these theodolites, the device makes the vertical. The horizontal is the crosshairs. The device is what's creating that 90-degree calculation to then claim the vertical. So you're not actually measuring anything on the vertical. It's that part is calculated. That's why I posted that image, which shows exactly what I said. It's two devices that are set. That's why here, I'll post it again. It's from
Geo?
which shows exactly what I said. The two devices are essentially shooting off into space, which is why those dotted lines are showing that. That's, while they're pointed at each other because of the optical drop. The verticals are subsequently calculated by the devices to then have these plumb lines be claimed to be diverging, which is exactly what Elijah just said. Posting the thing with Zanuck, that the bubble creates a horizontal, and then subsequently you have a kind of it's not really presumed vertical per se, but it could be. It's like calculated in a sense. It's like a geometric calculation.
Geo, everything you just said is incorrect. They use a laser plummet. Do you know what a laser plummet is? It's electronic plumb bob inside the device. It determines vertical. Use the zenith. The zenith is not calculated within the device. This is patently false. If you'd like, I can show you. I can go dig you up some manuals to show you this is wrong, so you don't repeat this wrong thing again.
Well, that's the calculation.
It's not a calculation, Gio. That's incorrect.
All right. Well, if you want to use a different word, that's fine. It's utilizing within it in comparison to the horizontal to create that 90.
No, it's not a different word. It's not utilizing. It's not comparing to the horizontal. It's doing nothing with the horizontal, Gio. Okay, if you say it again, you're going to be lying. Okay, it determines vertical.
Uh-oh.
Bro, you can't.
What's up? You dropped out.
Oh, okay.
That's too bad.
All right.
Yeah,
So
you heard
one last time, the laser plummet determines vertical. Okay, are we under an agreement on this?
So if you disagree, you're lying. So be careful.
No, it's not a disagree. There is no
Didn't you say that,
determine
though?
vertical from horizontal. You can determine vertical from horizontal. But the laser plummet in the device tells you what the vertical is. That's why when we say measure the diverging zenith angle, you're measuring from your zenith. That's the 0. That's why in your image, when you posted, Gio, that arc that says 94 degrees and 3 minutes, that's the measured angle from the zenith. Are we good on that?
Which is pulled from the horizontal alignment.
It's not pulled from the horizontal alignment, Gio.
From the crosshairs.
The crosshairs you can point any direction you like, and the device will tell you what angle it is. Okay, that's why that's 94 from the plumb line. It's not measuring an angle from the horizontal in your image, is it?
Yeah, but it's creating the plumb line from the horizontal.
This is not true, Gio.
That's why if you were to point that thing horizontally in different positions, the plumb line is going to change. The calculated plumb line that the device is calculating based upon the horizontal.
This is not true, Gio. You're telling a falsehood right now. I can go find you a document if you would like. Would you like me to do that?
Is the document going to support that horizontals and verticals aren't? Because what is? Yeah, go do that.
Yeah, go
do
on, 'cause
that right
really,
now.
before you accuse
I'll take-
anybody of telling falsehoods, right? You should,
Well,
you should definitely have your-
I don't
take a
think
Midtune citation
Don't
for
do that right now.
what I'm
200.
not doing is telling. I'm not saying that he's saying it right now and deliberately lying to me. I'm saying he has a misunderstanding. But if he keeps saying it,
It's not.
Is somebody on the internet wrong?
Yeah, it's not what the topic is, dude. The topic is not whether I understand things. The topic is the topic. So just respond to the topic. What I do not understand is my own personal journey that I will meditate on for the rest of my life. That's not really your responsibility. So if you have something to offer, then offer the information and just stick to the information.
and this was the topic, and I offered it to both you and Elijah, that horizontal has nothing to do with measuring reciprocal zenith angles.
Yeah, but if you don't ask him for proof of that, guys, because then you're just lying.
No, he really does need to get that whatever he's gonna do isn't gonna need the requirement of a horizontal.
Yeah, dude.
At all.
It's
I
easy
already
to
know
prove
that that's
It's
not
easy
the
to prove
case.
that proof. It absolutely does. They take the two
It's easy to
devices, point them at each other. They horizontally point the crosshairs at each other, and then they literally look at the device, and it gives them a number, which is what the vertical is. It is a number on a device. The horizontal is the crosshairs that are lined up across the earth, across the surface. The plumb line is literally a number on a screen. It is a number on the screen of the device that it is calculating based on the horizontal position of where it is lined up.
It's not Geo. It's measuring from the vertical.
So if that's not true, Gio, what happens if you tip the devices? What happens?
Then that vertical plumb line the numbers on the device change. They'll tick around.
Oh shit! So it's subsequent and pertinent, isn't it?
Yes.
So I linked an explanation of total stations. When you rotate the total station vertically up and down, right? Like you point it down on something and up, because it already knows the vertical, it then tells you the new angle to whatever it is you're looking at. If you tip
knows
it up
vertical
and down,
because of the horizontal. Give
it
me the
knows
whole
vertical.
document. No, give me the document.
I just
kids
did. I
need
linked
to.
it. I linked
All
it.
right,
I
let me
linked it.
see
I
it.
linked it. I
I'm
linked it. I
gonna
linked it. I linked
I'm
it.
gonna link you something as well because
Can I
it
ask
talks
a question?
exactly about
Why don't you wait, Chucky?
the bubble sextant and the vertical, right, and everything, and how it does exactly what you said. But because the horizontal is already established, you're saying that's not necessary. That's a fucking lie. Don't you call Geo a
No.
liar?
No, I'm not calling him a liar. What I'm doing from here on is anybody who says it again is then lying, as I've corrected you.
Because you've been corrected by a PDF.
Can't you wait? Can't you wait?
Where are we at with it now? What are you trying to say this PDF shows? What is what?
So this is just a description of
it's not a PDF.
of a total state. No, it's not a PDF of total station. And what you'll see on there is there's some things. There's an optical plummet reticle cover, an optical plummet eyepiece, an optical plummet focusing ring. Next question is,
All right,
what's
I'm
optical
ready.
plummet? But what you don't see on here anywhere
I'm
is
ready.
bubble level.
I'm ready. That's a red herring. I didn't say that. I mean, not a red herring. That's a straw man. I didn't say that. Now, I was making a different argument that was parallel to it, not that I was saying that a bubble is used. Now, a total station is, and this is your article, a total station is an electronic theodolite and an electronic distance meter, EDM. This combination makes it possible to determine the coordinates of a reflector by aligning the instrument's crosshairs on the reflector and simultaneously measuring the vertical and horizontal angles and slope distances.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what a horizontal angle is?
And then when I said calculated, the next part, a microprocessor in the instrument takes care of recording, readings, and the necessary computations. The data is easily transferred to a computer where it can be used to generate a map, blah, blah, blah. And then also lower on the vertical angle part, it says exactly what I was saying. It says the telescope will be pointing downward for zenith angles greater than 90 and upward for angles less than 90. So you change the horizontal, and then the vertical is resultantly connected to that, subsequently connected.
How do you change the horizontal? Horizontal is always 90 for vertical.
No, well,
Exactly.
Gio, what does the first sentence in the vertical angle paragraph say? I'll read it for you since you don't want to. The vertical angle is a measure relative to the local vertical direction.
All right, good. Check this shit out.
The next
Check
paragraph.
this shit out, Bucko. Okay, go ahead. Because whatever you say right now is dead. I guarantee it. Go ahead. Make my day.
But my limited
No.
surveying.
Let him go.
But hang on, my limited surveying expertise.
Please let him go. Please let him go.
Okay.
Please
Well,
let him
yeah,
go.
well, but
because
you're the
this-
one looking stupid here, Elijah.
No, I'm not looking stupid. Please let him go. It's not your turn.
Oh, okay.
Wait your turn, sir. Don't be foolish. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, you want me to keep reading? Okay. The vertical angle is usually measured as a zenith angle, although one is also given the option of making a 0-degree horizontal. The zenith angle is generally easier to work with. Next paragraph says that measuring vertical angles require the instrument be exactly vertical. What I don't see in here anywhere is that I've got to use a bubble sextant or bubble level.
I didn't say that.
Horizontal.
I didn't say that. That's a straw man. I never said that.
No,
I
Gio.
just told you that. Now let me read fundamental measurements. The rotation of the instrument's optical axis from the instrument north in a horizontal plane, i.e. horizontal angle. Dot number 2, inclination of the optical axis from the local vertical, i.e. vertical angle. Bucko. Who's looking stupid?
You know horizontal angles are left to right, right?
You mean like the crosshairs?
Nobody. Hey, Bucko, why don't you read? Tell you what, let's go over horizontal angle in what I linked. The link that I gave you. It says horizontal angle. The horizontal angle is measured from the 0 direction on the horizontal scale. Are you with me?
Okay.
And that's a link on that site. Now, if I click that link, horizontal angles measure from the 0 direction. Guess where it takes me? It takes me to another site called compass surveying.
Okay.
What does the compass measure?
Okay.
Horizontal angle. It's left to right. Like I'm 0 degrees north, 90 degrees east, 180 degrees south. Are we good? Do you
Saying
understand
okay,
now?
but are you
you hear what he
Look
said?
at this vertical angle. The vertical angle is measured relative to the local vertical plumb direction. The vertical angle is usually measured as a zenith angle, 0 degree. So now the horizontal is vertical. Check this out. Now, the vertical angle is usually measured as a zenith angle, 0 degree is vertically up, 90 degrees is horizontal because the two go together.
Okay. But
Okay,
Elijah,
in the example, Negator, in the example that was given, wasn't the angle 95 in the two angles? Or
yes, the angle that Geo gave was 94 degrees.
So
You're breaking up, Chucky.
Look at this. Electronic in the instrument then adjusts the horizontal and vertical angles accordingly. The compensator can only make small adjustments, so the instrument still has to be well level. Level to fucking what?
Horizontal.
Mm.
But what that does not mean is that we take measurements from the horizontal. We take them from the vertical, as the page clearly states repeatedly.
The bloody machine orientates itself from level. How can you have that vertical without the horizontal? What's so difficult about this?
What does a horizontal angle have to do with taking a reciprocal
Should we
zenith?
post what ChatGPT has to say? Because it says the same thing.
It sounds like you guys are intentionally ignoring what's being presented to you.
I'm asking it how
sounds like
auto light height works. How does auto height works? The total station, the laser plummet. I'll post it if you want.
Yeah, laser plummet. Tell us about a laser plummet. Can you tell us about a laser plummet?
I'm reading.
Yeah, it's the device is horizontally aligned, and then through. I mean, different devices have different ways. They're not all the same.
Gio, it's okay to be wrong, man.
Wrong about what? Wrong about what? You said you're using a vertical, you don't need a horizontal. Well, you need to level the device to get the vertical in the first place. Was our response nothing more, nothing less?
Oh, it was much more. It was that you measure out the horizontal.
What I'm saying, there's nothing more, nothing less to my point. And I don't know whoever is online with me. Nothing about what I said up until the last word is incorrect. What you straw man me with when I was using another citation for another example that's not using a theodolite, I corrected you and said, no, you're straw manning me. But what I just said before this is absolutely correct. In order to get a 90 degree or a vertical, you first have to have level horizontal.
How do you get that in the field? How do you get that?
Secondly, you then say, well, these horizontals aren't parallel because of yada yada yada.
No, we don't say
That's what's really happening here.
Yada yada yada. There's very specific numbers to
I'm
that.
not saying it's not specific. I'm just saying I can't literally explain without going on longer than I just did, twice or more. So I just said yada 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 because you guys already know what your argument is. Is that a problem?
No, you could have just said because they measure, a deviation from vertical.
The horizontals.
Okay, well, you said it.
It's what he just said. The horizontals are not parallel. That's why I said they're like shooting off into space, which that image I posted shows that. That's what those
Yeah, I
dots.
said that already. You're just being argumentative for no reason.
Well, not no reason. Gio misrepresented what you do with it.
What do you mean no reason? Is in relation to what the guy just said that I should have did this instead of yada yada yada. Well, I already had said that.
Okay. Well, bottom line here is the angle is off the vertical on both devices.
You always have to change what someone says to try to get a leg up.
What
But
did he
the
just say,
bottom
Elijah?
line is
narcissist quality.
What did you just say when you cut him off?
Yeah.
What did I just say?
No. What did Negator just say while you cut him off?
Bottom line is that's what he said. You want to go to the live stream?
No, because then you cut him
I
off.
fucking heard him. I know.
Do you
But
think
what's
the
the point
bottom
of you
line
asking?
was his entire statement?
Of course not. But the bottom line is, sounds like a diversion from the rebuttal I just gave his previous point.
Well, you rebutted a point not even halfway through his sentence.
No. That's not the second thing isn't a rebuttal. My interjection into him isn't a rebuttal. It's because I know he's not going to respond to what I rebutted to his last point.
Okay, so he said the bottom line is what?
He called Gio a liar.
Is that what he said?
He's not.
I think he said the bottom line is
Gio nor I am a liar at
He's threatening.
this point.
He's threatening to say something.
So now that Gio and I aren't liars up until this point, as I've also cleared up the misconception of him saying that I said he uses a bubble or whatever, right? So up until that point, I said we're not lying. And then the other guy jumped in and he said, well, instead of saying yada, 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 why don't you just say that we measure diverging zeniths? And then Gio said, yeah, he just said that. And then the guy just said, no.
So
I think what Gator said before you went on your long rant is the bottom line is a zenith angle is measured from vertical. I think that's what he said.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so when did I say horizontal or when did he say horizontal in there?
It doesn't matter. The point is you need a horizontal.
No, you do not.
You don't have a vertical without one. You have to establish the level first.
Okay, but you don't actually measure the device, right?
Yeah. What do you mean measure the device? Who's saying
Elijah?
What am I putting a tape measure to the device? What are you talking about?
That's why I was saying. That's why I was saying. At the end of the day, you take this device, you align it horizontally due to the crosshairs, and it gives you numbers on a screen of what the vertical is. That's the calculation that the device is doing to give you the vertical based upon wherever you point, wherever the crosshairs are pointed. At the end of the day,
well, the vertical is 0.
Now the calculation is from the vertical, not from the horizontal. Gio.
Yeah, the vertical is 0.
He keeps strawmanning. No one said that it was.
It sounds like that's what he's saying. But
I don't give a fuck what it sounds like. If you can't put it around quotes, then it's a straw man, fam.
Okay, well then the bottom line is the zenith angle is measured from the vertical.
And I said, and so?
Okay, there we go. Do we agree?
So it has nothing to do with horizontal.
I never said it did, except for the fact that you have to establish a horizontal in the first place. You guys rebuttal to that is you don't need a horizontal. That's not exactly true when the very first thing you need is to level the device.
So you level it within a range.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you remember?
Well, now you agree with that? No, you just agreed with that now after all this.
No, Gio.
You level it within a range. You just said.
When he read the description of the device, he said that he mentioned a particular piece of the device that only has a certain range, and the name of it escapes me. I'll be able to look it up shortly. It's sorry, the compensator.
So?
Yes, the compensator. Right. It has to be generally level, not specifically 90-degree horizontal, but generally level, because the compensator won't allow the device to.
What does that even mean? If there's no horizontal, you
Elijah,
don't have a degree to anything.
What are you even arguing about here?
I'm not arguing. You brought up the compensator as if that means that your straw man is actually true. No, fam.
No,
that's not how it works.
We set the device up. You set it up level within the range of its compensator. You don't measure a horizontal. You don't look at the crosshairs to establish
what do you mean measure a horizontal? Who said that? What does that even mean? I said establish a level at all times.
Jesus
I said
Christ,
horizontal is
so
subsequent to vertical and vice versa. When did I say you measure a horizontal?
Okay, Gio did.
I give you money if you can get it out of the live stream. How about that?
Hey, Elijah, there's two people.
Okay, see, now he says, hey, let's not talk about the point I just tried to straw man you with. Let's just focus on how you don't understand. That's gross.
Gio made a claim. I'm talking about what Gio said. If you didn't make what the claim that Gio did, that's fine. You don't have to defend it, Elijah. Stop arguing for the sake of arguing. Fam.
Are horizontal and vertical 90 degrees?
Oh, Gio, you got to hear this. This is like a summary after the thing. It says, it's important to note that the laser plummet is not directly involved in establishing a vertical angle. Instead, it insists in positioning the instrument and achieving precise leveling before the angle measurements are taken.
That's exactly what I was saying, almost word for word. From the article that he linked.
No, it wasn't Geo. And that's not what that means.
What do the words mean then? Do we need to get a dictionary?
Tell you
for
what, instead of going
the
in
future?
circles with these childish arguments.
And now you're going to go to ad hoc.
Now it's childish.
Yeah, you're not going to actually what was just said. He read word for word, almost precisely the word for what I was saying. And now you're going into ad hoc.
No, you did not say that, Gio.
You have an actual response that's not ad homs.
Do you read what you post as citations, Negated?
Yeah, but that citation is correct.
Oh, it's correct.
Vertical is not an angle.
So Gio,
it is
Gio
correct,
and Elijah
but
were
it doesn't
correct from the
support
jump.
his argument. The thing he was supposed to be citing when posting the article. That's the thing.
Thanks, Negated, for basically confirming what Gio and Elijah were arguing with you about is absolutely correct, and you were incorrect.
Not at all what happened, Napalm. Please don't be so dishonest.
Well, you've had your time to give a response. All you've done is ad hom so far. Do you have an actual response?
Chucky answered. The laser plummet itself doesn't give you an angle.
Just sets your baseline.
Yep, the laser plummet establishes the baseline of vertical. The angle is measured off that. What's hard about this?
This is day one.
How does it get vertical?
Oh my god!
How does it establish as vertical?
Why are we back? Just like seriously, you guys would be kicked out of my class.
Read what you just read, Andy.
He's right. He's right. We're about to just go right back.
Childish arguments.
Well, I don't see why we have to keep going
that's
round and round in circles.
That's a fair question, though, right? How does a laser plummet find the vertical? I think it's probably just in its housing, right? It's mounted to always point towards the plummet line, like point.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
Right. Perpendicularly, right?
So
What
in
is
the end,
perpendicular to vertical?
horizontal, but that's
Thank
like you first need that vertical, right? It's in the end, it's the same mechanism as if you have a little bubble level on your total station to level it. It doesn't really matter what you
90-degree
use.
angle is a vertical and a horizontal line.
Yeah,
I don't care if
the
you use a
compensator
vertical
points.
or a horizontal. You're right. As a matter of fact,
Compensator just points down.
as a matter of fact, I could be wrong in saying that you don't measure a horizontal, because if the vertical is the 0, then you measure 90 degrees to a horizontal, which my bad. Even if I did say that, that would be right.
90 degrees to a horizontal those words don't make sense.
Yeah, they're inextricably linked. Vertical and horizontal are 90 degrees. They're always going to be connected. They're always
Yeah, but in the field, you always use the vertical, right, to establish your to set up your instrument. If you want to have a horizontal, you set it up 90 degree to the vertical you establish with the instrument, right?
Yeah,
But
exactly.
the crosshairs are vertical. That's what you're actually lining it up. Sorry, horizontal. The crosshairs are horizontally aligned. You're not shooting any. You're not aligning anything up to the sky. You're aligning the device horizontally based upon the crosshairs.
Right.
Based upon your level indicator, like based upon, let's say you have a bubble level right on your total station, so you mount it and you want the bubble level to stay like in the center of its
Yeah, he said
whatever
I
it's
was
inside.
wrong about that. I didn't
right?
even know it. Look at that.
And
If
yeah,
it has to do with the bubble, did you know that the bubble creates the horizontal for the vertical plane?
You don't even look through the crosshairs till after it's set up.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you have a bubble, that's what the bubble creates the horizontal.
It's fine, but we don't ever measure.
Well, I
we
can't
don't
hold on.
measure
Let me get a
off
link.
the horizontal.
Let me get a link right here. Hold on.
It's measured horizontal.
If you guys are saying no, let me just go ahead and post this. Like it's no
when you do your
rush.
thumb screws,
We're not
Elijah,
trying to
how do you do
argue. We're not arguing, right? We're
Elijah.
having a conversation in which information is shared, right?
I
You
hope
guys
so, yeah.
post stuff. I post stuff. We post stuff together
Your device,
so that we can learn and be genuine. I don't even know who that is that really, really doesn't want me to get to this point. I don't even know who that is, but that was crazy.
What's your point, man?
Okay, so the A10A sextant. The type A10A aircraft sextant is a precision, and I know it's not a total station. That's not the point. I'm citing what the bubble in the sextant is for. I assume the bubble in the theodolite is used for the same reason. Now, that's why I got this. So, the Type A1, the A10A aircraft sextant is a precision instrument designed for use in aerial navigation. With this instrument, the angular altitude of a celestial body can be measured and recorded with reference to a bubble artificial horizon. The sextant is an indirect sighting instrument. This means that by looking in a horizontal direction and turning a prism geared to an altitude scale, it is possible to bring a celestial body into the field of view horizontally. Of course, I added that to this. It's not in there, but obviously because they're looking forward and they need to bring the optical, the celestial body down to the horizontal that the bubble created. Does anybody disagree with what I just said?
I mean, we're not talking about sextants, Elijah.
Does anybody disagree or think something's wrong with what I just said?
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about.
Well, it does because it's the same concept. So it actually does. It's not the exact same topic because it's a different device, but
He's a liar. And he called you a liar. I would slap your face, sir.
Yeah.
Would be funny if we were like, just imagine if we were in a room with a total station and somebody would show us how to set it up. Do you think we would argue for 2 hours what's actually going on with the total station? I don't think so.
Yeah, probably just use the PDFs to describe what's happening.
Cool. So once we get this angle between the two devices that's from the vertical, what do we do next?
Is it like you don't know? You keep asking questions. But it seems like shit you already should know, but
I do.
You want to just explain it? Explain yourself.
Yeah, did you have a point, or I don't know if that was what that was. Was it just a disconnected statement? Like, what point were you making?
It all goes back to the fact that the zenith angles do diverge as measured.
Yep. I mean, the claim based on the optical.
Thank you guys for having
Optically.
me. I'm gonna go step out and play COD, man. Appreciate you.
So if it's optical, right? Is it because of the human eye looking through it, or is it because of the device itself?
Cheers, Elijah.
If you're looking through a theodolite or a total station, is that an optical measurement?
Yes, I'd say every measurement you could ever make with your eyes is optical.
Cool.
It's an optical alignment, could be said, with the device.
Yeah, absolutely. Sure.
Do you know what optical alignment is? Those words make sense to you when they get pushed together, Negator?
I mean, like going back to which I've been on about for the few days, but the bonfire thing. If you had a total station, let's do the bonfire thing. You got bonfire. There's some wavy, heated, refracted air, from the heat and all of that. You have two total stations. They're both at 6 feet. They're both about 1 foot above the flames, and you're pointing them at each other. That's you're optically aligning the devices.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so if you were to have a snapshot, because usually it's wavering in time, whatever it may be in terms of that scenario, because it's a little bit different than a long distance, but it's similar just in terms of the concept of it. So if you were to take a freeze frame, take a snapshot, whatever it may be, when there's a particular alignment, if it's a little bit lower, are you measuring an optical aligned shift, or are you measuring anything having to do with the surface? That's what this boils down to, which is what we started on an hour ago on this.
I bet you would measure a globe.
And unless you can establish a baseline and establish the effects that you're being claimed, then it's just not evidence of a curved surface.
Well, the baseline's the vertical, and I don't know what effects we're claiming that change the measurement.
We just set it up and measure it.
Right.
Right. So you're measuring an optical shift in the environment, or are you measuring the surface of the soil?
Well, the surface produces a shift.
That's your claim.
I would say ultimately it's measuring a deviation in the gravitational vector.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it doesn't measure a globe.
That sounds like a salad of some sort. Probably fruit salad.
Well, I mean, that's
I mean,
establishing
if,
vertical.
If verticals are gravitational vectors, then that's exactly what's measuring a deviation.
Yeah, I'm good with that. We're measuring a deviation that couldn't exist if Earth were flat.
Or is far less likely to exist.
Well, I mean, the deviations would cancel out, right? That's probably what you mean.
Yeah.
Well, there wouldn't be your two angles would add up to 180.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, there could be local variations, but yes, he's right. They would even out over the entire plane, right?
Yeah, I guess that would require talking about what causes the downward vector. But yeah, I guess it would be reasonable to assume. Yeah, there might be some deviations in the weird new down we have.
Well, everybody knows there's a giant gravity magnet below flat Earth that has like a parallel that creates parallel vertical vectors.
Well, this is where the contradiction is. So when we see too far and we see, planar observations, globe enthusiasts will say, well, that's because the light's bending, and it's actually bending, and it's not in the actual position it is. It's actually around the curve, but it's bending and warping. But somehow with these reciprocal zenith angles, you want it to all be perfect parallel Euclidean lines and claim that it's the Earth that's curving that is actually causing this optical deviation.
The light bending, which it would do, would make it less.
I mean, we don't always see too far, and you could do the reciprocal zenith angle measurement from the bottom of a mountain to the top. Right? It doesn't have to be very far apart horizontally. It could be like 1,500 feet up vertically, but only 100 feet away horizontally. You still get the same results.
Yeah,
but
however much one's looking down, the other one's looking that much up.
Two peaks or two towers.
So how do you know that your 7/6R refractive effect is not happening over a planar surface optically rather than over a ball? And that goes back to the baseline that you still haven't established.
No. Again, if that's happening, that would reduce the reciprocal zenith angles being over 180.
Mm-hmm.
No, it would give the same result.
Actually, it would cancel out, wouldn't it?
No, it would give the exact same result. Seeing in a sphere versus being on a sphere.
I don't think it would would it cancel out?
It would lessen it. It would lessen it.
Wouldn't you expect less than 180 degrees if you don't account for refraction on a flat Earth?
No, like if you I'm going to post this image again. See how he has the curved surface of Earth? He made the surface curved. If you make that surface flat and the line of sight is what's optically being displaced, you would get the same result. It's just an assumption that it's the surface curving that's causing the actual optical drop change. Because like Witze was talking about, we don't see in perfect Euclidean space. Train tracks, there's all those different components that are present. The eyeball's a sphere. I mean, ultimately, I think we see in a toroidal field. The eye is and there's the celestial sphere. The eye is a sphere. There's many spherical components. The Earth is not one of them.
Those are all projections within Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, railroad tracks don't require non-Euclidean geometry to converge because you have them converging on Blender where it follows perfectly Euclidean geometry.
Yeah, I forgot to bring it up earlier, if we're claiming that it's how we see, this somehow makes things drop in the distance, well, what happens if I hang from a tree while I look through my theodolite? Is it going to raise things? Am I going to get a different measurement?
Yeah, or don't stand on your side. That'll fuck it up.
What if I turn my theodolite upside down? Is that going to make things instead of go below the horizon, it's going to raise things up. This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
well, it would make sense if it was related to the surface, right? Which I think is the claim.
You know, Boy Scouts and field surveyors, landscapers, have used our knowledge of perspective for years to know how tall things are.
Yeah, but somehow I think the claim is that it breaks down after a certain distance or something.
Yes, a certain undetermined distance by a certain amount, but also undetermined for an undetermined reason. Pretty solid. And bad news, Americans, our smoke is back, so you can expect some.
Is there anyone here who believes we don't live in an Euclidean space? Not visual space, the actual physical space we live in. Does anyone here believe it's not Euclidean?
Well, actually, doesn't technically Einstein believe that?
Yeah.
I guess we can just always make it Euclidean, right? It's just a convention anyway, right?
Not really. If
it's just a description.
It's not really.
The problem you have, which you fail to understand, is that the Euclidean geometry description of what you observe and what you live in isn't adequate enough.
When does it fail?
For visual data?
When
I mean, if you've been in here more than 5 minutes and you don't know that, that just means you just don't want to listen to what people have been telling you.
Okay,
No,
you
we don't
say it's
believe what
inadequate.
you're saying.
When is it not adequate?
Because it's not sufficiently accurate.
It is. It's just a mirror.
Everything we see is just projection. Dude. Just because you say it is doesn't make it so. Especially when you have data that is demonstrating that what you said is not true.
You don't.
And it's been cited so many times.
You're misunderstanding mathematics.
No. Your sideways comment, like a chick, doesn't refutate my position, right?
What does refutate mean? You think you mean refute? I don't know.
Either way, does it matter?
If you can't
Look at the link. Look, here you go. You got a friendly guy in the chat giving you a link. Are you going to address it? Are you going to consume the information? Are you going to mull it over before you talk? Or are you just going to continue speaking without addressing the fundamental points that have been raised?
So yes, refraction has to be accounted for, if that's what you mean.
Nobody mentioned refraction.
Okay, so what else do you mean?
Nobody mentioned refraction.
So what do you mean then?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Have you been listening? Are you gonna look at the links that the helpful Shane is providing for you?
Not right now. No.
Are you gonna ignore the countless example that Witzer and other people have provided for you in previous conversations?
No, Wixit usually gives great examples that go against what he says, so I will definitely look at that.
Okay, so now you're just talking sideways again. You're not being genuine people.
No, we account.
You're not being genuine people. Euclidean geometry is a description that isn't accurate enough, and it's been shown with scientific rigor,
right?
With data, with repeated examples from independent parties using actual physical application on multiple occasions. Yet you lot love to just ignore it because it doesn't suit your paradigm.
Surveyors use Euclidean geometry and account for the curvature of Earth and refraction to get very accurate information.
This is an obfuscation from the point. Go and read what's being provided for you. Assimilate the information.
Okay. So
and then if you have the balls, concede the point. Because nothing I have said is a speculative leap into the void, right? What I've said is established with data outside of my opinion, outside of my hand. All I'm doing is relaying it to you and wondering why you keep ignoring it.
Okay. Surveyors rely on accuracy. True or false?
That would be true.
Yeah, now he can't answer. Now he can't talk because it's a fucking easy question. So surveyors use Euclidean geometry and account for the things that affect it, like refraction and the curvature of Earth. It is very accurate when they account for what we know to occur. So when does it not?
Accurate enough. It's not inaccurate enough. And the citations have been provided, but you're not going to address them, are you?
Not accurate enough.
Are you going to ask another? Are you going to ask another question to tee up your paradigm? What, the specific one that Shane posted?
Yes.
Let me check. I'd have to open it up. I haven't read all of them, but I've read enough to know what the flip I'm talking about. And it's weird that you lot don't even want to read them.
Okay, then can you answer the question?
Not even to try and find fault in them. That's what's strange. You have actual citations that have been provided that you could even nitpick on and go and like cherry pick verses from and chapters from and all this. You don't even you just ignore it ahead of time.
PowerPoint presentation, right?
Let's take a look at
you
the
don't know what I'm talking about. Surely that's your fault, not my fault.
What do you want to look at? What do you want to look
I asked you a question.
Yeah, let's take a look at the citations. Which one do you want to look at first?
Just look at this one Shane posted for you. Let's keep it real. We don't have to go back all the way back.
Which one? He just sent 5 PDFs. Which one you want to talk about?
Do the first one. Just like
That's nice.
Have some ordered thoughts.
Sorry.
Just have some ordered thoughts. Go. Go
Let me just grab
order.
the PDF
It's not
and
that
see.
hard.
Yeah, which one that is? Because that's among the ones that I read. I just have to recap real quick here. Give me 1 second.
And what are you gonna do about the data that's given to you? Are you gonna just ignore it? You're just gonna ignore the fact that Euclidean is not accurate compared to this?
What?
No, we're gonna analyze
oh my days.
We're gonna analyze
these examples demonstrate definitively that a representation such as Euclidean with this new information, if you want to present it as new, whatever. With this new information shows that Euclidean isn't sufficient.
Well,
because again, like the guy said earlier, which was actually one of the only honest things I've heard in like the last hour and a half, is that it's merely a representation.
Okay, that first one.
If it's merely a representation, but yet you have another representation.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Do you want a response to the articles you were talking about? Maybe if you stop talking for a second, you might get a response. So the one titled Hyperbolic Geometry in Binocular Visual Space, that article just presents previous studies and experiments that they concluded visual space, human visual space isn't Euclidean. It's not talking about reality being Euclidean or nothing that would affect measurements. It's just citing other articles about human visual space, which is the space we perceive, not the image formed in your eyes. It's something happened in your brain on your eyes. Nothing related to measurements. So when we're talking about reciprocal zenith angles or any kind of measurements of directions, that is completely irrelevant.
How are they measured?
What do you mean? With tools like theodolite.
From the vertical?
How are they measured?
With theodolites.
Trouble following.
How does a theodolite work?
Oh, are you kidding?
You
not know?
You pointed something.
Yeah, I mean, if I have to walk you down the garden path, I will. If I have to walk you down the garden path, I will. But how?
You pointed something, and the theodolite tells you what's the azimuth of the thing you're pointing at.
Right. What kind of device is a theodolite? What kind of device is a theodolite?
It's an optical device.
Oh, okay. So why are you ignoring what we're talking about then?
Because it's about perception. Optical devices.
So we're talking about optical. Your rebuttal or your response was, but this is about visual, and then somehow that doesn't equate to what you're talking about. Is the illusion that you're trying to make? Then when I ask you about what you're doing and the angles that you're measuring and how you're measuring them, your response is optical. So how
I didn't say
is
this
that
isn't
not
valid because it's
specifically
optical.
related? How is that not specifically related to what we're talking about?
Oh, come on, Chucky, give me a second. I'm not saying it isn't related. My response wasn't, oh, it doesn't count because it's optical. These articles are
Do with how
specifically
light
talking
moves.
about. Articles are specifically talking about human vision, visual space. Human visual space is the space you interpret. It's your subjective experience of what you're seeing. It has zero to do with the results of measurements. Measurements don't have to interpret that the image that is being captured. All you gotta do, it tells you what direction light is reaching it. That has zero to do with visual space.
How? How are they receiving? How is it receiving the data? And why are you ignoring the rest of what the article says?
I'm not. What am I
Shane,
ignoring about the article?
Shane? Is it just me? Am I being like unintentionally antagonistic towards this communication, or
You're
are they
gonna have
just
to be
missing the
specific.
bloody point? Are
You're
they
gonna have to
missing
be
the bloody
specific.
point?
In a theodolite.
Well, what
It
am I
isn't.
ignoring?
A theodolite isn't visual. It's optical.
What the fuck is the difference?
Well, there's no visual space.
I'm glad
man,
you
you're
drew
making
that
me swear
distinction.
on a
Thank
day
you
like
so
this.
much
What?
for that. That's
Okay,
a heap of
You don't
clarity.
know the difference.
What on earth am I doing talking with you? You
Well, there's no
nitwits, man?
there's
What
no
on earth
brain
is wrong with
involved.
you?
That's the difference.
They're
There's no
just
brain
saying,
involved.
yeah, they're just saying it's the difference between a human eye looking or receiving something versus a device looking at it.
No. That's worse than that. It's worse than that because human vision space isn't even at the eye; it's on the brain. The eye simply captures the image. Visual space doesn't come into play before you process the image. The image itself doesn't have any visual space. That's the subjective
They
experience.
haven't read the articles, have they, Shane?
I did.
They don't know what's been spoken about.
Unfortunately, he has. read it.
Mention the word the article.
You're ignoring that is one thing that you are, like I said, right? At least now you're going on to the part of cherry picking the actual citation.
I'm not cherry picking.
You've elevated your game, so congratulations. But when you read all of this stuff, and when you actually get a firm grasp of when you get a firm grasp, not a light touch like you're doing, firm grasp of what's being spoken about, it's not always about the eye. The eye is relevant because of the studies that were conducted. Yeah, I haven't finished, right? Well, because they were relevant to that specific study that you're harping in on. But what are you going to do about the robotic studies that were done that had nothing to do with the human eye?
Yeah, I read those ones. Those aren't saying. Yeah, those aren't saying visual.
Yes, they are.
What are they saying? Tell
Just
me
read the
specifically. What are they saying? Do you
conclusions.
think is relevant to those measurements?
Are you
pick one? Pick one.
Are you just intentionally dense?
No, I'm asking you. Pick one and tell me what it's saying.
When the conclusion, and I'm paraphrasing because I read this like probably a month ago, if not longer, at this point, right? When the conclusion from the data is that the Euclidean geometry doesn't actually give you accurate measurements, right? When you take the visual data in, but the non-Euclidean, I remember it was parabolic or hyperbolic, whatever phrase they chose to use, right? Does actually give you accurate measurements and accurate representations when you go and confirm this in the real world from the visual data taken from these samples that they did. And I think it was something like, maybe Witzel might remember this because he's got total recall or whatever, if he's in the room, or Shane, you might. But it's that one they did round the alley, like something they titled it like an alley experiment or the alley test. It's just one example because I remember it quite clearly. But
yeah, let's take a look at it.
This got nothing to do with the eye. It's got nothing to do with brain. But yet the accuracy is definitively
1 second, dude.
Different, if you want to put it that way.
Taking forever.
Between because you have no patience. Between Euclidean, and I'm speaking fast for your benefit, from Euclidean to hyperbolic or non-Euclidean, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, now you're citing another article as a response to my response to the article you picked.
Sorry, hold on. Elijah, your mic is like echoing back. Okay, yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
Wasn't he
apologies.
done?
Fix that.
All right, go ahead, Bacon.
Right. So I said to pick one article, and you picked the first one, where it says, what's the name of that one? Hyperbolic geometry and binocular visual space. So I respond to that one. And your response to me was something unrelated that is in another article. So let's pick one that you think back up the claims that your guys are making that are relevant to measurements like reciprocal zenith angles. And then let's see if that actually backs up that those reciprocal zenith angles can be affected by what's being argued or explained in these articles. Because I've read all of them and none of them are relevant to this measurement. I can tell you why.
The reason they're not relevant to you is because you've chosen them not to be relevant to you.
I mean, I think what may make it a bit more complex is that there's like multiple factors. It's like our eye is a lens and all of that, but we also like live within a lens, like the environment is a lens. So I just think like visually the way our eye sees is a component, but then that is also interacting with the environment, which is a lens in and of itself. So to like parse through all of these factors, like I don't think anyone's saying it's only from the human eye. I think I can't speak for anyone else, but I don't think it's necessarily that only the human eye does this. It also is that the environment itself can function as a lens and can have these components. And then you get into refraction and all of those effects. Obviously, refraction is happening. Like if you take a camera and you snap a camera shot, that the camera is the thing picking that up. It's not your eyeball, but the refraction effects are still happening. So obviously it's not like everything is caused by the eye, but the eye is a factor, you know, when viewing it from a human perspective. You know, but then there's also like the actual lens of the environment, what the actual environment's doing, which may even be the more pertinent point rather than just a human eyeball. Although it's tricky because we can only observe the world through our bodies. So it's like it's the only way we can experience it. We can set up devices. So I'm just saying, like parsing all this through is definitely there's a lot of layers.
Well, I acknowledge that, which is why I mentioned the other one, because he was using one specific thing to try and like hand wave away, whereas we're talking about visual, and he's trying to make it like a distinction between visual and optical, which was hilarious. And then also the fundamental point, the reason I mentioned this, right, is that we're dealing with this worldview that this paradigm that they have of Euclidean and Euclidean only, because Euclidean works according to everything that they do for themselves. But it's just circle jerk for the way they represent their data.
Yeah.
But when you go and present actual data that shows you the lack of finite accuracy with real data to the Euclidean representation compared to the hyperbolic or whichever you want to call it, then that should be enough to show that the statement that I made on the offset, that Euclidean doesn't do justice as well as the other one. And then I'm sitting here going, okay, you have the data, you have the statement that's pretty standalone. Yes, I understand what you're saying, Gio, and that's cool, and we can go and do that if they had the wherewithal to have that discussion. But they just ignore the citation, they ignore the data, and want
not
to
giving
keep
any
going
data.
on and on and on.
You're not providing any data. You just think some citations back you up. They don't. You're not providing them or giving any data to support what you're saying. You're just saying it.
Bacon, right?
I already looked at those articles.
Let's let Shane get in. Hold on, Elijah.
Let's
let Shane respond. Let's let Shane get in because he was trying to get in and he posted a lot of these as well. So let's let him speak.
Yeah, dude, the Ali experiments particularly were to see if humans perceive parallel lines as curved. That's especially relevant to the conversation that we're having. And you said it doesn't support like the statement we're making, but it like literally does verbatim. Like right on like page 8, it says literally they use these findings to show that our binocular vision does not function according to the rules of Euclidean geometry. Like that's a statement that
I agreed with that. That's what I said. The article says.
Then
that's
what
what
is
I'm
your
saying.
contention?
No, I said that those articles, at least the one that he mentions other articles that conclude that human visual space is non-Euclidean, which means that we have inaccurate ability to determine straight lines or parallel lines. We're bad at that because our visual space isn't Euclidean, but that's human perception. That's how we interpret the images that our eyes capture. That tells you nothing about how measurements will be affected, because that's something that happens after you have the image. After the image is already projected into your retina. Before you have the image into your eye, there's nothing related about that affects the path of light to your eye.
Well, which optical measurements do you not use your eye to ascertain, Bacon?
You can put a camera in place, but the thing is, your
How does the camera
visual
work?
space isn't like if you put your eye and you're looking to see if the crosshair is correctly aligned with something, you don't need any visual space to know if the crosshair is in front of it. Visual space is how you build that the image that is reaching your brain, how you recover the 3D space from that. That is unrelated to whether or not the crosshairs are in the right place. You can use a camera for that. You don't need a human brain to know if the crosshair is pointing to the right direction.
Okay, but we're talking about distance judgments and measurements over a while, right? We started with reciprocal zenith angles. That was the crux of the argument, right? Which is literally two optical, like theodolites looking at each other. So you're using the optics of an eye through an optics of an instrument to make a measurement based on your optics, right? Like, I don't understand how the way we see wouldn't factor into something like that.
Because all the theodolite is doing, when you're pointing the crosshair to something, all you're doing is you're making sure the light is reaching the center of the crosshair, is coming from the object you want to sight. There's no perception needed for that. Perception is when you have an image reaching your brain. So you have this image that's being formed in your retina, and you want to have a three-dimensional grasp of that. So if you look at a car and buildings and all that, all those things that have different sizes, different distances, there's a lot of information that isn't in your image because your image is just 2D, and you want to have a three-dimensional understanding of that. This three-dimensional understanding that exists only inside of your brain is what is non-Euclidean. The image itself has nothing to do with that interpretation of the image.
Yeah, have you ever thought about why it's non-Euclidean? Because
It's irrelevant.
Because the non-Euclidean way of, let's say, decoding it or processing it is the best way to process it.
Well, who said it?
What do you mean? Who says it? We function, don't we? We function accurately in the world, and these people are actually proving that. And you're seeming to ignore that. That's how it's done.
But that is recognized as an inaccuracy. When you say that human brains fail to detect when parallel lines are actually parallel because they have curved visual space, that's not we having a better visual perception than an Euclidean one. That's we having a worse one because our reality.
No, that's just because you're choosing in this instance to frame it that way.
1 second, because
But
our reality.
we function
One
in
second,
the real
dude.
world, do we not?
1 second. Our reality works works as if it's Euclidean. So if you're using a non-Euclidean space in this Euclidean reality, you have inaccurate assumptions of what you're seeing, and that's exactly how those experiments are designed. They're designed to test how good human brains are to determine when lines are parallel, when they're pointing to the right direction, and when they fail, that's when the curved space enters. It enters to explain why human vision is failing to understand directions and if lines are parallel.
No. You're misrepresenting the whole discussion.
Oh, you didn't read the article.
You're not paying attention to the point.
No, he's not. That's right on point.
Yes, you are. You didn't seem to pay attention to what Shane was telling you.
Well, I was responding to what's in the content of the article and explaining why it's irrelevant for measurements.
Everything you're doing is slanted. Even the way you responded to Shane earlier with human visual space. What do you mean human visual space? It's visual space. Everything that we're talking about is all visual, optical, whatever you want to call it. Same difference.
Oh,
right?
those are very different things.
And the way to process this in the most accurate manner is definitely non-Euclidean. Yet you want to keep hanging on to that when all data shows otherwise.
What data? Back up that.
The data that we have provided for you.
You didn't provide any data.
Very generously, without having, didn't have to get up off your seat at all.
I already read those articles. There's no data supporting what you just claiming.
You clearly have missed the fundamental point.
So the question is, what's the data? What data are you talking about?
The data within the articles.
Which one?
He says there's no data in the article.
All of them. All of them come to the same conclusion from different purposes. From different purposes, for different reasons, and in different applications, to the hierarchy of the representations, and that in the hierarchy you have Euclidean down here, and you have non-Euclidean up here at the top.
Wait, what? Where are you getting this from?
Well, dude, like the whole thing was about Drop over distance. You claim it's physical, or we claim it's optical. One of the things supporting that it's optical is this misinterpretation of the limits of curved visual space and the mathematical representation of that. You're trying to argue this point that like, oh, that's not exactly physical reality, as if you could view reality from outside of your perception to quantify it in some way beyond what you see it. I mean, like, dude, I don't know, man. It seems to be like you're in the weeds a little bit, but let's bring it back to like physical or optical drop, right? Because you think that when you measure reciprocal zenith angles, that's an optical effect that you're accounting for physically, calling it Earth curve, right?
That's a different discussion, because I wasn't like making the point that it isn't optical, it's physical. No, it could very well be optical, but that's an entirely different subject, because when we're talking about visual space, that's after optics. It's not if you're saying that this is being caused by optics, then visual space is irrelevant, because optics comes first. You first have to form an image to then interpret it. When you're interpreting, that's when visual space comes in. When you're just acquiring data, when you're just seeing what's the direction that you're seeing things, that's the optics. So if you want to say, well, that's actually an optical drop, not a physical one, we can talk about that. That's an entirely different conversation then. But if you're saying, well, it's optical, but that's because of visual space, that makes no sense. Those things aren't connected like that.
Yes, they are.
All right, you convinced me.
How can you gather data without any interpretation?
We can form an image without having to have a three-dimensional interpretation of it.
How so?
I'll just pick a photograph and then reveal the photo. You don't need to have any interpretation of the space of it, which is what the visual space is about.
So you think visual space is solely based on your personal interpretation of it?
Yeah, visual space is your interpretation of an image. Your three-dimensional interpretation of it.
But your
It's a subjective
interpretation is
experience.
solely based on how the information is gathered.
No, it's based on how your brain interprets it, not only on the information on the picture alone. Me and you, we can develop two different softwares to interpret images that reach different conclusions
We're
of
not
the
talking
shape of
about the
objects.
software.
Yeah, it's an example. So we can, because I can code people, so I can have my own robot that understands different distances than yours
How
and
is
different shapes.
So how is a theodolite interpreting the information?
It doesn't have to interpret shapes or distances, which what's the visual space is about. It doesn't have to interpret the image. All it's doing is measuring the angle that the scope is pointing at. There's no
That's what we're
required
talking
visual
about.
space for that.
That's what
Sorry?
we're talking about. You don't need interpretation for that measurement.
That's my point.
Why are you trying to interject that?
I'm not. I'm saying exactly that. You don't need to interpret the data to measure it. The measurement comes before any.
Then why did you bring in interpretation? As if perception is the same as perspective.
No, because the claim was that these measurements could be affected because of curved visual space. But curved visual space is something that happens at the level of interpretation, not at the optical level.
Wrong. So you're telling me the information that comes into a theodolite is solely based on how it's interpreted?
I said the opposite. There's
Right.
no.
So how is that? So how is that different?
What do you mean?
If we're taking measurements through a theodolite, if that measurement is due to the way that visual space is curved isn't based on an interpretation. It's based on how it's presented through the optics, not
Visual
the
spaces.
interpretation of it. If you want to talk about the interpretation of it, then the interpretation would be what the theodolite is doing as far as the measurement is concerned. How it's coming into it is
Visual
not
space is interpretive.
anything based on visual space. So you're telling me when I look through the theodolite and set the crosshair somewhere, that's my personal interpretation. So my personal interpretation is used to garner the measurement, but the measurement is solely based off of non-interpretation. How do you equate that?
No, you don't need any interpretation of distances or shapes or depth, which is what visual space is about, to know if the crosshair is pointing to the target you want to measure. You just have to recognize it.
But the crosshair is pointing to your target. You're saying is based off of your perception then. So then perception is needed in order to garner the measure. You can't have it both ways.
You just have to recognize the target. There's no visual space perception required for that.
The recognizing of the target is based on your vision. How is it not?
Not curved visual space, though.
Yeah, but
It's
you
not,
don't have
not based
to.
on curved visual
Oh my
space.
god.
Yeah,
It
you
is.
don't have
It is when
to.
the optics are used to line it up. So on that front, it is.
But the thing is, I mean, I'm listening and I'm thinking, and if what y'all are saying was true, we wouldn't be able to see straight lines as straight.
That's just wrong.
Well, let me give you another a better way to explain this. Then, if you're trying to measure the direction to a point source of light, and the middle of the crosshairs is so thick that it blocks it. As soon as the light goes off, it means the crosshair is right in front of it, so you know it's pointing to that direction. There's no depth or shape or whatever kind of perception required to know that's going on.
Yeah, it's an alignment of coordinates optically. Let me read this because I'm looking at the visual space page for Wikipedia and I found this interesting. Just give me like 1 minute just to read this. I found it interesting. A notable attempt at a rigorous formulation was made in 1947 by Rudolf Lundberg, who preceded his essay on mathematical analysis of vision by a profound analysis of the underlying principles. When features are sufficiently singular and distinct, there is no problem about a correspondence between an individual item A in object space and its correlate A in visual space. Questions can be asked and answered such as if visual precepts A, B, C are correlates of physical objects, A, B, C, and if C lies between A and B, does C lie between A and B? All right, never mind. You have to see how that's written because he's using little exclamation point or little quotes to show that. So let me just actually read the second part. I'll post it in the chat, but that's a little bit less relevant. Let me just read this actual part is what I want to read. On the basis of fragmentary psychophysical data of previous generations, Lundberg concluded that visual space was hyperbolic with constant curvature, meaning that elements can be moved throughout the space without changing shape. One of Lundberg's major arguments is that, in accordance with a common observation, the transformation involving hyperbolic space renders infinity into a dome, the sky.
Nice.
The Lundberg proposition gave rise to discussions and attempts at corroborating experiments, which on the whole did not favor it. So obviously, yeah, the mainstream is not going to favor it. But that right there, one of Lundberg's major arguments is that in accordance with a common observation, the transformation involving hyperbolic space renders infinity into a dome. I think that's very relevant.
It said the
Okay, which one is it?
experiments didn't favor it, not that the
Celestial sphere. That's in a dome of infinity.
Right? So easy.
Yeah, so the experiments didn't favor it is what that said, not that the mainstream didn't favor it. Reading it right now.
Yeah, the main thing is we just need to look at it, and if you look at it, you will find out that the Earth is definitely not a spring ball. You just need to look at it.
Well said, Clay.
Yeah, people, they all day on Discord, and they just forget to look at things, especially looking at what reality is. And when you look,
There's
at
this
it
term object
often enough,
space.
yeah, you find out there's no space.
Well, I'm just seeing this term, this object space versus visual space. That could be useful just because like visual includes the idea of obviously vision, whereas like object space, like what the actual objects, how they are actually, their location, and then how that's perceived in these optics. And then you have to add the entire environment, like the lens of the atmosphere as well.
Definitely. Like I wasn't discounting that at all or arguing against it. All I'm trying to clarify is that, like, although when it is true that the way we interpret space doesn't really match Euclidean geometry, that's we trying to understand the three-dimensional world around us based on what our eyeballs tells our brain, and that turns out is very inaccurate because of this reason, because our visual space isn't Euclidean, so we form a distorted version of the three-dimensional and Euclidean world around us. That's why it's inaccurate. That's why we might think lines are parallel when they're not, and vice versa. But that's something we do with the images that our eyes gives us. That's not something that affects the images itself. just like it wouldn't affect the. Just like it doesn't matter if you're using a human eye or a camera or whatever optical device, you can still point at something, and you shouldn't get a different direction based on which device you're using.
Well, I mean, it's interesting how deep this history is. Like, I mean, on this visual space, like Rene Descartes, Immanuel Kant, William James, Ernest Mach. I mean, there's so many Rudolf Lundberg. I mean, this is like a very there's a lot of history to like the philosophy and the this whole discussion. So, I mean, Bacon, is it in the realm of possibilities in your mind that optics have been hijacked and are being utilized in part of the globe deception? In your perspective, using the word if the Earth isn't a globe, that there is something going on with optics that has been hijacked, perverted, whatever term one would want to use, into the globe model. In your own truth seeking, because you at this point you obviously have deeply considered, the Earth may not actually be the globe. So, what do you think?
Wait, sure. If it's possible, I'd say yes. But I don't think. I mean, if anyone's figuring that out, I wouldn't say it's you guys, because what you're bringing to the table isn't right. Even though that's still might be true, you need a better argument than that. That's what I.
So it's
Wait. So it's not right. It's not right, but it's right, is what he just said.
No, I said if it's
true, you need a better way to tell us that it's right.
No, I'm saying if you guys
kind of double, triple speak, inverted bullshit is that?
Yeah, who do you think's going to do it? The CIA? I mean, who do you?
No, you guys could do it, but you're not doing it now. I'm saying if there's some way to figure it out, you guys didn't do it yet, because what you're bringing to the table doesn't lead to that conclusion. Maybe there's something missing about optics, and maybe at some point, some of you will find it and bring to the table. And if that's true, then I hope to get convinced by that. But I don't think this is happening.
I don't think anyone claimed that it's 100% concluded, but we're on the trail, as it were. It's like a detective that's unpacking something. So I don't think anyone's claiming that it's all like said and done and stamped and signed, sealed, delivered. But
it's
a process, and I think we're on the trail for sure.
Gio, this specific topic cooks them because their obsession with Euclidean, like you were suggesting, the way you framed it, that is it possible that it's been hijacked? Definitely being hijacked.
What do you mean an obsession with Euclidean?
Yeah, that's
the whole linchpin of how you view the world. It's your paradigm. If you leave the paradigm, then you have to dump the consequences of it.
Well, the world seems to be Euclidean. My reality seems to be Euclidean. Whether or not visual spaces doesn't change that. Those are two different things.
Yeah,
I'm not saying
that's your attempt at obfuscating the point by reframing it slightly. What it is like a sidestep. Like someone's coming at you and you're like, well, I don't want to get hit, so I'm going to sidestep it.
I'm not sidestepping.
That's what you're doing.
I was asking you for data
argument
for you to.
And you think people don't know what you're doing, but it's really obvious.
Oh, tell me what I'm doing.
You're sidestepping the issue.
I'm what?
Because the whole conversation has always been about what you're measuring or what you're observing or however you want to frame it, visually, optically, whatever. And you then want to talk about the physical world, but we are talking about what you're viewing, what you're observing.
Well, simply responding to your claim.
Because Bacon, unless you're suggesting that the devices that you're talking about, which you already admitted to are optical, are somehow physically doing those measurements.
Yeah, it reminds me of like trying to isolate, mass attracting mass from Cavendish. I'm not trying to change the topic. I'm just saying, like, you can't remove the electrostatics from that equation. So you really can't conclude, you haven't isolated that it's quote unquote mass attracting mass, let alone, I mean, mass is a theoretical concept anyways, but even leaving all that aside. So, but just linking that to the optics, to claim certain optics are isolating a shape of Earth, you haven't isolated whether it's the optics or whether it's the Earth. So you just don't really have an argument. You have like a speculation, a theory, an idea, a linking together of ideas. You could say maybe something possible, but you don't actually have anything isolated.
Well, I wasn't trying to bring an argument here. I'm trying to respond to one.
Well, the argument is kind of like we're saying it's optics. You guys are saying it's Earth.
No,
right? And when we say,
we're
well,
also
give us
against optics.
measurements of Earth, you're like, all right, here's our optical measurements. And we're like, yeah, but the optics is what's causing that effect. And you're saying, well, show us that it's flat. And it's like, yeah, but when we see things to the measurement, it's going to present itself in a curve. So when you guys look at it, you're like, see, it's curving. It's like, how do we establish which one is actually correct? Can we come to an agreement?
Globers
I
aren't
can see.
putting optics versus physical because we are not discounting optics.
Can you give me a measurement
Also-
that's been done for the curvature of the Earth that does not involve some sort of optical measurement, whether that be measurement to things in the sky or measurement of things visually in the distance?
Well,
Anything tangible that doesn't involve this this optics component that obviously hasn't been isolated, and like Napalm was saying earlier, the baseline hasn't been established. So nothing tangible.
Just crickets, it sounds like.
I know, not blind. I mean, without optics. I mean, what do you? That doesn't even make sense.
Do you have a tangible measurement of the surface of Earth that isn't optical? I don't have one for a planar surface. Do you have one for a globular surface?
Well,
That isn't
Lev,
optical.
I
That
could give
isn't
you an old
optical,
school.
correct.
Man, we can hear their brains like frying out. The short circuits are loud.
Yeah, well,
bathymetrist use
Left lane saying,
just
"Oh,
not
what a blind
optical.
measurement!" I can give you. So I have a yardstick in front of me. It's old school, right? Old school yardstick, and it actually has slight indentations on all the markings across this old wooden yardstick. So you can determine through those slight indentations in this wooden yardstick measurements, right? With specific increments, and you can count them with your fingers. So if I handed you that yardstick and I said, measure this board, would you need to be able to do that optically? Or would that be like a physical empirical measurement? Left lane. Could you be blind and do that measurement for me?
Yeah, I'll answer.
Yes, I could. Yeah.
Okay. So you can make measurements with your eyes closed.
Not across the surface of the Earth.
Is there something that we could do that would be similar to my yardstick that could give some sort of measurement, right? Like a force of line. Like we've talked about these things for years. The problem is none of that's ever actually been established.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
we
outside
talked
of
about LIGO.
outside of one's belief or bias, just sticking to the information. If we're just going to stick to the information, if you don't have that, then you would have to agree logically that it's inconclusive. So at this moment, you can't really claim a globe without it.
Yeah, but I don't discount the surveys and the measurement of reciprocal zenith angles and stuff like. I don't discount those. I think those are valid.
So what are your thoughts on the main server's reciprocal zenith angles and his prediction of 15 inches of drop over a quarter mile, that's weird to me that would be the predicted drop over distance for a quarter mile or just over a quarter mile. But the two measurements that he did not get that 15-inch drop. It actually, he got 17 and he got 20. Same exact place, 2 different days. So why would he have a deviation of 3 inches between his two measurements? And why would both of his measurements be off by a minimum of almost 3 inches from the prediction?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to look at that. I don't know about all that.
Do you think there's an optical effect that could cause that?
Yeah, I wonder how much refractive effect would be necessary to get that amount of deviation.
Because if I think about a deviation of, let's say, what would be the mean between that two? So we've got like a little over 2 inches and a little right around a little over 5 inches of deviation from the prediction with his two measurements. Let's just say 4.5 inch deviation from the expected drop over distance at a quarter mile. So if a quarter mile, our measurement is off by 4 inches, what would it be at a mile? Because it would be exponentially off, right? It would continue to.
Wait, where do you get the quarter mile and 4 inches at? Because at a quarter mile, it's only like a half inch of drop, right?
You tell me.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look at all that. That doesn't even sound correct. I don't know.
The predicted zenith angle divergence, they said 15 inches.
No, that did. Yeah, you don't talk about inches and angles. You talk about degrees and angles.
Then you tell me what they're talking about.
Yeah, I don't
Reading
know.
it from the website.
I would have to look
You know,
at it. I'd have
if
to
you
look
Google
at it.
reciprocal zenith angles, somehow McToon is an expert and the main surveyor. These
Well, I
two
mean, that particular
have
observation
single-handedly
is.
figured out
Go
how to
ahead.
measure the curvature of the Earth and are top on your Google search.
Well, that's because they're the ones doing. They're the ones doing the observation. I mean,
yeah,
lots of surveyors aren't out doing these
So when
things.
they
They know that the Earth is a sphere. And they're not out trying to prove it.
It's almost that exists only to spite flat earthers. It's weird.
Well, the predicted zenith angle divergence is 15 inches, is what was predicted. The first measurement garnered a divergence of 17.1. The second garnered a divergence of 20.3.
And Left Lane, I mean, do you realize the incredible potency of how important it is if they built the globe model from optics? Meaning the foundation that they use to build the globe model is what happens in the optics. What a trap. So now that us humans are going around, a lot of us, yeah, we don't have the ability, we don't, have necessarily some of the resources to do what would be needed beyond the optics. And then they, what a deception.
Yeah, you would be stuck chasing your tail forever. I mean, you'd be the Ouroboros trying to figure out how to optically disprove the globe being built solely based on how we view the world, right?
And then having to trust certain sources that are beyond your ability to validate, NASA and these other types of sources. And then having limited resources to only using optics, having that reinforce the globe, people think that's, case closed, I guess. I mean, that's just a complete trap, a deceptive trap.
It's a prison for your mind, Neo.
Yeah, because they could have made the globe anything. They could have made it a different radius. I mean, it's, they could have, but there were certain reasons that it's built the way that it is built.
Yep. Between that and the elevation angles to Polaris, shit, I could build a globe model backwards compatible from there.
I love listening to Left Lane, but I wanted to ask, what do you mean they built it from optics?
They're making measurements of how we optically see the world,
right?
Leaving out how we view the world in perspective, and then say
optical
how
contriving.
we visually see. Do you want to listen to me, or do you you're just waiting to talk?
That wasn't me.
I think Dyslow jumped in with something quick.
Yeah. Oh. Sorry, Napalm.
Dyslow, I'm going to mute you. I'm going to ban you. So, do you understand what I'm saying? Writing. If they took measurements to objects in the sky or in the distance, and those objects are affected by perspective, which is a curved visual space, right? Hyperbolic, actually. And taking those measurements, they didn't say, we're taking into account within our measurements perspective to give us how these things would be plotted out in a planar fashion. We're actually just going to not talk about perspective, and we're just going to say that how we're visually seeing the world in curved visual space is actually the plot that we need to utilize, meaning we're plotting it on a curved space, not a planar space. So then you wouldn't necessarily be able to falsify that through any type of optical measurement if you don't take into account perspective.
Right. So
And
essentially, if optics or perspective is hyperbolic, what they've done is I'm trying to steel man what you're saying. If perspective is hyperbolic and curved in nature, what they've done is map our world to that hyperbolic thing and said, if this thing that is in fact curved is straight, then the Earth is curved. When in fact optics are curved, is that what you're saying?
Effectively, wouldn't you say, Napalm? So basically, what they've done
I
is
don't
they've
know if I like
baked.
your
They've
wording, but
Yeah,
maybe.
but he's Aussie. But effectively what they've done is they've baked in the assumption, they've baked in a couple of other fallacies into the actual. What would you call it, Napalm? What word would you use? Into the maths,
So we have
basically.
curved visual
Yeah, into the
space.
So let's into the model.
So we've got
Yeah,
like
build
curved
the
visual
model.
space.
Yeah,
And
using
that
the
curved
model of how
visual
the
space is right. Okay.
yeah,
I get
like
it.
using the actual model of the reality of how the optics work, and then converting that into a spherical reification of what the Earth is based upon those geometries.
Yeah, you
I
have like
call it
an optical drop over distance.
Vision's curved, but if we assume vision's straight, then the Earth's curved. Would that be a way of simplifying it?
Yeah, you could frame it like that. But the point is, right? However you choose to frame what we've all said, you can at least admit, or you can at least acknowledge, let's say, that this is a baked-in assumption, and
Sure,
that because
yeah.
of that, everything that's built off of that is fundamentally void.
Sure. Yeah.
I call it
I think
optical
that
contrivance.
the like we assume, like in the quote unquote globe model, we assume that when you are seeing in straight or virtually straight lines. Like most people, I think, certainly for me, but I think 90% of people, until they get to the whole flat Earth thing, do not know that the whole sun sets when it doesn't set. Kind of that amount of tiny little refraction. Don't know about it.
Yeah, seeing in straight lines until you need it not to be, to when we see too far over a surface, and then it needs to be all curvy lines, right? Like thousands of feet, miles of curvy worvy at that point.
Well, hang on. We're switching sides now. It sounds like what you're saying is visual space is curved, right? It's curved in such a way that presents it as an Earth that's curved. But if you understand that the light is curved, you can come to the realization that the Earth is flat.
You have to be more specific, because the
We do.
curvature doesn't mean sphericity, right? So it's in such a way that if you do the baked-in assumption that you've just acknowledged, etc., I don't need to repeat it, then one can conclude that the curvature is spherical in nature. Would Napalm and the rest agree with my framing of that?
Sorry, you can, if you can repeat that.
Eggshells, can you repeat it? Because it was for you, but I just want to make sure if I put my words in the right order.
It's like I didn't hear I don't fully remember the first part, but like the light is straight, but the Earth is spherical in nature. Is that essentially like it sounds like the two assumptions are, if I'm to sort of summarize or try to find the middle ground, is either light is spherical in nature or the Earth is spherical in nature.
No,
One of
no, that's not what we're talking about. So you're trying to interject.
Should I try and
light.
rephrase?
Well,
I'm trying to figure out what's. Sorry, man. What's your name? The guy's got the pause symbol.
Elisha, just be careful, because he's
Elisha.
trying to insert light as vision.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Vision. There's the vision. Oh, sorry,
That's
I'm
why
not
I
trying
need
to
to rephrase,
insert
because
anything.
I never mentioned the things he's now mentioning.
Sorry. It's, to me, light and vision are synonymous, so I'm not trying to insert it. It's just the way I see it. So how would you say it? Sorry.
So because of what you've already acknowledged prior, that we don't need to repeat. and that it presents itself in such a way. If you then take the baked-in assumptive position, which again I'm not going to repeat, not necessary, then one can conclude that the appearance, that the visual, the curvature of the visual, or however, that's why I asked Napalm whether I framed it the right way, because I might be putting my words in the wrong order. That thing can be concluded to be based on the incorrect assumption, can then be concluded and erroneously derived that that's actually the spherical Earth, or that is because of the spherical Earth.
Yeah, that's correct. Like if you assume, okay, as I get further away from something and it visually drops lower towards the horizon, and I make angle measurements to that, if I assume that drop over distance is below my feet as opposed to how I visually perceive the world, right? Knowing that I could walk in a straight line on a straight surface with streetlights above me, and as I get further away from them, visually they work their way down from above me towards my horizon line, right? And if I took measurements to those, right, and I assumed that as I'm getting further away from it, the reason that I'm getting a lower and lower measurement is because I'm over a curved surface, then yeah, I wouldn't be taking into account the visual aspect. I would only be assuming that the arc that I'm measuring is below my feet. Nothing to do with my optics.
Would you allow me to add one more thing to that, one more layer to that, Napalm?
Yeah.
Is that the assumption of the globe is not the that's the like second, or so you're doing it's hard to phrase, because what you're pointing out is the second order assumption, but that second order assumption comes from the embedded assumption of that what you're viewing, that they flip the script, like what we said earlier, that the curved visual space is actually not like that, and they flipped it on its head. Is that no, actually it's all straight, but that the curvature is the Earth. So and the reason I know I'm not doing a good job of it in terms of succinctness, but the reason I'm mentioning this is that it allows people who think they're being smart and investigative to be able to go, well, no, I'm not assuming the curve, I'm measuring the curve, because they don't realize that the methodology that they're applying has that hidden second order assumption built into it. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
I see exactly.
I know it was a bit long, but it's sneaky, right? It's intentionally sneaky.
Right. And
Is it
it's
intentionally
as well.
sneaky? Like, it sounds like what you're describing is like what one would naturally assume.
No, it's not.
Because what you're saying is, well, it sounds like what you're saying is then the actual nature of visual space is curved. But it seems to me the natural nature of curved space appears linear. And it sounds, if I were to marry the two, is it appears linear to me, but according to you is curved. So if I follow my assumption that it appears linear, then I make an assumption of a curved Earth. And what you're saying is, but actually it's curved. I don't think it's sneaky to go.
This is what we went over earlier, though, because it doesn't appear like that. You only conclude that it appears like that because of the way they've framed it.
How do you mean they framed it?
Well, we went over that. Like, repeating it's a bit long at this point.
So what's the bit I'm missing there? Like, it sounds like what you're saying is the natural nature of sorry, I won't use light. Of visual space is curved. I think most of us, at least up until, like, the analogy I use is like distance you can chuck a spear or fire an arrow is fairly linear. Like, if I point at something, somebody standing next to me knows what I'm pointing at because they draw a line between the two. I think that usually, I'm not assuming here, but usually when I talk to people in Flat Earth about this curved visual space, the curvature of the visual space happens hundreds to sometimes thousands of kilometers from my fingertip.
What?
Correct?
No, it's always happening. You think it's
Right.
linear. What draws things to it? So you think it's linear to a point in the distance. So you're saying how you perceive the world is basically like a pyramid and not a cone?
Or that it's
I don't
And
know
are
what
you
that
saying that
means.
it's always doing that, as if you're wearing like glasses that contort something? Like, is that what you're? Because there's also the concept that like the visual space can be curved, and that it isn't always in that, but then there's a potential that there is a component of it that is foundationally that there's like a a baseline component, and then there's other refractive effects on top of that.
But also, I think it's
Like-
worth mentioning, Gio.
let me just finish real quick.
Sorry,
Like with
go
the let me just start just with the bonfire thing I was saying. If there's no bonfire and you're looking at someone, you can use the Adelites. You can measure straight line between your eyeballs and their eyeballs, but put a fire in between it, with heat, and now from the top of the fire, then now you can get a total displacement. Now you could the path of light is has to be bending or curving in some way to have them be displaced. So it's like it can be in that area, it can be displaced. But see, there's multiple factors. There may be a baseline and an additional refractive effects on top of that baseline. And the baseline may be what they're using for the manipulation of the globe.
What I think is important to mention within this is that just because the visual space is hyperbolic, that does not mean that you cannot have straight lines within it. Because if you only do Euclidean, then you miss the whole picture and you're confused. But if you do hyperbolic is comprehensive is the word I'd use. So it's covering all the grounds. So within the hyperbolic, you have the straight when necessary, when applicable, like you were saying. So it doesn't detract from that stuff that clearly happens, but it encompasses it into everything. And I think that was one of the arguments that they kind of weakly try to make earlier, that then you can never see a straight line or whatever. This kind of, it's like, no, within hyperbolic mathematics, let's say, if you want to go to a different type of description, obviously you can have straight lines. Like you can use compasses, little tools you had in school to make intersections, to make straight lines. So this idea of because it's fundamentally hyperbolic or curved or whatever you want to say, that you don't have straight, I think that's unnecessary, and I think that's part of the trick. But also, let me pause there. So go ahead.
Did you say you were done, or you said you wanted to? Oh, you muted. All right, dude. I think it all kind of revolves around railroad tracks. Like the interpretation of the straight lines of railroad tracks is a good differentiator between Euclidean and non-Euclidean visual space. If they don't appear to converge, then you can say we see Euclidean. Because they appear to converge, that's why we say it's non-Euclidean or hyperbolic, right? That's the distortion that it would be present if what we're saying is true.
Right. And that some people try to take that as, well, I can put the Euclidean stuff into a program on my computer, and when I click the thing to view it, then it looks the way that it looks in reality. Yeah, because you're modeling it based on reality, meaning your computer is interpreting that the way that your eyes would interpret it, meaning it's interpreting straight lines meeting at a distance.
Which is the whole point. Otherwise, what purpose would the model have if you're not going to use perspective?
If it didn't match reality,
you would just be viewing weirdness. What's that thing when you view from the side? What's that thing called? Then you would have to do like an orthographic, and you can't model a game orthographically. That's ridiculous.
One of the funny things about those views is like you still, with the orthographic, isometric, and top down, like a bunch of those, you just never get it the way actual vision is. And the Parthenon in Greece is a good example of it, because real organic vision is somewhat curved, and that's why they built the Parthenon with a bit of a curve in it to make it look more square, which to me is mind-boggling.
So then you're in the
fact that, go ahead.
Slightly. Well, I was just going to say, as far as orthographic views are concerned, when you're talking about somebody visually seeing something and you're trying to draw lines to various points orthographically back to an observer's eye line. What you need to do to figure out how that's actually substanting the eye is you have to draw like a curve from you have to draw a curve in front of that observer and see where those straight lines you're drawing to the objects actually intersect this curve in order for it to be correct. I'm not saying that good to give you guys a good visual, so I apologize, but I'll see if I can find an example.
I was going to post this real quick because I've been thinking more about how this is just a basic little perspective matrix drawing, but like the fact that those are converging, and obviously that happens with a camera. I mean, that's not just a human eyeball does that. So obviously there's something about the environment, and I think about it as like a pyramid within a dome almost. Like the one that Shane just posted above that shows that kind of hemispherical dome going out from you, but then put a pyramid in that. Which like the lines seem to, because like from the one I just posted, imagine you're underneath a pyramid and you're looking up through like a translucent pyramid, and then put that horizontally. So it's like you're seeing that all those things converging at that point would be like the top of the pyramid. So it's kind of interesting. It's like the whole thing has this like which seems connected to it being spherical. Like if you have that hemisphere and then you put a pyramid in it, everything is converging because of that. It's like a pyramid inside of a sphere. In terms of like the lines are pyramidal, and those are correlated with the fact that a hemisphere all centers at that point as well.
Right, yeah, this is a good visual. Sorry, Shane. I'll try and be quick, because when you see this, you are fully aware that these things are straight lines and all this convergence and all of that. The only way you could ever conclude that in the distance, the reason this thing drops off and we can't see anymore, the only way you could conclude that that's because the ground that you're actually on is spherical, is if you do that thing that me, Napalm, and Shane and everyone explained earlier, which is that they baked in the assumption by flipping the script.
Yeah, what you said is a good point, though, right? What are you talking about? It applies to human eyes and cameras, like this perspective matrix. That's literally how it works for every optical device we cite. So Bacon's argument before, even though he's not here anymore, about well, it's not being related to reality. No, it's exactly reality, and it's confirmed by multiple devices such as cameras having the same effect. So that's why we work with it.
Yeah, that's why I was almost describing.
What are you talking about?
If we're to say the entire atmosphere is a lens, like we're inside of an eyeball, and then how does that eyeball work? the Earth eyeball. Like I'm just kind of using that analogy to sort of say, like, it seems whatever this effect is happening like universally, like it's happening in the environment. It's not necessarily just the eyeball that's doing it, but our eyeball seems to be picking up what the actual, how the environment is, like the geometry of sight and objects within the space. Go ahead, Eggshells, if you were trying to get in.
No, I was just trying to understand what it sounded like we were talking about something that was posted in chat that I couldn't see.
Gio posted something